Chapter 1 Binding to the Godly Rich System. At the school gate, Liu Dong finally saw Hu Xiaoli. He ran over happily. "Xiao Li, I called you, why didn't you answer?" Hu Xiaoli frowned when she saw Liu Dong and said unhappily, "Can't I have my own private space? Why are you always sticking to me?" Liu Dong chuckled. "You are my beautiful girlfriend, of course I have to stick with you, but this time I came to you because I have something important to tell you." Hu Xiaoli lifted her hair, looking a little absent-minded. "Important things? What important things can you have?" "Xiao Li, I know you're in a bad mood, I'm sorry. But I'm going to tell you something that will make you happy. How about you open your mobile banking app and check it out?" Hu Xiaoli was a little confused, but she still took out her mobile phone and opened her mobile banking. She uttered a soft sound. The bank card balance actually increased by 80,000 yuan. She looked up at Li Dong and said excitedly, "Did you transfer this money to me?" Liu Dong nodded solemnly. "Your best friend Chen Jio told me that your mother was seriously ill and needed a lot of money for treatment. When I knew this, I was heartbroken, so I asked my parents for 80,000 yuan and quickly transferred it to your bank card." Liu Dong held Hu Xiaoli's shoulders with both hands and said emotionally, "You are my girlfriend, your business is my business, if you have any difficulties, I will do my best to help you. So, you have to tell me everything. Why didn't you tell me that your mother was sick? Don't worry, I'm giving you this money for free, just use it to treat your mother's illness." Hu Xiaoli looked at Liu Dong somewhat unnaturally. "Oh, I told Chen Jian not to tell you about this, but I didn't expect her to be so talkative. But I am very touched, thank you." Liu Dong gently hugged Hu Xiaoli in his arms and said excitedly, "You're welcome. We will get married sooner or later and we will be a family. This is what I should do." At this moment, a BMW drove over and stopped beside them. A man with greasy and floury face stuck his head out and shouted, "Xiaoli, aren't you going to have a Weiju meal? Get in the car quickly. Hey, who is this guy? He dares to hug you and see if I don't beat him to death." Hearing the man's voice, Hu Xiaoli pushed Liu Dong away in panic. The man jumped out of the car, looked Liu Dong up and down, and laughed. "You kid, you are Xiaoli's backup, right? What, Xiaoli hasn't broken up with you yet? You dare to touch my woman, you are really a toad wanting to eat swan meat." Liu Dong was a little annoyed. Where did this person come from? Why was he so arrogant? And judging from Hu Xiaoli's expression, it seemed like she was trying to curry favor with him. He quickly grabbed Hu Xiaoli and asked, "Who is this person? What is his relationship with you?" Hu Xiaoli sighed and said, "Oh, my mother's illness is very serious and she needs a lot of money. This Sun Xiao is very rich and promised to pay for my mother's treatment. Don't worry about it and go back quickly." Liu Dong hurriedly said, "Didn't I give you 80,000 yuan? Isn't that enough?" When Sun Xiao heard Liu Dong's words, he sneered and said, "What kind of treatment? She is lying to you." He directly pulled Hu Xiaoli over, hugged her tightly in his arms, and smiled triumphantly. "This is my woman. You poor bastard, you better stand aside. Don't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat." Liu Dong was like being struck by lightning. He pointed at Hu Xiaoli and asked, "Is what he said true?" Hu Xiaoli felt embarrassed and angry, and her face sank. "Liu Dong, young master son, is much richer than you. He can buy me a lot of things and take me out for a good meal. You can't compare to him. Let's break up. Don't bother me anymore." Liu Dong almost vomited blood. He said angrily, "I just gave you 80,000 yuan. That was my parents' hard-earned money. I treated you so well, how could you do this to me?" Hu Xiaoli also fell out. "Who told you to be stupid? I just asked Chen Jio to talk to you casually to see if you were sincere to me. I didn't expect you to believe me and give me all the money. I didn't force you. You did it voluntarily. Don't even think about getting the money back." Sun Xiao touched Hu Xiaoli's face and chuckled. "Xiao Li, you are really good at this. This fool was fooled by you. If you want his life, I am afraid he will give it to you in a hurry." Hu Xiaoli threw a coquettish glance at Sun Xiao and said in a tender voice, "Oh, I don't want his life. He is nothing. I just kept him for fun. I didn't expect him to be so poor. I only got tens of thousands of dollars after hanging him for a long time. It's really unlucky." Sun Xiao laughed and pointed at Liu Dong and said, "What a fool. Then he hugged Hu Xiaoli and got into the BMW. The car started, and with a rumble, it sped away. Liu Dong finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and his chest ached. A mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the ground with blood. He lay limply on the ground, looking up at the gloomy sky, wanting to cry but without the tears. The passers-by around him looked at him, whispered, and laughed at him. Ding, this godly rich system has found a poor ghost at the end of his rope, with weak qi and blood. This godly rich system has shown mercy and decided to bind you, the poor ghost. Please, do you want to bind me? A voice appeared in Liu Dong's mind, which was very abrupt. He said blankly, bind? What bind? This system asks you, do you want to bind? 5 seconds countdown, if you don't bind, I'll leave. 5, 4, 3, 2. Liu Dong came to his senses and quickly said in his mind, bind, bind, I want to bind. Ding, this system starts binding you, poor bastard. Bind progress 10%. Bind progress 30%. Bind progress 70%. Bind progress 100%. Ding, the super rich system is successfully bound. Congratulations to the poor guy for his counterattack and becoming a super rich man. Ding, the super rich gold has been deposited into the host's account, please check it. A virtual screen appeared in front of Liu Dong. The people around were still laughing at Liu Dong and pointing fingers. They did not see the virtual screen. It seemed that this virtual screen belonged to Liu Dong exclusively and only he could see it. Liu Dong perked up and quickly got up. Then he got out of the crowd and came to a secluded place. He took a deep breath and began to check the virtual screen. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao gold, 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 yuan. Constitution, 9 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 9 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 11 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Proficient skills, none. Strengthening points, 0 points. Skill points, 0 points. Note, gain the love of a woman of average appearance, gain 1 strengthening point, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 80 points or above, gain 5 strengthening points, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 90 points or above, gain 10 strengthening points, spend 100 million, gain 1 skill point. Liu Dong was ecstatic. Isn't he this rich? Chapter 2 Tenfold Compensation 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 yuan? This long string of zeros made Liu Dong's breathing quicken. This is really given to me, I can spend it however I want. That's right, the so-called super rich have endless money to spend, the more the better. The system is arrogant. Liu Dong counted again and finally confirmed that. That's 1 trillion billion yuan. My eyes were dizzy, my blood was boiling, and my whole body was shaking. I almost bleed again. So excited. So excited. It took him a long time to calm down. Gaining the love of a woman will earn you reinforcement points. He knew what strengthening points meant. Anyone who has played the game will understand. With reinforcement points, you can enhance your physique, strength, and spirit. The more you add, the more powerful it is. And then become a superhuman? It's a little scary to think about it. But don't think too much about it for now. What does it mean to gain a woman's love? It means to attack a woman in return. The woman originally didn't like you, but in the end you made her like you and fall in love with you. How stupid. The system is so disappointed in me. Do I need to explain this to you clearly? Liu Dong blushed. Make a woman fall in love with you? I dare not even think about it. He and Hu Xiaoli have been in a relationship for such a long time, and they have always been cautious. At most, he would hug Hu Xiaoli when she was happy. Not even a kiss on the mouth. Now that Hu Xiaoli has run away with another man, it is even more impossible to make her fall in love with me. Liu Dong was a little depressed. Where could he find such a woman? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Don't you have money? Money makes the world go round, this is an eternal truth. Some women who adore money. You can make her fall in love with you as long as you spend money. Since I have money now, I might as well find a woman like this. Even if they are of average appearance, one can gain one strengthening point. 1 a day. 365 a year. That SA full 365 strengthening points. What a cool thing. Warning, this system does not allow the host to use the godly money to do things that violate the law and morality. If you do not, unbind the system. Liu Dong was startled and his whole body instantly collapsed. It seems that we can't take shortcuts. You can only rely on your strength and real ability to defeat a woman. At this time, a woman passed by. Isn't he this Qin Ruoxue, the campus beauty of the Faculty of Arts? You are so beautiful. Ding, a woman with 88 points is found. After a successful counterattack, you can get 5 strengthening points. Qin Ruoxue was walking while sending messages on her cell phone. Liu Dong and Qin Ruoxue had never met each other, and Qin Ruoxue didn't even know him. How can this be a counterattack? What a fairy tale. If you don't know him, then find a chance to get to know him. Liu Dong gritted his teeth and walked straight towards him. Qin Ruoxue looked down at the screen of her mobile phone and did not notice anyone coming towards her. Then the two people collided with each other. Snap! Qin Ruoxue's cell phone fell to the ground. Oh! Qin Ruoxue exclaimed. Ignoring the pain from being hit, she squatted down to pick up her phone. Liu Dong stumbled and stepped on his cell phone. He also crushed it hard with his heels a few times. Click, click, click. The sound of the phone screen cracking was clearly heard. Qin Ruoxue's face flushed, she was extremely angry and pushed Liu Dong away. What are you doing? Liu Dong retracted his right foot and picked up the phone. The screen was indeed shattered. However, the phone screen was still on, only the outer screen was broken, and it can still be used normally. This phone is of good quality, worthy of being a fruit phone. Liu Dong said innocently, I'm sorry, I just broke up with my boyfriend and I was in a trance. I didn't notice you and ended up bumping into you. Qin Ruoxue snatched the phone from Liu Dong's hand and felt heartbroken when she saw the shattered screen. She looked up at Liu Dong, her beautiful eyes wide open, and said angrily, I don't care if you break up. Not only did you hurt me, but you also broke my phone. Liu Dong said sincerely, I am so sorry for causing you such a huge loss. I should compensate you, and I want 10 times the compensation. Qin Ruoxue snorted and said, I bought this phone for more than 8,000 yuan. 10 times that is 80,000 yuan. Can you afford it? Liu Dong muttered in his heart, actually I want to compensate you 100 million directly, then I can get 1 skill point, but I can't do that, it's too shocking. Liu Dong nodded and said, 80,000 yuan is indeed a lot, but in order to calm your anger, I will sell my blood and kidney to compensate you. Seeing how distressed he was, Qin Ruoxue's expression softened. She waved her hands and said, forget it. You look pitiful. Come with me to the mobile phone store and buy me a new iPhone 14 Pro Max, 8G plus 1024G, in gold. At this moment, Liu Dong's cell phone rang. Hey, Adong, there's a social gathering tonight, are you coming? It was a call from my roommate Li Dali. I am attending, but I have something else to do here, so I can't go there until later. Please send me the address and I will meet up with you later. After hanging up the phone, Liu Dong said to Qin Ruoxue, I have something else to do tonight. I really don't have time to accompany you to the mobile phone store to buy a mobile phone slowly. I'd better compensate you directly. At Liu Dong's strong request, the two added each other as friends. Then Liu Dong transferred 80,000 yuan to Qin Ruoxue directly via WeChat. Looking at the transfer amount displayed on the broken screen, Qin Ruoxue opened her mouth wide. She looked up at Liu Dong in disbelief. Did you really transfer 80,000 yuan to me? Liu Dong chuckled and said, a real man should keep his word. 1 trillion yuan of super rich money, I'm afraid I can't spend it all in this lifetime. $80,000 is nothing. As long as I can make the girl in front of me fall in love with me, I will have made a profit. Qin Ruoxue's heart was immediately pounding. She blushed and said, how come you are so rich? Are you a second generation rich? Liu Dong muttered in his heart, the ghost is a rich second generation, and the 8th generation of farmers is almost the same. My parents worked in the fields every day and sweated profusely, but in the end, 80,000 yuan of their hard-earned money was defrauded away by Hu Xiaoli. If there is no super-rich system, there will be no way out. Yes, I am a second-generation rich man. My parents are hidden wealthy people with billions of dollars in wealth. Liu Dong looked at Qin Ruoxue sincerely, thinking to himself, I have such good conditions, do you want to curry favor with me and hold my thigh tightly? In the end, we were in perfect harmony, and I got 5 reinforcement points. Delicious. Qin Ruoxue rolled her eyes, and then said sympathetically, alas, although you are a rich second generation, money doesn't come easily. I can't ask you for so much money. I only want you to buy a new phone for 10,000 yuan, and I'll return the remaining 70,000 yuan to you. I think you are a responsible man, very outstanding. We have met each other. I hope we can become good friends in the future. After saying that, Qin Ruoxue was about to transfer the 70,000 yuan back to Liu Dong. Liu Dong quickly stopped her. Are you kidding? I have so much money that I can't spend it all, and you still want to pay me back. How can that be? You can't do that even if you kill me. Liu Dong said, we are already good friends. There is no need for so much courtesy between good friends. If you accept this money, it will be a favor to me. Qin Ruoxue looked at Liu Dong with watery eyes and her face flushed. She said with emotion, you are so kind. I will accept the money. Chapter 3 Eat the most expensive food. Liu Dong knew that the fish had started to take the bait, so he was not in a hurry. I'm going to a dinner party, we can talk later. Liu Dong turned around and was about to leave. Oh, I'm very hungry too. Can I eat with you? Qin Ruoxue started to act coquettishly. This fish eats the bait so quickly. Liu Dong said with some embarrassment, they are all my roommates, plus the students from another girl's dormitory. You are not familiar with them. Qin Ruoxue walked up and casually put her arm around Liu Dong. First time is second time is third time. I love making friends the most. Just take me with you. Liu Dong said reluctantly, okay, let's go together. He put his arm around Qin Ruoxue's waist. With money, I become bolder and thicker skinned, and I dare to do things that I didn't dare to do before. Well, this waist is so soft and feels really good. Ah, you smell so good, the fragrance is really intoxicating. Liu Dong took a deep breath and looked intoxicated. After being betrayed by Hu Xiaoli, he has come to terms with it. Ready to let go. By the way, I don't even know your name. Qin Ruoxue let Liu Dong hold her waist and walked forward while asking. My name is Liu Dong, and I'm from the School of Finance. My name is Qin Ruoxue, and I'm from the Faculty of Arts. The two chatted as they walked towards the Golden Phoenix Hotel. Tonight's social gathering will be held at the Golden Phoenix Hotel. After entering the hotel, they went straight upstairs and found private room 666. Liu Dong pushed the door and walked in with Qin Ruoxue. Dong, why are you so slow? Everyone is here and we are just waiting for you. The person who spoke was my roommate, Monkey. That's right, you've kept these four beauties waiting for so long, so I'll punish you by making you drink 3 cups. This is another roommate, named Ma Wenyu. All right, stop teasing him. He can't drink that much, and you're forcing him to drink. Li Dali is the leader of the dormitory and a good guy who tries to smooth things over. Hey! The 7 people in the private room were attracted by Qin Ruoxue, who was beside Liu Dong. Qin Ruoxue! Brother Monkey shouted excitedly. Wow, it's Qin Ruoxue, the beauty from the College of Arts. Why is she here? The 4 girls in the social gathering started to whisper. These 4 girls are of average looks. The best-looking one is called Sun Ling, who is the one Li Dali is pursuing. Under the brilliance of Qin Ruoxue, the 4 of them were suddenly overshadowed. So the 4 girls became a little unhappy. Monkey Brother dragged Liu Dong over and asked anxiously, why are you hooking up with Qin Ruoxue? Aren't you with Hu Xiaoli? Are you 2 timing? Good fellow, I didn't realize you are such a beast. Are you worthy of Hu Xiaoli? Liu Dong said calmly, Hu Xiaoli cheated on me, and I broke up with her. Gah! The roommates were all stunned. Qin Ruoxue's eyes rolled. She didn't expect that Liu Dong was really heartbroken. He was not talking nonsense. This is a good opportunity. She quickly walked up with a smile and introduced herself to Liu Dong's 3 roommates. Hello, I'm Qin Ruoxue, and I'm a good friend of Liu Dong. I heard that you were going to have a social gathering, so I shamelessly came to join you. I hope you don't mind. Li Dali smiled and said, I don't mind. It's really a great honor for me to have you here. After hearing what Li Dali said, Sun Ling, who was sitting there, snorted. Monkey patted Liu Dong's shoulder and said angrily, I despise cheating women the most. It's better not to have that kind of slut. Come on, sit down and have a drink. Liu Dong shook his head, said a few words casually, changed the subject, and then pulled Qin Ruoxue to sit down. The food has been served on the table and the wine has been opened. Just waiting for Liu Dong to come and start eating together. But looking at the food and wine on the table, Liu Dong was not satisfied. They were all ordinary dishes and the wine was not expensive. How can that be? I have $1 trillion. Isn't it a waste of money to eat such cheap food and drinks? So Liu Dong sighed and said, we finally have a chance to socialize today. Why are you ordering such ordinary food and drinks? It's really disrespectful to girls. The three roommates looked at each other. We are all ordinary students. It is normal to spend more than 1,000 yuan on a meal. Why did Liu Dong suddenly say this today? Could it be that he was upset because Hu Xiaoli cheated on him? Liu Dong waved his hand and said, take away all the wine and food and replace them with the most expensive ones. When the two dormitories get together, of course the boys treat. The four of them had agreed in advance to share the expenses equally. Each person only contributes a few $100s. Now Liu Dong suddenly goes crazy and wants to change to the most expensive food and wine. How much should each person pay? Ma Wenyu quickly said, Dong, stop making trouble. Just have a bite. This dish is not bad, right? Liu Dong shook his head and said, today, 5 beautiful ladies have honored us by dining with us. We must treat them well. I'll pay for all the expenses tonight. A girl with a round face and a few freckles clapped and said, it's so majestic and domineering. I like it. Liu Dong smiled, stood up and called the waitress. He pointed at the table and said, I don't want these dishes anymore. Please remove them and replace them with the most expensive dishes. Each dish should be at least 10,000 yuan, and each bottle of wine should be at least 100,000 yuan. There is no upper limit. Ma Wenyu rubbed his brows and sighed, Dong is crazy. Monkey was stunned, is lovelorn so painful? Li Dali stood up and held Liu Dong, saying to him, Dong, I know you are sad, but you can't waste money like this. Qin Ruoxue's eye sparkled. This man is indeed a rich second generation, he spends money like water without feeling sorry at all. Sun Ling was a little impatient and said, are you going to eat or not? If he wants to spend money, just let him spend it. Why are you wasting time? The waitress was a little stunned. The Golden Phoenix Hotel is just a small hotel, and its main attraction is affordable prices. That's why it can be opened next to the school and is very popular among students. Now a dish costs 10,000 yuan, and a bottle of wine costs 100,000 yuan. Do you think this is an 8-star hotel? Liu Dong also realized that he was too radical. I scared my roommates by spending money. He thought for a moment and said to the waitress, how about this, give me 10 of your most expensive dishes and 5 bottles of your most expensive wine. I want red wine, not white wine. He heard that some red wine is more expensive than white wine, so he ordered red wine. The waitress was a little confused, but still nodded and left the room. Soon, the waitress brought in 2 waiters and took away the food and drinks on the table. Liu Dong sat there with a smile on his face and said, don't worry, wait a while, it's still early anyway. If you want to eat, eat the most expensive one. Please give me some face today, okay? Li Dali, Ma Wenyu and Monkey nodded heavily and said in unison, you pay for it anyway. Chapter 4 Jealousy. The meal was finished in a very strange atmosphere. Then Liu Dong paid the bill. The front desk clerk calculated the total and it came to over 8,000 yuan. The 3 roommates were shocked and wondered how could they eat so much. Liu Dong was very dissatisfied. He had the best food and the best wine, but not even $10,000. When can I spend 100 million? When can I get skill points? After scanning the code and paying, Liu Dong was unwilling to give up and asked, do you have membership services here? Like applying for a membership card or something. The girl at the front desk shook her head, indicating that the small hotel didn't have such things. Liu Dong said, call your manager over. Soon, a woman in her 30s came over with a polite smile on her face. Hello, sir. I am the manager of the Golden Phoenix Hotel. My last name is Fang. What can I do for you? Liu Dong said, Manager Fang, hello. I would like to open an account with you and deposit some money into it. When we come to eat in the future, you can just transfer money directly from the account. Manager Fang smiled and said, that's fine. Liu Dong was very satisfied. He took out his mobile phone again, scanned the QR code, and paid 1 million. 1 million yuan has arrived in the Alipay account. The cash machine rang. The smile on Manager Fang's face froze. The students behind Liu Dong were stunned. Liu Dong sighed in his heart. Actually, he wanted to pay 10 million, but that would be too shocking. He decided to pay 1 million and be a little more low-key. Manager Fang recovered and asked the girl at the front desk to open the hotel's bank account on the computer. She thought there must be something wrong with the machine. A few minutes later, Manager Fang took his eyes away from the computer screen. A smile appeared on her face again, more respectful and attentive than before, and seemed more sincere. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for being our distinguished guest at Golden Phoenix Hotel. You are always welcome to dine at our restaurant. We will provide you with the most thoughtful, enthusiastic, and warm service. Liu Dong nodded and pointed at the 8 idiots behind him. These are all my classmates. When they come over for dinner, they can just transfer money from their accounts without notifying me. If the money is gone, they can call me immediately and I will transfer more money to their accounts. Manager Fang naturally had no objection and quickly asked the girl at the front desk to register the identity information of Li Dali and others. After leaving the hotel, Li Dali was still a little dazed. He stared at Liu Dong and asked in confusion, Dong, did you rob a bank? Others also looked at Liu Dong in confusion. Isn't he just an ordinary male classmate? I used to be quite low-key and pragmatic. Why are you so domineering tonight? Is there a ghost? Of course, Qin Ruoxue looked calm. In her mind, Liu Dong was a typical rich second generation. 80,000 yuan was transferred to her casually. Although depositing 1 million in a hotel is a bit generous, it is not a very unusual thing. However, she was even closer to Liu Dong, almost sticking to him. This is a big shot, you have to keep a close eye on him and don't let him go. Liu Dong waved his hand and said, I don't do anything illegal. My money comes from legitimate sources. You can rest assured. At this time, Sun Ling came over with a smile on her face. Student Liu Dong, I know you just broke up and you're not in a good mood. How about I go to a movie with you to help you get rid of your depression? Liu Dong looked at this slightly pretty woman in surprise. She is the object of Li Dali's pursuit, and this dormitory party and dining activity is also to bring Li Dali and her together. What's going on? Is this woman attracted to me? Just because I transferred 1 million to the hotel account? I thought of Hu Xiaoli, the ruthless woman who turned against him just to marry into a rich family. Looking at Sun Ling in front of him, her eyes were only shining with desire for money. Liu Dong felt a wave of disgust in his heart. He said coldly, you are Dali's girlfriend. It's okay for everyone to get together, but it's not a good idea for you to watch a movie with me alone, right? Sun Ling curled her lips and said, who said I was Li Dali's girlfriend? I didn't agree to it. Actually, I like gentle boys. You're the best. How about we try dating? Qin Ruoxue couldn't help it. How could she let another woman snatch the rich second-generation man she had her eyes on? What's more, this woman is of average appearance, no way she can compare to me. So she quickly took Liu Dong's arm and said, Dong already has a girlfriend, and that's me. Please stay away from him, okay? Although Qin Ruoxue is pretty and Liu Dong's type. But this woman was obviously greedy and vain, and only cared about her own money. They are not good birds. So he gently broke away from Qin Ruoxue, smiled faintly, and said, Ruoxue, stop joking, this is just the first day we met. Qin Ruoxue said coquettishly, oh, I fell in love with you at first sight. Sun Ling was not convinced and said, then I also fell in love with you at first sight. I want to pursue you to be my boyfriend. Li Dali's face turned pale. He had tried his best to pursue Sun Ling, and he thought that Sun Ling would slowly accept him. He never expected that Sun Ling would flirt with Liu Dong in front of him. This hurt him more than killing him. He said angrily, I'm a little drunk and want to go back to rest. You guys continue to play. Then he turned and walked towards the school. Monkey Brother and Ma Wenyu looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect the scene to be so ugly. They were no longer interested, so they said hello to a few girls and followed Li Dali. Qin Ruoxue continued to pester Liu Dong, holding his hand and saying, Dong, let's go have coffee. I'll treat you. Sun Ling shouted, what's so good about coffee? I'll treat you to a movie. Liu Dong was already impatient. He said coldly, I'm tired. I'm leaving first. Then he strode away, leaving the 5 girls there. Qin Ruoxue glared at Sun Ling, blaming her for ruining her good thing. Don't you even look at what you look like? You're trying to steal my man. Sun Ling also snorted and muttered, she's just a green tea girl. It's disgusting just to look at her. The 2 women were about to fight in the street. Sun Ling's 3 roommates quickly stopped them and took Sun Ling away. Qin Ruoxue stamped her feet, shook her bangs, and said angrily, Liu Dong is mine, no one can take him away. Then she also went back to her rental house. She rented a small house outside the school for more than 1,000 yuan a month and lived comfortably in it. The party ended in a bad way. Liu Dong caught up with his 3 roommates. Li Dali glanced at him and said, why don't you go to the movies with Sun Ling? Liu Dong laughed and said, Sun Ling and Hu Xiaoli are the same kind of people, all rubbish. Let's not let these rubbish affect the relationship between us brothers. Monkey Brother and Ma Wenyu cheered and said, well said, women are nothing, brotherhood is the real thing. Li Dali grinned, put his arm around Liu Dong's shoulders, and said, let's go back. The 4 of them walked towards the dormitory building laughing, leaving behind their elegant figures. Chapter 5, Crazy Gift Brush. After returning to the dormitory, the 3 roommates fell asleep quickly because they had all drunk alcohol. Liu Dong lay on the bed with his eyes open, unable to fall asleep. He was very upset and melancholy. Why is it so difficult to spend money? I only spent more than 1 million yuan in this day. I am really not satisfied. No, I must increase my efforts and spend more money tomorrow. Liu Dong thought of his parents. I worked hard to earn some hard-earned money. In order to support himself in dating a girlfriend, he collected 80,000 yuan for himself. As a result, all 80,000 yuan was defrauded by Hu Xiaoli. Just thinking about it makes me feel disrespectful. All my parents' hard-earned money went down the drain because of a bitch like Hu Xiaoli. I will buy a villa tomorrow and then bring my parents over to live happily. Buy a good villa, one worth tens of millions, or even better if it costs hundreds of millions. Liu Dong laughed, a little excited. Liu Dong thought, how about opening a stock account and buying a few billion worth of stocks? Wouldn't that be a few hundred skill points? That's investment and financial management, not spending money. Are you a fool? The system appeared at the right time and shattered his beautiful dream. Liu Dong smacked his lips and sighed regretfully. It seems that the loopholes in the system are not easy to exploit. Liu Dong opened his mobile phone out of boredom and scrolled through it casually, when suddenly he saw a live broadcast platform. Liu Dong cursed himself secretly. I'm so stupid. Giving gifts to the anchor, isn't that just spending money like water? Liu Dong became excited. He used to just casually look around in the live broadcast room and never sent any gifts worth a penny. Seeing those big guys spending a lot of money and giving out gifts, he always sneered. Call him a fool. Now he was going to be a silly bird. He randomly entered a beauty live broadcast room. The host is Yunxie. She is very sweet and has a great figure. There are more than 10,000 people online in the live broadcast room, and it is very lively. Gifts of all kinds kept flashing across the screen, making the scene very lively. Buy a king first. Liu Dong directly topped up 100 million yuan. Then I bought an exclusive king in Yunxie's live broadcast room. A total of 120,000. Yunxie was extremely surprised, and a smile bloomed on her face like a flower. Wow, thank you Donga for opening the king. Donga, you are awesome. She is just a new anchor, and no one has ever opened a king for her. She was dancing around, she was so excited. Liu Dong looked at the gifts. The most expensive one was Universe Number 1, which cost 10,000 yuan each. He frowned. It only cost 10,000 yuan to buy a Universe Number 1? It only costs 100 million to brush 10,000 Universe 1s. But if you brush 10,000 Universe 1s, your fingers will be broken, right? Liu Dong sighed sadly. 100 million is simply not enough to spend. But never mind, just brush as much as you can. Liu Dong cheered up and started brushing. A Universe #1 soared into the sky in the live broadcast room, bursting into magnificent special effects. Yunxie's face showed excitement. She jumped up excitedly and made a heart shape with her hands. Thanks to my brother Dong. Thank you to my brother Dong for Universe #1. Wow, I am so happy. Yunxie's voice is very sweet, coquettish, and soft, making people feel numb all over when listening to it. But Liu Dong didn't have time to be numb. He just sneered and said to himself, "You are happy too early, there will be happier things later." With a point of his finger, the second Universe #1 soared into the sky. Wow, thank you Dong Ge, I love you so much. The third Universe #1 soared into the sky. The fourth one. The fifth one. The sixth one. The 100th. Liu Dong's fingers were cramping. He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The live broadcast room exploded. A large number of tourists flocked into the live broadcast room. Yunxie's face was already flushed, and she looked extremely excited. 100 Universe ones, that's 1 million. The anchor and the platform will split it in half. Yunxie can also get 500,000. Yunxie never thought that one day a big brother would buy so many gifts for her. Although I have had this dream before. But I didn't expect that the dream would come true. Yunxie was extremely excited. There were waves of comments in the live broadcast room. Everybody cheered. Dong Ge is mighty. Dong Ge is domineering. Does Dong need a girlfriend? No gender restrictions. After taking a sip of water and rubbing his fingers, Liu Dong continued to brush Universe #1. He decided to try his best and brush another 900 to make a total of 1,000. When you finish brushing, you can go to bed. Men need to be a little harder on themselves. An hour later, Liu Dong had finished playing 1,000 Universe ones. He was also pale and sweating profusely. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to collapse. My fingers are going to be broken. The live broadcast room fell into madness. 1,000 Universe ones, that's 10 million. Where did this rich man come from? Why is he so generous? It's simply inhumane. Yunxie was trembling all over and was extremely excited. She had already sent a private message to Liu Dong. Brother Dong, can you add me as a friend? Liu Dong looked at the system prompt and saw that Yunxie scored 91 points. That's 10 reinforcement points. Add her as a friend, of course. In case you defeat her, you can get 10 strengthening points. Don't miss it. So Liu Dong accepted Yunxie's friend request. But Liu Dong was also very tired and could not hold on any longer. So he turned off his phone, threw it aside, and then fell into a deep sleep. Yunxie was also extremely excited. He made 5 million in just one night. Even if he did live streaming for 10 years, he might not be able to make that much. She no longer had the heart to continue the live broadcast. She chatted a few words with the netizens in the room, then closed the room and went off the air. She realized that she had met a rich man. This is an opportunity. You must hold this thigh tightly. We can't let him get away. So she held her phone and sent a message to Liu Dong, Brother Dong, where are you? Is there a chance for us to meet? But after waiting for a long time, Liu Dong didn't reply to the message. Yunxie was a little discouraged. Rich people are just so arrogant, they don't even reply to messages. She thought for a moment and sent another message, Brother Dong, are you busy? Then you go ahead and we can talk when you are free. I'll be waiting for you anytime. She has to play a gentle and caring role and cannot bore the rich man. Yunxie threw her phone away and looked around. This is a rental house. She grinned and said to herself, I'm going to buy a house tomorrow and never live in a rental house again. I made 5 million in one night. If I don't buy a house, when will I buy one? If I can hold on to Brother Dong, maybe I can get more from him in the future. By then, it will not just be an ordinary commercial house, I'm afraid you can even buy a villa. No, it should be marrying Dong Ge and becoming a wealthy lady. By then, let alone villas, even manors will be fine. He ate delicious food and drank spicy drinks, and had more than a dozen servants around him. Buy whatever bag you want. Travel wherever you want. Come by plane, go by plane, stay in the best and most luxurious hotels. Enjoy 8-star service. Fantasizing about these things, Yunxie smiled happily. At this time, Yun Xie's door was pushed open and Qin Ruoxue walked in. Yang Xiaofang, I met a rich second generation today, can you give me some advice? Yun Xie's real name is Yang Xiaofang. Qin Ruoxue is her best friend, and the two of them rent a house together. Chapter 6 Buy a Villa. The next morning, Liu Dong left school. There is a Lijing community nearby, and I heard that there are villas for sale there. As I walked into the sales office, a sales lady came over. How much is your most expensive villa? Ding Xiaofeng looked at the student in front of her and felt that he was joking. Do you have money? Why are you asking about the villa? Liu Dong knew that he was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked like a rich man, so the sales lady in front of him looked down on him. But he didn't care. He walked around the sales lady and went to another sales lady. How much is your most expensive villa? This sales lady is new, her name is Tang Yangyang. She has been here for over a month and has not sold a single house. She has been feeling very depressed recently. Now someone asked herself, she perked up and a smile spread across her face. Let me take a look for you. Tang Yangyang hurried over to check, then turned back. Hello, sir. The most expensive villa here is priced at 65 million. Liu Dong nodded and said, it's not expensive. Take me to have a look. When Tang Yangyang heard him say that the villa was not expensive, she immediately became excited and hurried to get the key. Ding Xiaofeng came over and said coldly, don't make trouble here, leave quickly, or I will call security. Liu Dong had a calm smile on his face. He said, how do you know I'm making trouble? I'm a second-generation rich man with a lot of money. Buying a villa is a piece of cake. Ding Xiaofeng sneered, pointed at Liu Dong and said, you are a second-generation rich man, and I am the richest man in the world. Who doesn't know how to brag? At this time, Tang Yangyang came over with the key in her hand. Mr. Liu, let's go look at the house? Okay, you lead the way, let's go take a look together, if there is no problem, I will buy it. Tang Yangyang was very happy and led Liu Dong into the community. Ding Xiaofeng behind him said in a leisurely voice, a liar and a fool, it's really amazing. The most expensive villa covers a large area and has independent space and walls. There is a swimming pool in front and a small garden in the back. There are several floors up and down, and the decoration is very luxurious. The furniture and electrical appliances are all of the highest quality. Liu Dong took a casual look around and was very satisfied. He nodded and said, okay, this is the villa. I'll buy it. Tang Yangyang said excitedly, really? Mr. Liu, do you really want to buy this villa? Have you thought it through? Liu Dong nodded and said nonchalantly, it's not a lot of money, what do you need to consider? Let's go back and sign the contract and pay. Tang Yangyang was overjoyed. The villa is priced at 65 million yuan. If she sells it, she can get a commission of hundreds of thousands. Her body was trembling slightly with excitement. Back at the sales center, Tang Yangyang hurried to get the contract. Ding Xiaofeng looked at Liu Dong suspiciously and said to herself, you make it seem real. I want to see how you pay. If you are here to cheat, I will ask the security guard to throw you out. The contract was brought, and a man in his 30s who was the manager here also came. Manager Dao was also stunned when he saw Liu Dong's appearance. Isn't this just a student? How can he buy a villa worth 65 million? Are you kidding me? Manager Dao scolded Tang Yangyang, how can you be so stupid? This person is obviously here to cause trouble, and you believe it. Tang Yangyang was stunned and said timidly, Manager Dao, I think he is very sincere. Is he here to cause trouble? Manager Dao snorted and said, what do you know? You don't even know how to read people's expressions. This guy is obviously a student. The clothes he's wearing don't even cost 500 yuan. Do you think he can come up with tens of millions? Tang Yangyang also hesitated. She said, he just said that he is a rich second generation. Maybe he is a low-key rich second generation? He doesn't like to show off. Manager Dao laughed angrily, ha ha ha, he is a rich second generation? Then I am still the richest man in the world. Manager Dao no longer paid attention to Tang Yangyang and shouted loudly, security, security, come quickly and drive the troublemakers out. At this time, Liu Dong had already walked over, took the contract from Tang Yanyan's hand, and then quickly signed his name with a pen. Then he took out his mobile phone and scanned the payment QR code at the front desk. 65 million yuan has been received in Alipay. The cash register machine made an emotionless sound. The entire sales center suddenly fell into silence. There was a loud bang. It turned out that Ding Xiafeng fell to the ground. There was a bang. Manager Dao also fell to the ground. They were all terrified. The whole body feels weak. I never expected that this student-looking guy in front of me actually paid 65 million. Tang Yangyang was overjoyed and excited. She was originally feeling very aggrieved, but now she feels proud and all the depression in her heart is gone. 2 security guards rushed in. Who is it? Who is it? Who is making trouble here? You blind fellow, you dare to make trouble here, are you tired of living? Manager Dao quickly got up from the ground, waved to the 2 security guards, and said, "This is all a misunderstanding, hurry up and leave." The 2 security guards looked at each other, then left the sales center in confusion. Manager Dao approached Liu Dong with a big smile on his face and said respectfully, "Master Liu, I can tell at first glance that you are a talented person, a rare talent, and you are really generous. You are really a role model for our generation. Please take care of me in the future." Ding Xiafeng also came over and said flatteringly, "Master Liu, let's add each other as friends. Let's have a meal together when we are free." Liu Dong was too lazy to pay attention to them, so he just ignored them, walked around and came in front of Tang Yangyang. Then he held out his hand and said, "Give me the key." Tang Yangyang woke up as if from a dream and quickly handed the key of the villa to Liu Dong. Liu Dong smiled and said, "Thank you. Please help me with the subsequent formalities." Tang Yangyang nodded quickly and said, Okay, I definitely will." Liu Dong turned around gracefully and left the sales center, leaving behind a crowd of people with different expressions. This feeling is quite refreshing. No wonder many people like to pretend. The feeling of pretending is so refreshing. Liu Dong went straight to the villa he bought and took a look around it. He felt very satisfied. Then he took out his cell phone and started calling his dad. "Dad, I'll send you an address, and you can bring my mom over." "Son, what's the matter? Your mother and I are just about to go to the fields to work." "Dad, you don't have to work anymore. Sell the house and land in the countryside. I will support you in the future. You will have delicious food and drink and enjoy endless wealth and glory." "Son, what's wrong with you? Is it because Xiaoli's mother's condition has worsened that you are in a bad mood and talking nonsense here? If the money is not enough, we can borrow more and we must help her get well." Liu Dong felt a pang in his heart, thinking that his parents were so kind and great. In comparison, Hu Xiaoli is simply too hateful. Chapter 7: Enemies on a Narrow Road. After Liu Dong's repeated requests, his father finally agreed to his request. So Liu Dong sent the address of the villa. Then I looked at the information panel. Sure enough, after spending 100 million, I got a few more skill points. However, Li Dong couldn't decide what skill to learn, so he put it aside for now. Because my parents are in the countryside, they will take the bus here and will arrive in the afternoon. So Liu Dong left the villa directly. He wants to buy a car. I heard that some cars are quite expensive, costing tens of millions each. But after looking around, he found that the most expensive car was only a few million. Those cars worth tens of millions are limited editions worldwide and are simply not available in ordinary stores. He had no choice but to buy a car worth more than 3 million yuan. Then he drove to pick up Qin Ruoxue. The two people have sent messages to each other and made plans to go shopping together. Qin Ruoxue's eyes lit up when she saw the car Liu Dong was driving. This is a luxury car, he is indeed a rich second generation. Qin Ruoxue got into the car excitedly and asked with a smile, "Dong, your car must be worth several million, right?" Liu Dong nodded and said, "Only 3 million. Qin Ruoxue praised, saying that rich people are extravagant. Liu Dong said, "Do you like it? If you like it, I will buy you a car next time." Qin Ruoxue was surprised and said excitedly, "Really?" Liu Dong smiled faintly and said, "How can I deceive you?" Qin Ruoxue hugged Liu Dong and gave him a gentle kiss on the face. "Dong, you are so nice." Liu Dong's heart was filled with joy. It felt so good. He felt that he had to add more fuel to the fire to completely take down Qin Ruoxue. So he drove Qin Ruoxue to the luxury brand clothing store. As soon as he walked into the store, he was stunned. There were two people in the store. One is Hu Xiaoli and the other is Sun Xiao. Young Master Sun's name is Sun Yiming. He is the young master of a medium-sized family business and has a monthly pocket money of over 100,000 yuan. Hu Xiaoli kept asking to buy beautiful clothes, so he had no choice but to accompany her. But the clothes here are so expensive, the cheapest one costs tens of thousands of dollars. Sun Yiming felt a little distressed, so he found an excuse. This dress doesn't look good, that dress doesn't fit. He just didn't want to pay anyway. At this time, Liu Dong and Qin Ruoxue walked in, and the four people had different expressions. Qin Ruoxue rushed directly to those beautiful clothes, with a look of excitement on her face. Hu Xiaoli, however, had a look of disgust on her face and she scolded Liu Dong. "How dare you be so shameless as to follow me?" Sun Yiming pointed at Liu Dong and said with a sneer, "Give up, poor boy. A beautiful girl like Xiaoli is not something you can have." Liu Dong shook his head and said, "It's just a coincidence. I'm not following you." Hu Xiaoli snorted coldly and said, "No one would believe it. I warn you, don't harass me anymore. We have no relationship anymore. You gave me the 80,000 yuan willingly, so don't even think about taking it back." Liu Dong didn't want to argue with her, but when he heard her say that, he became furious. He pointed at Hu Xiaoli and angrily said, "Bitch, you will get your comeuppance sooner or later." Qin Ruoxue turned her gaze away from those beautiful clothes. She hugged Liu Dong's arm and asked in confusion, "Dong, who is this woman? Why are you scolding her?" Liu Dong calmed down his anger a little and said, "A despicable green tea who cheated me of my money and cheated on other men." Qin Ruoxue understood immediately and pointed at Hu Xiaoli and cursed, "You are so shameless, you bitch." Hu Xiaoli was scolded repeatedly and became furious. She rushed over and wanted to hit Qin Ruoxue. Qin Ruoxue is much prettier than Hu Xiaoli, after all, she is the school belle. So Hu Xiaoli also felt jealous. So she was extremely angry and wanted to slap Qin Ruoxue. Liu Dong stepped forward and pushed Hu Xiaoli away. Sun Yiming's eyes lit up as he noticed Qin Ruoxue's beauty. He walked up to her, pretending to be a gentleman, and extended his hand, saying, "This beautiful lady, can I meet you? My family owns a company with tens of millions of assets." Hu Xiaoli was pushed away by Liu Dong and almost fell down. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She turned around and was about to bite Liu Dong, but she was stunned when she saw Sun Yiming chatting up Qin Ruoxue. She hurried over, hugged Sun Yiming, and said, "Young Master Sun, I am your girlfriend, why are you flirting with other women?" Sun Yiming said impatiently, "Who says that if you have a girlfriend, you can't have other social activities? Knowing one more friend means one more way out." Qin Ruoxue said coldly, "I'm sorry, I don't want to get to know a small character like you." Hearing Qin Ruoxue say this, Sun Yiming's face suddenly darkened. He is a rich second generation, and women have always been the ones trying to please him. How could any woman refute him so disrespectfully? He felt embarrassed. He sneered and said, "The boy next to you is a poor guy. You have no future if you follow him. I advise you to open your eyes and leave him." Qin Ruoxue chuckled and thought to herself that Liu Dong was the real rich second generation. It was ridiculous that you didn't recognize him and were still talking nonsense here. Sun Yiming was unhappy when he saw Qin Ruoxue's disapproving look. So he took a piece of clothing and said proudly, "Xiao Li, this piece of clothing is 28,000 yuan. I'll buy it for you." Hu Xiaoli was extremely surprised. She had originally liked a piece of clothing that cost more than 10,000 yuan, but after much persuasion, Sun Yiming was hesitant and did not agree. "I didn't expect that I would have to buy myself more expensive clothes now." She quickly said, Yes, I like this dress, thank you dear." She kissed Sun Yiming on the face very affectionately. Liu Dong watched coldly from the side and felt extremely disgusted. How could I have liked such a rotten woman in the past? Fortunately, I have now recognized her true face and will never be fooled by her again. He wanted to humiliate Hu Xiaoli, so he asked the clerk beside him, "How much do all the clothes in your store cost?" The clerk was watching the fun from the side, but was stunned when he heard Liu Dong say this. Then she said, "I haven't calculated it specifically, why are you asking this, sir?" Liu Dong said calmly, "I have my reasons for asking, please help me calculate it." The clerk was somewhat reluctant, but in line with the principle that customers are God, she reluctantly said, "Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I will check and calculate it on the computer." Sun Yiming and Hu Xiaoli were overjoyed. Sun Yiming pointed at Liu Dong and said, "Poor bastard, you have never seen the world, have you? You actually made such a stupid request, wasting the clerk's time and asking him to calculate the prices of all the clothes for you. Hu Xiaoli also sneered and said, "That's right. The clothes here cost millions of dollars. You are penniless now, but why are you pretending to be here? I advise you to get out of this store as soon as possible. Don't embarrass yourself." Chapter 8: The Pleasure of a Slap in the Face. Finally, the clerk calculated it. Liu Dong asked, "How much do all the clothes in the store cost?" The clerk had no choice but to answer, "Sir, all the clothes in the store cost 2,260,000. Liu Dong nodded with satisfaction. "Pack all the clothes for me. I bought them all." The clerk opened his mouth wide, thinking he had heard wrongly. Sun Yiming burst into laughter and was extremely happy. Hu Xiaoli also sneered and said, "Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? You are a poor fellow, and you want to buy all the clothes in the venue. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are?" Qin Ruoxue was very excited. She pulled Liu Dong and asked with shining eyes, "Will you buy all these clothes for me?" Liu Dong said naturally and generously, "Of course, they are just a few pieces of clothes. Take them and change them." The clerk was still there in a daze. Liu Dong didn't waste any time and took out his cell phone directly. "Then I scanned the QR code. 2,260,000 yuan has arrived in your Alipay account." The emotionless and motionless voice of the cash register machine spread throughout the entire clothing store. Gah! The smile on Sun Yiming's face froze, like a duck with its throat strangled. Hu Xiaoli stared at Liu Dong with eyes wide open, muttering, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Qin Ruoxue was overjoyed and kissed Liu Dong on the face several times, which made Liu Dong very happy. The clerk said in a panic, "I'll pack it for you right away." Hu Xiaoli jumped up and screamed, "Impossible, someone must have done something wrong. Don't pack it for him. Check the account immediately. The money must not have been transferred in." Sun Yiming also came to his senses and said indignantly, "Yes, he is just a poor guy, a country bumpkin. How could he come up with more than 2 million? There must be something fishy, you have to investigate it carefully." The clerk hesitated again. Then her cell phone rang. She quickly answered the phone because it was her boss calling. "Hey, Xiaya, how come 2.26 million was transferred into my account? What's going on?" "Ah, boss, it's like this. A gentleman wants to buy all the clothes in the store, and the 2.26 million is what he transferred in by scanning the code." "What? There is such a thing. I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, the clerk Xiaoya looked at Sun Yiming and Hu Xiaoli and said, "Our boss called and said that he did receive 2.26 million. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck my forehead." Sun Yiming and Hu Xiaoli suddenly became demented. How is that possible? Liu Dong is just a poor guy. He even relied on his parents to collect 80,000 yuan. How come there is so much money all of a sudden? Is this world crazy? Liu Dong smiled faintly and said, "I used to keep a low profile and pretend to be a poor student because I wanted to find true love. Although I am a super rich second generation with billions of assets in my family, I don't want women to fall in love with me because of this. I originally thought that we were truly in love, but I didn't expect that you were a vain and cheap woman who cheated me of my feelings and my money." Qin Ruoxue heard Liu Dong say this and immediately spat on the ground, helping to curse, "What a slut, how could she be so mean, to actually dare to deceive our Dong's feelings like this?" Hu Xiaoli stared at Liu Dong in disbelief and screamed, "Your real identity is a super rich second generation? Are you pretending to be an ordinary country boy to keep a low profile?" She held her head in her hands, a look of pain on her face. "Oh, I am so stupid. How could I do such a thing? How could I let a super rich second generation run away?" Qin Ruoxue said sarcastically, "You are so blind." Hu Xiaoli rushed up frantically, pushed Qin Ruoxue away, and then hugged Liu Dong. "Dong, let's make peace. I was just kidding you. I really love you. I don't want to break up with you." Seeing her shameless appearance, Liu Dong became furious. "It turns out that the woman I like so much has such a face. I was really blind at the time." He was furious and broke away from Hu Xiaoli's embrace. Then he kicked her to the ground and shouted angrily, "Bitch, get out of here." Hu Xiaoli rolled on the ground and refused to get up, crying loudly. She regretted it so much, but it was too late. It is so heartbreaking that such a super-rich second generation was pushed away by myself. Sun Yiming's face also turned grey and blue. He just laughed at Liu Dong. But now I was slapped in the face. Moreover, his woman actually begged Liu Dong to get back together with her. This dealt a severe blow to his self-esteem. I can't stand it at all. He stamped his feet, snorted, and left the clothing store directly. When Hu Xiaoli saw Sun Yiming running away, she suddenly came to her senses. There is no hope of saving the super-rich second generation, but the small rich second generation can't be let go, and we still have to hold onto their thighs tightly. So she wiped the tears and snot from her face. He quickly climbed up. The man with disheveled hair chased after him. "Young Master Sun, please wait for me. I promised to take me out for dinner tonight." After the farce ended, Liu Dong felt extremely happy. The pleasure of revenge is so great. The clerk Xiaoya came over and said respectfully, "Sir, our boss will be here soon." Liu Dong didn't care, nodded, and said, "Pack your clothes first. We'll give you an address later and you can have someone send all the clothes over." Then he asked Qin Ruoshui to tell Xiaoya her home address. Soon, a gorgeous woman in her early 30s walked into the store. Xiaoya called out "Boss." The woman nodded, and then turned her gaze to Liu Dong. She smiled brightly, stretched out her right hand with red nail polish, and said, "Hello, sir. I'm the owner of this clothing store. Can I meet you?" Liu Dong shook her hand gently and felt the touch was delicate and smooth, which was quite nice. The female boss said, "My name is Tang Yuyu. What is your name, sir?" Liu Dong said, "My name is Liu Dong. What can I do for Boss Tang?" Tang Yuyu said with a smile on her face, "Xiaoya told me that Mr. Liu wants to buy all the clothes in my store. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Didn't you receive the money?" Yes, I received the money. I was just surprised by Mr. Liu's generosity, so I rushed over and wanted to get to know him and make friends with him." Liu Dong nodded, took out his phone, and said, "Okay, let's add a friend." The system reminded him that Tang Yuyu scored 82 points and was quite pretty. If you can take her down, that'll be a 5-point enhancement. Don't let it go easily. Chapter 9, Doing Good Things. After adding the friend, Tang Yuyu said happily, "You've taken care of such a big business for my store today. I'll treat you to a meal tonight to express my gratitude." Liu Dong nodded and said, "No problem, just book a private room tonight and send me a message." After chatting for a while, Liu Dong said goodbye. Qin Ruoshui has already told the shop assistant Xiaoya her home address. When the time comes, Xiaoya can just ask someone to deliver the clothes to Qin Ruoshui's rental house, and she doesn't have to wait here. After leaving the clothing store, Liu Dong pointed to a bag store not far away and said, "There's LV there, go buy some." Qin Ruoshui was overjoyed. She had just bought clothes and now wanted to buy bags, and a batch at that. Isn't this too cool? Liu Dong no longer regards money as money. As long as he can spend money, he is happy. Why not spend 100 million to earn 1 skill point? I entered the LV bag store, where there were dozens of bags. Liu Dong stopped talking and said to the clerk, "Calculate how much all the bags cost in total. I want them all." The shop assistant was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. Liu Dong became impatient and took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. "Then I paid 5 million. 5 million yuan has been received through Alipay." The cash machine announced coldly and emotionlessly. But the shop assistant's eyes widened and she was shocked. Where did this rich man come from? He buys bags like this. In fact, the store clerk also roughly estimated it in her mind. There are only about 100 bags in the store, some of which are more expensive, costing tens of thousands of yuan. There are cheaper ones too, costing around 1 or 2,000 yuan. The total amount is just over 2 million. But this customer actually paid 5 million, which was double the price. The shop assistant was stunned for a long time before she finally came to her senses. She stammered, "Sir, are you sure you want to spend 5 million to buy all the bags in our store?" Liu Dong said to Qin Ruoshui, "Give her your home address and ask her to pack the bags and send them to your house." Qin Ruoshui was so happy that she quickly contacted the shop assistant and told her the address of the rental house. Soon, the deal was done, and Liu Dong left the LV store with Qin Ruoshui calmly. After leaving the mall, I heard crying and shouting in the distance. Liu Dong walked over and found that it was an old sanitation worker who was crying. It turned out that his sanitation vehicle hit a Porsche. A young man with white hair grabbed the old sanitation worker and demanded him to pay 1 million yuan in compensation. This is my latest Porsche. I spent several million to buy it. You hit it and it's seriously damaged. You have to give me at least 1 million. Please, let me go. I was careless. I don't have $1 million. I really can't afford to pay for it. The old sanitation worker cried in despair. Old man, you asked me to let you go. How can that be possible? If I let you go, who will compensate me for my losses? The people around were talking about it. They all feel sorry for the old man. But the fault was his and there was nothing we could do. I can only sigh for him. A little girl said, your car is insured, why bother an old man? The young man's eyes widened, and he pointed at the girl and said, that's my insurance, what does it have to do with you? He hit my car, so he has to compensate me for my losses. Seeing how vicious he was, the little girl didn't dare to say anything and took a few steps back. The young man was very proud. He grabbed the old man and said viciously, pay the money quickly. If you don't pay, I will sell your wife, son, and daughter. Liu Dong couldn't bear to watch it anymore and squeezed over. He said coldly, how much is your car? The young man glared at Liu Dong and sneered, why, you want to be the first to do something? Are you going to pay for this old man? Liu Dong still asked, how much is your car? The young man was delighted, pointing at Liu Dong and saying loudly, listen carefully, I spent 2.6 million to buy this car, and now it's been hit like this, I have to pay at least 1 million. In fact, the car only had some paint scratched, and it would only cost a few $1,000s to repair it. Liu Dong said calmly, how long have you been driving this car? The young man said arrogantly, it's been 3 months. What's going on? What do you have to say? Liu Dong nodded and said, it's been 3 months. It can be considered a second-hand car. It's definitely not worth 2.6 million. But I'm a generous person. I'll just treat your car as a new one. If you give it to me, I'll give you 2.6 million yuan, and the matter will be settled. The onlookers were suddenly in an uproar. Oh, this guy is a rich man, he is so generous. Yeah, he must be a rich second generation. He gave 2.6 million without blinking an eye. Wow, he's so handsome, I want to be his girlfriend. Forget it, you weigh 160 pounds, don't crush the rich second generation to death. When the young man heard that Liu Dong wanted to buy his Porsche for 2.6 million, he looked at him suspiciously. Boy, are you real or fake? Don't brag. I've seen a lot of people like you. They pretend to be rich but end up running away in disgrace. Liu Dong took out his mobile phone and said, come on, add an Alipay friend. Seeing Liu Dong's serious look, the young man hesitated, but he still took out his cell phone. The two people added each other as Alipay friends on the spot. Then Liu Dong operated some random operations on his mobile phone. Then the young man's phone rang, your Alipay account has received 2.6 million yuan. The whole audience was shocked and everyone opened their mouths wide. I didn't expect it to be true. This handsome guy actually spent 2.6 million to buy this crashed Porsche. So cool. There was an uproar all around, with constant sounds of admiration. Liu Dong looked at the young man coldly and said, as a person, you should be kind and not be unkind because of your wealth, otherwise you will suffer retribution sooner or later. The young man was intimidated by his aura and a sullen look appeared on his face. He snorted and said, don't lecture me. We'll meet again someday. We'll see what happens next. Then he squeezed out of the crowd and walked away dejectedly. The sanitation worker knelt down in front of Liu Dong and cried, boss, I really didn't hit the car on purpose. I can't pay you that much money. When the old man saw that the car had changed hands, he thought Liu Dong would continue to ask him for compensation. Liu Dong quickly helped him up and said, don't do this. I won't ask you to pay a penny. Just go. It's okay. The old man's eyes widened and he said with tears in his eyes, really? Liu Dong smiled and said, of course it's true. I wouldn't lie to you. Seeing Liu Dong's sincerity, the old man felt relieved and started crying again. Young man, you are such a good man. I am so grateful to you. The onlookers applauded and cheered for Liu Dong. Chapter 10 Have a good meal. Liu Dong asked Qin Ruoxue, can you drive? Qin Ruoxue didn't know why he asked that, but she nodded anyway. I have a driver's license, but I'm not a good driver. Liu Dong waved his hand and said, that's okay. I have no use for this Porsche, so I'm giving it to you. You can use it to repaint it. Qin Ruoxue was extremely surprised. Liu Dong actually gave her a car worth 2.6 million yuan. Really? Are you really giving me this car? It's not a lot of money, so of course it's real, just play it for fun. Qin Ruoxue was so happy that she hugged Liu Dong and kissed him several times. The onlookers cheered. Oh, this handsome guy has a girlfriend, what a pity. What are you afraid of? As long as you're not married, you'll have a chance. Go grab it. Suddenly, several little girls came up and wanted to add Liu Dong as their friend. Liu Dong smiled and did not refuse, adding them all as friends. The farce ended just like that. Then Liu Dong asked Qin Ruoxue to repair the car, while he drove to a high-end restaurant. It turned out that Yunxie said she wanted to treat him to a meal, and it seemed that he had given her so many gifts as a reward. This is a high-end restaurant, and the average per capita consumption is 2,000 yuan. Of course, if you want top-quality ingredients, we have them here too. This is an 8-star hotel, very classy. Yunxie had already arrived. Liu Dong got out of the car, walked to the door, and saw her at a glance. Liu Dong greeted her, hello, Yunxie. Yang Xiaofang looked at the ordinary dressed man in front of her. I couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Are you Dong Ji? Yes, I am Liu Dong. Yang Xiaofang couldn't help but murmur, you dress so low-key. Liu Dong smiled faintly and said, this is my style. Let's go in. Yang Xiaofang nodded softly and followed Liu Dong into the restaurant. She wanted to treat Liu Dong to this meal. She originally planned to book a 5-star hotel. But Liu Dong wanted to come to this 8-star hotel. Yang Xiaofang thought that it was fine if it was an 8-star hotel, since the cost of food for 2 people was not much. Compared with the millions Liu Dong gave her as a reward, it is nothing. But Liu Dong never thought of asking her to treat him. He insisted on coming to this 8-star hotel because he planned to treat himself. The more expensive the hotel, the more money you will spend. This time, you have to spend well and spend a little more money. The two of them went straight into the hotel, and Liu Dong asked for a private room. The waiter came in and waited for their order. Liu Dong had never been to such a high-end hotel before, so he didn't know what to order. So he just took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter. Take it and spend 1 million, and then serve me food and wine for 1 million. The waiter held the bank card in his hand, his mouth wide open, completely stunned. She has worked as a waitress in this 8-star hotel for several years. I've seen quite a few Monopoly guys. But she had never heard of or seen a meal costing 1 million. And there are only 2 of us. If 2 people spend 1 million, 1 person will spend 500,000. Eat the dragon or the phoenix. The waiter was a bit overwhelmed. She said timidly, I'm sorry sir, I can't spend so much money. Liu Dong sighed and said, well, let's do this. We can charge as much as we can. If there is any extra money, it will be considered as a tip for you. The waiter was stunned at first, then ecstatic. He bowed quickly and trotted out. Yunxie was stunned watching from the side. Only then did she become certain that the man in front of her was really Brother Dong. He is really the great man who gave her 1,000 universe number ones, a real man. Her heart was surging with excitement. She also secretly made up her mind to curry favor with this Dong Ji and cling to his thighs. Even if I didn't end up marrying him and becoming his wife. Even if she was to be his secret lover or his concubine, she was willing to do so. From now on you will enjoy wealth and glory without end. Pink bubbles and starlight appeared in her eyes. She became excited and felt hot all over. Soon, various high-end dishes were brought to the table by the waiters. There are shark fins, sea cucumbers, abalone, king crabs, lobsters, and caviar. He also opened 2 bottles of red wine, each costing 100,000 yuan. Liu Dong himself had never eaten such high-end dishes or drank such high-end red wine. So his appetite was also opened, and he started to eat and drink with big mouthfuls. Yang Xiaofang is actually a woman from the countryside. Where have you ever seen such a grand scene? Looking at the table full of dishes, I was dazzled and didn't know where to start. Finally she set her sights on the big lobster. Seeing Liu Dong eating so wildly, Yang Xiaofang no longer had any worries. She moved the whole lobster to her plate. Then he began to eat with big mouthfuls, enjoying it very much. While young Xiaofang was eating, she had some vague doubts in her heart. Liu Dong is a super rich second generation and has probably eaten all kinds of delicious food. Why are you eating so voraciously and happily now? It feels like I've never eaten anything so delicious before. But on second thought, young Xiaofang explained to Liu Dong in her heart. Maybe he just has a good appetite and everything tastes delicious to him, so there's nothing strange about the way he eats. So she felt relieved. After finishing the lobster meat, she set her eyes on the king crab and moved it to her plate. While chewing on the top-quality Wagyu beef, Liu Dong said with a smile, "If it's not enough, I can order a few more later." Young Xiaofang was also a little embarrassed, her face slightly red. She shook her head and said, "These are enough to eat, no need for more dishes." It's already a great achievement to be able to finish so many dishes. That was indeed the case. There was a table full of top-notch dishes, but the appetites of the two of them were limited. It was impossible for them to finish all the dishes. It would have been a waste, not to mention there were 2 bottles of red wine. Liu Dong wiped his mouth and poured red wine into 2 glasses, one for each person. Liu Dong raised the glass and said, "Come on, let's have a drink." Young Xiaofang also quickly raised her glass and clinked it with Liu Dong. She said shyly, "I was supposed to treat you to a meal, but I didn't expect that you would treat me in the end. I'm so sorry. I'll treat you next time." Liu Dong drank the red wine in one gulp, smacked his lips, and said with satisfaction, "What does it matter? You treat me and I treat you. It doesn't matter." Young Xiaofang looked at Liu Dong lovingly and drank the red wine in the glass. This red wine actually has a certain alcohol content. After young Xiaofang drank the whole glass of wine, a blush immediately appeared on her face. It looks even better against the fair skin. Eating rare dishes, drinking high-end red wine, and having such a beautiful woman accompany him, Liu Dong felt so happy. It was a great feeling. Chapter 11. Let's chat. After eating and drinking, both of them were a little drunk. Liu Dong said, "I'm going upstairs to rest. If you have something to do, go first. There is an accommodation department upstairs. You can go upstairs to rest directly, which is very convenient." How could young Xiaofang miss any opportunity to be alone with Liu Dong? "I'll go up with you. I don't have anything to do anyway, so I'll chat with you," young Xiaofang said attentively. Liu Dong was delighted. "I opened a presidential suite directly. 180,000 a day. Just a small amount of money." Liu Dong nodded with satisfaction. Then he closed the door. The huge presidential suite was decorated very luxuriously. It was really extravagant. The two of them sat on the chairs and started chatting. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liu Dong received a call from his father. "Hey, Dong, I'm almost at the bus station." "Really? I'll come pick you up right away." No, we can just take the bus. It's too much trouble for you to run back and forth." "It's okay, I have a car, I'll pick you up." Liu Dong hung up the phone. Liu Dong operated it on his mobile phone. Then young Xiaofang's cell phone rang. "Your Alipay account has received 100 million yuan. Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "That's it. We will have nothing to do with each other from now on." Then he blocked young Xiaofang on his phone. Then he left the room in a casual manner and went downstairs directly. Young Xiaofang was stunned and completely at a loss. She was very happy to receive 100 million. But Liu Dong was so decisive in breaking off relations with her, which made her feel very disappointed. "I feel very uncomfortable." What a complicated emotion. As for Liu Dong, he drove straight to the bus station. Soon, he saw his parents. His skin is dark, his face is full of wrinkles, and he looks very tired. Liu Dong felt sad again and again. Only then did he realize how stupid and unfilial it was to ask his parents for 80,000 yuan for Hu Xiaoli. He circled around Liu Dong's car several times. Liu's father, Liu Daking, couldn't believe his eyes. "You borrowed this car, right? It looks so luxurious, it must cost hundreds of thousands, right? You'd better return the car quickly. If it gets scratched, you'll have to pay a lot of money." Liu's mother Chen Xiaohong was also frightened and said, "A car worth hundreds of thousands. Then return it quickly and we can just take the bus." Liu Dong felt sad again. What simple people my parents are. So he said with a big smile, "No, this car is mine." Liu Daking glared at him and said, "Nonsense, where did you get the money to buy such a nice car?" Chen Xiaohong pointed at Liu Dong and said, "I see. Are you dating a rich woman?" Liu Daking said disapprovingly, "Which rich woman would be interested in our son?" Chen Xiaohong was anxious and said, "Our son is so handsome, isn't it normal for a rich woman to fall in love with him?" Liu Daking slapped Liu Dong on the neck and said angrily, "You are still in college, you should study hard, why are you in such a hurry to be with a rich woman?" Chen Xiaohong felt distressed and quickly pushed Liu Daking away. She stroked Liu Dong's neck and said, "Does it hurt?" Liu Dong felt a warm feeling in his heart. In this world, the ones who love and care for him the most are his parents. He shook his head and grinned, "It doesn't hurt. My dad doesn't have much strength to hit people." Liu Dong's eyes widened and he said, "Say it again, do you believe I will knock you down?" Chen Xiaohong cursed, "Do you believe that I will cut you?" Liu Daking shrank his neck and dared not speak. Liu Dong felt funny in his heart that his father still didn't dare to go against his mother. He pointed at the car and said, "Dad, Mom, you misunderstood. I didn't date a rich woman. I made my own fortune. Didn't I ask you for 80,000 yuan last time? I lied to you and said it was for Hu Xiaoli's mother's medical treatment." Chen Xiaohong nodded and said, "Yes, how is Hu Xiaoli's mother's condition now? Has she recovered?" Liu Dong shook his head and said, "Actually, Hu Xiaoli and I broke up a long time ago, and her mother is not sick." Father and Mother Liu looked at each other in bewilderment, and then asked in unison, "You lied to us?" Liu Dong lowered his head in shame and said, "Actually, I'm learning how to trade stocks. I was afraid you might be worried, so I made up this lie." Chen Xiaohong asked, "Why did you break up with Xiaoli?" Liu Dong said, "She and I were just dating for fun, but we felt our personalities were not compatible, so we broke up. It's no big deal." Liu Daking nodded and said, "You kids are still immature and can't judge people well. You will gain experience after talking to a few more people." Chen Xiaohong got angry and grabbed Liu Daking's ear and said, "Tell me the truth, how many girls did you date before you met me?" Liu Daking begged for mercy and said, No, I have never dated anyone. You are my first love." Liu Dong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then he pulled the funny couple into the car. He started the car and explained to his parents while driving. "After I asked you for 80,000 yuan, I started to speculate in stocks. Unexpectedly, I was a stock trading genius and made millions. That's why I had the money to buy this car." Both Mr. and Mrs. Liu took a deep breath. They never made millions in their lifetime. "I didn't expect my son to be so capable and could earn millions." Chen Xiaohong said excitedly, "My son is really promising. He will definitely become a billionaire in the future." Liu Daking was also very happy, patting his thigh and said, "Let's drink. Let's cut some pork head meat tonight and have a good drink." Chen Xiaohong glared at him and said, "What kind of wine do you want to drink? Every time you drink, you talk nonsense and act crazy. You can't drink a single glass of wine today." Liu Daking said with a bitter face, "My son has made a fortune, can't we have a drink to celebrate?" Chapter 12 Seafood Buffet. Liu Dong drove his parents to the villa. Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong were shocked again. "Did you buy this? How is that possible? Such a luxurious villa must cost at least several million, right? Is it rented? I heard that there are villas available for rent outside, but they don't seem to be cheap." Liu Dong said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, this is the villa I bought. It will be our home from now on." Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong opened their mouths wide and were speechless for a long time. Liu Dong said comfortingly, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'm very good at stock trading. I can make hundreds of thousands a day. Later, when I have more capital, I can make millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions a day. So buying a villa is a piece of cake. You don't have to be so surprised." Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong were very excited when they heard their son say this. "I didn't expect my son to be so successful." Liu Dong took the two elders for a walk up and down the stairs, and they were full of praise. Liu Dong pointed to the small garden and said, "After dinner, it's nice to take a walk here and drink some tea." Liu Daking sighed and said, "It's really good, but compared to the countryside, it's still a little small." Liu Dong's heart moved, and he said, "That's not easy. When I make more money in the future, we will buy land in the countryside and build a large manor of several thousand acres." Liu Daking said happily, "That's great. I like living in the countryside. I will grow all kinds of grains and fruits, and raise chickens, ducks, pigs and fish in the manor." Chen Xiaohong slapped him and complained, "Why do you need to raise so many? Do you want to tire me to death?" Liu Daking chuckled, his eyes full of longing. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. Liu Dong said, "Let's go and have dinner." Chen Xiaohong asked, "Where are we going to eat?" Liu Dong waved his hand and said proudly, "Let's go to the luxurious seafood buffet." Chen Xiaohong said worriedly, "That's very expensive, right? How about we buy some food and cook at home?" The two old people were used to being frugal in the countryside, so they instinctively felt distressed when they heard that they were going to have a big meal. Liu Dong persuaded them, "Mom and Dad, I have money now, so we don't have to be so frugal. You just arrived, so I'll treat you to a good meal." He simply pulled the two elders into the car and headed to a nearby seafood buffet restaurant. This seafood buffet restaurant is very high-end. The average consumption per person is 8,888 yuan. But for Liu Dong, it is not worth mentioning at all. After paying the bill, Liu Dong took his parents into the restaurant. The tables are filled with all kinds of seafood. There are lobsters, king crabs, abalone, salmon, etc. It's really dazzling. Actually, Liu Dong had never been here before. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was also amazed. But after all, he had eaten in an 8-star restaurant, so he was relatively calm. Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong were stunned. Liu Daking pointed at the dazzling array of seafood and said in disbelief, "Can we eat all this?" Liu Dong smiled and said, "Of course you can eat as much as you want." Chen Xiaohong shook her head and sighed, "City people really know how to eat. With so many delicious foods, no wonder one person costs 8,888 yuan. The three people hurriedly brought many ingredients to their table. Then he began to eat voraciously. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly came over with a young and beautiful woman. Seeing how Liu Dong and the other two were eating, especially when I saw Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong dressed like country folk, the middle-aged man frowned. "How come you let a country bumpkin into such an upscale place?" The beautiful woman also covered her nose and said with disgust, "Really, it stinks, a sour smell of sweat, country people are really unhygienic." The middle-aged man shouted loudly, "Manager, manager, come here." The manager was a man in his 30s, a little bald, and looked very busy. He trotted over quickly. The middle-aged man pointed at Liu Dong's family and said, "How can you let people like this into such a high-end place? Isn't this lowering the class? Get them out now." The manager said awkwardly, "They have all paid." The middle-aged man said proudly, "Each person has more than 8,000 yuan, and the three of them together do not have 30,000 yuan. I will give you this money, and you drive them out." After hearing what the middle-aged man said, the manager nodded and walked to Liu Dong's side. "Sir, this is such a high-end restaurant, it is really not appropriate for you to dine here. I will return your money and you can leave now." Liu Dong put down his chopsticks and stood up. He glared at the manager and said, "What are you talking about? Are you looking down on me?" Chen Xiaohong nervously grabbed him and said, "Son, let's go. Don't argue with them." Liu Daking also nodded and said, "Yes, yes, when you are out, harmony brings wealth, don't quarrel with others, let's go." The couple stood up, pulled Liu Dong and were about to leave, then said to the manager, "Give us the money back, and we'll leave right away." The manager also said indifferently, "Sir, you are still young and don't know the limits. I don't blame you. I will return the money to you immediately. Please leave here immediately and don't make trouble." The middle-aged man patted the beautiful woman on the buttocks with a smug look on his face and said, "See? This is how we should treat poor people. Let them stay away from us and stop polluting our environment." The beauty kissed the middle-aged man on the face and said delicately, "Oh, Mr. Sun, you are so handsome. I love you so much." Liu Dong, however, did not take them seriously. "Are you kidding? I am now a trillionaire and you dare to look down on me?" He pointed at the manager and said in a neither arrogant nor humble manner, "Call your boss here, I have something to say to him." The manager said impatiently, "I am the person in charge here. You want to see our boss, but you are not qualified enough. Be quiet and leave now, or I'll call security." Liu Dong ignored him and went straight to the cashier. He took out his mobile phone, scanned the payment code, then entered a string of numbers and made the payment. 100 million yuan has been received into Alipay. The payment machine said coldly. The cashier girl was stunned. The manager was stunned. The middle-aged man Mr. Sun also came over with the beautiful woman. They heard the prompt tone. I was also shocked. Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong were also upset. Liu Daking asked Chen Xiaohong in a low voice, "What does 100 million mean?" Chen Xiaohong said bewilderedly, "It seems that our son paid 100 million yuan." Liu Daking staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, Chen Xiaohong supported him. "Is my son crazy?" Liu Daking shouted. Chapter 13 I bought this restaurant. Liu Dong turned to Liu Daking and said, "Dad, I actually hid it from you. I have made more than 1 billion yuan from stock trading." Liu Daking murmured, "Is stock trading so profitable? I'll also invest a few hundred yuan in stocks tomorrow." Chen Xiaohong pinched him and said, "Our son is a college student, a genius, and can only make money by speculating in stocks. You are a farmer, and you will definitely lose money by speculating in stocks. Will you sell your wife when the time comes?" Liu Daking shrank his neck, shook his head and said, "I won't fire you anymore." The cashier girl was at a loss and looked at the manager, not knowing what to do. The manager just stood there stupidly, completely dumbfounded. Mr. Sun and the beautiful lady widened their eyes and looked at Liu Dong as if they had seen a ghost. Liu Dong sneered and pointed at the manager and said, "Call your boss over here. I have something to say to her." The manager woke up as if from a dream and ran away. Soon, a woman in her 20s came out. "This woman is so beautiful." The system told Liu Dong that this woman had a beauty score of 91 points. If he could take her down, that would be 10 points of enhancement. Liu Dong's eyes also lit up. The female boss was indeed very beautiful and received a high score of 91. She has delicate facial features and picturesque eyebrows, giving people a fresh and refined feeling. Her nose is straight and her lips are plump, rosy and slightly upturned. Her hairstyle is fashionable and simple, with her long hair tied into a high ponytail, revealing her slender neck. She was wearing a professional women's suit and black stockings on her round thighs, which was very charming. The female boss walked up to Liu Dong and smiled faintly. "Sir, I heard that you swept 100 million? I am really surprised." Liu Dong said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. In fact, I want to buy your restaurant." The female boss was a little surprised and stretched out her right hand and said, "Hello, my name is Liu Xinya. May I ask what your name is, sir?" Liu Dong gently held her little hand and it felt good. Then he said calmly, "My name is Liu Dong. I think your restaurant is good and I want to buy it in full. Please give me a price." Liu Xinya lifted a strand of hair from her forehead, shook her head gently, and said, "This restaurant is our family business. My father gave it to me to manage in order to train my management ability, so it will not be sold." Liu Dong said disapprovingly, "As long as I offer a suitable price, I believe that even if your father comes, he will agree to sell this restaurant." Liu Xinya smiled and said, 100 million is indeed a lot, but it won't scare me. The assets of our family business combined are several billion. Liu Dong thought to himself that your tens of billions are nothing. Then he continued to scan the code with his mobile phone to pay. 100 million yuan has arrived in Alipay. The payment machine announced coldly. Liu Xinya's expression changed. She didn't expect Liu Dong to be so simple and crude and pay another 100 million. To be honest, this restaurant is not worth 100 million yuan, but Liu Dong paid 200 million yuan. Is this guy crazy? Liu Dong is certainly not crazy, he is very happy now. Because I got another skill point. The money from the super rich system is wasted if you don't spend it. Skill points are what matter most. Is 200 million enough? Liu Dong asked lazily. Liu Xinya hesitated a little, but still said, 200 million is indeed enough to buy my restaurant, but this is our family asset, I don't want to sell it easily. Liu Dong nodded, didn't say anything more, and continued to scan the code to pay. 100 million yuan has arrived in Alipay. The cash machine announced again in a cold voice. The cashier girl was completely shocked. The manager was completely stunned. Mr. Sun and the beautiful lady were completely stunned. Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong were very anxious. Liu Daking grabbed Liu Dong's arm and asked anxiously, "How come there are hundreds of millions?" Did the money come from the wind? Liu Dong smiled and said, Dad, don't worry. It's easy for me to make money. I can spend a few $100 million now and make another $1 billion tomorrow. Don't worry. Chen Xiaohong pulled Liu Daking away and said, believe in your son, he is the best. The restaurant was already bustling with activity. All the guests were talking about it. Where did this rich man come from? He actually spent $300 million to buy a restaurant. Is he crazy? This restaurant is worth tens of millions at most. How can it be worth $300 million? It's too much money. Give me some to spend. Wow, this guy is so handsome. I want to marry him and give birth to his children. You don't want to marry him, you want to marry his money. Wake up, don't you think you weigh 160 pounds? How can someone be interested in you? How do you know if you don't try? Maybe they just like it. Not to mention the guests were all cheering. Liu Dong walked up to Liu Xinya and stared at her. Is 300 million enough? Liu Xinya felt oppressed. This man had such a strong aura. Her breathing became a little rapid, and her chest heaved violently, attracting attention. She said in a panic, you gave too much, it's not appropriate. Liu Dong said disapprovingly, this amount of money is nothing, it's not much at all. If you are willing, let's sign the contract and you can transfer the restaurant to me. Liu Xinya thought about it, struggled for a while, and finally compromised. She nodded and said, okay, I'll give the restaurant to you. Even if my dad knows about it, he will praise me for doing a good business. But you have to think carefully. You took the initiative to give me the 300 million. Don't regret it. Liu Dong laughed and said, the word regret has never appeared in my dictionary. Let's sign the contract quickly. Liu Xinya nodded and said, give me half an hour, I'll draft the contract. After saying that, she hurried back to the office. Liu Dong pulled Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong and said, you are not full yet, go back and eat. The three of them walked towards the dining table. When they passed by the manager, Liu Dong said calmly, can I continue eating? The manager said apprehensively, of course, please. He quickly stepped aside. Mr. Sun dragged the beauty to a corner in shame. Is this guy playing dumb to eat the tiger? He actually casually took 300 million to buy a restaurant. That's right. He was wearing such ordinary clothes, without any brand name clothes, and he was accompanied by 2 old men and women from the countryside. I really don't know what he was thinking. Although I am also rich, I cannot be called a super rich person. Maybe these super rich people have some unique quirks. It is better not to offend them. Soon, Liu Xinya came back and brought 2 contracts. Liu Dong wiped his mouth, didn't read the contract carefully, took the pen. Brush, brush, brush. Both contracts were signed. 1 portion for each party. Liu Xinya was stunned. Is he so casual? This is a deal worth 300 million. She looked at Liu Dong and felt that this man was so mysterious and unfathomable. Chapter 14 Security must also be considered. Liu Dong walked up to the manager. The manager said flatteringly, hello, Mr. Liu. Liu Dong sneered, pointed at him and said, you look down on people. My restaurant doesn't need people like you. You are fired. The manager looked as pale as death. He cried out in pain and ran away in shame. Liu Dong walked up to the cashier and asked, how much is your monthly salary? The cashier girl didn't understand, but she answered honestly, my monthly salary is 2,300 yuan. Liu Dong nodded and said, you will be the manager here from now on, and your salary will be increased by a 0. The cashier girl was stunned, and then she was ecstatic. She kept bowing to Liu Dong and saying thank you. Liu Dong stopped her and asked, what's your name? The cashier girl said excitedly, my name is Luo Ailan. Liu Dong said appreciatively, this is a good name. From now on, you will be manager Luo of this restaurant. If there is anything, you can handle it yourself. You don't need to report to me. But you have to remember one thing, if the restaurant is not doing well and is losing money, you must report it to me. Luo Ailan nodded solemnly and said, don't worry, Mr. Liu, I will do my best and will not let the restaurant lose money. Liu Dong said, it's okay, it's good to make a loss, I can just transfer the money to the restaurant's account when the time comes. Liu Xinya couldn't help but asked, what do you want to achieve by running a restaurant like this? I don't want anything, I just want to be happy. Anyway, I have money, and I can do whatever I want with money. Liu Dong answered casually, then walked up to Mr. Sun and the beauty. Manager Luo, remember this, these two people are not allowed to enter our restaurant in the future. Put them on our restaurant's blacklist. Mr. Sun looked very unhappy. He stood up and said, don't go too far. Liu Dong laughed and said, you still know the word excessive? When you first said those words to me, did you ever think about what excessive meant? He pointed at Mr. Sun and said, you are a rich but unkind fellow. I will not welcome you here. Get out of here. Mr. Sun said angrily, you can't do this to me. I am also a person of status and a wealthy man in Shanghai. You are embarrassing me like this. Liu Dong didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he said to Luo Alan, call the security guards to throw these two people out. Manager Luo naturally obeyed the order and quickly called a few security guards. Then Mr. Sun and the beautiful lady were dragged out of the restaurant. Finally, Mr. Sun shouted angrily, just wait, one day I will let you know how powerful I am. Chen Xiaohong held Liu Dong and said worriedly, why offend him? What if he really causes trouble for you in the future? Liu Dong nodded and said, we really need to think about hiring some bodyguards. He turned around, looked at Liu Xinya, and asked, Boss Liu, do you know anyone from the security company? Liu Xinya nodded and said, I have a close friend whose family runs a security company. Her security company is very famous in the entire Magic City and is very professional. Liu Dong said with satisfaction, could you trouble Mr. Liu to help me contact your bestie? I would like to ask her security company to protect the life and property of me and my family 24 hours a day, all year round. Liu Xinya said, of course there is no problem with this. As long as you pay, she will be happy to do business with you. Then, Liu Xinya took out her phone and started contacting her best friend. Liu Dong turned to Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong and said, Dad, Mom, don't worry, I will let the security company guarantee your safety in all aspects. Liu Daking said, won't that cost a lot of money? Liu Dong smiled and said, your son can make money, and the money is to be spent, so what is there to be afraid of? Liu Daking nodded and said, that's true. Then, son, can you give me a gift? Liu Dong asked curiously, Dad, what gift do you want? Liu Daking took out his mobile phone, a keyboard phone for the elderly. He said a little embarrassedly, the guy next door, Mr. Zhong, uses a big screen phone that can watch beautiful women dancing. I want one too. Chen Xiaohong grabbed his ears and said viciously, you are so brave, you want to see a beautiful woman dancing, are you looking for death? Liu Daking grimaced and cried out in pain. Liu Dong quickly pulled the two people apart. Liu Daking said aggrievedly, I am just making an analogy. I don't necessarily want to watch beautiful women dancing. Can't I watch opera? I like watching Huang Mai opera. Liu Dong said with a smile, buy. I will buy it for you later. At this time, Liu Xinya had already made a call. She came over and said with a smile, Mr. Liu, I have already contacted her for you. If you are free tomorrow morning, I can recommend you to visit her company. Liu Dong was very happy and said, thank you so much. I will call you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we will go to your bestie's company to have a look and talk. Liu Xinya shook her head and said, actually, I should be the one thanking you. You gave me 300 million and made me earn so much. My dad will definitely praise me. Liu Dong smiled and said, you are so beautiful, I find it pleasing to the eye. It's no big deal to give you a little more money. Liu Dong is now worth trillions of dollars, and his mentality has completely changed. If it was before, he would not dare to say these words. But now, he said these words completely effortlessly, without any draft at all. Maybe this is why money makes cowards brave. Liu Xinya blushed. She didn't expect Liu Dong to praise her beauty in front of her like that. She felt a little shy. It's not like no men had ever praised her for her beauty before. But they are all dandies or wealthy people with big bellies. They were all lustful and looked like they wanted to eat her up. Liu Dong, on the other hand, has a gentle appearance and is quite handsome. The key is that Liu Dong is really rich and generous. It adds a lot to the impression and makes people feel good about it. So when Liu Dong said these words to her, she actually felt a little happy. A slight feeling of shyness made her heart flutter. After chatting for a few more words, Liu Dong said goodbye to Liu Xinya. I left the restaurant with my parents. Before leaving, he said to Luo Alan, work hard. I don't have time to manage this restaurant. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. If you make a loss, call me and I will transfer the money to the restaurant's account. Manager Luo naturally nodded continuously. But she still felt a little weird. She felt like the new boss was hoping the restaurant would lose money. It seemed as if he was in a hurry to transfer money to the restaurant's account. Yes, her feeling was right, that's what Liu Dong thought. The more the restaurant loses, the more money he can bring in. 100 million is one skill point, the more the better. Chapter 15. Let me show you if I have money. After leaving the restaurant, Liu Dong said, let's go buy a cell phone. The three of them came to a mobile phone store not far away. Liu Dong took a fancy to a Huawei mobile phone. It's pretty good in every aspect. So he prepared to pay and take the phone. At this time, a young girl in her 20s with dyed yellow hair and tattoos on her arms came over. She said disdainfully, those who use domestic mobile phones are all poor and losers. She shook the iPhone in her hand and said proudly, the iPhone is the most advanced. Liu Dong turned around and looked at her and asked, what's your name? The little girl was stunned for a moment, then said disdainfully, my name is Sun Jiaojiao, what's wrong, what do you want? Liu Dong suddenly thought she looked familiar, so he asked, do you know Sun Yiming? The little girl said in surprise, that's my brother. How can you know him? That's not right. How could he know a poor guy like you? No wonder it's so rubbish, we're all family. Liu Dong laughed and said to Sun Jiaojiao, do you think I'm poor? Sun Jiaojiao rolled her eyes and said, of course, rich people won't buy Huawei phones. They all buy Apple phones. Liu Daking interrupted disapprovingly, little girl, you can't say that. My son is very rich. He has more than 10 billion. Sun Jiaojiao was stunned, then burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. She pointed at Liu Dong and said, you have over 1 billion? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Liu Dong looked at the shop owner. This is a woman of about 27 or 28 years old, and she is quite pretty. Liu Dong asked, what's the boss's name? The woman was quite kind. She said gently, hello, my last name is Luo, and my name is Luo Aimei. Liu Dong was very surprised. After looking at her carefully, he found that Luo Aimei looked very similar to Luo Ailan. He asked, who is Luo Ailan to you? Luo Aimei said, that's my biological sister. This is really a coincidence. Liu Dong nodded and asked, can you transfer your mobile phone store to me? Luo Aimei was surprised. She said, my mobile phone store is doing well and I can make a little money every year. I don't want to sell it yet. Liu Dong said, I'll give you 100 million yuan, will you transfer the mobile phone store to me? Sun Jiaojiao laughed again when she heard this. She pointed at Liu Dong and said, are you crazy? You're bragging like this, and you're talking about 100 million. I don't think you even have 100 yuan, right? Luo Aimei also found it funny and said, sir, stop it. Liu Dong didn't care. He took out his mobile phone and scanned the payment QR code on the counter. After a while of operation, 100 million yuan has arrived in Alipay. The payment machine announced without any emotion. Gah! Sun Jiaojiao stopped laughing, her face became stiff, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Luo Aimei was also devastated. She never expected that the young man in front of her would actually pay her 100 million. This, sir, you are not kidding, are you? Luo Aimei's heart was pounding, her breathing became rapid, and her face felt hot and flushed. This is 100 million. It is hard to imagine that someone would spend 100 million to buy his own mobile phone store. Is this world crazy? Liu Dong smiled and said, I'm not kidding. This 100 million is for me to buy your mobile phone store. Are you willing to make this deal with me? Luo Aimei nodded quickly and said, I agree, of course I agree. This mobile phone store will be yours from now on. Liu Dong turned around, looked at Sun Jiaojiao, laughed, and asked, I spent 100 million to buy a small mobile phone store. I am so rich and willful. Do you still think I am a poor guy? Sun Jiaojiao's face turned red and blue. She felt extremely humiliated, but she had no way to refute it. She said in a trembling voice, that's impossible. You are so rich, why do you buy a Huawei phone? Why don't you buy an Apple phone? Liu Dong said disdainfully, you have a problem with your brain. Huawei phones are also high-end phones now, and they are no worse than Apple phones. You are too shallow. Sun Jiajiao looked at Liu Dong and suddenly said, can I be your girlfriend? After hearing this, Chen Xiaohong quickly pulled Liu Dong and said softly, I don't like this girl. You can't agree to her. Liu Dong smiled gently and said, Mom, don't worry, I won't want her. He asked Sun Jiajiao, why do you want to be my girlfriend? Sun Jiajiao said proudly, our Sun family is also a big family in Shanghai, with a very prominent status. I see that you are also rich, very compatible with me, and you are also good-looking, so I want you to be my boyfriend, a strong combination. Liu Dong said calmly, the Sun family is nothing in my eyes, and you are not worthy of being my girlfriend. I advise you to give up this wishful thinking. Sun Jiajiao screamed, how dare you insult our Sun family? Are you tired of living? I'll give you another chance. Are you willing to be my boyfriend? Liu Dong sneered, you'd better get out of here. You have a bad character and a distorted worldview. Are you worthy of being my girlfriend? Sun Jiajiao glared at him fiercely and said angrily, you will regret it. If you offend our Sun family, I will make you fall into the abyss. Then she ran away in a rage. Luo Aimei saw this scene behind the counter and was also worried about Liu Dong. She said, I heard that the Sun family is very powerful, ranking 5th in the Magic City. You have offended them, so you should be careful. Liu Dong shook his head nonchalantly and said, it doesn't matter. No matter how powerful they are, it's useless. I have plenty of money, enough to defeat them. Luo Aimei came to her senses and said enviously, Sir, you are really rich. You actually spent 100 million yuan to buy my shop. Now the shop is yours. I am leaving. Liu Dong quickly stopped her and said, I'm sorry, I have another idea. Please agree to it. Luo Aimei asked puzzledly, what idea? Liu Dong said, I want to hire you to continue to be the manager of this mobile phone store and manage it for me. I will give you an annual salary of 5 million. After saying that, Liu Dong took out his mobile phone again and scanned the payment QR code. 5 million yuan has been deposited into Alipay. Luo Aimei was shocked again and stared at Liu Dong blankly. Liu Dong smiled and said, this is 1 year's salary in advance. Are you willing to be the manager of my mobile phone store? Are you kidding? 5 million a year, only a fool would not be willing to do that. Luo Aimei nodded quickly and said happily, I am willing, of course I am willing, I will manage this mobile phone store for you, make it flourish and make money for you. Chapter 16 Security Company. Liu Dong waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter whether you make money or not. I do have a task for you. Luo Aimei nodded and said, my boss ordered me to complete the task. Liu Dong said, you can make a custom sign and put it in the most eye-catching place in the store, saying that veterans can come to the store and get any Huawei phone for free. Luo Aimei was surprised and said, won't that mean we'll lose money? Liu Dong said, it doesn't matter. I don't care about money. Just do it. If the store doesn't have enough money, just call me and I'll transfer the money to the store's account. After giving the instructions, Liu Dong took out a Huawei Mate 40 RS Porsche mobile phone from the store and handed it to his father. Liu Daking held the new mobile phone in his hand, couldn't let it go and smiled from ear to ear. Then Liu Dong drove his parents back to the villa. It was already very late, so they went back to their rooms to rest. Before going to bed, Liu Dong looked at the system information panel. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Got a fortune gold, about 9999999999993 for 52 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 9 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 9 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 11 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skills, none. Strengthening points, 5 points. Skill points, 6 points. Note, gain the love of a woman of average appearance, gain 1 strengthening point, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 80 points or above, gain 5 strengthening points, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 90 points or above, gain 10 strengthening points, spend 100 million, gain 1 skill point. There are now 5 enhancement points and 6 skill points to allocate. Liu Dong felt that both physique and strength were important and decided to distribute them evenly. So he increased his constitution by 3 points and his strength by 2 points. As for skills, he currently has no idea, so let's just leave it there for now. He closed his eyes contentedly and fell into a deep sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Liu Dong said a few words to his parents, asked them to rest at home, and then drove out. He had already made an appointment with Liu Xinya to meet her best friend. Soon, he arrived at the door of a security company. The name of the security company is Lotus Security Company. This name is quite strange. Liu Xinya also came. She saw Liu Dong's confusion and said with a smile, "My best friend is Ning Xiulian. She also likes Lotus, so she named the company after it." Liu Dong suddenly realized that it was quite interesting. After entering the company, a short-haired woman came up to me. Liu Xinya told Liu Dong that the short-haired woman was Ning Xiulian, the boss of Lotus Security Company. Ning Xiulian has a delicate face with distinct features. Her eyebrows are long and stylish, and her slightly upturned eyes reveal confidence and determination. Her nose is tall and straight, giving people a sense of nobility and extraordinariness. Her lips were rosy and plump, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed a playful smile. Ning Xiulian wore a black tights that showed off her perfect figure to the fullest. The details on the clothes are very delicate, making her look more capable and neat. She wore a pair of slim-fit jeans on her lower body, showing off her long legs. She wore a pair of black high heels, which made her height more prominent. Her hairstyle is short and neatly trimmed, and when the breeze blows, her hair sways gently, exuding a charming atmosphere. "This is really a charming short-haired beauty," Liu Dong exclaimed in his heart. The system also told Liu Dong that Ning Xiulian's beauty score reached 9.0 points. If he could capture this woman, he would get 10 strengthening points, Liu Dong fantasized in his mind. Liu Xinya introduced the two to each other and then walked into the meeting room. Liu Dong explained his purpose and asked the Lotus Security Company to protect the property and lives of himself and his family 24 hours a day. Ning Xiulian smiled faintly and said, "We are the most professional in this area. As long as you pay enough, I can satisfy you." Liu Dong said, "Don't worry about the money, and I have an idea." Ning Xiulian nodded and said, "Mr. Liu, if you have any ideas, just let us know. As long as we can do it, we can satisfy you." Liu Dong was very satisfied with her attitude, so he said gently, "My idea is to let your Lotus Security Company serve only me. If possible, I want to acquire this security company." Ning Xiulian said in surprise, "You want to acquire my company?" Liu Dong said, "That's right. Although your company is very professional, it serves too many people and can't take care of me. So why don't you just buy your company and serve me alone? That way I'll feel more at ease." Ning Xiulian frowned and said, "I built this company with my heart and soul, and I don't want to sell it yet." Liu Dong smiled and said, "As long as I give you a sufficient price, I believe you will sell it." Ning Xiulian said calmly, "I won't sell it no matter how much money you offer." "What about 10 billion? Liu Dong dropped a bomb. Ning Xiulian was stunned. She said in disbelief, "You said you would pay 1 billion to buy my company? Are you kidding?" Liu Dong said casually, 1 billion is just a small amount of money, it's nothing. As long as you are willing, we will sign the contract now." Ning Xiulian murmured, 1 billion yuan can set up several Lotus security companies. Aren't you too arrogant? Liu Xinya was also extremely envious. Her own restaurant only made sales of 300 million, but she didn't expect that a small security company could make sales of 1 billion. It was really too extravagant and inhumane. Liu Dong continued to ask, "Are you still willing to sell the company to me?" Ning Xiulian was obviously moved. 1 billion yuan is a huge amount of money, and the Lotus Security Company is not worth the price at all. She didn't know what Liu Dong was thinking. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'll sell the company to you and I'll draft the contract now." Soon, the contract was drafted, the two people signed the contract respectively, and the company was successfully transferred. Ning Xiulian shook hands with Liu Dong and said, "Congratulations on successfully acquiring our company." Liu Dong smiled and said, "I have another request. Can you stay and lead the entire company to serve me?" Liu Dong didn't want to let go of such a beautiful woman, so he made this request. Ning Xiulian hesitated a little. She said, "I have always been a boss. I am not used to being someone else's subordinate." Liu Dong raised his eyebrows and said, "My boss is easy to talk to and can give you a satisfactory salary. Ning Xiulian asked curiously, how much annual salary will you give me? Chapter 17 Establishment of a Group Company. Liu Dong stretched out a finger. An annual salary of 50 million, is that enough? Ning Xiulian was stunned. Such a high annual salary? She used to run a security company and could only make a few million a year at most. It has almost increased tenfold now. Isn't that too exaggerated? Is this true? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm a joker? And my annual salary is paid at the beginning of the year. This condition is quite generous. Salary is paid before you even start working. Ning Xiulian pondered for a while, then nodded slightly. I originally wanted to return to the family business, but your conditions were so good that I decided to work for you and help you manage the security company. Liu Xinya was quite envious and said jokingly with a smile, Alien, I introduced you to such a good boss, you have to treat me to a meal. Ning Xiulian laughed and said, that's no problem. Liu Dong said, from now on, the security company will only serve me and no other services will be provided. This must be guaranteed. Ning Xiulian nodded seriously. Liu Dong continued, I will inject another 10 billion into the company's account, and you will help me find the best soldiers, agents, martial arts masters, etc. in the world and give them the best treatment. Ning Xiulian was really shocked. Such a big deal? It cost 1 billion to buy a security company, and the annual salary for hiring myself was 50 million. Then it cost another 10 billion to hire the best soldiers, agents, and martial arts masters. How much does Boss Liu value his life? But since he was willing to spend money, she was happy to serve him. It is always better to have money to get things done than to have no money to get things done. Liu Dong was also a straightforward person. He directly asked Ning Xiulian for the company account and then transferred 10 billion yuan into it. I got 100 skill points again, I'm so happy. Liu Dong continued to make demands, your security personnel are responsible for the personal and property safety of our entire family. They must be on duty 24 hours a day. You can hire more people to take turns. Don't be afraid of spending money. It's no problem to have more shifts. Another thing is that your security personnel should try to be as hidden as possible. Don't let us see them and don't disturb our normal lives. It's like being invisible. Otherwise, it would be too awkward to see bodyguards hanging around us every day. They only appear in front of us when there is danger. It would be better if they could deal with it in secret and diffuse the danger before it happens. Ning Xiulian was already typing on her laptop, recording Liu Dong's requirements, and she was being very professional. Liu Dong was very satisfied. He felt that hiring Ning Xiulian was the right thing to do. By the way, I recently bought a villa. It's not very big, but it needs to be safe. You'd better send someone over to help me arrange it and improve the safety level of the villa. Ning Xiulian nodded as she took notes. This is our specialty. I will definitely help you get it done in the shortest possible time. One is to install the most advanced intelligent monitoring system inside and outside the villa, including equipment with functions such as video surveillance, intrusion alarm, and face recognition. Make sure the system covers the entire villa and surrounding areas, and set up real-time alarm notifications and trigger response procedures. The second is to add physical protection facilities such as bulletproof glass and protective nets to the windows, walls, and roof of the villa to prevent potential intrusions. The third is to install security alarm equipment and install emergency alarm devices in key areas of the villa such as bedrooms, living rooms, study rooms, etc. to ensure that the alarm can be triggered quickly in an emergency. The fourth is to monitor and investigate suspicious activities. Stay alert to any suspicious activities around and inside the villa and investigate through monitoring equipment or other means. If any suspicious behavior or safety hazards are found, they should be reported immediately and appropriate measures should be taken. The last one is to establish an emergency plan and formulate emergency plans for various possible security threats, including fire, invasion, natural disasters, etc. The plan should include elements such as emergency contact, evacuation routes, and emergency resource reserves. Ning Xiulian spoke fluently and her ideas were very clear, which surprised Liu Dong very much. This is what we call professionalism, this is what we call thoroughness, this is what we call foolproof. Good, very good, and exceptionally good. Liu Dong slapped the table and said approvingly, that's it. From now on, all security guarantees will be handed over to you. The annual salary of 50 million is worth it. Ning Xiulian smiled brightly, stood up gracefully, bowed slightly, and said, "Thank you for the compliment, boss. I will definitely work hard." Liu Xinya also clapped and said with a smile, "That's great. It makes me want to strive harder." Liu Dong turned to look at her and said, "Really? Then I have a good suggestion." Liu Xinya asked curiously, "What's the proposal?" Liu Dong pondered for a while, then said, "I want to set up a group company and let you be the CEO, with an annual salary of 50 million. What do you think?" Liu Xinya said in amazement, "Really? What kind of group company is this that actually gives me such a high annual salary?" Liu Dong said, "It is a comprehensive management group company. I now have 3 entities. One is your cafeteria, one is this security company, and the other is a small mobile phone store I bought last night. Although it is not large, it is also my entity and I can expand it in the future. Your responsibility is to help me manage these real economies and take charge of the overall situation. After all, I'm still a student and I still have to focus on my studies. I don't have the energy to worry about these things." Liu Xinya's eyes lit up, and she pointed at Ning Xiulian and said, "Then you will be my subsidiary from now on, and you must obey my management, he. Ning Xiulian patted her lightly and said in a scolding tone, "Look at how proud you are." Liu Dong laughed and said, "Then the next work will be very busy. First, you have to help me register this group company, then sign employment contracts with Luo Ailan, Luo Aimei, Anna Lian, and finally buy a building as our headquarters." Liu Xinyan nodded slightly and said, "Luo Aimei is the owner of the mobile phone store." Liu Dong said, "Yes, she was the owner of a mobile phone store. Now that I have acquired the store, she has become the store manager." Liu Xinya smiled and said, "Luo Aimei, Luo Ailan, they are not sisters, right?" Liu Dong gave a thumbs up and said, "You are really smart. This world is really small. They are sisters and I hired them on the same day. What a coincidence." Liu Xinya also put away her smile, stood up, bowed slightly to Liu Dong, and said solemnly, "Boss Liu, don't worry, I will do my best to help you manage this group company." Chapter 18, Abandoned Another. After leaving Lotus Security Company, Liu Dong felt refreshed. It feels good to spend a lot of money. Ning Xiulian was in a meeting at the company, arranging related work. It is necessary to arrange the security of the villa. We also need to arrange for the personal safety of the 3 members of the Liu family. Next, we will recruit all kinds of soldiers, agents and martial arts masters from all over the world. Liu Xinya also left, she was going to register the group company. When Liu Dong was about to return to the villa, his cell phone rang. It was Qin Ruoxue who called. She told Liu Dong that the car was repaired and she wanted to invite Liu Dong to have lunch together. Liu Dong naturally agreed to her request, and then called Luo Ailan and asked her to arrange a big meal and send it to his parents. Of course, there is a restaurant at home, so it is convenient to eat. Then Liu Dong went to the meeting place. It's still the same 8-star hotel as last time. The name of the 8-star hotel is Emerald Star Hotel. It is very high-end and luxurious. It's still the same private room as last time. Still the same waiter as last time. The waiter greeted respectfully. Liu Dong nodded slightly and said, "Give me the same dishes and wine as last time." Then he took out his bank card and asked the waiter to swipe 1 million. The waiter was so happy that he almost fainted. "Last time I earned hundreds of thousands in tips. This time I can earn hundreds of thousands of tips." If this waitress wasn't so plain-looking, she would have wanted to seduce Liu Dong and become his concubine. That way you can enjoy wealth and glory for the rest of your life. Of course, all of this can only be fantasized in my mind, hoping to be reborn into a more beautiful person in the next life. The waiter took the bank card and went out to swipe it with some regret. Qin Ruoxue has gradually become accustomed to Liu Dong's arrogance. She smiled and said, "Dong, I just like the way you are rich and willful." Liu Dong chuckled and thought that only a materialistic woman like you would like this. After swiping the bank card, the waiter happily brought it back. Then luxurious food and wine were served one by one. Liu Dong picked up his chopsticks and called Qin Ruoxue, "Eat, eat, eat with big mouthfuls." Qin Ruoxue nodded and began to eat politely. She was quite reserved at first. But Liu Dong had no worries. He ate with big mouthfuls, wolfing down his food. Gradually, Qin Ruoxue let go and started to eat the big meal. She had never been to such a high-end place and had eaten such expensive dishes before. She was very excited and delighted, and ate very happily. An hour passed and the two of them were full and satisfied. A blush also appeared on Qin Ruoshue's face. Liu Dong still followed the old routine, yawned and said, "I'm a little tired. I want to go upstairs and get a presidential suite to rest." When Qin Ruoshue heard the word presidential suite, her eyes lit up. She has never been to the presidential suite. It must be very luxurious and high-end. She longed to go out and see the world. So she rolled her eyes and said earnestly, "I see you are a little tired. How about I give you a massage to help you relieve your fatigue?" Liu Dong pretended to be surprised and said, "No, you are the most beautiful girl in the school. If I ask you to give me a massage, isn't that unfair to you?" Qin Ruoshue said with a smile, "No, I'm not wronged. You are a super rich man. It's my honor to give you a massage." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Okay then. Thank you for your help. Come upstairs with me and give me a massage in the presidential suite." Qin Ruoshue was very happy and said yes repeatedly. Then she helped Liu Dong upstairs while he was on duty. Liu Dong checked into a presidential suite without a care in the world and spent another 180,000 yuan. "I don't care at all, it's just so casual." Entering the presidential suite, Qin Ruoshue was shocked. "Isn't he this too luxurious?" Entering the suite, the first thing that comes into view is a large living room, which is decorated magnificently, and the crystal chandelier on the ceiling casts a soft light. The furniture in the living room is of the highest quality, including an oversized leather sofa, several exquisite coffee tables, and a high-end audio-visual equipment. Through the living room, there is a spacious dining room, which has a large solid wood dining table and enough space for guests to dine comfortably. The decoration of the restaurant is very elegant, with valuable paintings and ancient clocks hanging on the walls, creating an elegant atmosphere. On the other side of the suite is a luxurious study room with a large bookshelf and an exquisite desk. There is also a small conference room in the study room for guests to hold business meetings or private gatherings. At the back of the suite is a spacious balcony with beautiful city or sea views. The balcony has comfortable lounge chairs and an exquisite coffee table, allowing guests to relax and enjoy the beautiful view. At the back of the presidential suite is an extremely luxurious bathroom with a large bathtub, a shower, a sauna, and a jacuzzi. Seeing these facilities, Qin Ruoshue blushed. Liu Dong pretended not to see it, went straight to the bedroom and lay on the bed. Qin Ruoshue's heart was beating fast as she slowly walked into the bedroom. An hour passed. It's calm. The taste of being a campus belle is just good. Liu Dong smacked his lips in satisfaction and started to put on his clothes. Qin Ruoshue said lazily, "What, are you leaving?" Liu Dong nodded and said, "We have done everything we need to do." "Why are you still staying here?" Qin Ruoshue said with some regret, 180,000 a day, and he was gone in just an hour. Liu Dong said nonchalantly, "Just stay and continue to enjoy it. I've already paid for it anyway." Qin Ruoshue said a little embarrassedly, "How can that be possible? I'd better go with you." Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "No need, we are just a fleeting romance, and after this time, we will have no relationship anymore." Qin Ruoshue was shocked and asked hurriedly, "What do you mean? You don't recognize me just because I pulled up my pants?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "You are just a money grubber. Why should I recognize you? I have given you a lot. If you accompany me once, we can both gain something and no one owes anyone anything." Qin Ruoshue panicked, grabbed Liu Dong and said, "But I've fallen in love with you, how could you do this? Are you going to abandon me?" Liu Dong said calmly, "You are in love with my money, right? I have seen clearly that you are a woman like me. You are purely greedy and vain. You only care about money and not people. I have no interest in keeping a woman like you." Qin Ruoshue's face flushed, and she shouted, "No, no, you can't leave me. I've already given my body to you, why are you turning your back on me?" Liu Dong sighed, then took out his cell phone and transferred 100 million to Qin Ruoshue. He said coldly, "This 100 million is considered as a breakup fee. Don't bother me in the future." Qin Ruoshue was secretly delighted, as this was 100 million yuan. However, she still held Liu Dong tightly, unwilling to let go. Liu Dong kicked her away, opened the door, and walked away. Qin Ruoshue's miserable cry came from behind, "Adong, you can't abandon me, I love you." Chapter 19 Auction. As soon as he went out, Liu Dong saw two women. The woman in front was very beautiful, but she looked very rebellious and had cold eyes. The woman behind was a little girl with dyed red hair. Liu Dong recognized her. She is Sun Yiming's sister Sun Jiaojiao. Sun Jiaojiao also recognized Liu Dong, and she whispered a few words into the ear of the cold woman. A look of surprise appeared on the cold woman's face. She nodded slightly, then walked in front of Liu Dong. I heard that you are very generous. You spent 100 million to buy a small mobile phone store? That's right, it's just a small amount of money, not worth making a fuss about. Liu Dong said calmly. The cold woman sneered. What's your name? My name is Liu Dong, what's yours? I am Sun Linglong, the second daughter of the Sun family. The Sun family ranks 5th in Shanghai and has a deep financial foundation with assets worth hundreds of billions. This Sun Linglong is the second daughter of the Sun family. No wonder she is so unruly and looks down on everyone. Liu Dong looked at the system prompts and found that Sun Linglong's beauty was 88 points, which could provide him with 5 enhancement points. However, it is not easy to conquer this kind of super rich lady. Liu Dong decided to take a step back, so he said, Miss Sun, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll leave. He acted as if he was unwilling to stay with Sun Linglong for even a second longer, which made Sun Linglong very unhappy. She said coldly, What's wrong, are you busy? Liu Dong said calmly, Whether I am busy or not is my business. It has nothing to do with you. There is no need to say anything more to you here. A surge of anger surged in Sun Linglong's heart. No young man had ever dared to do this to her. She took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. She said, There is an auction reception today. Are you interested in attending? I really want to see your strength. Liu Dong had an idea. An auction party, isn't that about auctioning things? Things that can be auctioned are usually very expensive. Looks like it could cost some money. Liu Dong smiled and said, Auction? I'm quite interested. How can I participate? Sun Linglong took out an invitation letter from her bag and handed it to Liu Dong. Liu Dong took a look. The auction reception will be held tonight at the Emerald Star Hotel. Sun Jiaojiao said, There will be an auction of a rare treasure tonight, worth hundreds of millions. I want to see if you have the ability to buy it. Liu Dong thought, What are a few 100 million? They are not even enough for a hair of mine. He smiled faintly and said, See you tonight. Then he walked away without looking back. Sun Linglong finally couldn't help it and said angrily, This bastard actually dared to ignore me like this, it's really hateful. Sun Jiaojiao said, That's right, this guy is such a jerk, but he is indeed quite rich, otherwise he wouldn't spend 100 million to buy a mobile phone store. Sun Linglong said, Tell me in detail what happened that day. Sun Jiaojiao nodded and recounted what happened that day in detail. Sun Linglong said thoughtfully, It seems that he is also a man with a strong desire to win. You just called him a poor fellow, but he couldn't help it. He spent 100 million to buy a mobile phone store, just to show off in front of you. This kind of man is impulsive and reckless. Perhaps this 100 million is equivalent to a large part of his wealth. There is no need to worry. Sun Linglong sneered faintly and gave a definition to Liu Dong. After returning to the villa, Liu Dong rested for a while and took a nap. After getting up, he chatted with his parents for a while. Dad, Mom, I'm taking you to an auction party tonight. Auction? It sounds very high-end. Your mother and I are from the countryside, so we'd better not go. What's the big deal? I'm rich now. Even if we are country folk, I won't let others look down on us. Well, let's go see the world. The evening is coming soon. Liu Dong drove his parents to the Emerald Star Hotel again and entered the auction hall. The venue for the auction reception was a spacious banquet hall with luxurious and elegant interior decoration and glittering lights, making people feel as if they were in a fairy tale world. The people who came to attend the auction were all celebrities and wealthy people. They were wearing gorgeous evening gowns and jewelry. A large auction table is placed in the center of the venue, where tonight's auction items will be displayed and auctioned. Liu Dong and his parents were dressed very casually, which immediately attracted most people's attention. Where did this country bumpkin come from? How dare he come to such an occasion? That's right, how do the organizers do things? They let people like this in. It's really bad. Where's the security? The security kicked them out. A man who looked like a manager walked up to Liu Dong. How did you get in? Please get out immediately. Liu Dong took out the invitation letter and slapped it in his hand. I have an invitation. Open your eyes and take a good look. The manager looked at the invitation letter and found it was indeed genuine. But he still had some doubts. You didn't steal this invitation, did you? Liu Dong laughed dumbly and said, you can call the police to see if I stole it. Chen Xiaohong was a little scared. She pulled Liu Dong's clothes and said, son, forget it. Let's go. At this time, Sun Linglong came over with a playful expression on her face. I thought you were so powerful, but you came to this high-end auction dressed so plainly and brought 2 country folk with you. Do you think you were here to attend the market? Liu Dong sneered. In my eyes, this so-called auction is no different from a market. Buying an auction item here is not much different from buying a pancake at the market. Sun Linglong sighed and said, you are very good at pretending, but it's a pity that this place is full of rich people. All of them are big shots. It's not a place suitable for you to pretend. I advise you to be more restrained. She turned to the manager and said, I gave him the invitation letter. Let him stay. I want to see how he buys the cake later. Miss Sun was very famous, so the manager naturally knew her. He nodded respectfully and left. Liu Dong didn't care and took his parents to eat in the venue. Try whatever is delicious. Liu Daking exclaimed, the food here is really delicious, worthy of being from a big city. Liu Dong smiled and said, if you like to eat, I will arrange it every day so that you can eat and drink as much as you want. Chen Xiaohong said worriedly, how much will it cost? It's not easy for you to make money, so you should save some money. Liu Dong said, it's okay. I'm making more and more money. I can't spend it all. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Just enjoy yourself. Liu Daking nodded repeatedly while eating dessert. My son has made great progress. I am so happy. Chapter 20 Pearl Necklace. Soon, the auction started. The auctioneer was a woman in her 30s. The first item to be auctioned was a pearl necklace. This pearl necklace is very rare. There are 18 pearls in total. Each one is exactly the same size. It is round and crystal clear, without any flaws, and very beautiful. The auctioneer smiled and said, this pearl necklace is overbid by 500,000. Please bid. A wealthy man with a big belly shouted, I'll pay 550,000. He was hugging a beautiful woman, and it was obvious that he wanted to buy a pearl necklace for her. The woman smiled tenderly and kissed him, and he burst out laughing. This is Fang Deren from the Fang family. He is very powerful. The Fang family ranks 8th in the Magic City, so of course they have the strength. It's just that Fang Deren is very lustful and not doing his job properly. He has been marginalized in the family. I'll offer 600,000. At this time, a lady in her 20s made an offer. All women like pearls, and this lady is no exception. This is Tang Mingyang from the Tang family. The Tang family ranks 4th in the Magic City. Her personal net worth is also over $1 billion. It's a pity that she's a widow. No matter how rich she is, she's still lonely. Lonely, she has money and a man, how can she be lonely? Tang Mingyang is very aloof and cold towards men. I don't think she would randomly look for a man. Who knows? When Fang Deren saw Tang Mingyang fighting with him for the pearl necklace, he snorted softly. This stinky woman, last time I asked her out for dinner, she actually scolded me directly. She deserves to die alone. Oh, dear, don't be angry, don't I accompany you? Fang Deren smiled and touched the woman in his arms, saying, don't worry, I will definitely buy this pearl necklace for you. He raised his hand and shouted, I'll pay 800,000. Tang Mingyang glanced at him coldly and said, I'll give you 1 million. Everyone in the venue watched the two of them raising the price with great interest, finding it very interesting. The two of them negotiated back and forth and soon raised the price to 2.6 million. Tang Mingyang remained unmoved and raised the price to 3 million. Fang Deren was so angry that his teeth itched, and he said fiercely, I still don't believe it. I can't beat you. He raised his hand and shouted, I'll give you 5 million. There was an uproar in the audience. Fang Deren was really brainless. Just for the sake of fighting and for the woman in his arms, he actually spent such a huge amount of money to buy a pearl necklace. Tang Mingyang stopped bidding and took a glass of champagne and drank it elegantly. Just when everyone thought that Fang Deren was going to buy the pearl necklace. But suddenly someone else raised the price. "I'll give you 8 million. The whole audience was stunned and turned their eyes to the person who was bidding. This was a young man dressed in ordinary clothes, and beside him were a country couple. The three people's attire was out of place for this occasion, and they didn't look like the kind of people who would come to such a place. Aren't these the three country bumpkins who were almost kicked out by the security guards just now? Yes, yes. He actually offered 8 million to compete with Fang Deren for this pearl necklace. Is this true? I heard that some wealthy people who live in seclusion like to play the pig and eat the tiger. Could it be that this family of three is some big shot from a secluded family? Having said that, they really do look alike. Look at this young man, he is handsome, elegant, and dignified. He is very imposing. Hey, you just said he was a stinking loser? I didn't look carefully just now, is that okay? The auctioneer was also surprised. She looked at Liu Dong and asked, "Is this gentleman really bidding 8 million? Liu Dong said calmly, "That's right." Fang Deren lost his temper, patted the woman in his arms, and said comfortingly, "This is a psychopath. I won't argue with him. I will buy you a better necklace next time." Just when everyone thought this was the final price. I didn't expect someone else to bid. "I'll give you 10 million. The whole audience was in an uproar. She's the second young lady of the Sun family. As expected of the Sun family, they are really wealthy and powerful. Sun Linglong had no expression on her face. She just glanced at Liu Dong indifferently, her eyes full of provocation. Liu Dong smiled slightly and didn't care. "I'll offer 20 million. He offered again. Sun Linglong remained calm and said, "I'll pay 25 million. Liu Dong continued to pursue, "I'll offer 50 million. Everyone on the field was completely shocked. Where did this monster come from? He actually paid 50 million for a pearl necklace. Is he crazy? The auctioneer glanced at Sun Linglong, who kept her mouth shut and stopped bidding. The auctioneer made the final decision, and the pearl necklace finally fell into Liu Dong's hands for 50 million yuan. I always feel that this guy is just a country bumpkin. Does he have so much money? Yeah, I think so too. Could it be that he came here on purpose to cause trouble and ended up having no money to pay the bill? It's very possible. Looking at his appearance, I don't believe he has 50 million. Maybe he's the eldest son of a hidden family, with a net worth of trillions, ha ha. Nonsense, I don't believe it, why don't you ask him to pay now? Several people started clamoring, asking Liu Dong to pay now. Under pressure, the auctioneer asked Liu Dong directly, "Sir, can you pay now?" Liu Dong didn't care, nodded, and walked forward. A cash register was taken out. Liu Dong scanned the payment code with his mobile phone. 50 million yuan has been received through Alipay. The cash register machine made a cold sound. The whole audience suddenly fell silent. The auctioneer showed a happy expression on her face, and she asked, "What is your name, sir?" Liu Dong said neither arrogantly nor humbly, "My name is Liu Dong." The auctioneer said loudly, "Congratulations, Mr. Liu Dong, for winning this pearl necklace." She took the pearl necklace off the table and handed it to Liu Dong. Liu Dong took off the pearl necklace and walked off the stage. He walked up to Chen Xiaohong and put the necklace around her neck. Chen Xiaohong was very happy, but she still said angrily, "Why spend so much money?" Liu Dong said with a smile, "This is a filial piety of a son. As long as mom is happy, that's all." Liu Daking said sourly, "Why don't fathers get such good treatment?" Liu Dong burst out laughing and said, "Dad, if there is anything you like among the auction items later, tell me and I will buy it for you." Liu Daking laughed and said, "Silly boy, I was just kidding you. Your success is the greatest filial piety to me. I am already very satisfied." The family of three was laughing all the time. Everyone in the place looked at them with strange eyes. Now a considerable number of people believe that the three of them are from a hidden family. They are here to pretend to be pigs and eat the tiger. Sun Linglong's eyes flashed with coldness, and she snorted coldly, saying to herself, "He really pretended to be so." On the other side, Tang Mingyang also looked at Liu Dong with curiosity. This young man is quite interesting. I would like to make friends with him if I have the chance. Chapter 21 Nangong Phoenix. Soon, the second auction item began. There is a big screen on the stage. A short film began playing on the big screen. This is an island, this beautiful island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's a peaceful and beautiful place. The island has many magnificent mountains and forests, as well as endless beaches and coral reefs. Due to long-term uninhabited status, the vegetation and animal ecology on the island have been well protected, forming a unique and pristine ecosystem. The climate on the island is very pleasant, with no storms all year round, bright sunshine, and warm sea breeze blowing on the beaches and forests, making people feel very comfortable and peaceful. This is a paradise for seabirds, where they build nests and breed, fly, and sing freely. This island is a very beautiful place where people can relax, enjoy the beauty of nature, and feel the true meaning of life. After the short film ended, everyone was still immersed in the beauty of the island. The auctioneer smiled and said, "This island was originally owned by a wealthy man. He has recently run into some financial difficulties, so he wants to auction the island. The reserve price is 1 billion. Bids are open now." There was some commotion in the venue, and everyone was talking about it. "This island is really nice, but what are you going to buy it for? We can build a resort on it to attract tourists. It's too troublesome. I don't know how many years it will take to recover the cost." "Indeed, it is. The auction price is 1 billion yuan, and I don't know how much it will cost to renovate it. It's not worth it." No one made a bid, and the scene was a bit quiet for a while. Liu Dong turned around and asked his parents, "How about this island? It should be nice to live on it." Liu Daking nodded and said, "You can grow vegetables and raise pigs on it, and go fishing when you have nothing to do. It's great." Chen Xiaohong's eyes widened and she said, "Didn't you hear that they wanted 1 billion? You can't make back the money you earn from growing vegetables and raising pigs in hundreds of years. Are you crazy?" Liu Daking touched his head, smiled innocently, and said, "I was just saying it casually. I didn't say I wanted to buy it." Liu Dong smiled slightly, raised his hand and said, 1,010,000 yuan. Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong were stunned and both cried out in amazement. "Son, are you crazy? Why are you buying this?" Liu Dong smiled softly and said, "It's okay, I have plenty of money." Everyone in the venue looked at Liu Dong with a look of surprise. It's this guy again. He actually wants to spend 1 billion to buy this island? I'm sure he's from a hidden family, and his purchase of the island must have played a huge role. Who cares what role he plays? Anyway, his status and position must be very high, which is beyond our reach. Wow, this guy looks more and more handsome. Even though he's dressed in ordinary clothes, he has infinite charm. I want to marry him. Forget about it. You're almost 50 years old. Do people like you? That's possible. Maybe he has an Oedipus complex and likes my type. When the auctioneer saw Liu Dong's bid, he showed joy on his face. But she continued to ask, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" At this time, a woman walked into the auction room. The woman was very beautiful, her appearance was delicate and elegant, perfectly showing the beauty and elegance of Oriental women. Her eyes are bright and deep, as if they can see through people's hearts. Her lips are soft and plump, exuding alluring charm. She was dressed very gorgeously, wearing an exquisite cheongsam embroidered with gorgeous patterns and designs. Her hair was tied up in a high bun and adorned with many exquisite hair accessories. She wore a pair of diamond gloves on her hands and a pair of exquisite high heels on her feet, and she walked gracefully and charmingly. There was a sudden burst of exclamations on the field. This is the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, the current head of the family. Why is she interested in participating in this auction? Ah, I know her, she is Nangong Fenghuang. The Nangong family is the #1 family in Magic City. I didn't expect to see her today. This time it's really worth it. Yes, she is so beautiful, so charming. If I could marry her, I would be rich. I heard that she is worth hundreds of billions. Dream on. You want to marry her? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What? You're not convinced? How about we duel? Nangong Fenghuang was very elegant, with a faint smile on her face. She walked into the venue and said in a voice as sweet as a silver bell, "Has anyone taken photos of this island?" The auctioneer said respectfully, "Ms. Nangong, someone has already made a bid for this island. It's Mr. Liu Dong, and he's bidding 1,010,000 yuan. Nangong Fenghuang nodded slightly and said with her red lips slightly parted, "This island was auctioned by the Qin family, and it was only sold for 1 billion. It's a pity. How about this? I'll bid 1.5 billion. She looked at Liu Dong, smiled and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Liu Dong, I have to compete with you." When people heard Nangong Fenghuang's bid of 1.5 billion, there was another round of exclamations in the audience. Liu Dong also kept looking at Nangong Fenghuang. The system told him that Nangong Fenghuang's beauty was 95 points. This is a pretty high score. Liu Dong had never seen such a beautiful woman before. So he was very impressed in his heart. How great would it be if he could get this woman? I heard Nangong Fenghuang say sorry, but her expression didn't show any regret. Liu Dong didn't seem annoyed at all. He just nodded slightly to show his politeness. Then he said, "I'll offer 1.5 billion and 10,000. The crowd roared again and started to make a commotion. This Liu Dong is really blind. He actually started a fight with Nangong Fenghuang. He is from a hidden family and has the qualifications to compete with Nangong Fenghuang. I stand on his side. You nympho, you always stand on the side of any man with money. This time I stand on the side of Nangong Fenghuang. I support her." "Humph, as if you are not a flower maniac, aren't you attracted by Nangong Fenghuang's beauty and wealth? Why are you pretending?" Not to mention the discussions on the field. Nangong Fenghuang saw that Liu Dong had made another bid and only increased it by 10,000 yuan, and a faint smile appeared on her face. But there was a sharp light flashing in her eyes. In fact, she is a competitive woman. So she raised her hand slightly and said, 1.8 billion. 1.8 billion and 10,000. Liu Dong laughed secretly in his heart. Comparing money with me? What do you have to compare with me? Even if you are the first family in the Magic City, you are not as good as me. Who gave me the super rich system? Who gave me 1 trillion? Even if you sell your entire Nangong family, you still won't have that much money, right? This time, you hit a wall. Liu Dong laughed and a calm expression appeared on his face. Chapter 22: The Rich Man. Nangong Fenghuang looked at Liu Dong deeply. Then he continued to bid 2 billion. Liu Dong of course continued to follow up, 2 billion and 10,000. Everyone on the field became excited. This is a good show. It feels like a peak showdown between two top figures. Sun Linglong's face looked a little unhappy. She originally thought that Liu Dong was her opponent, or even inferior to her. Unexpectedly, Liu Dong is now facing Nangong Fenghuang. I felt like my status was lowered in an instant. This made her feel very uncomfortable. But the reality is right in front of us. She was not convinced, but there was nothing she could do. Deep down, she had to admit. Liu Dong is 1 level higher than her, or even several levels higher. Because the price of the island has been raised to 3 billion by Liu Dong and Nangong Fenghuang. 3 billion and 10,000. Liu Dong raised the price very calmly. Nangong Fenghuang has already restrained the smile on her face. She looked at Liu Dong several times with a complicated expression. This man's origins are unknown. Never heard of it before. How did it suddenly appear out of nowhere? Is it really as these people say? Is he from a hidden family? I've heard some legends before. There are rumors among the elders in the family. There are indeed some hidden families in Huaxia. Huge power, amazing financial resources. It affects every aspect of China. Could it be that the Liu Dong in front of him was really the eldest son of a hidden family? This is quite interesting. Nangong Fenghuang's original maximum price was 2.5 billion, but unexpectedly it has been raised to 3 billion now. She hesitated a little, not knowing whether to carry it down. She just made a high-profile appearance, representing the Nangong family's reputation. The reputation of the first family in the Magic City is very noble. If you raise the price for a long time, but end up losing to others, then this person's face was slapped by someone. That would be very ugly. But if the price continues to rise, I don't know where Liu Dong's limit is. What if he continues to lift it? If the price goes up to 5 billion, do I have to follow suit? Isn't that crazy? Because of his unique excitement about this island, he would spend 5 billion of his family's funds. It's really not worth it. Just when Nangong Fenghuang was hesitating, Liu Dong raised his hand again, 10 billion. He raised the price himself. At this moment, the whole audience exploded. Shock. Petrochemical. Stunned. Bewildered. At a loss? Wow, is this insane? This thought occurred to many people. The atmosphere in the venue reached its peak, and a loud noise was buzzing in the venue. 10 billion. That's 10 billion. How could he pay such a high price for a deserted island? He must be crazy. Does he have so much money? A hidden family. It must be a hidden family. Only a hidden family can be so inhumane and raise the price sky high. I'm convinced. I really am. This man is like the sun in the sky, so brilliant and dazzling that he blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes. No matter what, I want to marry him and give birth to his children. Hey, wake up, you are a man, you can't give birth to a monkey, let me do it, I am a woman, I can do it. Nang Gong Fenghuang did not listen to the exclamations and discussions of the crowd. She stared at Liu Dong blankly. I can't see through his details at all. Liu Dong is like a cloud of fog. It made her feel confused and at a loss. Liu Dong also looked at her with a smile. What's wrong? Are you scared? Fight me, what can you use to fight me? Ha 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 ha. Liu Dong felt very happy. He used to be just an ordinary rural student. Now she can confront the eldest daughter of the first family in Magic City head-on. This is a completely different situation. This feeling of going from the mud to the clouds. It made him feel very happy, extremely happy. Ms. Nanggong, do you still want to make an offer? Liu Dong asked mercilessly. Nanggong Fenghuang was at a loss, then shook her head gently. Thank you for your concession. Liu Dong nodded very gentlemanly and looked at the auctioneer. The auctioneer was in shock. It took me a long time to come to my senses. She saw Liu Dong's gaze. He was in a trance for a moment, then he calmed down and said, if no one continues to bid, this island will belong to Mr. Liu Dong. Of course, no one bid again. Finally, the auctioneer made the final decision and the island belonged to Liu Dong. The auctioneer told Liu Dong that after paying the money, he could go through the transfer procedures. Liu Dong didn't say anything more and just walked forward. I took out my cell phone and scanned the payment code. Alipay received 10 billion yuan. We really paid 10 billion, it was not a malicious price hike. Everyone on the field fell into a daze again. They finally became convinced that this young man named Liu Dong was the big shot from a secluded family. 10 billion. They really paid that much. Only people from a hidden family can be so generous, right? There is absolutely no doubt about it. He is the super rich man of the hidden family. I will call him Master Super Rich from now on. Yes, he is the godly rich man, and he deserves the title. At this time, many wealthy people came forward, shook hands with Liu Dong, talked with him, and made friends with him. Many women also surrounded Liu Dong, talked to him, acted coquettishly with him, and invited him to dinner. Their thoughts are simple, to cling to Liu Dong and become his women. Even if I can't be your wife, I can be your concubine. Even if I can't be your concubine, I can be your lover. Liu Dong became the most dazzling star on the field, with everyone surrounding him. Sun Linglong's face turned pale. She humiliated Liu Dong and laughed at him, thinking that he was just an ordinary upstart. What's the big deal about buying a mobile phone store for 100 million? Do you have the guts to show off your strength at the auction? But now, he really showed his strength. It's so scary, so thrilling. This caused her to suffer a huge psychological gap. My face is burning. My whole body is cold. I feel empty inside. This is a slap in the face. Although Liu Dong didn't look at her. But she seemed to be able to see Liu Dong mocking and ridiculing her. This was too much for her self-esteem. Tears welled up in her eyes. She covered her face and rushed out of the venue. I don't have the face to stay any longer. At this time, Nanggong Fenghuang also moved. She swung her long skirt lightly and walked towards Liu Dong slowly. The crowd surrounding Liu Dong immediately made way for him. Although Nanggong Fenghuang was defeated by Liu Dong. But Nanggong Fenghuang is the eldest daughter of the first family in Magic City after all, and she is the head of the family. Her status is still unquestionable, and she deserves the respect and courtesy of everyone on the field. There was an empty passage between Liu Dong and Nangong Fenghuang. Two people stood facing each other. Liu Dong had a smile on his face. There was an intriguing look on Nangong Fenghuang's face. She took a few more steps, came in front of Liu Dong, and stretched out her right hand. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Nangong Fenghuang, the current head of the Nangong family. Liu Dong smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand, and held Nangong Fenghuang's crystal clear and smooth little hand. My name is Liu Dong. Chapter 23 Beautiful and Gentle Qin Wushuang. Nangong Fenghuang sighed. What a shame. I originally wanted to build a holiday island for the super rich, but you took it away from me. There are many islands on the sea. Try harder and find another one. Liu Dong showed no mercy. I have a renovation plan for your island. How about I give it to you for free? A plan to turn it into a holiday island for the super rich? Yes, once it's completed, wealthy people from all over the world can go there for vacation. According to my calculations, the cost will be recovered in a dozen years. Thank you so much, but I don't need it. Oh, do you have a better transformation plan? No, I don't have a renovation plan, and I don't want to renovate it or build a holiday island. Nangong Fenghuang was surprised when she heard Liu Dong say this. So you don't want to make money by buying this island? How are you going to get your money back? Liu Dong said calmly, I bought this island not expecting to make money from it, but just to build a manor on it and take my parents there for vacation when I have nothing to do. Nangong Fenghuang was shocked. The island he bought for 10 billion yuan was just for a family of 3 to go on vacation. It's not about building a resort, it's not about making money. Isn't he this too inhumane? Nangong Fenghuang looked at Liu Dong in disbelief and murmured, Are you kidding me? Liu Dong shook his head and said, I never joke. Nangong Fenghuang stopped talking, nodded, and quietly stepped aside. The auction continues at this time. The third auction item was an ordinary gold bracelet. Just when everyone was disappointed, the auctioneer smiled mysteriously. She fumbled with the gold bracelet and a tiny roll of paper popped out. This is a transparent roll of paper, as thin as a cicada's wing. The auctioneer opened the scroll and showed it to everyone. There are all kinds of tiny lines and symbols drawn on it. The auctioneer said crisply, according to our auction house's appraisal, this is a treasure map. Everyone was very surprised. Treasure map? Isn't that something that only exists in martial arts novels? Are there treasure maps in real life? Is it true or false? Everyone was talking about it and expressing doubts. The auctioneer ignored the commotion and directly stated the starting price. The starting price is 1 million. Fang Deren smiled and said to the beautiful woman in his arms, This is quite interesting, I want it. He raised his hand and said, I offer 1.2 million. Tang Mingyang snorted and said, I offer 1.5 million. Someone else made another bid, 1.8 million. The beautiful woman in Fang Deren's arms laughed and said, There are many competitors, dear, I'm afraid you can't buy this treasure map. Fang Deren said, It's just a vague treasure map. I don't believe they will fight me to the end. I have to save my face today. He continued to raise the price to 2 million. Unexpectedly, Tang Mingyang matched his price and bid another 2.5 million. Everyone else smiled and stopped bidding, ready to watch the fun. Fang Deren glared at Tang Mingyang angrily and said, What do you mean, always going against me? Tang Mingyang said coldly, Who do you think you are? Is it worth it for me to go against you? If you have money, keep asking for a price. If you don't have money, just stand aside. Fang Deren was extremely angry and raised his hand and said, 5 million. I want this treasure map. Tang Mingyang said slowly, 6 million, I want it. Fang Deren said angrily, I'll offer 8 million, you have the guts to raise the price. Tang Mingyang laughed, then shook her head and said, I'll give it to you, idiot. The beautiful woman in Fang Deren's arms clapped and cheered, saying, My dear, you finally got your face back. In fact, Fang Deren was already feeling the pain, because this was 8 million, not a small amount of money. But the encouragement from the beautiful woman in his arms made him feel very proud. So he smiled happily and said proudly, That's right, don't you see who I am? The auctioneer asked if anyone else was bidding. When no one came in, she gave the final word. Unexpectedly, Nangong Fenghuang raised her hand, 10 million. Fang Deren's face froze instantly, and everyone on the field was in an uproar. The auctioneer asked Fang Darren if he wanted to raise the price. He shook his head grimly. He muttered, "I can't beat the Nangong family, so let it go this time." This was a way for him to save face, and he felt relieved at the same time. He didn't have to pay 8 million, which was actually quite good. Liu Dong was lazily preparing to raise his hand to raise the price, but Nangong Fenghuang looked over. She begged in a tender voice, "Master Shenhao, I am very interested in this treasure map. Can you let me have it this time?" "Okay." Liu Dong thought to himself, "Since you have begged me like this, it would be very ungentlemanly if I raised the price." So he smiled, touched his nose with his raised hand, and said, "Okay, I won't compete with you." Nangong Fenghuang smiled sweetly, like a blooming flower. "Thank you, Mr. Shenhao. Would you mind letting me treat you to a meal tomorrow?" Liu Dong was helpless. The name Mr. Super Rich was too ugly, but everyone started calling him that and he couldn't stop it. He said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow and see if I'm free." Nangong Fenghuang nodded and said, "Okay, let's add each other as friends first. If you are free tomorrow, please let me know." Nangong Fenghuang kept a very humble attitude. After all, she was defeated by Liu Dong. Moreover, Liu Dong's identity is too mysterious. There must be a huge hidden family behind him. It is best not to offend such people, and it would be best to make friends with them. Liu Dong didn't care. He took out his phone and added Nangong Fenghuang as a friend. As a result, no one competed with Nangong Fenghuang for the treasure map, and she took it away for 10 million yuan. I then bought a few more items. The prices were high and low, but the most expensive one was no more than 10 million. Liu Dong felt that it was too cheap. If he forced the price up to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, it would be too unreasonable, so he did not participate in the auction. Finally, it was time for the last item to be auctioned. Nothing was lifted onto the platform. Instead, a delicate and beautiful girl walked onto the stage. The girl has a delicate and beautiful face, like the morning dew, fresh and soft. Her eyes were big and bright, like stars, shining. She has a high nose bridge, rosy lips, and 2 charming dimples. Her skin is as white as jade and radiant, as if it can reflect the colors of the sunlight. She was wearing an exquisite silk long dress with simple and elegant patterns flowing on the hem, which made her look elegant and charming. Her long hair was carefully combed and fixed with a pearl hairpin, falling naturally like a waterfall, elegant and generous. Her accessories were all masterpieces of top designers, small earrings, exquisite necklaces, all reflecting her nobility and taste. Wow, this is the third daughter of the second family in Magic City, Miss Qin Wushuang. Chapter 24. How about I give it a try? The auctioneer smiled and introduced, "This is Miss Qin Wushuang from the second family of Magic City. I believe everyone should know her. The Qin family has encountered some difficulties recently and needs a lot of capital turnover. The island that was auctioned just now turned out to belong to the Qin family." At this time, Qin Wushuang took a step forward and bowed slightly to Liu Dong. Her voice is very tender and soft. "Thank you, Mr. Shenhao, for bidding 10 billion to buy our island. On behalf of the Qin family, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you." Liu Dong was also very amazed by Qin Wushuang's beauty. The system told him that Qin Wushuang's looks had reached 9.6 points. A little taller than Nangong Fenghuang. In response to Qin Wushuang's thanks, he just smiled and waved his hand. "It's just a fair auction. I pay the money and you leave the island. No need to thank me so politely." Qin Wushuang nodded slightly, stepped back, and turned his gaze to the auctioneer. The auctioneer continued, "Because the Qin family has a huge funding gap, we are planning to find a fiancé for Miss Qin Wushuang this time. The young talent who bids the highest will be Miss Qin Wushuang's fiancé." There was an uproar on the field. "Isn't he this selling your daughter? Don't say such harsh words. Anyone who can offer the highest price is also an extraordinary person. He and Miss Qin can be together, which is a strong combination. That's right, we should look at everything from different angles and not be so narrow-minded. It's a pity that I'm just a small figure. If I had money, I would definitely take Qin Wushuang down. It's better to go to bed. In my opinion, only the rich man has this ability." "You are right. Lord Shenhao is mysterious and has amazing wealth. He is also young and promising. He and Miss Qin Wushuang are a perfect match. I just don't know if the rich man will take action. The hidden family seems to have some strict rules. It seems that marrying a wife is not so casual. There are various requirements and standards. Stop talking, keep reading, it's really interesting, it's worth coming here today. The auctioneer waited until the crowd quieted down before speaking. If you want to become Miss Qin Wushuang's fiancé, you need to have a certain level of strength. The starting price is at least 1 billion. Bidding begins now. There was a sudden silence on the field. Soon, someone made a bid. I'll offer 1,010,000. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Fang Deren from the Fang family, the 8th-ranked family in Magic City. He looked very excited and his face turned red. The beauty in his arms was unhappy and said angrily, "My dear, don't you love me? Why do you want to be Qin Wushuang's fiancé again?" Fang Deren laughed and said, "I love you, but I only want to marry Qin Wushuang. These are two different things. If I marry Qin Wushuang, my status in the Fang family will rise sharply. Who will dare to look down on me in the future?" Tang Mingyang from the Tang family, the 4th-ranked family in Magic City, sneered. "You think you can eat swan meat? It's ridiculous, sad and lamentable." Fang Deren was furious and pointed at Tang Mingyang and said, "You are too much of a bully. Why do you keep targeting me?" Tang Mingyang said coldly, "How many women have you bullied? Don't you know it in your heart? Scum like you should be thrown into the garbage dump and never stand up again." Fang Deren said unconvincedly, "How many women I have played with is none of your business. I have money, they are willing to stick to me, it's consensual, do I need you to be here to uphold justice?" Tang Mingyang glared at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him. The auctioneer asked, "Anyone else want to bid?" "I offer 1.1 billion. A woman's voice came out. Everyone was stunned. "Aren't you looking for a fiancé for Qin Wushuang? Why are women bidding too?" Everyone turned their eyes and found that it was Sun Linglong from the Sun family, the 5th-ranked family in Magic City. Sun Linglong felt frustrated for the whole night. Now she finally stood up. "Hey, how can you, a woman, be someone's fiancé? That's right. How can women marry each other? It's really ridiculous." Although the Sun family ranks 5th in the Magic City and has a prominent fortune, they can't act so recklessly. Fang Deren was even more anxious. He pointed at Sun Linglong and shouted, "Sun Linglong, what are you doing? Go grab a man, why are you competing with me for a woman?" Tang Wuyin laughed and said, "Even if Miss Qin Wushuang follows Sun Linglong, it's much better than following a pervert like you. I will pay Sun Linglong with both hands." Sun Linglong smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand me. Don't forget that I have a brother and I'm looking for a wife for him." Everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that the current head of the Sun family is Sun Linglong's biological brother Sun Yuyang, who is also one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. It is normal and reasonable for Sun Linglong to find a wife for her brother. Fang Deren snorted and said, "Sun Yuyang is not without women, why are you competing with me for them? I offer 1.1 billion and 10,000. 1.2 billion. Sun Linglong showed no sign of weakness and was very determined. After all, the Qin family is a large family. If the Sun family can marry the Qin family, it will be a powerful alliance. When the two families are together, the Nangong family will probably have to give in. I bid 1.2 billion and 10,000. Fang Deren also got excited and chased after him relentlessly. 1.5 billion. Sun Linglong remained calm and took steady steps. 1,510,000. 1.8 billion. 1,810,000. 5 billion. Unexpectedly, Sun Linglong directly increased it to 5 billion this time. Fang Deren was stunned, and then his body trembled. He wanted to raise the price further, but was very hesitant. He actually doesn't have much money, and he relies entirely on his family's influence. If he could take down Qin Wushuang, his family would definitely support him. However, the strength of this support also has certain limits. 10 or 20 billion is not a big deal. 50 billion, I'm afraid that won't work. So in the end he stamped his feet and said in hatred, "Sun Linglong, you are awesome, I won't follow you anymore." Sun Linglong laughed out loud, feeling extremely proud, and all the depression she had felt throughout the night was swept away. The auctioneer asked, "Anyone else want to bid?" Nangong Fenghuang looked at Liu Dong and asked with a smile, "Sir Shenhao, are you not interested?" Before Liu Dong could say anything, Chen Xiaohong quickly grabbed him and whispered, "You've already spent 10 billion, where do you have the money left?" Don't dare to spend any more. Liu Daking said, "This girl is pretty good. She's the daughter of the second richest family in the Magic City. It would be great if she could marry into our family." Liu Dong smiled bitterly and said, "I'm still a student. It's too early to talk about a wife now, isn't it?" Liu Daking said disapprovingly, "Isn't he your fiancé? Just get engaged first and get married after you graduate." Chen Xiaohong hit Liu Daking and said, "Don't talk nonsense. How can your son have so much money?" Liu Dong smiled faintly and said, "I have plenty of money. How about I offer a price and give it a try?" Chapter 25, 10 billion to marry a wife. Liu Daking was a man of broad-minded and generous character, and he never shirked the responsibility of taking action. If you have money, you can do it. Dad, I support you. Liu Dong nodded and raised his hand, 10 billion. With a swish. Everyone's eyes were focused on Liu Dong. Sun Linglong's face turned ashen. Nangong Fenghuang also looked surprised. 10 billion has just been issued, and now another 10 billion is going to be issued. Is his money like toilet paper? Why is he squandering it so carelessly? To be honest, Liu Dong's money is almost as valuable as toilet paper. 1 trillion is too much to spend in a lifetime. Why not take advantage of the auction to spend your money well? Qin Wushuang looked at Liu Dong with her beautiful eyes, which contained a hint of curiosity and some appreciation. Although she is a soft-hearted girl, she naturally likes big men and heroes. She likes men who are generous and magnanimous, and who spend money lavishly, which makes people's hearts beat fast and unable to control themselves. The auctioneer also had a happy look on her face. She asked, "Mr. Shenhao has already offered 10 billion. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 10 billion to marry a wife, I've never heard of that, right?" On one side is the Qin family, and on the other side is a hidden family. It's not surprising. Yes, it was just a transaction from the beginning to the end, and in the end it was a business game of strong alliance. You sound a bit sour. If you're not convinced, just go up and fight. HMPH, thank you. I don't have that ability, so I can only envy and hate you. Just when everyone thought that the dust had settled and Qin Wushuang was about to become Liu Dong's fiancé, unexpectedly someone else made another bid. "I'll offer 10.1 billion. This is a clear man's voice. Everyone turned around in surprise. At the entrance of the auction house, a man walked slowly. Most people don't know him and think he's a bit strange. Nangong Fenghuang let out a light exclamation. "Isn't this Wen Yunkai from Yangjing? Why is he here?" The people around Nangong Fenghuang were all startled when they heard her soft words. "What, Wen Yunkai from Yangjing? I seem to have heard of this name. Is it Wen Yunkai, the eldest son of the second-ranked family in Yangjing?" Yes, that's him." "Wow, a rich young man from Yangjing is here too. How exciting! The second-largest family in Yangjing is going to marry the second-largest family in Modu. This is big news. Stop talking nonsense. It's still uncertain who will win. The rich man will definitely make another offer." While everyone was talking, Wen Yunkai had already walked to the center of the auction hall and everyone was looking at him. Wen Yunkai is a man about 30 years old with a slender figure, like a tall pine tree, exuding an elegant and masculine temperament. He has shiny black hair that is of moderate length and slightly curly, which looks very tasteful. He has a handsome face with clear lines, a high nose bridge, and slightly upturned corners of his mouth, exuding a sense of elegance and confidence. His eyes were a deep black, his gaze was firm, yet there was a kind of aloof evilness in them. He was wearing a dark designer suit, which was of high quality and well tailored, perfectly outlining his figure. The shirt is pure white with the collar slightly open, showing very confident and free and easy. The tie is a slightly fancy striped style, which suits his age without making him look too mature. His leather shoes were black and polished to a very high shine, showing his meticulousness and his demands on himself. His watch is an expensive high-end watch, which shows his identity and status. In general, Wen Yunkai is a handsome, elegant, and well-dressed young man from a wealthy family. Every detail about him reflects his nobility and confidence, making it impossible to ignore his presence. Wen Yunkai smiled and nodded to Nangong Fenghuang with some reserve. "Ms. Nangong, we met many years ago. It's an honor to meet you again today." Nangong Fenghuang also nodded politely and said, "I didn't expect that the eldest young master of the Wen family came to the Magic City in a low-key manner. I didn't get any news in advance." Wen Yunkai shook his head and said, I just arrived in the Magic City on a private plane. I heard the news and rushed here quickly. It's normal that Miss Nangong didn't get the news. Nangong Fenghuang suddenly realized, nodded, and said nothing more. Wen Yunkai turned his gaze to Liu Dong again. This person is unfamiliar, what should I call him? Liu Dong was not nervous at all when facing this handsome man in his 30s, the son of a wealthy family. After all, he is now a powerful and wealthy man. My name is Liu Dong. Wen Yunkai nodded slightly and said, Mr. Liu looks very young. It's amazing that he could offer 10 billion to buy Qin Wushuang. Liu Dong frowned slightly. What Wen Yunkai said was quite unpleasant to hear. What does it mean to buy Qin Wushuang? Does he think Qin Wushuang is a commodity? There was also a slight buzz of discussion around. Everyone felt that this rich young man from Yangjing was a little arrogant, which was why he spoke rudely. But he is rich and powerful, so he has the confidence to say these things, and outsiders cannot blame him. However, Qin Wushuang, who was standing on the stage, looked a little indifferent. Obviously, there was disgust in her eyes. The man Wen Yunkai made her feel very uncomfortable. So she was also worried. What if Wen Yunkai really won the bid? So she secretly hoped that Liu Dong would be able to continue bidding and suppress Wen Yunkai. Just when Qin Wushuang was feeling uneasy, Liu Dong did not let her down. Liu Dong raised his hand and said, 15 billion. This offer shocked everyone in the room. Isn't this price increase too outrageous? It was increased by 5 billion directly. Too rich, too willful, too enviable. My lord, you are truly mighty. Wen Yunkai originally had a faint smile on his face. But when he heard Liu Dong's bid, his face looked a little unhappy. Liu Dong was obviously slapping him in the face and demonstrating to him. Wen Yunkai didn't waste any words and directly raised the price again, 20 billion. It was as if a huge hurricane swept through the place. The entire auction hall was in an uproar. Almost everyone became excited. Shocked, excited, and looking forward to the fun. Wen Yunkai is also very powerful. He went straight into battle with Liu Donggang. One is the eldest son of the second largest family in Yangjing. One is a wealthy man from a hidden family. This auction was truly amazing. It looks good, really looks good. Everyone turned their eyes to Liu Dong again to see how he would respond. Keep bidding. Or just give up directly. Of course, everyone hopes that he can continue to bid so that there will be more excitement. The one who was most looking forward to Liu Dong's bid was Qin Wushuang. She even said directly, Sir, if you can win the bid, I will marry you right away. Chapter 26 I'll take out 100 billion, how will you respond? Wen Yunkai's expression suddenly became even uglier. Qin Wushuang's words clearly meant, I hate you. I want to marry Liu Dong, not you. But he still tried his best to remain gentlemanly, raised his hand and asked Liu Dong to make an offer. Liu Dong lived up to expectations and directly offered a price, 100 billion. Cool, this money is spent a lot. You can get 1,000 skill points at once. Although he has not yet activated any skills, he still doesn't know how to use so many skill points. But it's better to get it first than to have it nothing. Regardless of what Liu Dong was thinking. The whole audience was petrified. Everyone stared at Liu Dong blankly. My lord, are you kidding me? That's 100 billion, not 1,000 yuan. Is it necessary to work so hard to get a wife? Even if you are the eldest son of a hidden family, even if you are a super rich man. But he can't be so inhumane, right? Sun Linglong looked pale and didn't take Liu Dong seriously at first. Now in Liu Dong's eyes, she is probably just an ant, right? Maybe they didn't take her seriously from the beginning. He must have secretly laughed at her in his heart at that time. What the hell, you dare to challenge me? What are you? Sun Linglong felt a dull pain in her heart. My self-esteem seemed to be gnawed by something. One bite at a time. My self-esteem was completely shattered. She only felt her face hot, her whole body cold, and her heart sank under the glacier. There is a feeling of having no desire to live. Nangong Fenghuang was also shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. She had always thought highly of Liu Dong. They think he is a rare and romantic figure, elegant and unrestrained. But I didn't expect that he was so bold, unrestrained, romantic and generous, and spent hundreds of billions. She looked at Liu Dong with a dazed look. This young man, though much younger than her. But now looking back, he was like a mountain, making her look up to him. Boundless momentum swept over and touched her heart. Unconsciously, her whole body began to feel hot, and a feeling of excitement flowed through her body. Looking at Wen Yunkai again, his whole face had turned the color of liver. There was no gentlemanly humility or the demeanor of a wealthy family in his eyes. It was actually flashing with a bright green light, like a vicious wolf, spewing out vicious intentions. Liu Dong is using 100 billion to slap him in the face without any scruples. But he had no ability to fight back. 100 billion, this amount is too huge. He was completely powerless to resist, powerless to turn the tide. It was as if a huge wave was hitting him and he could only be ruthlessly beaten onto the beach without any power to resist. The auctioneer was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. She glanced at Wen Yunkai, whose face was flushed, and said cautiously, "Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding?" She asked 3 times, but the whole place was silent and no one made a sound. Finally, the auctioneer finally made the final decision. Qin Wushuang became Liu Dong's fiancée. If she had followed Qin Wushuang's initial statement, she could have married Liu Dong right away and achieved the perfect marriage between Qin and Jin. The whole place was boiling again, and everyone started discussing enthusiastically. Wow, what a perfect match, a match made in heaven, so enviable. Wow, how nice it would be if I were Qin Wushuang. I would marry the rich man and give birth to 8 little monkeys for him. Oh, if I had as much money as the rich man, Qin Wushuang could be my wife, and I could stay in the house with her every day, making out with her 24 hours a day. Brother, can you do it? Do you have such a strong kidney? HMPH, what do you care about me? At worst, I can eat shen bao 3 times a day. Qin Wushuang's face was also flushed. She jumped off the stage happily and walked in front of Liu Dong. She felt a little shy and lowered her head slightly. She parted her teeth and said shyly, "My dear, when will you marry me?" Liu Dong was a little embarrassed. He looked left at his father. "Look to your mother on the right." I asked softly, "Dad, Mom, can I get married now?" Liu Daking said happily, "Yes, of course, such a beautiful daughter-in-law, what are you waiting for?" Chen Xiaohong slapped him in annoyance and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to get married? Your son is still studying. I've already told you to study first and then talk about marriage after you graduate." Liu Daking smiled and nodded, saying, "That's fine, at worst we can just get engaged first. We can prepare the engagement wine later." Liu Dong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he just shook his head and said to Qin Wushuang, "Let's talk about marriage later. This is the first day we met, and we are not familiar with each other. Let's date for a while first, and if we feel it's a good fit, we can take the next step." Qin Wushuang was a little disappointed. She said dejectedly, "What if it's not suitable? You won't marry me?" When Liu Dong saw her delicate and gentle appearance, a wave of tender emotions flowed in his heart. But now he is a wealthy man, and he cannot fall into the trap of romantic love easily. So he took a deep breath and said, "Let's talk about it later. No one can predict what will happen in the future. I'll go pay first." After saying that, he walked to the counter and scanned the payment code with his mobile phone. Alipay has received 100 billion yuan, the cash register announced coldly. It seemed as if receiving 1,000 yuan was just as ordinary. Of course, it's just a machine and doesn't understand anything, so don't blame it. But the whole audience gasped again. Although Liu Dong's offer of 100 billion just now had already shocked them. But they were still somewhat skeptical, feeling that it was a little impossible and a little dreamy. Maybe Liu Dong was just being willful and just made a random offer. Maybe he wouldn't necessarily pay so much money. But when Liu Dong really paid 100 billion, they were all shocked. All of this is true. Liu Dong is not joking. He really paid 100 billion. Just for a woman. Mr. Shenhao, you are indeed Mr. Shenhao. As expected of the eldest son of the Minin family. The background is unfathomable and simply earth-shattering. Wen Yunkai looked at Liu Dong deeply, his eyes filled with resentment, anger, and hatred. But he was powerless to change the situation. He walked up to Liu Dong and said with a fake smile, "Liu Dong, you are very powerful, but I will not admit defeat. We will meet again in the future, and we will see what happens." He just said these words in a very low voice, not wanting others to hear. Otherwise, others will think that he can't afford to lose, is narrow-minded, and has no gentlemanly manners. Liu Dong didn't care. He smiled faintly and said, "It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too weak. Let's wait and see. I don't want to see if you can turn the tables." Liu Dong was young and full of energy, so he didn't indulge him. He said whatever he wanted to say. "I'm a wealthy man, why should I be polite to you? Even if he is the eldest son of the second largest family in Yangjing. It's just a small onion pinched by hand." But when Yunkai heard Liu Dong's words, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He suppressed his anger and impatience and glared at Liu Dong fiercely. Then he said goodbye and left in a hurry. Chapter 27 Top Dance Skills. The auction was over and the stage was removed. What follows is a relaxing and enjoyable dance party. There were many people coming this time, hundreds of them. They are all upper-class elites in Magic City. It's so hard to get together. Why don't you communicate well? Any business information can also be shared together to find opportunities for joint cooperation. There were bright lights and wine, and handsome men and beautiful women were dancing on the dance floor. Liu Dong is the absolute focus and core of the game. All the young women gathered around him. Although he was already Qin Wushuang's husband in name only. But since the two of them are not married, they have a chance. They are all fantasizing that maybe luck will come to them. Maybe one day Liu Dong will abandon Qin Wushuang and marry them home. And even if Liu Dong and Qin Wushuang got married. But which rich man is not romantic? If we can't be husband and wife, we can be lovers. A man as charming, handsome, and rich as Lord Shenhao. Even if you have a little contact with him, you can benefit endlessly. But the first dance was, of course, performed by Liu Dong and Qin Wushuang. After all, they are an engaged couple now. But Liu Dong was a little troubled and embarrassed. Because he was just a poor student from the countryside. How can you understand these things about the upper elites? Dancing? What is that? No. But Liu Dong only hesitated for a moment before he suddenly understood. No? Then learn. Some people say, how can we learn in such a short time? Isn't it embarrassing if you dance badly? Wouldn't that seriously damage the image of the rich man? Stupid. The rich man has a system. Mr. Shenhao now has more than 1,000 skill points. If you don't know how to dance, just spend your skill points and let the system teach you quickly. Liu Dong briefly asked the system and understood it completely. Just spend 1 skill point to learn how to dance. But I have only learned it, it is very basic and immature. In the system, all skills are divided into 9 levels. From beginner to advanced level. The higher the level, the more skilled you are. Level 9 skills are unprecedented and unparalleled. Spend 1 skill point to reach skill level 1. Spend another 2 skill points to reach skill level 2. Then you need to spend another 4 skill points to reach level 3 skill. A doubling of the increase, and so on. Therefore, to reach skill level 9, you will need to spend a total of 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, and 256 skill points. All skill points added together are 511 skill points. Liu Dong was also secretly shocked. Although it seems that it is easy to gain skill points. But to reach the top level of a skill, it would take a lot of skill points. 511 skill points, that's 51.1 billion yuan. Is it easy for me to spend money? It takes so many skill points to learn a top-level skill. Oh, how sad. Putting aside the messy thoughts in his mind, Liu Dong gritted his teeth and... If you want to learn the top skills. What does it look like to be so stingy? I spent my skill points, and I will find a chance to earn them back next time. Isn't it just spending money? 100 million and 100 million spent. Hundreds of billions of flowers. The flowers are strong. Desperate flowers. You can always earn enough skill points. So Liu Dong communicated directly with the system and taught me the most advanced dance skills. The system naturally responded to every request and directly stuffed a huge amount of dance skills into Liu Dong's brain. Liu Dong felt dizzy and almost fell down. Fortunately, he is young and his mental strength is not bad. Finally, I managed to hold on. My eyes lit up and countless dance moves flew through my mind. A feeling of enlightenment penetrates into the soul. Very quickly, in just half a second. Liu Dong has mastered the most advanced dancing skills. Looking at the system information panel again, changes have occurred. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 9999999878833 for 52 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 12 points average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 11 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 11 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skill, dance level 9. Strengthening points, 5 points. Skill points, 706 points. Liu Dong walked up to Qin Wushuang with a smile. He said softly, "Can I ask you to dance?" Qin Wushuang's face flushed slightly and she nodded softly. The two of them got close. Liu Dong put his arms around her waist, and the two of them slid into the dance floor. Liu Dong and Qin Wushuang danced to the music. Their movements were coordinated and smooth, like a dancing butterfly. Their dance steps were fast and flexible, which was amazing. The lights flowed over their bodies. Liu Dong's body looked more vigorous under the lights, and Qin Wushuang's red dress looked more vivid under the lights. Their movements blended perfectly with the music, and every beat seemed to be telling their story. The climax came, the music reached its peak, and Liu Dong and Qin Wushuang's emotions were completely released at this moment. Their movements became more intense, and their eyes followed closely. Everyone else in the venue was attracted by their dance, and everyone was immersed in this visual and auditory feast. After the dance, Liu Dong and Qin Wushuang stood in the middle of the dance floor, hugging each other. Their eyes met, as if time had stopped at this moment. There was a wave of applause and cheers, and their dance had deeply touched everyone's heart. This is truly a match made in heaven, the envy of everyone. Especially Liu Dong's dancing skills opened everyone's eyes. He danced so well, gorgeously, charmingly, and full of charm. Although Qin Wushuang was also very beautiful and danced very lightly, like a fairy. But most people's attention is still focused on Liu Dong. He danced so well. Even more master level than master level. Watching him dance is a visual enjoyment. It makes people immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. When the dance ended, many people were still immersed in it, their eyes fixed on Liu Dong. Especially those women, their faces were full of intoxicated expressions. They were all fantasizing, what a happy thing it would be if they were dancing with Liu Dong. There were even tears in the eyes of several women. They were moved by the intoxication in the depths of their souls. This is the charm of level 9 dance. It is soul-stirring, touching, and unparalleled. Chapter 28 Another Base. As soon as Liu Dong and Qin Wushuang separated, countless women came up to him. They all want to dance with Liu Dong. Liu Dong declined, saying that he was a little tired, and sat back in his seat, eating fruit, drinking tea, and chatting with his parents. 10 minutes later, Nangong Fenghuang walked over and invited Liu Dong. "Can we dance together, my lord?" Nangong Fenghuang smiled, so beautiful and gentle, which made people's heart move. But Liu Dong did not stand up. He waved his hand and said, "No more dancing. I'm a little tired. Maybe next time." Nangong Fenghuang didn't expect Liu Dong to reject her, and felt a little embarrassed. But she still smiled, nodded, and walked away. Master Shenhao is Master Shenhao. He doesn't even give face to Nangong Fenghuang. He is so handsome. I was quite unhappy when he rejected me just now. But now that I see him reject Nangong Fenghuang, why am I so happy? That's right, I'm happy too, he. The fans around were whispering and were all very excited. At this time Qin Wushuang came over again and sat next to Liu Dong. She said coyly, "When I have time I will go with you to see the island and be your tour guide." Liu Dong smiled and nodded, and said, "Is there a boat going there?" Qin Wushuang said, "We have a cruise ship at home that can go there." Liu Dong said thoughtfully, "Then I should buy a cruise ship, otherwise it will be inconvenient to travel to the island in the future." Qin Wushuang said quickly, "Our family can help you with this." "What kind of cruise ship do you need?" "I'll talk to them and buy one for you." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you. Just help me buy a large cruise ship. The budget is 10 billion. If it's not enough, I'll add more." Qin Wushuang widened her lovely eyes and murmured, "A 10 billion cruise ship? Oh, it's too big and luxurious, isn't it?" Liu Dong didn't care and said, if you want to buy one, buy a good one. If there is no ready-made one, find someone to build one for me. It will cost at least 10 billion. Otherwise, it will be too low class. He directly added Qin Wushuang as a friend and then transferred 10 billion to Qin Wushuang. I'm so happy, I earned another 100 skill points. Qin Wushuang was completely stunned when he looked at the 10 billion on his mobile phone screen. Liu Dong patted her shoulder gently and said, then I'll leave it to you. My parents are a little tired. We'll leave first. He stood up and left with his parents, leaving behind countless women who were left sighing in despair. After returning to the villa, Liu Dong received a message from Liu Xinya. She told Liu Dong that the group company had already been registered. The name is Oriental Shenhao Group Company, Limited. She had already featured a building and wanted Liu Dong to go and see it the next day. If it fits, buy it. Liu Dong replied and agreed to go see the building at 8 o'clock the next morning. Then I washed up and went straight to bed. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Liu Dong picked up Liu Xinya and drove to the building they had their eyes on. This is an 18-story building located in the city center. Liu Dong thought it was great and asked Liu Xinya to buy it directly. For this purpose, he transferred 10 billion to the account of the newly established group company. The money for purchasing the building and the funds for the company's future operations will come from this. The group company's office is located on the 18th floor. The floors below are temporarily vacant and will be used when needed. At noon, the two found an elegant restaurant to have lunch. While eating, Liu Xinya smiled and said, what happened last night has spread all over the Magic City. Everyone is praising your deeds. Liu Dong said disapprovingly, it's just a small amount of money, it's not worth making such a fuss about it. Liu Xinya sighed and said, you spent more than 100 billion last night. Is that still a small amount of money? It's really amazing. Liu Dong laughed and said no more. Compared to 1 trillion, isn't 100 billion just a small amount of money? After finishing the meal, Liu Xinya's face suddenly turned red. She secretly glanced at Liu Dong. She asked softly, boss, I've fallen in love with you. Liu Dong looked at Liu Xinya's delicate and beautiful appearance, and his heart was moved. He smiled and said, you are a good woman. It is my honor to make you fall in love with me. Liu Dong patted her gently and said, work hard, I won't treat you unfairly. Liu Xinya nodded and said, I understand. I will work hard and won't let you down. Liu Dong was not a fool, so he naturally understood her thoughts. He didn't say anything and just smiled faintly. Go ahead and do your work. I have to go back to school. Liu Dong turned around and got into his car, then drove towards the school, leaving Liu Xinya standing there staring blankly at the taillights of the car. Liu Dong did not drive the car into the school, as that would be too high profile. He randomly found a parking lot, parked his car, and then walked into the school. Back in the dormitory, several roommates were playing games. Li Dali said, Adong, where have you been these days? I can't see you anywhere, and you're not even in class. Do you want to fail the course? Liu Dong smiled and said, my parents came and bought a house to settle down. Monkey said, wow, that's great. You actually bought a house in Shanghai. Dong, your family seems to be quite wealthy. Ma, when you asked in confusion, Adong, aren't you from the countryside? How can you afford to buy a house in Shanghai? The cheapest house here would cost several million, right? Liu Dong smiled and said, actually, my parents are wealthy, they just like to relax in the countryside. My family is very rich, not to mention houses worth millions, they can even buy islands worth hundreds of billions. The three roommates burst into laughter, and they all thought that Liu Dong was bragging. Liu Dong didn't care and laughed in his heart, brother is now a well-known rich man in Shanghai. If you find out the truth one day, will you still be able to laugh? I'm afraid your jaw will drop, right? Chapter 29, Green Tea ex-girlfriend begs for reconciliation. Just as a few people were laughing and joking, someone knocked on the door. Monkey went to open the door. He saw a beautiful girl standing at the door. He uttered a sigh and said, Hu Xiaoli, why is it you? Didn't you break up with Adong? Hu Xiaoli said with a smile on her face, how is that possible? It's all a misunderstanding. Adong and I have a good relationship. I will not break up with him. Hu Xiaoli trotted over to Liu Dong. She coquettishly took Liu Dong's arm and said, Dong, don't be angry with me, let's make peace. From now on, whatever you say is what I will listen to you. Liu Dong pulled back his arm and said coldly, who are you? You cheated me of my money, hooked up with other men, and now you want to reconcile with me. Do you think I'm a fool? Li Dali, Monkey Brother, and Ma Wenyu were all stunned. They originally thought that Liu Dong and Hu Xiaoli broke up just because of a quarrel or emotional discord. I did indeed expect that Hu Xiaoli actually cheated Liu Dong of his money and cheated on other men. Isn't he this too abominable? Hu Xiaoli started crying. While wiping her tears, she said, Dong, please forgive me. I was ignorant and did something wrong. I will change. Liu Dong snorted and said, a dog will always eat shit. Hu Xiaoli cried out and cried even louder. She grabbed Liu Dong's hand and said, Dong, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I have broken up with Sun Yiming. I will return your 80,000 yuan now. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and was about to transfer money to Liu Dong. Liu Dong sneered and blocked her. Then the 80,000 yuan is like feeding the dog. You don't need to pay it back to me. You'd better get out of here. He has plenty of money now and doesn't need Hu Xiaoli to pay him back 80,000 yuan. He hated Hu Xiaoli very much and just wanted her to leave here as soon as possible. Just when Hu Xiaoli was entangled, someone knocked on the door again. Monkey said puzzledly, it's really lively today, who is it again? After saying that, Monkey ran over to open the door. There was a beautiful girl standing outside the door. Monkey was stunned for a moment, then shouted excitedly, the campus beauty of the College of Arts, Qin Ruoxue. Li Dali and Ma Wenyu came over in surprise. Li Dali suppressed his excitement and asked, Student Qin, what are you doing in our dormitory? We can help you. Qin Ruoxue ignored them, walked around them and came in front of Liu Dong. She begged, Dong, why are you doing this? Why are you abandoning me? Do you have another woman? Li Dali, Monkey Brother, and Ma Wenyu were stunned. Their brains couldn't react at all. What's the meaning? Liu Dong abandoned Qin Ruoxue? Abandoned the campus beauty of the Faculty of Arts? Why? Why? Is this world crazy? Monkey Brother hurriedly ran to Liu Dong, pointed at Qin Ruoxue and said, Dong, did you abandon her? Liu Dong looked at Qin Ruoxue expressionlessly and said coldly, we are even now. Don't bother me anymore. Qin Ruoxue said anxiously, but haven't we always gotten along well? You still wanted my body, how come you turned against me so suddenly? Why is that? After hearing Qin Ruoxue say that she had given her body to Liu Dong, Li Dali, Monkey Brother, and Ma Wenyu were even more shocked, and at the same time, envy was revealed in their eyes. Isn't he so cool? What kind of charm does Liu Dong have that can make the beauty from the School of Arts devote herself to him? But is Liu Dong crazy? Why would he abandon Qin Ruoxue? Wouldn't it be nice to keep such a beautiful girl and enjoy her slowly? Hu Xiaoli was not happy. She pushed Qin Ruoxue and said, Hey, bitch, why are you trying to steal my boyfriend? Qin Ruoxue was already in a bad mood, and when Hu Xiaoli pushed her, she immediately exploded. She started fighting with Hu Xiaoli right away. The two women screamed, pulled each other's hair and wrestled with each other. Soon, all the boys on the entire floor heard the sound and gathered around. Wow, isn't that Qin Ruoxue, the school beauty from the Faculty of Arts? Why is she fighting with Hu Xiaoli? Does it feel like you're jealous? For whom? Which man can make Qin Ruoxue jealous? Stop being funny. There are more than a dozen male dormitories on this floor, with a total of 40 to 50 people. Everyone crowded at the door of Liu Dong's dormitory, and the scene became very lively. After all, Li Dali is older, more mature and more stable. He shouted loudly, you two stop fighting. Liu Dong has already said that he doesn't want you anymore. There is no point in fighting anymore. The boys watching were suddenly in an uproar. Wow, what does that mean? Liu Dong abandoned both Qin Ruoxue and Hu Xiaoli? Yes, that's what Li Dali meant, but how is this possible? How lucky is Liu Dong? How could he win Qin Ruoxue's heart? And let her fight with Hu Xiaoli? Isn't Liu Dong just an ordinary student from the countryside? Where does he get such great charm? Liu Dong frowned, this was too outrageous. It's really outrageous. He checked the system information panel and found that he still had 15 enhancement points. So he added these 15 strengthening points evenly to physique and strength. The information panel has been updated. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 9999999878333 for 52 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 19 points average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 19 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 11 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skill, Dance level 9. Strengthening points, 15 points. Skill points, 806 points. Note, gain the love of a woman of average appearance, gain 1 strengthening point, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 80 points or above, gain 5 strengthening points, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 90 points or above, gain 10 strengthening points, spend 100 million, gain 1 skill point. Now Liu Dong's physique and strength are both 19 points. It doesn't look like much, but it is already very amazing. After all, the average physique and strength of an average adult is only 10 points. 19 points compared to 10 points is 1.9 times. Liu Dong walked directly in front of the 2 women. Without saying a word, he picked up both women, one in each hand. The onlookers all gasped. What kind of strongman is this? Both women were very slim, but each weighed about 80 or 90 kilograms. Carrying 80 kilograms in one hand is very powerful. Liu Dong looks gentle, thin, and weak. How could he have so much strength? Liu Dong said in a deep voice, "Don't embarrass yourself here, get out of here." He carried a woman in one hand and strode out of the dormitory. The boys gathered at the door quickly made way for them. Chapter 30. What's wrong with the school beauty? I don't care. Liu Dong carried the 2 screaming girls and walked straight out of the dormitory building. Then he threw them all on the ground. The 2 girls each hugged Liu Dong's thigh and cried and begged him not to leave. Liu Dong was also angry. 1 foot at a time. The 2 girls rolled out like rolling goods. All the students in the dormitory heard the noise. Then I saw this scene. Everyone was in an uproar. Isn't this Liu Dong? Is he so fierce? He actually bullies girls. Yeah, and he bullied 2 girls at the same time. He is really a role model for our generation. What kind of values do you have? You can be a role model by bullying girls? You will never find a wife in your life. What do you know? Look carefully, it's those 2 girls who are pestering Liu Dong. I've only seen boys clinging to girls, but this is the first time I've seen girls clinging to boys, and 2 girls clinging to 1 boy at the same time. It's really eye-opening. When the situation was about to get out of control, a girl came over. This girl has long black hair and delicate features like a doll. Her skin is as white as jade and her red lips are slightly upturned, which is very attractive. She has a slim and well-proportioned figure and an elegant posture. She is wearing a black dress with a deep V neckline and the hem of the skirt sways gracefully, making her look mature and sexy. Wow, isn't this the school beauty Su Yuyo? It's so beautiful. I'm drooling. Yeah, if she could be my girlfriend, it would be worth it to live 10 years less. You'd better forget it. They are from the 3rd-ranked family in Magic City. They are the daughter of the Su family, Su Yuyo. Are you worthy of her? Su Yuyo walked up to Liu Dong with a frosty look on her face. She looked at Liu Dong coldly and said, "Student, what are you doing? How can you bully female classmates? Apologize to them quickly." Liu Dong also knew Su Yuyo's name. He had seen her from a distance before and was struck by her beauty. But he is no longer the Wuxia Ramon, he is no longer the same as before. So Su Yuyo was not so out of reach in his heart. Liu Dong said calmly, "I didn't bully them, they were the ones who pestered me." Su Yuyo helped Qin Ruoxue and Hu Xiali up. She obviously knew Qin Ruoxue. After all, it is easy for beautiful women to get to know each other, as they are all at the same level. "Ruoxue, tell me why he bullied you, and I will help you get justice." Qin Ruoxue blushed. She wiped her tears and said shamefully, "He didn't bully me, it's just that I don't want to break up with him." Su Yuyo was surprised. She looked up at Liu Dong. Just an ordinary boy. Looks gentle and refined. Although he is a little handsome, he is just like that, not that handsome. Why would Qin Ruoxue fall for such an ordinary boy and try to curry favor with him? Besides, how dare he propose to break up with Qin Ruoxue? It was his blessing that Qin Ruoxue fell in love with him, right? He actually took the initiative to break up? And let Qin Ruoxue hold his thigh and beg him not to break up? Is the world gone wrong? What is going on? Hu Xiaoli pointed at Qin Ruoxue and said, "Don't bother with a dong anymore. I am his first love. You are the third party. Stay away from a dong." The two girls started arguing again and were about to fight. Su Yuyu felt unbelievable, but she quickly stopped the two girls. She sighed, looked at Liu Dong coldly, and said, "You are a terrible person. How can you play two women at the same time? You are really morally corrupt. I really despise you." Liu Dong laughed and said, "You haven't figured out the whole story yet, and you're blaming me. What's your basis? Because you're beautiful? So what if you're beautiful? In my eyes, you're just a vase." Su Yuya was so angry that her face turned blue. She pointed at Liu Dong and said, You are really unreasonable." Liu Dong said calmly, "I didn't ask you to reason with me, you'd better stay away from me. I have no interest in you, don't deliberately attract my attention here." Su Yuya stamped her feet and said angrily, "You are so bad. Just wait and see. One day I will make you apologize to us." After saying that, she took Hu Xiaoli and Qin Ruoxue, one in each hand, and left. As they walked, she advised, "Don't make such a fuss over a stinky boy. It's really embarrassing. I will introduce you to an excellent boy who is 10,000 times better than him." The three girls walked away, and there was nothing exciting to watch, so the boys dispersed. Li Dali, Monkey Brother, and Ma Wenyu came over together. Li Dali sighed and said, "A dong, am I so arrogant now? Two women are fighting for you, and one of them is the campus beauty." Ma Wenyu also nodded and said, "That's right." He didn't even give face to the school beauty Su Yuyao, which made her very angry. It was really satisfying to watch. Monkey Brother put his arm around Liu Dong's shoulders and said, "Brother, when you have time, teach me how to be so charming." Liu Dong smiled faintly, looked up to the sky and said in a leisurely voice, "Nothing else, only money." The three people then realized that Liu Dong was the child of a wealthy family, a super rich second generation. Li Dali sighed and said, "It's good to have money." Liu Dong asked curiously, "Boss, if you have money, what do you want to do?" Li Dali said, "Of course, it's to buy a house, a car, and pick up beautiful girls." Monkey Brother and Ma Wenyu also quickly echoed, "Me too, me too." Liu Dong laughed and said, "I have set up a group company. When you graduate, you can come to work in my company. I will give you a high salary and let you buy a house, a car, and pick up beautiful girls." Li Dali and the other two were stunned. They didn't expect that Liu Dong actually set up his own group company. But they were immediately very surprised. If you cling to the big tree of Liu Dong, you will have no problem eating delicious food, drinking spicy drinks, buying a house, a car, and picking up beautiful girls in the future. Li Dali said loudly, "Hello, boss. Please take care of me." Monkey Brother and Ma Wenyu also laughed and said, "Boss, good luck and good health to you. If you ask us to attack the east, we will never dare to attack the west." Liu Dong smiled, feeling very proud, and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go and have a feast." The four of them walked towards the school gate arm in arm. There are ordinary restaurants in front of the school, all of which serve students. The main point is cheap and affordable. Liu Dong said, "It's too low class. Let's go to an 8-star hotel to eat." He came to the parking lot, drove out his multi-million-dollar car, and parked it in front of his three roommates. "Get in the car, guys." Li Dali and the other two were stunned when they saw the car worth millions. Liu Dong is really rich. He actually drives such an expensive luxury car, which shocked them. But they also came to their senses and jumped into the car excitedly. Liu Dong stepped on the accelerator, the car roared and sped away. Target 8-star Hotel Emerald Star. Chapter 31, Slap and Step On. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Emerald Star Hotel, Liu Dong saw an acquaintance. Sun Linglong, Sun Yiming and Sun Jiajiao. These three all have the surname Sun. Are they all from the Sun family? Liu Dong didn't want to pay attention to them. Unexpectedly, Sun Linglong came over. Sun Linglong acted very modestly. She lowered her head slightly and said, "Sir Shenhao, I was rude last time. I hope you can forgive me." The other party was so humble, Liu Dong would not be unreasonable. He said calmly, "It's not a question of forgiveness or not. Anyway, we are not on the same path, so let's just stay with our own business." He pointed at Sun Yiming and Sun Jiajiao and asked, "What is your relationship with these two brothers?" Sun Linglong said, "They are my cousins. I heard that they also have some conflicts with Master Shenhao. I hope Master Shenhao will not take it to heart." Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. It's all in the past." Sun Linglong was overjoyed and quickly called Sun Yiming and Sun Jiajiao over and asked them to pay their respects to Liu Dong. Sun Yiming and Sun Jiajiao blushed, but still greeted Liu Dong politely. Liu Dong hummed expressionlessly, then said, "It's better to be low-key and not too arrogant." The two of them naturally said yes timidly. Liu Dong ignored the three people and walked into the Emerald Star Hotel with his three roommates. He told the hotel front desk that he wanted the private room from last time. But the girl at the front desk told him that the best private room from last time had been booked. Liu Dong frowned, a little unhappy. He quite liked that private room. It was luxurious, grand, and full of domineering atmosphere. Unexpectedly, it was booked by someone else today at such an unfortunate opportunity. He had no choice but to say, "Then just give me a private room." The girl at the front desk agreed and arranged another private room for him. So Liu Dong and his three roommates walked towards the private room. As Monkey walked and looked around, he said excitedly, "This is my first time in such a luxurious hotel. It really opens my eyes." Ma Wenyu also praised repeatedly and said, "It's really a paradise for rich people. This place is really great. If I can come here once a year, I will be satisfied." Li Dali said with a smile, "Adong has already said that he will help us brothers develop. If we follow Adong, we will definitely be very successful in the future. We can come to this kind of place as many times as we want." Liu Dong laughed and said, "That's true. Our main attraction is that we have a lot of money. You can come to this kind of small hotel anytime." The three roommates were delighted and followed him to the door of the private room. Just as I reached the door of a private room next to me opened and a man walked out. This private room is the one Liu Dong sat in during his first two visits. This is Liu Dong's favorite private room. I didn't expect it had already been booked. What he didn't expect was that I know the person who booked this private room. The man who walked out of the private room was actually Wen Yunkai from Yangjing. It turned out that he was a defeated general. Liu Dong glanced at him indifferently without saying anything. Wen Yunkai was stunned for a moment. When he saw Liu Dong, he remembered what happened last night and his expression turned ugly. "Why are you here too?" he asked coldly. Liu Dong didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but since people asked him this, if he didn't answer, he would seem petty. So he said, "None of your business." Wen Yunkai became furious and raised his hand to slap Liu Dong in the face. But Liu Dong is no longer the same as before. Constitution 19 points. It is 1.9 times that of an average adult. Physical fitness not only includes the level of physical health, but also includes strength, ability to withstand blows, and agility. Liu Dong's speed is very fast. He grabbed Wen Yunkai's right hand directly, as fast as lightning. Then the other hand slapped over. There was a crackling sound. There were 5 red finger marks on one side of Wen Yunkai's face. Liu Dong still held back a little bit of his strength. Otherwise, with his 19 points of strength, if he fanned out with all his strength, Wen Yunkai's teeth would probably be broken and his face would be swollen like a pig's head. But Wen Yunkai's blood rushed to his head and his face turned red all the way to his neck. He totally exploded, went crazy. Furious. From childhood to adulthood, no one could touch him. Not to mention slapping him. This is such a disgrace. Wen Yunkai screamed and rushed over. Liu Dong sneered and flexibly hooked his feet. With a plop, Wen Yunkai fell flat on his face. Liu Dong stepped on him and said coldly, "Do you want to die? You don't know what you are talking about." At this time, everyone in the private room heard the noise and came out. Liu Dong looked up. I saw some familiar faces like Nan Gong Fenghuang, Tang Mingyang, and Fang Deren. There were also a few unfamiliar young people whom Liu Dong didn't know. At this time, Sun Linglong came over with Sun Yiming and Sun Jiajiao. It was obvious that they were also going to the private room next door to attend the banquet. Sun Linglong was shocked. She never expected that. Liu Dong actually stepped on Wen Yunkai. Wen Yunkai is the second most powerful family in Yangjing. He is the young master of the Wen family. Now he is in such a mess, being stepped on by Liu Dong. And there were fingerprints on Wen Yunkai's face. It seems that he was slapped by Liu Dong. Sun Linglong took a breath of cold air. She didn't expect Liu Dong to be so domineering and so arrogant. He is so unscrupulous and doesn't give anyone face. Not only was Sun Linglong surprised. Everyone who walked out of the private room was shocked. Nang Gong Fenghuang looked at the scene in astonishment, completely at a loss as to what to do. This morning, Wen Yunkai sent invitations to all 8 families in Magic City. He invited the young men of 8 families to attend the banquet. Everyone can get together to discuss business cooperation. I didn't expect this to happen before the banquet even started. Fang Deren shrank back. At the auction, he was crushed by Liu Dong. Knowing how powerful Liu Dong is. So he didn't dare to offend Liu Dong. Tang Mingyang had also witnessed the arrogance of the rich man, so she didn't say anything and stood aside in silence. But a man in his 20s stood up. He pointed at Liu Dong with anger on his face and asked, "Where did you come from, you bastard? How dare you hit Master Wen? Are you tired of living?" Nang Gong Fenghuang was originally standing at the front. When she heard the man cursing Liu Dong, she couldn't help but frown, then she inadvertently took a small step back and let him stand in front. This man is the eldest son of the Su family, a guy who curries favor with the powerful. Nang Gong Fenghuang had always disliked him, and even felt a little disgusted with him. So Nang Gong Fenghuang didn't stop him. She wanted to see how Liu Dong would deal with him. She just sits on the mountain and watches the fight between tigers, which is also pretty good. Chapter 32, Let us see who is richer? Liu Dong looked coldly at the man in front of him. He asked casually, "Where did this dog come from, barking here?" The young master of the Su family was so angry that his neck turned red. He took a step forward, pointed at Liu Dong and said, "Asshole, how dare you scold me? I am Su Yugang from the Su family, the 3rd-ranked family in Magic City. Who are you to be so presumptuous in front of me?" Liu Dong frowned and said, "What is your relationship with Su Yuyo?" Su Yugang was stunned for a moment, then said, "That's my sister. What, do you know her? Even if you know her, it's useless. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Liu Dong laughed and said, "So they are brother and sister. Both of them are brainless and stupid." Su Yugang became even more angry and said, "You actually said that I was brainless and stupid. Do you want to die?" Liu Dong sneered and said, "Get out of here quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. Who do you think your Su family is? I don't care about them." Su Yugang roared wildly and shouted, "I want to fight you in a duel. Let Master Wen go first." Liu Dong hooked his right foot, grabbed Wen Yunkai on the ground, and kicked him out. With a crackling sound, Wen Yunkai fell far away. Wen Yunkai screamed in pain, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time. Seeing Liu Dong being so arrogant, Su Yugang could no longer bear it. He yelled, "You are so insolent, you bastard, I want to challenge you in a one-on-one duel, watch out." Su Yuguang seemed to have practiced this technique before, and he took up his stance and attacked. Liu Dong used his hands to block, but Su Yugang pushed him with a clever move, and he slid back several meters. Although Liu Dong's physique and strength are very strong, but he had never learned martial arts. He still felt unable to withstand Su Yuguang's martial arts moves. This won't do. How could such a rich man be suppressed by others? I have skill points, I'm not afraid of you. Although I don't know martial arts now, I can learn it now. So Liu Dong contacted the system directly. He wanted to learn fighting. And to learn the best. The system will naturally respond to requests. The most advanced martial arts moves were directly injected into Liu Dong's mind. Just a moment. Liu Dong became a fighting master. There is no one before him and no one after him. A shocking momentum swept over. Su Yugang felt his breathing stagnate and his whole movement slowed down by a beat. Liu Dong sneered faintly and took a step forward. His hands performed a move like a phantom. Su Yugang was shocked. This move is too gorgeous, too complicated, too difficult, too mysterious. From any angle, he is unmatched. In just a moment of distraction, Liu Dong's moves reached Su Yugang's front. There was a crackling sound. Su Yuguang was also slapped in the face. His face suddenly swelled up and turned red, looking extremely miserable. Everyone was watching the fun and felt that Su Yugang had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, Liu Dong suddenly used a surprising move and hit Su Yuguang in the face. Nan Gongfenghuang's eyes narrowed. She also learned the art of fighting. But she couldn't see through Liu Dong's moves at all. That's amazing. It's totally at the master level. The person who taught her the art of fighting was also a master. But she thought that even her master. He is far from being Liu Dong's opponent. It's amazing. I didn't expect that the rich man not only had amazing financial resources. Even the military force is so amazing. What a mysterious man. So powerful. Such a majestic aura. So charming. Nan Gongfenghuang became obsessed for a while. She looked at the man who stood there like a peak. Fang's heart beats especially happily. There was some blush on her face. There is also some heat flowing inside the body. What a pity, this man has become Qin Wushuang's fiancé. Otherwise, wouldn't it be great if you could snatch him away and make him your man? Let alone Nan Gongfenghuang's fantasy here. Su Yugang over there has gone completely crazy. He used all his life's training to launch his strongest attack. He pounced on Liu Dong like a hawk. His 10 fingers were like silver hooks, trying to tear off a piece of flesh from Liu Dong's body. But Liu Dong's fighting skills have already reached perfection. Between the world. As for fighting, no one is his match. Su Yugang's moves were like children's fighting in front of him. Not threatening at all. Liu Dong smiled faintly. He moved his body slightly and took a step forward. He just used his right palm. The wind whistles and roars. Liu Dong's palms were like lightning, dancing through flowers and butterflies. Su Yugang's hands were slapped open. Then he was slapped on the other side of his face. There was a crackling sound. Su Yugang had fingerprints on both sides of his face. It is bright red and extremely dazzling. Su Yugang's face was swollen. The whole head really looks like a pig's head. It's so pitiful and sad that it's hard to bear to watch. Su Yuguang was unwilling to give in and wanted to attack again. But Liu Dong didn't give him a chance. Liu Dong turned his right palm and pressed Su Yugang's neck. Then used 19 points of strength. Bang! Su Yuguang was pressed to the ground by Liu Dong and knelt on his knees. The eldest son of the Su family, the third-ranked family in Shanghai, knelt in front of Liu Dong. Su Yugang screamed, feeling extremely humiliated. He wanted to stand up. But Liu Dong's palm seemed to have 1,000 pounds of strength, pressing him so hard that he couldn't move at all. Liu Dong said coldly, "Are you convinced?" Su Yugang clenched his teeth so hard that they bled. He said viciously, "I am the young master of the Su family, with great wealth and power. Even if I can't beat you, I can kill you with money. Just wait, I won't let you go." Nan Gongfenghuang, Fang Deren, Tang Mingyang, and others all had strange expressions on their faces. Do you want to compete with the rich man in money? Do you want to kill the rich man with money? Are you kidding me? Do you have as much money as he does? Even Wen Yunkai, who was lying not far away, sighed sadly in his heart. Brother, you don't have as much money as others, you can't compare with them. Seeing Liu Dong display his might, Monkey King was also extremely excited. He shouted, "Adong, this guy seems to be still unconvinced. He can't beat you, so he wants to compete with you for money. Aren't you very rich? Why don't you compete with him?" Ma Wenyu also cheered and said, "Yes, yes, yes, Adong, you are a super rich second generation, why don't you compete with him and let him know who is better? Li Dali is more mature and stable." He said with some concern, "Didn't you hear? He is the young master of the third most powerful family in the Magic City. His assets are at least hundreds of billions. Can Adong compare with him?" Liu Dong was laughing in his heart. Comparing money with me? I have 1 trillion given to me by the system, what can you compare with me? You really don't know how to live or die. Really don't know how high the sky is. I really don't know how I got the title of this super rich man. He looked at Su Yugang coldly and said, "Okay, I'll give you a chance. I'll compete with you to see who has more money." Chapter 33 I want this hotel. So you just got up from the ground. He sneered. Compared to our Su family's wealth, you are really funny. He yelled, manager, manager over here, come here. Soon, a beautiful woman in her 20s came over. The manager's surname is Chen, and her name is Manager Chen. Su Yugang pointed at her and said proudly, calculate for me how much the total consumption in the store is today. Manager Chen naturally knew Su Yuguang and quickly nodded in agreement. She made a phone call and asked her men to do the calculation. A few minutes later, Manager Chen received the results. She said to Su Yugang with a smile on her face, Master Su, the total consumption in our store today is 7.6 million. Su Yugang sneered and took out a black gold card from his pocket. I paid for the entire meal today, you can return the money to the guests. Just spend 8 million and the extra will be your tip. Manager Chen was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Su Yuguang to be so generous all of a sudden. He took the black gold card and ran away. Soon, Manager Chen came back with a rosy face. She was so excited that she didn't expect to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in one go. Her annual salary is not even that much. She returned the black gold card to Su Yugang and said respectfully, Master Su, everything has been done according to your instructions. The guests' money has been returned. They are all very grateful for your generosity. Su Yugang waved his hand triumphantly and said, it's just a small amount of money, no need to thank me. In front of everyone, he pretended to be very happy. But he didn't notice that Wen Yunkai, Nangong Fenghuang, and others were looking at him with very strange eyes. It's like looking at a naive child. Liu Dong sighed and said slowly, is this what you mean by who is richer than you? Su Yugang snorted coldly and said, what? Are you scared? Can you come up with 8 million in one go? What can you compare with me? Liu Dong laughed and said to Manager Chen, who is your boss? Can you invite him over? Manager Chen naturally didn't know Liu Dong, but she could see that Su Yuguang and Liu Dong had a grudge. She had just earned hundreds of thousands of dollars from Su Yugang, so she was naturally close to him. In contrast, she was very cold towards Liu Dong, even looking down on him. She said coldly, sir, our boss is very busy, not everyone can find him. Liu Dong said patiently, just tell your boss that I want to buy this hotel, and the price must satisfy him. When Manager Chen heard what Liu Dong said, a strange expression appeared on her face. She looked at Liu Dong as if he was a fool. Sir, do you know how much our hotel is worth? You just said you wanted to buy it? Su Yuguang burst into laughter, extremely happy. He pointed at Liu Dong and said with a smile, who do you think you are? You want to buy this hotel? Are you crazy? Nangong Fenghuang sighed, took out her cell phone, and made a call. Hey, brother, come here. Hey, sis, what's up? I'm accompanying an important client right now, so I'm very busy. Don't worry about that important client. There's a more important client over here. Come over here quickly. I promise I won't let you suffer any loss. Well, okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Nangong Fenghuang said to Liu Dong, the owner of the hotel will be here soon, please wait a moment. Liu Dong glanced at Nangong Fenghuang with some surprise, then nodded slightly and said Soon, a handsome man in his 20s walked over. He was also stunned when he saw so many people gathered here. Nangong Fenghuang pulled him over and introduced him to Liu Dong. This is my younger brother Nangong Feilong, the owner of this hotel. Then she introduced Liu Dong to her brother Nangong Feilong. This is Mr. Liu Dong, a heavyweight client. You should have a good talk with him. Only then did Liu Dong realize that this hotel was owned by the Nangong family. Su Yugang's face was full of surprise. He said, Fenghuang, what do you mean? Do you really think he can buy this hotel? And you even called Feilong over? Nangong Fenghuang shook her head, sighed, and said nothing. Nangong Feilong turned and looked at Liu Dong with a look of curiosity. He asked, Mr. Liu, are you the important client my sister mentioned? What big business do you want to discuss with me? Liu Dong said, it's not a big business, just a small business. A look of disappointment appeared on Nangong Feilong's face. The small businessman called me over because I was negotiating with an important client. What is my sister doing? Isn't she usually this unstable? However, Nangong Feilong is a person with many years of experience in the business world, so he remained calm. Oh, what small business? Mr. Liu, please tell me clearly. Liu Dong pointed around and said casually, I think your hotel is pretty good. It has style and is luxurious. I like it very much, so I am considering buying it. Nang Gong Filong was stunned at first, then looked at Liu Dong in disbelief. He blinked and said in confusion, Mr. Liu, did I hear you correctly? You said you wanted to buy my hotel? Liu Dong nodded and said with a smile, that's right, I am very interested in your hotel, so I want to buy it, so that when I want to eat, I can use any private room I want without having to compete with others. Liu Dong's 3 roommates were stunned. Li Dali murmured, is Dong getting carried away? Although he is a second-generation rich man, he is not that rich, right? Is he going to buy this hotel? Monkey Brother also didn't believe it at all. He screamed and said, Dong must have been provoked by this Su guy. He just wanted to compete with him, so he messed around here. Ma Wenyu walked directly to Liu Dong and advised in a low voice, Dong, stop making trouble. You can't afford this hotel. If you make trouble like this, it will be too embarrassing. The 3 roommates also cared about Liu Dong and were afraid that he would make a fool of himself. But they didn't know that Liu Dong was no longer the same person as before. Liu Dong is now a well-known wealthy man in the upper class of Shanghai. So Liu Dong also knew that his behavior had frightened his roommates. He said softly to his 3 roommates, don't worry, I'm actually a second-generation super rich person, very, very rich. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. Despite saying this, the 3 roommates still looked at Liu Dong with concern. Liu Dong no longer paid attention to his roommate and turned directly to Nang Gong Filong. Mr. Nang Gong, please give me a price? Don't waste your time. Su Yugang laughed loudly and said, Filong, ignore this lunatic. This poor guy is making trouble here. Wen Yunkai and others showed sympathetic expressions on their faces. Chapter 34, You are completely convinced. Nang Gong Filong also found it a little funny. This is an 8-star hotel, Emerald Star. One of the best hotels in the entire Magic City. That's not a small roadside restaurant that can be bought for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nang Gong Filong shook his head and said to Liu Dong, Mr. Liu, I will pay for your consumption tonight. As for buying a hotel, I think you acted on impulse and have not thought it through. Let's talk about it later. Nang Gong Fenghuang stepped forward and said, Brother, you should name a price. Maybe Mr. Liu can afford it? Nang Gong Filong was stunned for a moment, not knowing why his sister said that. But his expression also became a little more serious. He thought for a moment, nodded, and said, since my sister has said so, I will make an offer. Liu Dong said, okay, you name the price. Nang Gong Filong said, my hotel is considered a top-notch hotel, so I definitely can't sell it cheaply. How about this, if Mr. Liu has the ability to pay 30 billion, I will sell my hotel to you. Su Yugang sneered and said, he can't even come up with 30 billion. Li Dali and his 3 other roommates also gasped. 30 billion? What does that mean? If 30 billion is converted into cash and piled on the ground, that could be piled up into a mountain. It's so horrible. Li Dali urged, Gadong, let's go. Liu Dong smiled and shook his head, feeling happy. Another 300 skill points can be earned, which is great. He pointed at Manager Chen and said, bring me the payment code. Manager Chen looked at him in confusion, bewildered and at a loss as to what to do. Nang Gong Filong coughed and said to Manager Chen, go quickly and get the payment code. Manager Chen woke up as if from a dream and quickly went to get the payment code. Soon, Manager Chen came back with a cash register in his hand. There was a sign on the machine with a payment code on it. Liu Dong walked up slowly and took out his cell phone. Su Yugang laughed and pointed at Liu Dong, saying, this psychopath is just pretending. Let's see what he can scan out. Can he scan a penny? 30 billion yuan has been received into Alipay. The payment machine announced coldly. Who? Li Dali, Monkey Brother, and Ma Wenyu were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears or their eyes. Did Liu Dong really scan the payment code and pay out 30 billion? Nang Gong Filong was also shocked. He never expected that Liu Dong really gave him 30 billion. Is this a dream? This can't be real, right? Isn't he this ridiculous? How is that possible? That's 30 billion, not 300 yuan. It was paid so easily? Who is this Liu Dong? So scary. Such strong strength? Could it be the eldest son of the family from Yangjing? But that's not right. I know all the eldest sons of the families in Yangjing. And there was a Wen Yunkai at the scene. He is the young master of the second largest family in Yangjing. He felt that even Wen Yunkai would not be so generous as to pay 30 billion in one go, right? So Nangong Feilong was completely stupefied and at a loss, with the same dazed expression as manager Chen. With a plop. Everyone looked up. Su Yugang was found falling to the ground. His face was filled with fear, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How is this possible? This can't be real. It must be an illusion. He muttered to himself. The shock he felt was truly too great. He simply couldn't accept this fact. No wonder, he had never been to the auction and had never felt Liu Dong's strong financial resources. So the shock he received seemed too great. Wen Yunkai sighed and shook his head. Fang Deran and Tang Mingyang also sighed, their faces full of pity. There were also a few unfamiliar faces, and they were also very shocked. Their feelings were the same as Nangong Feilong's. Where did this person come from and why is he so scary? Nangong Fenghuang said, "Don't be surprised, Mr. Liu Dong is a wealthy man who became famous overnight. He is the eldest son of a hidden family. How can you compete with him?" Su Yugang asked with red eyes, "What is the godly rich lord?" Fang Deran and Su Yugang usually have a good relationship. So Fang Deran walked up and spoke softly into Su Yuguang's ear. He told Su Yuguang everything that happened at the auction. Su Yugang's face turned red, blue, and white. He never expected that a super rich man would appear in the Magic City overnight. And I actually bumped into this super rich man without knowing whether to live or die. Do you still want to compete with him to see who is richer? Isn't this just seeking death? He wailed and asked loudly, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Fang Deran said with embarrassment, "You are too stubborn. We can't stop you. You have used your eyes on me several times, but you didn't pay attention at all." Su Yuguang collapsed there, completely exhausted. He was completely defeated, completely defeated. In front of Liu Dong, he is completely useless. Be it military force or financial resources, they are not on the same level. He is like a young child. And Liu Dong is like a giant. Liu Dong could pin him down with just one finger, leaving him without any ability to fight back. Thinking of this, Su Yuguang was like a deflated ball, completely losing his fighting spirit. He collapsed on the ground, thinking for a long time, and then slowly got up. He walked up to Liu Dong dejectedly and said in a low voice, "Master Shenhao, please forgive me. I was blind and offended you. I really deserve to die." Liu Dong smiled faintly and said, "You won't give up until you see the yellow river, you won't turn back until you hit the wall, and you won't cry until you see the coffin. This is what I mean by people like you." He was too lazy to look at Su Yugang and said to Nangong Feilong, "I have already given you 30 billion. Shouldn't I give you the Emerald Star Hotel?" Nangong Feilong looked at Liu Dong awkwardly, then looked at Nangong Fenghuang. Nangong Fenghuang didn't want to embarrass her brother, so she hurried over. Nangong Fenghuang said, "Sir, if you are kind enough to buy our hotel, we will of course fully cooperate with you, complete the relevant formalities, and give the hotel to you." Nangong Feilong also nodded quickly and said, "Yes, yes, yes, Mr. Shenhao, please rest assured. You have already paid the money, so the hotel should be given to you. Next, I will let Manager Chen connect with your subordinates to complete the transfer procedures of the hotel." Liu Dong nodded. He didn't need to worry about this matter anymore. After all, he also had a group company. The Oriental Shenhao Group was just registered by Liu Xinya for him. Liu Xinya will be responsible for all industrial operations under his name. Therefore, the transfer procedures of the Emerald Star Hotel can be coordinated by Liu Xinya and Manager Chen. So he took out his cell phone and called Liu Xinya. "Hey, Xinya, I bought the Emerald Star Hotel. Come over here and go through the acquisition procedures." Chapter 35, The First Family in Yangjing. Not to mention the hotel docking. Nangong Fenghuang invited Liu Dong to have dinner together. Liu Dong refused. "I'm here to eat with my classmates, so I won't be with you guys." There was a strange look on everyone's face. I didn't expect that the rich man is still a student. It feels a bit too shocking. Liu Dong ignored them and called Li Dali and 3 others to go into his private room. Wen Yunkai was the host and asked everyone to go into the private room he had booked. The episode ended just like that. Manager Chen respectfully entered Liu Dong's private room. "Sir Shenhao, what do you want to eat?" "It's up to you. Just serve whatever tastes good." Now that Liu Dong is the owner of the hotel, Manager Chen of course has to curry his favor and is no longer as cold as he was at the beginning. She nodded repeatedly, said yes, and then went out to make arrangements. Monkey said excitedly, "Dong, you are so awesome. You actually bought this hotel. This is an 8-star hotel." Ma Wenyu was also very excited. He said, "Oh my god, 30 billion. I can't make that much money in my entire lifetime." Li Dali was also very excited, but he was still very mature. He asked with some doubt, "Dong, what does your family do? Why are you so rich? Why do they call you godly rich man?" Liu Dong said nonchalantly, "My parents are wealthy people from a hidden family. I am their heir. Because I am good at spending money, they call me the godly rich man." Li Dali nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then the three of us are not on the same level as you. Isn't it asking you to condescend to eat with us?" Liu Dong exclaimed, "How can you say that? We are all brothers. Don't be so distant. Although my family is rich, I still treat you as brothers. Let's share the glory and wealth together in the future." Li Dali and the other two were very moved, and they toasted Liu Dong with tea instead of wine. They all said excitedly, "Let us be good brothers for life." The delicious food and wine were soon served, and the four of them began to eat with big mouthfuls, looking extremely happy. Soon, the four of them finished their meal and left the hotel. At this time, the meal in the private room next door was over, and when Yunkai, Nanggong Fenghuang, and others also came out. When Su Yugang saw Liu Dong, her face turned red and she turned away, not daring to look at him. When Yunkai snorted and said to Nanggong Fenghuang and the others, "Think about the plan we talked about today. I'll take my leave now." A Ferrari drove over when Yunkai got in and drove away. The rest of the people looked at each other. Fang Deran said, "Do we really want to cooperate with him? To fight against the largest family in Yangjing?" Tang Mingyang said, "The largest family in Yangjing is a behemoth and it is not so easy to deal with." Liu Dong and his three roommates were about to leave when Nanggong Fenghuang stopped him. "Sir Shenhao, we have something important to discuss with you. Can you please stay?" Li Dali said quickly, "Dong, you stay here to talk about things, we will go back to school first." Liu Dong originally didn't want to bother with these rich people, but Nanggong Fenghuang spoke so earnestly that he couldn't refuse bluntly, so he had to nod. Li Dali and his two companions called a taxi and went straight back to school. Liu Dong walked up to Nanggong Fenghuang and the others and asked, "What's the important matter?" Nanggong Fenghuang said, "The Wen family invites our 8 families in Magic City to fight against the first family in Yangjing together." Liu Dong asked curiously, "Why do you want to deal with the first family in Yangjing?" Nanggong Fenghuang sighed, then said, "Why don't we go in and talk?" Liu Dong nodded and said, "Okay, I want to hear what you have to say, too." Then the group returned to the hotel and entered the best private room. The waiter brought the tea, then walked out and closed the door. Except Liu Dong, everyone else here is from the 8 major families in Magic City. Nanggong Fenghuang, Qin Xiaofeng, Su Yugang, Tang Mingyang, Sun Linglong, Liu Zhentang, Ning Tsuanxiao, Fang Deran. Sun Yiming and Sun Jiaojiao had come with Sun Linglong to join in the fun, but had already been sent away by Sun Linglong. Including Liu Dong, there were 9 people in the private room. Liu Dong took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Nanggong Fenghuang sighed and said, "It's a bit complicated. I'll tell you slowly, Master Shenhao. It turns out that the first family in Yangjing is the Zhao family. The Zhao family is wealthy and a giant in Yangjing. Even the second-ranked Wen family is just a little brother in front of the Zhao family. The Zhao family almost monopolized most of the important industries in Yangjing. The Wen family and other families were suppressed by the Zhao family and were unable to breathe. Recently, I heard that the Zhao family is extending its tentacles to Shanghai to grab the business here. So the Wen family thought this was an opportunity. So he ran to the Magic City and summoned the 8 major families in the Magic City to fight against the Zhao family together. The Wen family believes that if the 8 major families in the Magic City do not unite, if we don't fight against the Zhao family together, we'll repeat the mistakes of other families in Yangjing. By then, the business in Magic City will be monopolized by the Zhao family. the 8 major families in the Magic City will become low-ranking families and be bullied by the Zhao family. After Nangong Fenghuang introduced so much, Liu Dong also understood. He said, "What does this have to do with me? Just unite with the Wen family." Nangong Fenghuang said solemnly, "The Zhao family is too powerful and has strong financial resources. It is really terrifying. Even if our 8 major families and the Wen family unite, I am afraid we cannot resist the Zhao family." Tang Mingyang also said, Yes, Mr. Shenhao, you are also from the Magic City. If the Zhao family rules the business world of the Magic City, it will also affect you, right?" Liu Zhentang of the Liu family is a middle-aged man in his 50s. He said solemnly, "Master Shenhao, if our 8 families are defeated by the Zhao family, then our demon city will have no face at all, and the living environment will be very harsh. By then, I'm afraid you alone can't stay out of it, right?" Liu Dong sneered in his heart. "What does the business war between Yangjing and Shanghai have to do with me? No matter how wealthy the Zhao family is, can they defeat the system? Does he have a fortune of 1 trillion? Besides, I'm not from Shanghai. I'm from the country. I came to Shanghai to study. I don't want to get involved in your business competition. I don't want to be in the same boat with you. None of you businessmen are good guys, you all prey on the weak. Didn't you always look down on ordinary people with an arrogant attitude in the past? Now facing the threat from the Zhao family, you are afraid and want to rely on your own strength." He really says one thing to one person and another thing to another person. He is two-faced and will do anything to achieve his goal. Chapter 36 3 Women. Liu Dong originally wanted to reject them directly and leave immediately. However, he took a look at Nangong Fenghuang and suddenly changed his mind. So he pondered for a moment, and then said, "This matter is indeed quite serious, I need to think about it." Nangong Fenghuang and others were overjoyed when they heard this. With the help of the rich man, there is great hope of dealing with the Zhao family. But before they could be happy for a moment, Liu Dong waved his hand and stopped their joy. Liu Dong said, "I can help you deal with the Zhao family, but I am just a student, I will not participate personally. So, I'm going to find a few close people and use them to deal with the Zhao family." Then he spoke some truth and told a business story. In a small city, there is a young man named Jack. He has a strong interest in technology and innovation since he was a child. His father is a carpenter and his mother is a housewife. Although their life is simple, it is full of love. Jack's father wanted him to take over his carpentry business, but Jack had bigger dreams in his heart. He wanted to go to the big city to pursue his path of technological innovation. Although his father did not understand him, he still supported him in pursuing his dream. So, Jack took some savings from his father and set out for the big city. He found a job in the big city. Although the salary was meager, he didn't care. He knew that this was the first step to realize his dream. In the big city, Jack saw many things he had never seen before. He was deeply attracted by these new things, and he began to study the principles behind these things. His efforts paid off, and he invented a new material that was both light and durable and could be widely used in various fields. Jack excitedly brought his invention to the president of a large company. The president looked at his invention and appreciated his innovative spirit. He told Jack that his invention had great market potential and they were willing to invest in his project. Jack's dream finally became possible. He and his team began hard work on research and development. Their efforts paid off, and their product was a huge success in the market. Jack's company grew rapidly and he became a successful entrepreneur. He did not forget his hometown, and he used part of the company's profits to improve the educational conditions in his hometown and help more young people realize their dreams. Jack's story spread throughout the small town, and he became the pride of the place. His father was proud of him and said, "I knew you could do it." Jack's story tells us that as long as we have dreams and innovations, we can achieve our goals. His story also tells us that success is not only personal success, but also a contribution to society. Jack's story is a business story, but it is also a story about dreams, innovation, and success. It tells us that as long as we have dreams and innovations, we can achieve our goals. Liu Dong smiled and said, "Do you know why computers often get sick?" Everyone shook their heads, and Liu Dong continued, "Because its windows are always open." Everyone laughed after hearing this, and Liu Dong felt very satisfied looking at everyone's smiles. He knew that although this joke was simple, it could bring happiness to everyone, which was why he liked to tell jokes. Liu Dong's jokes always make people happy. His sense of humor and optimistic attitude also infect the people around him. He always makes life more interesting in his own way. His jokes are like bright lights that illuminate everyone's life. Liu Dong said again, "Do you know why the computer never sits down?" Everyone shook their heads again, and Liu Dong smiled and said, "Because it has too many windows." Everyone laughed after hearing this, and Liu Dong felt very satisfied looking at everyone's smiles. He knew that although this joke was simple, it could bring happiness to everyone, which was why he liked to tell jokes. Chapter 37 Provocation. The next day at noon, Liu Dong and his roommates went to the cafeteria to eat. I just happened to meet the school beauty Su Yuyo. Su Yuyo stopped Liu Dong and said coldly, "I heard that you bullied my brother?" Liu Dong raised his eyebrows and said, "Where did you hear that?" Su Yuyo said, "Of course I have my own channels of information." "How can you be so mean? I scolded you a few times, and you actually went to bully my brother. If you have the guts, come at me." Liu Dong was both amused and confused. This woman was really being too sentimental. If she wasn't pretty, I could get some points from her. Liu Dong really didn't want to pay attention to her. Liu Dong said calmly, "Yes, I bullied your brother, so what? What can you do to me?" Su Yuyo was immediately furious when she heard him admit it and spoke to her in such an indifferent attitude. She is the campus belle and a popular figure in the school. Which male classmate, upon seeing her, wouldn't greet her with a smile and try to please her? She is a daughter of heaven, a phoenix among men. I didn't expect to meet a guy like Liu Dong, who didn't even take me seriously. Such an arrogant attitude, such an arrogant and domineering attitude. Su Yuyo threw her lunchbox to the ground, pointed at Liu Dong and said, "You bastard, I won't let you go." There was a lot of noise here, and many boys were paying attention to Su Yuyo. So when Su Yuyo got angry, several boys immediately surrounded her. The boy in the lead was about 1.80 meters tall and had a muscular body. He is very strong and powerful. His name is Kong Wu, and he is a student at the sports college. He is also Su Yuyo's suitor. But Su Yuyo never paid much attention to him, so he was very upset. Now I see Su Yuyo getting angry at a boy. He suddenly became excited and felt that the opportunity had come and he could step forward and show off his masculine charm. There were 7 or 8 boys behind him, all of whom were Su Yuyo's suitors. Under the leadership of Kong Wu, they surrounded Liu Dong in no time. Kong Wu smiled at Su Yuyo in a flattering way and said, "Yuyo, is it because this boy is blind that he made you angry? I will help you teach him a lesson." Su Yuyo was so angry at Liu Dong that her face turned pale. Now she was delighted to see Kong Wu coming to help her. Although she didn't have any good feelings towards Kong Wu, she was very excited that Kong Wu was going to stand up for her and teach Liu Dong a lesson. She pointed at Liu Dong and said, "This guy bullies women and plays two-timing. I said a few words to him, but he went and bullied my own brother. He is not a human being, but a bastard." When Kong Wu and other boys heard what Su Yuyo said, they immediately became angry. They surrounded Liu Dong, their faces filled with indignation. Kong Wu roared, "There are still such shameless men in the world? I must beat him up today." Li Dali and 3 other roommates suddenly became anxious and rushed forward to pull Kong Wu and others. "What are you doing? Are you using your numbers to bully the minority? This is a school. Do you want to hit anyone? Be careful or we'll call the security department over." "That's right, do you want to be expelled from school?" A boy behind him was more cautious. He whispered in Kong Wu's ear, "This is in the cafeteria. Everyone is watching. If we fight here, it will have a bad impact. Let's find a quiet place to teach this kid a lesson." Although Kong Wu didn't have a high IQ, he felt that what the boy behind him said made sense. So he suppressed his anger, pointed at Liu Dong and said, "If you are still a man, then let's find a quiet place and settle the accounts properly." Monkey Brother quickly said, "Dong, let's ignore him and go back to the dormitory. I want to see if he dares to chase us into the dormitory and beat us up." Ma Wenyu also nodded and said, "That's right, we are good students. We can't be as rough as these athletes. If we fight with them, we will suffer." Liu Dong didn't care at all and didn't show any fear at all. After all, he is extraordinary now and not the ordinary student of the past. He already possesses high physique and strength, and also possesses top-level fighting skills. Although Kong Wu and others are tall and strong, with huge muscles. But Liu Dong was not afraid of them at all. With Liu Dong's current comprehensive strength, he can beat 10 people alone, no problem at all. So he comforted his 3 roommates and said, "It's okay. Justice is in the hearts of the people. They use their numbers to bully the few and think they can control us, but they don't know that I am not a soft persimmon. Maybe I am a mountain that they can't move." The 3 roommates felt a little relieved after hearing what Liu Dong said. Moreover, they had seen Liu Dong beat Su Yugang. At that time, Liu Dong's fighting power was indeed amazing, and he knocked Su Yugang down with just a few moves. Coupled with the blessing of the halo of the super rich man, Liu Dong is shrouded in a layer of mystery. It's hard to figure out. So Li Dali and the other 2 also felt that Liu Dong could not be bullied, so they stopped trying to dissuade him. Liu Dong remained unafraid of the threats of force from Kong Wu and others. He said calmly, "It's good to find a quiet place, otherwise it will affect the students here, which will not be good. There is a valley behind the school. It's quite quiet there and usually no one goes there. How about we go there and compete?" It was the same cautious boy who made the suggestion. Kong Wu chuckled, nodded, and said, "The back mountain is nice, no one will disturb us. Boy, do you have the courage to go to the back mountain with us?" Chapter 38 Strength is King. Liu Dong nodded and said, "No problem. The air in the back mountain is fresh. I like it." Kong Wu grinned and said, "Okay, I'll let you breathe some fresh air in the back hills. Let's go." Liu Dong raised the lunchbox in his hand and said, "I haven't eaten yet. How can I have the energy to go to the back mountain if I'm not full?" Kong Wu held back his anger and said, "Okay, kid, you eat first, I'll wait for you." 7 or 8 boys made way for Liu Dong to get his meal. Kong Wu asked Su Yuyao flatteringly, "Yuyao, do you want to come with me? See how I teach this kid a lesson." Su Yuyao gritted her teeth and said, "Of course I will go. If you can beat him down, I will do you a favor and let you treat me to dinner." Kong Wu was overjoyed, his face was full of smiles. He patted his chest and said, "Yuyao, don't worry. Look at my muscles. That guy is skinny. What can he use to fight me? I will beat him to his knees and beg for mercy." Su Yuyao also said viciously, "I want him to apologize to me and beg me to forgive him." Kong Wu waved his hand and said, "That's no problem at all. Beat him into submission and he will do whatever you ask him to do." Liu Dong and his roommate got some food and found a corner to eat together. While eating, Monkey asked, "Adong, why don't you find a chance to slip away? There's no point in fighting with them." Li Dali also nodded in agreement. He said, "That's right. We are all students. There is no need to fight with these athletes. It's easy to suffer losses." Liu Dong smiled faintly and said, "To be honest, I am a super rich second generation. You all know that I am a super rich second generation. I have been trained by my family since I was a child, and my fighting skills have reached the pinnacle. It is no problem for me to deal with a few athletes." Ma Wenyu said excitedly, "So that's how it is. Then we don't have to be afraid of them. We'll beat them down and make them cry for their parents. Just thinking about it is satisfying." The 4 of them ate and chatted, and quickly finished their lunch, then stood up together. When Kong Wu and the others saw that Liu Dong and the others had finished eating, they smiled at each other, with ferocious expressions on their faces. If these skinny guys actually challenge them, they will be beaten to a pulp. Liu Dong came over and said calmly, "Let's go to the back mountain." Kong Wu chuckled, pointed at Liu Dong with his finger, and said, "We've agreed that if anyone gets beaten and cries, they are not allowed to complain or go to the teachers at school, otherwise they are not men." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Of course. We are all adults and we are responsible for our own actions. If anything goes wrong, we have to shoulder the responsibility ourselves. Complaining is childish behavior." Kong Wu laughed loudly and said, "Although you are a hateful kid, you still have some sense. Just because of this, I will be a little gentler later." Liu Dong was too lazy to say more to him. He walked out of the cafeteria with his 3 roommates and headed towards the back mountain. Su Yuyao perked up and said, "Let's go to the back mountain. I must see him being beaten down." Kong Wu and other boys surrounded Su Yuyao, and the group followed her to the back mountain. There were many other people who had also heard the news and wanted to watch the fun, so they followed them to the back mountain laughing. There were about a dozen people in this group. The usually quiet back mountain became a little lively in the afternoon. After walking for half an hour, Liu Dong and his 4 companions were the first to reach the valley behind the mountain. Soon, Kong Wu and others followed. The dozen or so people who were watching the fun stood far away, pointing and talking, with smiles on their faces. Watching the fun is the most enjoyable thing. They don't care who wins or loses. Liu Dong and his 4 companions and Kong Wu's group split into 2 sides and stood opposite each other. Just as Kong Wu was about to step forward, a strong boy said to him, "Brother, let me do it. This kind of situation doesn't require you to do anything." When Kong Wu heard this, he felt that this made sense. He was the eldest brother, so how could he just attack as soon as he got in? It was not a bad idea to let his younger brother test the opponent's strength. So he nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead." The boy was very happy. He felt that Liu Dong was a weak boy. As long as I take action myself, I will definitely be able to defeat the opponent. This way he can show off in front of Su Yuyo. Maybe Su Yuyo will take a liking to him and let him have a taste of something sweet. Thinking of this, his face was full of smiles and he felt happy. He walked to the middle and shouted at Liu Dong, "Hey, kid, what's your name? Tell me your name quickly. I don't fight nameless people." Liu Dong smiled slightly and took a few steps forward. Li Dali called out with concern, "Dong, be careful. If things don't work, let's run." Liu Dong waved his hand without looking back and said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He walked up to the strong athlete and said calmly, "My name is Liu Dong. I'm not interested in your name. Let's get started." The boy blushed, feeling insulted. He said angrily, "My name is Cheng Chiong, you better remember it well, and when I beat you down, I will make you call me Grandpa Cheng." Liu Dong laughed and said, "Grandson, stop talking nonsense. Now take action." Seeing Liu Dong being so nonchalant and speaking so arrogantly, Cheng Chiong was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He shouted loudly and rushed forward with his whole body, like an iron tower, with an astonishing momentum. His arms were very strong, muscular, and full of explosive power. He rushed to Liu Dong, swung his right arm and hit Liu Dong in the face. Liu Dong dodged the attack nimbly. Then he turned his feet lightly and kicked with his toes, hitting Cheng Chiong's right knee. Cheng Chiong only felt a sharp pain in his right knee. He screamed miserably and could not stand at all. He fell forward and fell to the ground. Liu Dong took a step forward and stepped on Cheng Chiong's back. Cheng Chiong endured the pain in his knees, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and tried to turn over and stand up. But he suddenly felt a huge force coming from his body. Liu Dong's feet were like steel bars fixed on his back, with such great force that he could not move. Cheng Chiong's face turned red like the color of pig liver. He shouted and tried desperately to get up, but he was no match for Liu Dong's powerful strength. It turns out that Liu Dong just gained 10 more reinforcement points. He added these 10 enhancement points to his strength, and his overall quality is now amazing. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 9999998 for 833 for 52 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 19 points average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 29 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 11 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skills, Dance level 9, Fighting level 9. Strengthening points, 15 points. Skill points, 595. Chapter 39 The Beta cried. 29 points of strength, almost 3 times that of an average adult. It's completely monster level. Cheng Chiong struggled for a long time, but finally he ran out of strength and collapsed. Liu Dong narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you convinced?" Cheng Chiong said weakly, "I give in. Let me go." Liu Dong laughed, loosened his foot, lifted it up and kicked. Cheng Chiong flew out and smashed towards Kong Wu. Cheng Chiong was flying in the air, screaming in fear. Kong Wu took a step forward and caught Cheng Chiong. Because Liu Dong didn't use too much strength, Kong Wu received the attack easily. Kong Wu put Cheng Chiong on the ground, frowned and said, "What are you yelling for? You are so useless. Stand aside." Cheng Chiong's face turned red. He didn't dare to speak and stood timidly at the back. Kong Wu's heart was burning with anger. He took a few steps forward and stared at Liu Dong. You do have some skills, but not much. Let me teach you a lesson. Kong Wu pointed at Liu Dong proudly, with an air of looking down on the world. Liu Dong laughed again, hooked his finger, and said, "It's no use yelling, just come over here." Kong Wu shouted loudly. Tap, tap, tap. He was very fast and arrived in front of Liu Dong in less than a second. Kong Wu also comes from a martial arts family and has learned martial arts moves since childhood, so he is very aggressive and ferocious. The athletes behind him clapped and cheered. Li Dali and the other two became a little worried and looked at the field nervously. They were afraid that Liu Dong would be defeated. Of course Liu Dong would not be defeated, as he was a man with top-level fighting skills. In the eyes of ordinary students, Kong Wu looks very powerful. But in Liu Dong's eyes, it was not good enough at all. Liu Dong just took a step forward. I only used my right palm. Gently twist, lift and shake. Kong Wu felt that he could not exert any strength and was taken to the side. His body was unstable and he staggered and almost fell down. Kong Wu was shocked and furious at the same time. He didn't believe Liu Dong was so powerful. He just thought he was careless and a little careless. Or maybe Liu Dong was just lucky and made a random move that hit the mark unexpectedly. So Kong Wu steadied himself and faced Liu Dong again. He sneered and said, "Boy, you are lucky, but your luck can't be so good every time. Look at me again, this tiger's heart-ripping move." Kong Wu shouted loudly and leaped towards Liu Dong's face like a black tiger. Liu Dong didn't take him seriously at all and continued to use one hand. There were two crackling sounds. Kong Wu cried out. Then he took a few steps back. When everyone looked over, they saw red finger marks on both sides of Kong Wu's cheeks. It turned out that in that moment just now, Liu Dong slapped Kong Wu twice in the face. The athletes exclaimed in surprise. Su Yuyao's face was also ashen. She originally thought that Kong Wu would be able to defeat Liu Dong and vent her anger. After all, Kong Wu is so tall and mighty. He is a sports student who has practiced martial arts since childhood and has good fighting ability. Just based on his muscles, most people would stay away from him. Let's look at Liu Dong, an ordinary student from the countryside. He is only about 1.7 meters tall, thin and weak, and he looks like a student. No one would think that Liu Dong could beat Kong Wu. Everyone would think that Kong Wu would knock Liu Dong down. But no one expected that. Things took a turn for the worse. Kong Wu was actually slapped twice by Liu Dong. This is really unbelievable and hard to imagine. Now let's talk about Kong Wu. He was completely devastated. He simply couldn't believe that Liu Dong slapped him twice. He rubbed his face with his hands and muttered blankly, "There must be something wrong. There is no way he can beat me." He encouraged himself in his heart and prepared to attack again. But Liu Dong didn't have that much patience to play with him. Liu Dong stepped on his right foot, exerted force on his body, and immediately transformed into a phantom. He came in front of Kong Wu without people seeing him clearly. Then with one big move, Kong Wu lay on the ground. This time Kong Wu was facing the sky. Liu Dong was not polite either and stepped on Kong Wu's face with his right foot. "Are you convinced?" Liu Dong asked indifferently. Kong Wu was so angry that he was about to explode. He was furious. He screamed wildly and grabbed Liu Dong's right foot with both hands, trying to throw him away. But he never expected that Liu Dong's foot was like an iron pillar, nailed firmly to his face. It was like having a tremendous force, not moving at all. Kong Wu didn't believe it, and exerted his strength again, using all his strength. But the result is the same. Liu Dong was like a god, stepping on him on the muddy ground. He was completely unable to move. Kong Wu was about to cry. He yelled, "Let me go." Liu Dong snorted coldly and said, "Aren't you very strong? Aren't you going to stand up for this woman? What's wrong? Are you asking me to let you go now?" Kong Wu said unconvincedly, "Yuyo is the school beauty, the goddess in my heart, I stand up for her, isn't that the right thing to do?" Liu Dong said, "Then you are just a licking dog?" Kong Wu said angrily, "What do you mean by a dog licker? I really love Yuyo. I believe she will be moved by my sincerity." Liu Dong laughed and felt sorry for Kong Wu. He looked up at Su Yuyu in the distance and asked, "Would you like this man under my feet?" Su Yuyao's face was very ugly. She pouted and said, "A useless piece of trash. Just based on him, I think I will like him." You are just wishful thinking. She felt really embarrassed this time. I thought these athletes could help her vent her anger. Now, he is being beaten by Liu Dong. It's so embarrassing. Liu Dong laughed and asked mockingly, your name is Kong Wu, right? You are indeed strong, but you are brainless. You stand up for others, but they despise you. You say you are not a bootlicker, then what are you? When Kong Wu heard Su Yuyao's words, his heart went cold. Then Liu Dong's ridicule further damaged his self-esteem. He suddenly burst into tears. He cried in grievance, sadness and pity. Tears and snot. Liu Dong snorted coldly and retracted his foot. Kong Wu shrank into a shrimp, curled up, and cried pitifully and aggrievedly. Su Yuyao stamped her feet and cursed, what a shame, useless man, waste. She was very angry and felt ashamed. Then she turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, a black shadow flashed by. A figure appeared in front of her. Su Yuyao was startled and cried out. She looked up and found that it was Liu Dong who appeared in front of her. Liu Dong's physical fitness is also 19 points, and his speed is very fast. It was like a bolt of lightning, striking Su Yuyao in front of her. Liu Dong looked at her coldly and said word by word, "Did I tell you to leave?" Chapter 40 Beautiful Teacher. Su Yuyao was frightened and her face turned red. She said angrily, "What are you doing? Do you want to hit me?" Liu Dong shook his head and said, "I won't hit a woman, but you are the one who caused this. It's unreasonable for you to leave so easily, right?" Su Yuyao said angrily, "What do you mean it was all because of me? Didn't you beat my brother first?" Liu Dong said, "He is the one who doesn't know what is good for him and jumps out to cause trouble for me. Isn't it my duty to beat him up? As for you, if you don't have the strength, don't show off." Su Yuyao also risked her life, put her hands on her hips, and said viciously, "I want to show off my strength, what can you do to me?" Liu Dong chuckled and took direct action to lift Su Yuyao up. Su Yuyao screamed, "What are you doing? Put me down." Liu Dong ignored her screams and took off her shoes and socks. Then he put Su Yuyao on the ground and let her stand barefoot on the mud. The snow-white jade feet were immediately covered with mud. Su Yuyao jumped up in panic, trying to shake off the mud on her feet. But the more she jumped, the more mud got on her feet. Finally, Su Yuyao started to cry, and while crying, she cursed loudly, "Who do you think you are? You are shameless to bully a woman like me." Liu Dong snorted coldly. He said, "When you asked these athletes to cause trouble for me, didn't you say that the majority bullies the minority? Now you say that I bully you. Why are you so hypocritical? You are hypocritical, you are a waste, you are a beast." Su Yuyao yelled loudly and unreasonably, venting her anger and grievances. Liu Dong threw her shoes and socks hard. As a result, the shoes and socks fell into the bushes far away and disappeared without a trace. Su Yuyao shouted, "You lost my shoes and socks. How can I go back, you bastard?" Liu Dong said coldly, "I don't care how you go back. It's none of my business." He ignored Su Yuyao's crying and turned to look at the sports students. "You guys, do you still want to compete with me?" Those athletes watched Liu Dong defeat Cheng Qiong and Kong Wu. Where is their fighting spirit? They all took a few steps back, waving their hands and saying, "No more fighting." The dozen or so people who were watching the excitement from a distance burst into laughter. "I didn't expect that the weak could defeat the strong. It's really exciting. The weak defeated the strong, that's just on the surface, in fact, they are playing the pig to eat the tiger. Yes, this guy is called Liu Dong. I know him. I didn't expect that he is usually very low-key, but he is so good at fighting. He is really amazing. He is also very arrogant. He doesn't even take Su Yuyao seriously and insults her to his heart's content. What do you know? This is the aura of a strong man. Unlike those sports students, they are all lickers who only know how to curry favor with goddesses. It is this kind of liquor that goddesses don't take seriously." Liu Dong walked back to his roommates. Monkey said excitedly, "Dong, you are so awesome, when will you teach me a few moves?" "That's right, let all the brothers become martial arts masters and travel the world together." Ma Wenyu was also very excited and his blood was boiling. Li Dali was more reserved. He laughed and scolded, "What do you mean by wandering in the martial arts world? Do you think it's a martial arts novel? Liu Dong laughed and said, "No big deal, I'll teach you a few moves some other day." The four of them walked away laughing. Su Yuyao stared at them as they walked away in amazement, and it took her a long time to react. She yelled at those athletes in frustration. "You are such a useless bunch. I have lost my shoes and socks. What do you think I should do?" Several sports students woke up as if from a dream and said quickly, "We will go and help you get it back." They hurriedly ran to the bushes in the distance and began looking for Su Yuyao's shoes and socks. Kongwu walked up to Su Yuyao with a guilty look on his face. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Su Yuyao's face. "Yuyao, I was careless for a moment. This guy named Liu Dong is too cunning. He didn't dare to fight me head-on, but only used some sneaky moves. I will be more careful next time and I will definitely defeat him." Su Yuyao said disdainfully, "Look at you just now, you cried like a woman, and you still have the nerve to talk to me. Leave me quickly, it's disgusting to look at you." Kongwu was speechless, his face turned blue and red. Finally he stamped his feet and ran away. After a long time, the sports students finally picked up the shoes and socks. They also diligently used their clothes to wipe Su Yuyao's feet clean, and then helped her put on socks and shoes. They were very happy in their hearts. It is such an honor to be able to wipe the goddess' feet. This is the behavior of a bootlicker. Su Yuyao no longer wanted to stay here, so she snorted and left the back mountain directly. Those who were watching the fun lost interest and dispersed. The farce ended just like that. After returning to the dormitory, Liu Dong and others rested for a while and then went to class. The first class in the afternoon is taught by the beautiful teacher Ning Haitang. Ning Haitang is a rare beauty. She is in her 30s and still unmarried. I have never heard that she has a boyfriend. Many people in the school, both teachers and students, have a crush on Ning Haitang. Monkey Brother looked at Ning Haitang on the podium with fascination. He didn't take his eyes off her and didn't pay any attention to the lecture at all. Ma Wenyu poked Liu Dong and said with a low laugh, "Brother Monkey is being infatuated with girls again." Liu Dong smiled and said, "It's normal for a gentleman to be attracted to a beautiful lady." Li Dali heard this and said disapprovingly, "She is already over 30 years old, 10 years older than us." Monkey also came to his senses. He retorted, "So what? Love knows no age. As long as I love her and she loves me, that's enough." Ma Wenyu was so happy when he heard Monkey Brother say that. He suppressed his laughter and said, "She is the eldest daughter of the Ning family, the 7th-ranked family in Magic City. You think she loves you? Wake up." Monkey Brother immediately lost his temper. He glanced at Liu Dong, his eyes lit up, and he said, "A Dong can do it. Isn't a Dong a super rich second generation? Let him pursue Ning Haitang, he will definitely succeed." Liu Dong shook his head and said helplessly, "Can you please listen to the class seriously? You have these messy thoughts in your mind all day long." Li Dali lowered his head and took notes while saying, that's right. Study hard so that you can get a good job in a Dong's group company in the future. Otherwise, a Dong will just give up on you and let you struggle in other crappy companies." After hearing what Li Dali said, Monkey Brother and Ma Wenyu thought it made sense. They immediately stopped laughing and started to listen to the class seriously. Liu Dong smiled slightly and started taking notes. Although he is a wealthy man now, knowledge is still very important and there is no harm in learning more. Chapter 41 I am a neighbor of the beautiful female teacher. After class, Liu Dong and others were walking out, but they heard a scream from the podium. Liu Dong looked back and saw Ning Haitang's face full of pain. It turned out that she accidentally twisted her ankle when she was about to step down from the podium. The heels of her high heels were too high. Li Dali and others also noticed this situation. Monkey Brother said quickly, "Let's go and take a look." He has always had a crush on Ning Haitang. Now seeing Ning Haitang like this, isn't he anxious? Liu Dong also came to Ning Haitang. Monkey Brother asked with concern, "Teacher Ning, what's wrong with you?" Ning Haitang bent over and rubbed her foot. She groaned and said, "I twisted my foot. It hurts so much." Monkey said, "Let's get you to the infirmary then." Ning Haitang nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you." Monkey Brother was very excited and quickly stepped forward to support Ning Haitang. But Monkey Brother was very weak and he couldn't support Ning Haitang by himself. Li Dali pushed Liu Dong and said, "A Dong, go and help him." Liu Dong said helplessly, "Why don't you help?" Li Dali chuckled and said, I'm sorry, Teacher Ning is so beautiful. If I go to help her, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Ma Wenyu laughed secretly and said, I feel the same way, Adong, you should go. Liu Dong didn't care. He was no longer a weak man and had dated many beautiful women, so he didn't have much psychological burden. He walked forward, held Ning Haitang's other arm, and said, Teacher Ning, go slowly, we will help you to the infirmary. Ning Haitang looked at Liu Dong and said gratefully, thank you. The group slowly went to the infirmary. The doctor examined Ning Haitang and said it was okay, just a sprain, and that she just needed to apply some medicine. After leaving the infirmary, Liu Dong asked, Teacher Ning, where do you live? I live in Lijing community not far away. Ning Haitang replied. Liu Dong was stunned for a moment, then said, what a coincidence, I also live in Lijing community. Ning Haitang was also surprised and said, really? That's such a coincidence. I didn't expect that, we are neighbors. Li Dali heard this and said quickly, in that case, Adong, you can take Teacher Ning home. We'll go back to the dormitory. Monkey said, can I give it a go, too? Ma Wenyu pulled him and whispered, are you stupid? Didn't you say that you wanted Adong to pursue Teacher Ning? Why are you trying to be a light bulb? Monkey brother suddenly realized, but said with a bit of reluctance, it's really a good deal for this kid Adong. Teacher Ning is my goddess. Oh, forget it. For the sake of my brothers, I will fulfill their wish. So Li Dali, Monkey brother, and Ma Wenyu said goodbye to them and left. Liu Dong and Ning Haitang were the only two people left at the door of the infirmary. The atmosphere became a little subtle. Liu Dong said, Teacher Ning, please wait here for a moment. I will drive the car over and take you home. Ning Haitang was a little surprised. She said, you have a car? Liu Dong nodded and said, yes, I just bought it not long ago. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Liu Dong went outside the school. Fortunately, the infirmary is not far from the school gate. Liu Dong walked out of the school gate in a few minutes and went to a nearby parking lot. Liu Dong usually parks his car there. Why not drive into the school? Maybe because you don't want to be too conspicuous. After all, the purpose of school is to study. It is not good to be too high profile and attract attention. Liu Dong drove to the door of the infirmary, stopped the car, opened the door, and jumped out. Ning Haitang looked at Liu Dong's car in disbelief. Is this your car? This Porsche cost several million. Is your family that rich? It's nothing. My parents used to do business and made some money. Liu Dong said modestly. He helped Ning Haitang to the passenger seat, and then he got into the driver's seat. Liu Dong stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the school. Lijing community is indeed very close to the school, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to drive there. After entering the residential complex, under the guidance of Ning Haitang, the car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. This villa is very beautiful and large, just a little smaller than Liu Dong's villa. Liu Dong carefully helped Ning Haitang into the villa. There was no one else in the villa, so it looked empty. Liu Dong asked casually, Teacher Ning, why don't you live with your family? Ning Haitang sat on the sofa and said, my home is in the suburbs, which is quite far away, so I bought a house here, which is convenient for commuting. Liu Dong said, Teacher Ning, I heard that you are the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Is that true? Ning Haitang smiled faintly and said, it has nothing to do with me. I only care about my work and teaching my students well. Liu Dong said admiringly, you are a good teacher and deserve our respect. The two chatted for a while, and then it got dark. Liu Dong said, Teacher, do you usually cook for yourself? Ning Haitang nodded and said, yes, I like cooking, cooking alone, eating alone, and enjoying the tranquility. Liu Dong looked at Ning Haitang's feet and said, but your feet are injured today, and it's inconvenient for you to move around. It's not suitable for you to walk around and cook. Ning Haitang sighed and said, yeah, it's not possible today. We can only order takeout. Liu Dong said, takeout is not very healthy, it has a lot of salt and oil. How about I help you cook? Ning Haitang opened her beautiful eyes, looked at Liu Dong, and said in surprise, you can cook. Liu Dong laughed and said, I am a child from the countryside. I usually help my parents with housework. Cooking is also very simple. I cook often. Ning Haitang said puzzledly, didn't you say your parents were in business and lived in Lijing community? How did you become a country bumpkin again? Liu Dong was speechless. He didn't expect that he had let the cat out of the bag. Fortunately, he had a quick mind and made up a story quickly. I did live in the countryside with my parents when I was a child. Later, my family became too poor and my parents couldn't stand it anymore, so they took me out to work. Then we made a lot of money, bought a villa, and settled down in Shanghai. Ning Haitang nodded and said with a smile, "That's quite inspiring. Your parents are very capable and deserve our respect." Liu Dong said, "Yes, my parents are very good. They love me very much and I love them too. Our family is very harmonious and happy." Ning Haitang became interested and said, "Really? Then I'd like to go to your house if I have the chance and feel the warmth of family. Alas, my family is too big and there are too many people, so the feelings between people seem a little cold, unlike your small families, which are really warm." Liu Dong sensed Ning Haitang's loneliness and sadness, and quickly comforted her, "Teacher Ning, welcome to my home. My parents are very hospitable and will definitely treat you as a family member." Chapter 42. If only I could sleep with him. Liu Dong asked Ning Haitang to sit on the sofa and watch TV, and he went to the kitchen. In fact, he is not very good at cooking. But he wasn't worried. Because he has a system. He has skill points. He thinks cooking is a very practical skill. So he wanted to use skill points to exchange for cooking skills. His personality is very straightforward. If you want to learn to the best level. So he communicated with the system and began to learn cooking. Soon, I learned cooking successfully. All kinds of cooking knowledge were stuffed into his head. He felt a little dizzy and beads of sweat were dripping down. He was shocked. How could this happen? The system told him that the more skills he learned, the higher the mental requirements would be. He has already learned 3 top-level skills and is almost reaching his limit. He is mentally exhausted. If he wants to learn more skills, he must improve his spirit. After taking a look at the information panel, I found that my spirit was indeed much lower, which was a bit mismatched compared to my physique and strength. Fortunately, he still has 15 reinforcement points that he can use. So he added 1 point to constitution and 1 point to strength to make it an integer, and added the rest to spirit. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 9999998 for 833 for 52 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 20 points average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 30 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 24 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skills, dance level 9, fighting level 9, cooking level 9. Strengthening points, 0 points. Skill points, 84 points. Note, gain the love of a woman of average appearance, gain 1 strengthening point. Gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 80 points or above, gain 5 strengthening points. Gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 90 points or above, gain 10 strengthening points. Spend 100 million, gain 1 skill point. My spirits were instantly raised to 24 points. Liu Dong suddenly felt his mind clear and he felt much more relaxed. There are no more reinforcement points, and only a few dozen skill points. The inventory is running out. Liu Dong sighed in his heart that he still didn't spend enough money. Women sleep too little. You still need to work harder and keep making efforts. Shaking off these thoughts from his mind, Liu Dong started cooking. With his top-notch cooking skills, Liu Dong prepared 2 dishes and a soup by simply using the ingredients in the refrigerator. 1 is stir-fried seasonal vegetables, 1 is braised pork ribs, and 1 is tomato and egg soup. They are all simple home-cooked dishes. But Liu Dong was intoxicated. It smells so good. He had never smelled such delicious food. Even though he made it himself, he was still shocked. This is the result of top-notch cooking skills. He brought the 2 dishes and the soup to the table. Ning Haitang exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, it smells so good. What did you cook? Why does it smell so good?" Liu Dong walked over with a smile, helped Ning Haitang to the dining table and let her sit down. "It's just some home cooking. I just cooked it casually." He was very tactful and pretended to be low-key. Ning Haitang looked at the dishes on the table in amazement and said incredulously, "Is it so exquisite? Isn't it so beautiful?" Because of his top-notch cooking skills, the presentation of the dishes is also very particular. Crisp green vegetables, rich red pork ribs, and light and elegant tomato egg soup. Each one looks like a work of art. Ning Haitang held the chopsticks and was reluctant to eat. Liu Dong also brought 2 bowls of rice. Ning Haitang was stunned. Why is the rice so crystal clear and fragrant? Is this rice made from your own homegrown rice? Is this rice cooked in a rice cooker? Ning Haitang asked in disbelief. Liu Dong shook his head and said, rice cooked in a rice cooker is too mechanical and soulless. I cook rice directly in a pot so I can control the heat at any time and retain the original fragrance of the rice. Ning Haitang looked at Liu Dong and resized him up. This boy suddenly had an unusual temperament. Confident, calm, indifferent. His eyes are very deep, just like the universe. It seems like there are many stars twinkling inside. Why does this boy become more attractive and charming the more I look at him? Ning Haitang blushed suddenly. She turned her face away shyly, not daring to look at Liu Dong again. Her heart was beating happily, and an inexplicable feeling of heat was flowing through her body. What's wrong with me? Am I horny? Why do I suddenly feel aroused? Ning Haitang felt a little ashamed and questioned herself in her heart. Liu Dong didn't pay much attention and started eating. It smells so good, both the dishes and the rice are so good. If Ning Haitang hadn't been there, he would have eaten even more voraciously. He can even eat a meal for 2 by himself. He could only endure it, try to slow down, and not let himself eat too much. Otherwise, Ning Haitang wouldn't he have enough to eat. Ning Haitang also put aside the lustful thoughts in her mind and started to eat. When she took her first bite of vegetables, her eyes lit up immediately. Beauty dances on the taste buds. An indescribable feeling of pleasure lingers in the mouth. Isn't this too delicious? It's simply a delicacy. No, there is no place in the world where there are such delicious dishes. This is simply the delicacy of heaven. I guess this is the kind of food that will be served at the Queen Mother's banquet. Ning Haitang was intoxicated. She fell into a fantasy state, her whole soul immersed in the food. She usually eats in a very polite manner, chewing and swallowing slowly, 1 bite at a time. But now her eating manner is a bit rude. She ate with big mouthfuls, which could be described as wolfing down the food. She almost kept stuffing food into her mouth, feeling as if countless small hands were greedily pulling it out of her body. To pull all the wonderful food into your stomach. When Liu Dong and Ning Haitang's chopsticks touched the last piece of spare ribs on the plate, the 2 of them came to their senses. Ning Haitang blushed immediately. She retracted her chopsticks. You eat, I'm full, she said shyly. Indeed, she couldn't eat so much food normally. Her stomach was now quite full. But her saliva was still flowing as she looked at the last piece of pork ribs on the plate. She couldn't help swallowing. Liu Dong noticed her expression and laughed secretly in his heart. I didn't expect this beautiful teacher to be so greedy. In fact, he didn't know that his top-notch cooking skills were so amazing. No one can resist this temptation. He actually wanted to eat this piece of pork ribs, but after thinking about it, he decided to give it to the woman. So he picked up the plate and poured the last piece of pork ribs into Ning Haitang's bowl. The movements are graceful and full of masculine charm. Ning Haitang was stunned for a moment, then her heartbeat quickened again and a blush appeared on her face. This boy is so handsome, how come he is so charming? Ning Haitang couldn't help but look at Liu Dong again, with spring feelings surging in her body. If only I could sleep with him. Ning Haitang was startled and shocked by her own bold idea. Chapter 43 I'll help you. Ning Haitang picked up the last piece of pork ribs and put it into her mouth. But he didn't hold it firmly and the ribs fell on his clothes. Ning Haitang cried out, quickly picked up the ribs with his hands, and put them into his mouth. She chewed the ribs greedily and enjoyed them so much. Liu Dong said, your clothes are all dirty. Ning Haitang finished eating the ribs and threw the bones into the bone dish. It's okay, just change into something else. Ning Haitang has a very cheerful personality. She sighed and said, forget it, I can't wipe it clean, so I might as well just take a shower. After saying that, she stood up and went to the bathroom. But she felt pain in her right foot and almost fell down. She frowned, feeling the pain in her right foot, and couldn't help but groan. Liu Dong was startled and quickly stood up and asked, what's wrong? Did you hit your foot again? Does it hurt? Ning Haitang nodded and said, it does hurt a bit. This is really troublesome. It's not convenient to take a shower. Liu Dong thought about it and said, how about this, I'll carry you over. He didn't wait for Ning Haitang to respond and just walked over. A masculine scent came over me. Before Ning Haitang could say anything, she felt her body lighten and was picked up by Liu Dong. Ning Haitang cried out, shrank back shyly, and her face turned red. Hey, you are taking advantage of me, you bad boy. She said coquettishly. Liu Dong said helplessly, how could I? I just wanted to carry you to the bathroom so that you could take a shower. I was doing this out of kindness. Don't get the wrong idea. Ning Haitang snorted and said, I don't have any bad ideas, but even if you carry me over, I can't stand up and it's not convenient for me to take a shower. Liu Dong carried her into the bathroom and asked her to stand on one leg, holding onto the wall. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Liu Dong returned to the living room, found a small stool and then went back to the bathroom. He put the small stool on the ground and helped Ning Haitang sit down. Suddenly, Liu Dong thought of a joke and laughed. One day, a turtle walked into a bar. He walked up to the bar and said to the bartender, give me a beer. The bartender looked at the turtle in confusion, then said, okay, but you have to tell me why you come here to drink. The turtle replied, oh, that's because I was having a bad day. I just got out of a car accident. The bartender was surprised and asked, wow, that must have been scary. How did you escape? The turtle smiled and said, it's very simple actually. When I see the car coming towards me, I just put my head in my shell and everything is fine. The bartender asked, then how do you know it's a car? The tortoise replied, oh, that's because I've seen cars on the street before. They go very fast and make a lot of noise. The bartender asked curiously, why didn't you get out of the way earlier? The turtle shrugged and said, oh, it's my fault for being so slow. By the time I realized what was happening, the car was already very close to me. The bartender couldn't help laughing, ha ha, you are such a funny guy. Then you better be careful in the future and don't encounter this kind of thing again. The turtle nodded. Yeah, I'll pay attention. But now I just want to have a good beer and forget about the thrilling experience just now. Chapter 40 Forgive me 100 million. The two chatted for a while. Then Ning Haitang said, after graduation, why don't you come to work in the Ning family's company? Our Ning family is quite well established in the Magic City. Liu Dong smiled and said, I don't want to work for others. I'd better start my own business. Ning Haitang said, young people do have great ambitions, but starting a business is difficult. You need to have a pot of gold to start with, and you may fail and end up with nothing. Liu Dong said, it's not bad. Although I haven't graduated yet, I also have a group company now. Ning Haitang asked doubtfully, you have a group company? What does it do? Liu Dong said, I bought a high-end buffet restaurant, a mobile phone store, a security company, and the 8-star Emerald Star Hotel. In order to manage these physical businesses, I registered and established a group company and found some professionals to help me manage them. Ning Haitang stared at Liu Dong blankly. Then she burst into laughter. She tapped Liu Dong's forehead with her green finger and said, you little brat, you are so dishonest. You actually boasted in front of the teacher. Your boasting is too outrageous. Liu Dong smiled calmly and did not argue. He took out his phone and said, let's add an Alipay friend. Ning Haitang laughed and said, you're really serious. You act like you really have a million, you little fool. Liu Dong shook his head and said, don't worry about it for now, add me as a friend first, and I will show you my strength. Ning Haitang found it interesting, so he decided to play the game with him. He took out his phone and added him as a friend. Liu Dong operated it on his mobile phone. Then Ning Haitang's cell phone rang. Your Alipay account has received 1 million yuan. Ning Haitang was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. She quickly opened her phone and checked her Alipay balance. She found that her Alipay balance had really increased by 1 million. She looked at Liu Dong in disbelief and murmured, did you really transfer 1 million to me? Liu Dong smiled calmly and said, I've already told you that my parents are in business, I'm a second-generation rich man, I registered and established a group company, and I own several real economy companies. I'm very rich, but you just don't believe it. Liu Dong said, let me tell you a joke. In a small town, there is a very famous barber named Jack. Jack's barber shop is doing a booming business, and many people line up to get their hair cut every day. One day, a young man walked into Jack's barber shop. His hair was messy, and you could tell at a glance that he hadn't had a haircut for a long time. The young man sat on the chair and said to Jack, "Master, give me a haircut." Jack looked at the young man's hair and said with a smile, "Young man, your hair is too long. Let me wash your hair first." The young man nodded, and Jack began to wash his hair. After washing his hair, Jack picked up the scissors and began to cut the young man's hair. However, the young man's hair was too long, and Jack couldn't finish it after cutting for a long time. At this time, an old customer walked in and saw Jack still cutting the young man's hair. He couldn't help but said with a smile, "Jack, how long are you going to stop cutting hair? I think you are almost becoming a stylist from a hairdresser." Jack smiled awkwardly and said, "Yeah, this hair is really too long. I can hardly cut it." The old customer patted Jack on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I have a way to make your hair cut easily." Jack asked curiously, "What method?" The old customer smiled mysteriously and said, "Go buy an electric shaver." Jack asked in confusion, "Electric clippers? What are those?" An old customer explained, "The electric clipper is an electric hair cutting tool. It is fast and labor-saving to cut hair. After you buy it, I guarantee your barbershop business will be better." Jack thought it made sense, so he decided to buy an electric clipper. The next day, Jack returned to the barber shop with the new clipper. He couldn't wait to give it to the young man for a try, and it worked very well. He cut the young man's hair in no time. From then on, Jack's barber shop business became more prosperous. And the young man became Jack's loyal customer, praising Jack's hair clipper every time he came for a haircut. Chapter 45, Meeting a Beauty in the Dark. Liu Dong wondered, is this still a problem? It's just 100 million easier than plucking a hair. He didn't say anything more, just took the phone and operated it. Then Ning Haitang's cell phone rang. "Your Alipay account has received 100 million yuan. Ning Haitang was shocked and petrified. She couldn't believe it at all. Is this true? Did Liu Dong really transfer 100 million to her? Although she is the daughter of a wealthy family in the Magic City. But she never gets involved in family affairs and only likes teaching. So she didn't have much contact with wealth. All her assets and cash added up to only about 10 million. But now, Liu Dong transferred 100 million to her in one go. What a huge number this is. It is so dazzling that one cannot help but be fascinated. This man is so terrifying. How can he be so rich? Is he really a super rich second generation as he said? I didn't expect that a seemingly ordinary male student could be so heroic. Liu Dong randomly allocated strengthening points to physical fitness, strength, and spirit, and his overall comprehensive strength was improved again. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 9999998 for 823032 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 25 points average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 34 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 25 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skills, dance level 9, fighting level 9, cooking level 9. Strengthening points, 0 points. Skill points, 85 points. Anyway, they were in the same neighborhood and very close to each other, so he went straight home. My parents are watching TV in the living room. Seeing Liu Dong coming back, his father Liu Daking said, "We are going back to our hometown tomorrow." Liu Dong was surprised and said, "You are living well here, why do you want to go back home?" Liu Daking pointed at the surroundings and said, "You hired a security company and installed countless surveillance cameras at home. It's really uncomfortable to live here." Chen Xiaohong nodded and said, yes, it's like being in prison, and it's too boring to stay in the city. There's nothing to do except watching TV. Liu Daking continued, "It's still more interesting to live in the countryside. I can grow vegetables, raise pigs, and have many fellow villagers and neighbors to chat with." Liu Dong thought about it, and then said, "That's fine, as long as you like it, I will drive you back tomorrow." Chen Xiaohong said, "No need, we can just take a ride back by ourselves, you should continue to study here." Liu Dong shook his head and said, "It's okay. I'll drive you back." It's more convenient and won't take up much time. The family of 3 chatted for a few minutes and the matter was settled. The next morning, the 3 of them packed up and set off. Liu Dong drove his parents to the countryside. A few hours later, the car arrived at the entrance of the village. A bald man stopped the car. He shouted loudly, "Cars from other places are not allowed to drive into the village, otherwise they will be charged parking fees." Liu Daking cursed in the car, "This is a Tuzi, who has nothing to do all day long and only knows how to do these sneaky things." Liu Dong stopped the car and the family of 3 got out. When Atuzi saw Liu Dong's family of 3, he was stunned for a moment, and then he started shouting. "Liu Daking, did your family buy a car? How much did it cost? Are you so arrogant?" Liu Daking said, "It's not much." "What? I'm going back to my own home. Do you still want to charge me?" The second bald man chuckled and said, "What are you talking about? I thought you were an outsider parking here. Why would I charge you money?" Chen Xiaohong said, "We can't charge outsiders for coming here. This will affect the atmosphere here." The second bald man said disapprovingly, "People outside have money. This morning a beautiful woman came and gave me 100 yuan before I even asked her for money." Liu Daking asked curiously, "What beautiful woman?" Chen Xiaohong patted him and said angrily, "What does a beautiful woman have to do with you? Why are you so concerned? Go home, go home." Liu Daking said awkwardly, "I'm just curious, if you don't want to ask, then don't ask. Let's go home." The family of 3 got into the car again and drove home. Soon, the car stopped in the yard of the house. After getting off the car, Liu Dong said, "Our house is too old. Let's rebuild it." Liu Daking said, "Rebuilding? That will cost a lot of money." Liu Dong smiled and said, "Have you forgotten? Your son, I have money now. How much does it cost to rebuild the house?" Chen Xiaohong said, "You can't waste money. I think this house is good and comfortable to live in. There is no need to rebuild it." Liu Dong was helpless and had to say, "Okay, I'll do as you say. But I bought an island last time. When I finish it, you can stay there for a few days. It will definitely be comfortable." Liu Dong helped his parents clean up the house for a while, had dinner, and then took a rest and went to bed. The entertainment life in the countryside is not as rich as in the city, and people basically go to bed around 9 o'clock. Just when Liu Dong was about to go to bed, a woman's scream was heard outside. Liu Dong quickly ran out of the door and found a woman standing in the yard. She was shivering and looking at the corner of the yard. Liu Dong stared into the corner and found a small flower snake. This small flower snake is non-venomous and is very common in the countryside. But the way this woman is dressed, she looks like a city dweller. It is understandable that she is afraid of this little snake. Liu Dong quickly comforted him, "Don't be afraid, this kind of snake is not poisonous and won't bite." The woman said in a trembling voice, "Really? But I'm still so scared. I shouldn't have come out for a walk earlier." Liu Dong was surprised and said, "It's already late at night, why are you still out for a walk?" The woman curled her lips and said, "It's only a little after 9 o'clock, how can it be late at night? I can't sleep at all, so I came out for a walk." Chapter 46, The Beautiful Girl Who Escaped from Marriage. Liu Dong nodded to show his understanding. It is indeed not easy for city people to adapt to the countryside. At night, there was nothing to do, so I had to go to bed early. Liu Dong looked at it carefully. This woman is quite pretty. The system prompts that this woman has a score of 9.1. That's a pretty high score. Liu Dong's mind moved. If he could capture this woman, that would be another 10 points of strengthening. He must seize the opportunity. So he said enthusiastically, "Don't be afraid of this little flower snake. If you feel scared, I will take it away." The woman said quickly, "I'm scared, please take it away quickly, thank you." Liu Dong walked to the corner without saying anything. He stretched out his right hand and quickly grabbed the little snake. The woman screamed and said, "You just grabbed it with your hands? Aren't you too brave?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "It's okay. This little flower snake may look scary, but it's actually not a threat." He held the little flower snake in his hand, walked to the edge of the field across the yard, and threw it. The little flower snake drew a curve in the air, fell into the field, and disappeared in an instant. Liu Dong returned to the yard and came face to face with the woman. The woman said gratefully, "Thank you so much, otherwise I don't know what to do." You don't know, I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. I was afraid that if I ran, it would catch up with me, and then I would be dead. Liu Dong laughed and thought that this woman was quite cute because of her innocent look. He said, "You are a city dweller, it is normal to be afraid of this. When you live here for a long time, you will get used to it." The woman sighed and said, I actually don't want to live in the countryside. It's inconvenient in many ways. If it weren't for my family's pressure to get married, I would have lived in Yangjing. Liu Dong said in surprise, "Are you from Yangjing? Why did you come to the Magic City?" The woman said, "My family is from Yangjing. My family kept urging me to get married. I had no choice but to come to Shanghai to have fun. But my family sent people to chase me, so I fled to the countryside." Liu Dong nodded thoughtfully. Look at the woman's attire, all of it is branded, and the jewelry she wears also looks very expensive. You can tell at first glance that he comes from a big family. The marriages of these women are all arranged for the benefit of the family. No wonder she didn't like it, she escaped. It's quite pitiful too. The woman said, "My name is Lin Wanna, what should I call you?" Liu Dong said, "My name is Liu Dong." Lin Wanna stretched out her right hand and said, "Hello, Liu Dong, let's shake hands." Liu Dong stretched out his hand and suddenly said, "I have pinched a small flower snake with this hand. Are you afraid?" Lin Wanna cried out, quickly retracted her hand, and took 2 steps back. Liu Dong burst into laughter when he saw her cute and naive look. Lin Wanna pouted and said in a scolding tone, "You're so annoying. Why are you scaring me?" The 2 young men were walking slowly in the country fields, chatting casually. The atmosphere is very beautiful. Liu Dong asked, "Where do you live?" Lin Wanna said, "She stayed at a farmer's house. I gave her 10,000 yuan. Liu Dong asked, "Are you going to stay here forever? It's not good to keep running away like this, right?" Lin Wanna sighed and said, "I can't help it. I don't want to marry someone I don't like." Liu Dong said, "I will go back to the Magic City tomorrow, why don't you come with me?" Lin Wanna resisted and said, "No, I don't want to go back. If I'm found by the people sent by my family, I'll be taken back and married." Liu Dong said, "I bought an island, it's pretty good, and I'm planning to develop it recently so that I can live on it. How about you help me develop this island? It's very quiet there, and no one will bother you." Lin Wanna said in surprise, "Is it true or false? You can buy an island? Are you kidding?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "To be honest, I am a super rich man. The upper-class elites in Magic City have given me a nickname. They call me Lord Shenhao. I am very rich, so it is not a problem for me to buy an island." Lin Wanna covered her mouth and said in surprise, "I've heard of the godly rich man. I heard that even when Yunkai from Yangjing was defeated by your financial strength. Are you the godly rich man?" Liu Dong nodded and said, "That's true. I am a wealthy man. I spent some money to buy an island and plan to build a paradise on it. I will live there for a while when I have nothing to do. It must feel great." Lin Wanna said excitedly, "It's more than good, it's like a fairy-like life." There was a longing look in her eyes, as if there were little stars twinkling. But she added with some concern, "But it takes a lot of money to develop an island." Liu Dong said nonchalantly, "Money is not a problem. I have money. Don't forget that I am a rich man." Lin Wanna asked, "How much money are you going to spend on developing this island?" Liu Dong said, "There is no upper limit. As long as the island is well built, it doesn't matter how much money is spent." Lin Wanna smiled and said, "You are indeed worthy of being called the godly rich man. You are so generous." She stared at the young man in front of her with her beautiful eyes, and felt something strange in her heart. This Liu Dong's temperament was so extraordinary that it actually made her heart beat faster. It would be great if I could marry him, then I wouldn't have to hide everywhere. Her face suddenly turned red and she felt very shy. Liu Dong said, "I have established a group company. The person in charge is Liu Xinya. Let me give you her contact information. You can ask her to assist you in developing the island together." Lin Wanna said happily, "Great, great. I used to do nothing, but now I have something to do, which makes me feel much more fulfilled." Liu Dong, thank you so much. No, I shouldn't call you Liu Dong, I should call you boss. I will work for you from now on. Liu Dong laughed and said, "No need to be so polite. We are all young people, so it's better to be casual. I see that you are older than me, so just call me a dong. Lin Wanna was also innocent and romantic, and didn't care about so many formalities, so she nodded happily and called out a dong. After this conversation, the two people became closer. We felt very harmonious with each other and there was no sense of strangeness. This is the fate between people. Very wonderful and very beautiful. Liu Dong pondered for a moment, then said, it will cost a lot of money to develop the island. I will transfer the money for the initial development to you first. Lin Wanna nodded and said, okay, I'll do whatever you say. I'll listen to you. So Liu Dong added Lin Wanna as his Alipay friend and prepared to transfer money to her. Chapter 47 Hot Kiss. Your Alipay account has received 10 billion yuan. Lin Wanna's cell phone rang. Lin Wanna was stunned. She subconsciously opened her phone and took a look. Then he became sluggish again. She looked up at Liu Dong, then looked down at her phone. She was confused and didn't know what was going on. 10 seconds later. She asked Liu Dong puzzledly, 10 billion? Liu Dong said, yes, it is an island, not a commercial house. It will cost a lot of money to build it. Lin Wanna asked doubtfully, does it need to cost 10 billion? Liu Dong nodded and said, my budget is at least 10 billion. If it's not enough, I'll add more later. I want to make it the most luxurious island in the world, no doubt about it. Lin Wanna was still dazed. She blinked her lovely eyes and said, you are really rich. No wonder you can defeat Wen Yunkai financially. Liu Dong laughed and said, it's not that bad. It's just a small amount of money, not worth mentioning. Lin Wanna tilted her head and looked at Liu Dong, smiling sweetly, and said, I see you are becoming more and more handsome. Liu Dong chuckled and said, is it because I have money? Lin Wanna shook her head and said, not entirely. Anyway, you have an indescribable temperament. You are very charming and attractive. If you touch my chest, my heart will beat very happily. Liu Dong said, really? You're not having a heart attack, are you? Why are you jumping so happily all of a sudden? Lin Wanna glared at him, slapped him, and said coquettishly, do you know how to talk? You're annoying. Liu Dong took her soft and smooth little hand and said gently, I am not very good at talking, but I can kiss. Do you want to try it? Lin Wanna cried out, and 2 red clouds suddenly appeared on her face. Do you want to kiss me? I'm so shy. I've never kissed a boy before. What does that feel like? You will know if you try it with me. It must be very wonderful and can make you feel like you are floating in the air. I don't believe it, and I don't want to try it with you. You must be tempting me and deceiving me, hey, bad guy. Lin Wanna gave Liu Dong a coquettish look, but her body became soft and she slowly approached Liu Dong. Liu Dong looked at her tender red lips and slowly lowered his head. Lin Wanna closed her eyes and murmured softly in her throat, don't bully me. Liu Dong knew that she said one thing and meant another, so he couldn't hold back any longer and kissed her directly. In the dead of night, the 2 young people pressed together, their hot bodies emitting endless hormones. They are so intoxicated, so obsessed, so forgetful. Hug each other tightly and kiss passionately. Time seemed to have stood still. After a minute, Lin Wanna gently pushed Liu Dong away. She was breathing slightly, her chest rising and falling. Her cheeks were flushed and her ears were burning. You are so bad, you kiss me so hard that my whole body became weak. Do you still want me to kiss you? Yes, I like you to kiss me non-stop, even if I collapse, I am willing. The 2 of them spoke sweet words to each other, which were so sweet that they couldn't be melted away. Very thick silk. Liu Dong chuckled and asked, do you want to taste something even better? Lin Wanna glanced at him, snorted, and said, I know what you are thinking. You want to bully me big time. Then are you willing to let me bully you? I will bully you carefully, gently, and caringly. Well, I am willing to let you bully me. I like it no matter how you bully me. From now on, I will only let you bully me. If other people bully me, I will die. Liu Dong was also moved when he heard Lin Wanna's resolute words of love. He said, don't worry, I will protect you and won't let others bully you. Lin Wanna nodded gently, hummed, and then asked, it's pitch black here, there's no suitable place for you to bully me, right? Liu Dong pointed behind him and said, how about going to my house, to my room? Lin Wanna looked at the house in the yard and asked quietly, are your parents at home? Liu Dong nodded and said, yes, but they should all be asleep. Lin Wanna pouted, shook her head, and said, "That won't work. What if they are not asleep? What if they find out? If they see me, won't I be so embarrassed?" Liu Dong pondered for a while, then pointed to a place not far away and said, "There is a small hill there. I often go there to play. There is a platform on the top of the hill. It is all soft green grass. What do you think?" Lin Wanna shrank her neck and said, "Are we doing those shameful things in broad daylight?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "It's not broad daylight at all. The sun has long gone down. It's dark everywhere now. No one can see us." Lin Wanna said hesitantly, "But it's so late, it's all dark, wouldn't it be too dangerous for us to go hiking?" Liu Dong shook his head and said, "I am very familiar with the environment here. Even if I close my eyes, I can still take you to the top of the mountain safely. Just follow me and don't worry." Lin Wanna was very eager in her heart. After hearing Liu Dong's firm words, she finally stopped hesitating. She nodded and agreed to Liu Dong's request. So Liu Dong took Lin Wanna's hand and slowly walked towards the hill. Because Liu Dong's current physique is extraordinary, it has reached a terrifying 25 points, which is 2.5 times that of an ordinary adult. Correspondingly, his physical qualities are extremely strong in all aspects. His eyesight is also excellent. Although there were only faint starlight in the sky, Liu Dong could still see them clearly at night. So he was not worried at all about climbing the mountain. He half squatted down and said, "Come up, I'll carry you up the mountain." Lin Wanna said in surprise, "Really? I just don't want to climb the mountain. I feel so tired." Liu Dong hummed and said, "I'm very strong and can carry you up the mountain. Come on up." Lin Wanna was very happy and obediently lay on Liu Dong's back. Liu Dong stood up straight and started climbing the mountain with Lin Wanna on his back. Lying on Liu Dong's broad and warm back, Lin Wanna felt very comfortable, very at ease, and very moved. It seemed as if a trace of heat was transmitted from Liu Dong's body and flowed into her body. Her whole body became hot and her heart was beating extremely happily. "Honey, when you bully me later, you must be very careful and gentle. I have never been bullied before and I am afraid. Don't worry, I will be very careful and gentle, and will make you feel endless happiness. I won't let you feel any pain. You have to believe me." "Well, good brother, I call you good brother, you are the best to me." Hearing Lin Wanna's soft, sweet name, Liu Dong felt numb all over and almost lost his footing, rolling to the ground with Lin Wanna. Fortunately, he was able to concentrate his energy and stabilize his body, otherwise it would have been a joke. Chapter 48. Be my woman and be aware. Finally, the two reached the top of the mountain. There is no moon, and the starlight is dim. On the dark mountain top, there is a small platform. Two people enjoying the scenery on the top of the mountain is a unique experience. After daybreak, the two men went down the mountain. After returning home, Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong looked at Lin Wanna, the beautiful girl who suddenly appeared, in surprise. Liu Dong said, "This is Lin Wanna, my girlfriend." Chen Xiaohong said in surprise, "Don't you have a fiancé? How come you have a girlfriend now?" Lin Wanna said crisply, "Good brother, your fiancé is Qin Wushuang, right? I have heard of her name." Liu Dong nodded and gently touched Lin Wanna's head. "Who says you can't have a girlfriend if you have a fiancé? It's a different era now, and you still have such an outdated idea. Anyway, I bought an island in the Pacific Ocean. When I build it, we'll all move there and no one will be able to control us." Lin Wanna said happily, "I will definitely get along well with Qin Wushuang, and we will serve you together." Liu Dong nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good." Liu Daking said enviously, "He is worthy of being my son, so amazing." Chen Xiaohong pinched him and said angrily, "Do you want a girlfriend too? How about I help you find one?" Liu Daking said with a bitter face, No, I don't dare. You are enough. If there is another one, I am afraid I will die soon." Liu Dong and Lin Wanna burst into laughter. The family was having a great time and it was very warm. After settling his parents, Liu Dong prepared to return to Shanghai. After breakfast and saying goodbye to his parents, Liu Dong drove Lin Wanna to the Magic City. He also called Ning Xiao Lian from the security company and asked her to arrange security for his parents. Ning Xiao Lian assured on the phone that all security personnel were properly arranged. No matter where Liu Dong's parents are, there will be several teams of security personnel taking turns to protect them secretly and will not let them suffer any harm. Liu Dong was very satisfied with this and praised Ning Xiaolian a few words, which made Ning Xiaolian very happy. A few hours later, we arrived at the Magic City. Liu Dong brought Lin Wanna to the headquarters building of the group company. This is the building that Liu Xinhua bought, with a total of 18 floors. The president's office is on the top floor. When I got to the 18th floor, Liu Xinhua was already waiting. Liu Dong introduced the two women to each other. When Liu Xinhua heard that Lin Wanna was Liu Dong's girlfriend, her face was full of envy. In fact, she had long admired Liu Dong, but she never had the chance. How happy I would be if I could become the lover of the rich man. Liu Xinhua always fantasized like this in her heart. The three of them discussed the matter of building an island. When she heard that Liu Dong had transferred 10 billion to Lin Wanna, Liu Xinhua was amazed again. As expected of a wealthy man, every move he makes is so astonishing. Just to build an island, the rich man spent 10 billion, which is the initial budget fund and may be increased in the future. What a great spirit and inhumanity. After discussing some details, Liu Dong said, "Let's go to the island to have a look." I haven't been there yet. Liu Xinhua and Lin Wanna were both very excited, and they also wanted to go to the island to take a look. So Liu Dong called Qin Wushuang. He had given Qin Wushuang 10 billion yuan and asked her to help find someone to build a luxury cruise ship. But the time is so short, I don't know what the progress is. Hey, Wushuang, I asked you to help me build a cruise ship. How's it going? Dong, I have good news for you. A super large luxury cruise ship has just been launched. It is extremely luxurious in every way. I have spent 8 billion to buy it. Do you want to come and take a look now? That's great, send me the location and I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Qin Wushuang sent the address quickly. So the three of them went downstairs and prepared to go see the cruise ship. During the process, Liu Dong also called Ning Xiaolian and asked her to come over. After all, when the island is developed and built, various security measures will be needed. After driving for more than an hour, they arrived at the beach, where Qin Wushuang came up with a dozen of his men. Liu Dong introduced the three women to each other. I have established a company called Oriental Shenhao Group, which is fully managed by Ms. Liu Xinhua. This is Lin Wanna. She is the daughter of the Lin family, the fifth-ranked family in Yangjing. This is Qin Wushuang, my fiancé. You should have heard of her. Liu Dong smiled with satisfaction. Where is the cruise ship? Let's go check it out. Qin Wushuang pointed to the coastal pier not far away and said, "It's over there. Let's go and take a look." At this moment, Ning Xiaolian also arrived, and the group walked towards the cruise ship together. Chapter 49, The Female Pirate with a Nice Figure. This is a huge cruise ship, very luxurious. There are 11 floors in total. Qin Wushuang introduced that there were more than 200 crew members alone. Liu Dong boarded the cruise ship first, looked around and felt very satisfied. You can set sail now and go take a look at my island. Liu Dong ordered. Qin Wushuang quickly asked his servants to notify the captain to set sail. Soon, the cruise ship started moving and slowly headed towards the sea. Qin Wushuang told Liu Dong that the ship was very fast and could reach the island in just 8 hours. Liu Dong stood on the side of the boat and admired the sea view. The sea breeze blows gently, and seagulls fly up and down. It feels so good. Liu Dong said appreciatively, "This cruise ship is a good purchase and deserves a reward." Qin Wushuang was delighted when she heard Liu Dong say this. She said shyly, "This is what I should do, there is no need for rewards or anything." Liu Dong shook his head and said, "No, that won't work. I'm a very principled person when it comes to rewards and punishments. I reward those who have made contributions and punish those who have made mistakes." Qin Wushuang leaned against Liu Dong, holding his arm, and said sweetly, "Dong, what are you going to reward me with?" Liu Dong thought, "Isn't he that just money? There aren't many skill points left now, so I have to spend money quickly to earn some skill points." So he took out his cell phone and operated some things on it. Then Qin Wushuang's cell phone rang. "Your Alipay account has received 100 billion yuan. There were dozens of people on the deck, and they all heard the sound. Everyone was shocked. Petrified. It was like seeing a ghost. Qin Wushuang stared at her phone screen in disbelief, unable to calm down for a long time. "This is 100 billion, not 1,000 yuan. Just transfer it to yourself so casually?" Qin Wushuang's heart melted. Liu Dong asked, "Are there any rooms here?" Qin Wushuang said, "Yes, this cruise ship is very luxurious. It has 10 luxurious rooms decorated according to the standards of the presidential suite of an 8-star hotel." Liu Dong nodded with satisfaction, took Qin Wushuang's hand and walked into the cabin. "He wants to visit." Liu Dong said, "It's almost time for lunch, let's go out." Qin Wushuang nodded. The two were about to leave the room when someone knocked on the door hurriedly. Liu Dong was very surprised. He opened the door, and a crew member said anxiously, "Oh no, we encountered pirates." Liu Dong's heart sank. How come they encountered pirates not long after entering the high seas? Their luck was really too good. He said, "Let's go out and take a look." After arriving on the deck, Liu Dong found that a pirate ship had stopped next to the cruise ship and forced it to stop. Dozens of pirates dressed in black and wearing masks boarded the cruise ship, all of them holding guns. On the deck, all the crew members knelt on the ground, including Lin Wanna, Ning Xiulian, and Liu Xinya. Seeing Liu Dong coming out, a slim female pirate walked over. She had a mask on her face so it was hard to tell what she looked like. She said in a cold voice, "Are you the owner of this cruise ship?" Liu Dong nodded and admitted, "Yes, I just bought this cruise ship." The female pirate sneered and said, "It seems that you are quite rich. You can actually buy such a luxurious cruise ship." Liu Dong said calmly, "It's okay. I just have a little money. What do you want from my cruise ship?" The female pirate laughed, pointed the gun at Liu Dong's head, and said, "Isn't it obvious? Of course it's for money." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Okay, as long as you don't hurt my people, I'll give you money." The female pirate nodded in satisfaction and said, "You are quite sensible and reasonable. This way I don't have to waste my breath." Liu Dong asked calmly, "How much do you want?" The female pirate said, "I am not greedy, I don't want much, just give me 1 billion, I have many brothers, they all need to eat." Liu Dong was a little disappointed. Only 1 billion yuan was asked for. Wasn't that too little? How can you be so petty as a pirate? Can't you ask for more? However, Liu Dong still showed a distressed look on his face. "What? 1 billion, isn't that too much? Aren't you too cruel?" The female pirate sneered and said, "If you can afford such a luxurious cruise ship, then you can definitely come up with 1 billion. Who allowed you to be so arrogant and sail on the sea? Stop talking nonsense and take the money." After saying that, the female pirate took out her mobile phone and asked Liu Dong to add her as an Alipay friend. Liu Dong also took out his mobile phone and added her as a friend. The female pirate said, "Hurry up and transfer the money. Not a penny less. If you pay a penny less, I will kill one person until all your people are gone." Liu Dong said, "Let's talk it over. Don't kill people at every turn. I'll transfer the money to you." Liu Dong casually operated something on his phone, and then the female pirate's phone rang. "Your Alipay account has received 1 billion yuan." The female pirate stood there in a daze, as if she was unable to react for a moment. She never expected that Liu Dong would be so obedient and actually transfer 1 billion to her. Isn't this money too easy to come by? Chapter 50. I'll hit you in the face. Liu Dong said calmly, "The money has been transferred to you, can you leave now?" The female pirate took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Okay, I'll keep my word. Take the money and we'll leave." She waved her hand and asked her men to follow her back to the pirate ship. At this time, a very strong pirate came up to the female pirate. "Sister, I want to take these 4 women away." The sturdy pirate pointed at Lin Wanna, Qin Wushuang, and Liu Xinya. The female pirate said angrily, "They have already paid us, why are you taking them away?" The sturdy pirate said, "You know, there are only men on the pirate ship. I haven't touched a woman for a long time. I am so pent up. I must take these 4 women away. I want to relax. Anyway, we have guns, we can do whatever we want, there's nothing to be afraid of." The female pirate hesitated for a moment, then said to Liu Dong, "My brother said that he wants to take these 3 women away. Please cooperate with us." Liu Dong was immediately unhappy. After taking the money, why did he still take the people away? And she is my own woman, how is this possible? But there are dozens of people on the other side, all carrying guns. What should we do? Even though his fighting skills were top-notch, he couldn't beat dozens of pirates with guns. He wasn't Superman. His mind raced as he tried to think of a solution. Finally, he communicated with the system and asked what solution the system had. The system told him that he could learn skills, such as hypnosis. He has mastered hypnosis skills to the highest level and can hypnotize thousands of people over a large area. Liu Dong was excited. This skill was so cool. He must learn it. After checking the information panel, I found that I still had 1,195 skill points, so it should be no problem for me to learn a top-level hypnosis skill. However, the system told him that his mental strength was still a little insufficient and needed to be strengthened. It just so happened that wonderful things happened one after another between him, Lin Wanner and Qin Wushuang, and he gained 20 reinforcement points. So as of now, there are still 20 enhancement points left. He directly added 10 strengthening points to spirit. The remaining 10 strengthening points were divided into 2 and added to physique and strength respectively. Finally, I learned the top-level hypnosis, which cost me another 511 skill points. Countless hypnosis knowledge poured into Liu Dong's brain. In just a moment, he learned top-level hypnosis. Finally, his information panel refreshed. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 999999737233032 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 30 points average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 39 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 35 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skills, Dance Level 9, Fighting Level 9, Cooking Level 9, Hypnosis Level 9. Strengthening points, 0 points. Skill points, 684. Note, gain the love of a woman of average appearance, gain 1 strengthening point, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 80 points or above, gain 5 strengthening points, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 90 points or above, gain 10 strengthening points, spend 100 million, gain 1 skill point. Liu Dong was cheered up and full of confidence. He looked at the female pirate calmly and said, "Are you really going to break your promise and take my people away?" The female pirate gritted her teeth for the sake of her brother's lust and said, "Yes, you have money anyway, you can have as many women as you want, and you don't care about these 3 women." Liu Dong snorted coldly and said, "If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." The female pirate took a step back cautiously, pointed her gun at Liu Dong, and said, "What do you want?" The female pirate's brother said angrily, "Why bother talking to him? Just shoot him." Liu Dong knew that the situation would not end well, so he calmed down and used hypnosis techniques. A few seconds later, all the pirates dropped their guns on the deck. All the pirates looked ahead with dull faces, standing there like zombies. The same is true for the female pirate and her brother, there is no difference. Liu Dong was overjoyed. It seemed that this hypnosis was really powerful. He ordered the crew to stand up and put away all the guns on the deck. The crew cheered and picked up the guns on the deck. Because there were more than 200 crew members and only dozens of pirates, so only a few dozen crew members picked up the guns. The crew members who did not pick up the gun were ordered by Liu Dong to return to the cabin. Liu Dong also asked the 4 women to hide in the cabin and not come out. It won't be too late to come out once the danger is over. Finally, dozens of crew members, each holding a gun. Each crew member pointed a gun at a pirate. Liu Dong's mind moved and the hypnosis was lifted. All the pirates woke up. They were all stunned. They had never expected something like this to happen. There was an uproar. The crew member shouted, "Kneel down, or we'll beat you to death." Faced with the gun, the pirates had no choice but to surrender and kneel on the deck one after another. The female pirate and her brother were both devastated, not understanding what was going on. The female pirate said, "What happened? How did our guns end up in your hands? What kind of magic did you use?" Liu Dong snorted coldly and said, "I have the situation under my control now. You are my prisoners. Why don't you kneel down obediently?" The female pirate's brother said angrily, "You bastard, what kind of magic did you use? I don't accept it. I want to fight you in a duel." Liu Dong laughed loudly, walked forward, and slapped him in the face. A red slap mark appeared on the face of the female pirate's brother. His face flushed red, and his eyes were filled with rage. He screamed wildly and was about to pounce on Liu Dong to hit him. "Point a gun at his crew and shoot." but Liu Dong stopped the crew member. "You step aside first, I'll play with him," Liu Dong ordered the crew member. Of course, the crew member listened to Liu Dong and stepped aside with his gun. At this time, the female pirate's brother had already pounced over. Liu Dong is now even more powerful than the king of soldiers. His physique is 30 points, his strength is 39 points, and his fighting ability has reached the top level. Therefore, when facing any strong person, he is fearless and even has a relaxed attitude. It can be said that in this world, he is invincible in single combat. He dodged calmly, then swung with one hand. There was a crisp crackling sound. The female pirate's brother was slapped again. Of course, it's the other side of the face. Both sides became red and swollen, very symmetrical. The female pirate's brother was beaten to a pulp. He didn't even see how Liu Dong attacked him before he was slapped. His anger subsided a little, and he glared at Liu Dong and said, "Who are you? Why are you so powerful?" "I am the overlord of the sea, Hai Batian." Liu Dong said calmly, "Is your name Hai Batian?" The name sounds domineering, but it doesn't stand up to fighting. If you're not convinced, come and try again. Hai Batian roared and said, "Okay, let's fight again. I will definitely defeat you." Chapter 51, In the Lake. Hai Batian rushed over directly. Liu Dong raised his foot and kicked out. Hai Batian flew back and crashed into the side of the ship. With a thud, it fell onto the deck. Hai Batian's face mask flew off, revealing a rough face. Hai Batian felt pain in all his internal organs and couldn't move at all. Seeing that Liu Dong was about to go over, the female pirate screamed and stopped Liu Dong. "You can't hurt my brother. You are allowed to hurt us, but we are not allowed to hurt you. What's the logic behind this? As long as you let my brother go, I will agree to any condition you give me." The female pirate took off her mask, revealing a fair face. Really beautiful. The system told Liu Dong that this female pirate had a beauty score of 9.3. Liu Dong thought this female pirate was quite amazing. He was somewhat moved. So he said, "Tell your men to get back to the pirate ship and get as far away from here as possible. You stay alone." The female pirate nodded quickly and ordered her men to take Hai Batian back to the pirate ship. Soon, the pirate ship started and quickly disappeared into the vast ocean without a trace. Liu Dong looked at the beautiful female pirate in front of him and asked, "What's your name?" The female pirate said, "My name is Hai Mingzhu." Liu Dong pointed at Hai Mingzhu and said, "From now on, you are mine. Don't even think about going back to the pirate ship." Hai Mingzhu nodded silently. She was already a prisoner and had no ability to resist. "Just stay in this room. I'll have someone bring you food when the time comes. I'll let you out when we get back to the Magic City." Liu Dong was still afraid that Hai Mingzhu would escape when he wasn't paying attention, or cause trouble on the cruise ship, so he used this method to confine her in the room. Hai Mingzhu had no choice but to nod and agree. Walking out of the room and returning to the deck, Liu Dong saw an island in the distance. Qin Wushuang said excitedly, "That is the island of the rich man." Liu Dong nodded with satisfaction and said, "It should be our island." Soon, the cruise ship arrived at the island. This island is really big, covering several thousand acres. There are mountains, lakes, and many wild animals on the island. What a paradise! Liu Dong pointed out Jiangshan and said, "Let's build a manor by the lake, with a big villa, a swimming pool, a sports field, a garden, and everything." Liu Xinya and Lin Wana nodded at the same time. From now on, the construction work here will be in charge of them. As it began to darken, Liu Dong and others decided to have dinner on the island. There's everything on the cruise ship. The crew moved all kinds of tableware to the island. The bonfire was lit. The barbecue grill is also installed. Various meats and seafood are carefully cooked by the chef, and the aroma is overflowing. Everyone praised the food. After the meal, more than 200 people sang and danced on the island, holding a grand dance party which was extremely lively. Unfortunately, there are more men than women, so most of the time, two men dance together, which is quite funny. Finally, the moon rose to the middle of the sky and it was late night. Everyone returned to the cruise ship to rest. Liu Dong left Ning Xiulian alone. Two people were walking by the lake. Liu Dong asked, "Are you happy working for me?" Ning Xiulian said, "I am very happy. I also heard from my family that you are a rich man. I am really amazed." Ning Xiao Lian is a collateral descendant of the Ning family in Shanghai. She has also heard about Liu Dong's deeds. Liu Dong laughed and said, "They are making a fuss out of nothing. I just spent a little money, and they called me a rich man." Ning Xiao Lian looked at Liu Dong with admiration, her eyes full of little stars. "You're not just spending a little money, you're spending tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. It's really amazing. I'm really honored to be your subordinate." Chapter 52 Visitors from Yangjing. The next day I returned to the Magic City. Tang Mingyang and Sun Linglong contacted Liu Dong. 2 women came together. Liu Dong received 2 women in the presidential suite of the Emerald Star Hotel. Because the beauty of the 2 women did not reach 9 points, but only above 8 points. So Liu Dong only got a total of 10 strengthening points from the 2 women. But it's pretty good. Liu Dong looked at the information panel and allocated the reinforcement points. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 999999737233032 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 40 points average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 49 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 45 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skills, Dance Level 9, Fighting Level 9, Cooking Level 9, Hypnosis Level 9. Strengthening points, 0 points. Skill points, 684. Note, gain the love of a woman of average appearance, gain 1 strengthening point. Gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 80 points or above, gain 5 strengthening points. Gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 90 points or above, gain 10 strengthening points. Spend 100 million, gain 1 skill point. After getting dressed, Liu Dong and the 2 women left the hotel. At this time, something unexpected happened. More than a dozen Rolls-Royces drove to the hotel entrance. Then an old man got out of the car with dozens of his men. This old man is tall and mighty, and he looks intimidating even without getting angry. He looks like an important person at first glance. The old man came to Liu Dong with dozens of his men. He smiled faintly and said, "Excuse me, are you the rich master?" Liu Dong saw that he was very imposing, so he did not neglect him and said, "I am Lord Shenhao, may I ask who you are?" The old man said, "I am Zhao Wuji, the patriarch of the Zhao family in Yangjing." Tang Mingyang and Sun Linglong both exclaimed. It turns out that this old man is Zhao Wuji, the head of the Zhao family, the #1 family in Yangjing. Zhao Wuji is usually very low-key, and almost no one has ever seen him. Unexpectedly, he suddenly showed up in Shanghai and found Liu Dong directly. Liu Dong nodded and said calmly, "Nice to meet you. I wonder what Master Zhao wants to talk to me about?" Zhao Wuji said calmly, "It doesn't look good standing outside. How about we go upstairs and find a meeting room to talk?" Liu Dong said, "That's fine." After saying that, he turned around and walked back into the hotel. Tang Mingyang and Sun Linglong naturally didn't want to miss this event, so they hurriedly followed. Zhao Wuji walked into the hotel with dozens of his men. The hotel staff were surprised and didn't know where these people came from. Fortunately, Manager Chen heard the noise and rushed over. Liu Dong instructed her to entertain Zhao Wuji's men and then set up a meeting room. Manager Chen naturally did as he was told. Now Liu Dong is the owner of the Emerald Star Hotel, and what he says goes. After everything was arranged, Liu Dong took Tang Mingyang and Sun Linglong into the conference room. Zhao Wuji also brought a man and a woman into the meeting room. The man and woman introduced themselves to Liu Dong. One is Zhao Wuji's secretary, driver, and personal bodyguard. The girl was Zhao Wuji's granddaughter, her name was Zhao Yeye. This Zhao Yeye is very beautiful. The system told Liu Dong that her appearance score reached 9.3 points. After everyone sat down, the discussion began. Zhao Wuji spoke first. "I heard that you want to help the 8 major families in Magic City to fight against our Zhao family." Liu Dong said, "It's not a confrontation, I just helped them. After all, I received benefits from them." Zhao Wuji asked doubtfully, "You are a wealthy man with strong financial resources. What benefits can they offer that can attract you?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "The benefits they gave me naturally have nothing to do with money." Zhao Wuji was a smart man. He glanced at Tang Mingyang and Sun Linglong and understood. He smiled faintly and said, "So it's because of women? Are you going to go against us just because of these 2 women?" Liu Dong shook his head and said, not 2, but 3, and there is also Nangong Fenghuang. Zhao Wuji suddenly realized and said, so there is Nangong Fenghuang. That makes sense. Nangong Fenghuang is indeed the best in the world. She is also the current head of the first family in Magic City. If you can get her, it is indeed worth risking your life for her. Liu Dong said calmly, it's not like I risked my life. It's just a small favor. It's not a big deal. Zhao Yeye said angrily, Master Shenhao, are you looking down on our Zhao family? What do you mean it's not a big deal? This is a big deal that concerns our Zhao family and your 8 major families in the Magic City. Liu Dong shook his head and said, in my eyes, it's just a small matter. Zhao Wuji's face darkened. He felt that Liu Dong was looking down on him. He pointed at Liu Dong and said, if you really want to go against our Zhao family, you will have to bear the corresponding consequences. Don't regret it when the time comes. Liu Dong said disapprovingly, this is the territory of the Magic City. If you, the Zhao family, come here to cause trouble, you are overreaching, aren't you? I advise you to return to Yangjing and not come here, otherwise you will regret it. The two people were at loggerheads with each other, and the atmosphere was very depressing for a while. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Liu Dong said to Tang Mingyang, go and see who it is? Tang Mingyang nodded, responded, and went over to check. She opened the door carefully and found several people standing outside. It turned out that people from other families in Magic City had come, including Nangong Fenghuang, Qin Xiaofeng, Su Yugang, Liu Zhentang, Ninggetsuan Xiao, and Fang Deren. When Liu Dong saw that it was them, he smiled calmly and said, you guys are really impatient. When you heard that the Zhao family was coming, you hurried over. Come on, come and sit down. Nangong Fenghuang and the others looked at Zhao Wuji warily, then walked over one by one and sat next to Liu Dong. The 8 major families in Demon City faced the number 1 family in Yangjing, and the scene seemed very solemn for a moment. Zhao Wuji sneered and said, I am already invincible in Yangjing. It's quite boring, so I want to come to Modi to expand the market. Do you think you can withstand my offensive? Nangong Fenghuang said with a cold face, we, the 8 major families in Magic City, are very united. Even if your Zhao family is rich and powerful, you may not be able to defeat us. Moreover, in your Yangjing, there is the Wen family who will help us. You may not have a chance of winning. Zhao Wuji said disdainfully, the Wen family was defeated by me. I beat them so badly that they are no longer powerful. If you expect them to support you from behind, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. He stared at Liu Dong and said, it is rumored that Lord Shenhao is very powerful, but I don't quite believe it. How about we compete with each other? Chapter 53 Peak Showdown. Liu Dong took a sip of tea and said, it doesn't matter. If you want to compete, I will compete with you. Zhao Wuji patted the table lightly and said excitedly, okay, that's it, whoever loses will quit. He pointed at Fang Deren and said, I have investigated your Fang family. The assets are over 80 billion. I will now offer 100 billion to buy all the assets of your Fang family. Are you willing? Fang Deren was stunned. 100 billion, 20 billion more than 80 billion, this is a huge sum of money. Liu Dong laughed and said, I want the Fang family's assets. I'll pay 500 billion. Everyone was stunned. 500 billion, that's 5 times the price Zhao Wuji offered. Is this crazy? Fang Deren was already shaking with excitement, and he quickly said, I am willing to transfer all the assets of the Fang family to Mr. Shenhao. Zhao Wuji's face turned pale. He said, are you kidding? How can you compete like this? The Fang family's assets are only 80 billion, and you offer 500 billion. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Liu Dong said, didn't you say you wanted to compete with me? If you want to compete, let's compete with a bigger one. If you can come up with 500 billion, I will give it to you. Zhao Yeye screamed, you are bragging. I don't believe you are willing to pay 5 times the price to acquire the Fang family's assets. You are completely losing money. This is impossible. Liu Dong said calmly, nothing is impossible. After saying that, he called Liu Xinya and asked her to come over. Soon, Liu Xinya rushed over. Liu Dong told her that he would use 500 billion to acquire the Fang family's assets. Liu Xinya was stunned and asked, really? Liu Dong asked back, have I ever joked about money? Liu Xinya nodded, calmed down, and said, I understand. I will do as you say. The conference room is equipped with complete office equipment, including computers and printers. So Liu Xinya and Fang Deren drafted a transfer contract together. The contract was printed out in duplicate. Liu Dong and Fang Deren signed together, and the two contracts officially came into effect. Liu Dong gave his copy of the contract to Liu Xinya and asked her to keep it. Then Liu Dong added Fang Deren as his Alipay friend. He operated it casually on his phone. Then Fang Deren's cell phone rang. Your Alipay account has received 500 billion yuan. The whole place was silent and everyone was petrified. But Liu Dong was very happy. He spent another 500 billion and gained 5,000 skill points. It was really a big profit. Zhao Wuji stared at Liu Dong in disbelief and said, "Did you really do this? Are you crazy?" Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "Don't be so shocked. I'm a wealthy man. It's normal for me to spend such a small amount of money. The people of the 8 major families in Magic City are actually somewhat used to it. Although 500 billion is still a bit unbelievable to them. But the move of the rich man was so powerful that they felt it was reasonable. After the initial shock, they got used to it. They cheered, applauded Liu Dong, and praised the mighty and domineering Lord Shenhao." After a long while, Zhao Wuji took a deep breath. He said sinisterly, "You have already spent 500 billion. Do you still have the financial resources to compete with me next? I forgot to tell you that we will have a total of 8 competitions, and the competition will be based on the 8 major families in Magic City. So next, I want to acquire the Ning family. How will you deal with it?" Liu Dong was surprised and said, "What? 8 games? Isn't it just one game? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Zhao Wuji laughed loudly and said, "Young man, you can't hold your temper. It's indeed very generous to spend a lot of money, but the next battle is the most important." He pointed at Ning Xiao and said, "I have also investigated your Ning family. The total assets are 95 billion. I will offer 120 billion to buy it. Are you willing?" Ning Xiao was stunned for a moment. The Zhao family is now going to spend 120 billion to acquire assets worth 95 billion. No matter how you calculate it, they are making a profit. It turns out that he was on Liu Dong's side. But now the conditions offered by the Zhao family are so tempting. He was very hesitant and didn't know what to do. So he looked at Liu Dong. Liu Dong has just spent 500 billion to acquire the Fang family. Does he still have the spare capacity to acquire the Ning family now? The atmosphere seemed unusually depressing. Everyone in the Magic City looked at Liu Dong with complicated eyes. Nanggong Fenghuang also whispered, "Zhao Wuji, this old fox, has caused Lord Shenhao to suffer a great loss. Now I don't know how Lord Shenhao should deal with it." Qin Xiaofeng sighed and said, "Mr. Shenhao is still too young and too impulsive. He has spent a huge amount of 500 billion yuan. I am afraid he will not be able to cope with the next competition." Tang Mingyang and Sun Linglong looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. Just when everyone thought Liu Dong was going to give in, Liu Dong yawned and said, "Only 120 billion. Isn't that too little?" Zhao Yeye laughed and said, "Don't pretend here. Do you still have money? Can you offer a higher price? You'd better admit defeat quickly." Liu Dong shook his head and said disapprovingly, "I never pretend, I always speak with my strength. The Ning family's assets are quite good. 120 billion is too little. I'll pay 600 billion. There was an uproar on the field, everyone screamed and looked at Liu Dong in disbelief. Liu Dong told Liu Xinya, "Draft a contract." Liu Xinya felt her palms sweating, and she said in a trembling voice, "Are you really going to pay 600 billion? Liu Dong said, "Why are you asking such a stupid question again? Hurry up, there are still 6 competitions to go, don't waste time." Liu Xinya was greatly shocked. However, she still followed Liu Dong's instructions and began to draft the contract with Ning Xiao, who was in a daze. Soon, 2 contracts were typed out. Liu Dong and Ning Xiao signed the contract, and the contract officially came into effect. Liu Dong gave his contract to Liu Xinya. Liu Xinya took the contract and put it carefully into her bag. Including the contract just now, the total of the 2 contracts is 1.1 trillion. It's so scary, it's hard to believe, like a dream. Liu Dong added Ning Xiao as his Alipay friend and then performed some operations on his mobile phone. Ning Xiao's cell phone rang. Your Alipay account has received 600 billion yuan. Zhao Wuji stared at Liu Dong blankly, speechless. Zhao Yi rolled her eyes, smiled, and said to Zhao Wuji, Dad, he has already paid 1.1 trillion, he must be out of money, we don't have to worry, we will definitely defeat him in the next few competitions. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up when he heard his daughter say this. He was shocked by Liu Dong's financial resources just now, so he was stunned for a while. Now he is absolutely sure that in the next competition, he will be able to defeat Liu Dong and win the final victory. Zhao Wuji laughed out loud, feeling extremely proud. Chapter 54, Unifying the Magic City. But Liu Dong didn't let Zhao Wuji be proud for too long. He said, there are 6 more. I'll buy them all. I'll give 700 billion to the Liu family. I will give 800 billion to the Sun family. I'll give the Tang family 900 billion. I'll give the Su family 1 trillion. I'll give the Qin family 1.2 trillion. I'll give 1.5 trillion to the Nangong family. There was a crackling sound. Zhao Wuji sat down crookedly and fell to the ground. Zhao Ye screamed and hurried to help him. However, Zhao Wuji pushed Zhao Ye away and stood up suddenly. His eyes were wide open as he pointed at Liu Dong, his whole body shaking with anger. No way, are you kidding me? How can you have so much money? Liu Dong laughed and said to the people from the remaining 6 families, I will give you the money first, and then we will make the contract. Then he added the people from the remaining 6 families as his Alipay friends. Your Alipay account has received 700 billion yuan. Your Alipay account has received 800 billion yuan. Your Alipay account has received 900 billion yuan. Your Alipay account has received 1 trillion yuan. Your Alipay account has received 1.2 trillion yuan. Your Alipay account has received 1.5 trillion yuan. There was total silence, and everyone was petrified. Liu Dong took a sip of tea and said to Liu Xinya leisurely, thank you for your hard work. Continue to draft 6 contracts. Liu Xinya looked at Liu Dong with admiration and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Soon, 6 contracts were signed. So far, the businesses of the 8 major families in Shanghai have all become Liu Dong's businesses. It can be said that Liu Dong unified the entire business landscape of Shanghai. Liu Dong's heart was filled with joy. 5 trillion was spent at one time. That is to gain 50,000 skill points. You can learn at least 80 full-level skills. But your mental strength has to keep up, otherwise your brain will explode. Zhao Wuji's face turned pale. He never imagined that Liu Dong's financial resources were so terrifying. He came to the Magic City with full confidence, wanting to show his skills. But it stopped abruptly before it even began. It's really uncomfortable to have this breath of stuffy air stuck in my chest. Zhao Wuji felt like he was going to bleed. But the people from the 8 major families in Magic City all looked at Liu Dong with admiration. The godly rich man is the godly rich man. He actually unified the 8 major families in Magic City by himself. This is a godlike existence. Liu Dong looked at Zhao Wuji calmly and said, there is nothing left for you to do in the Magic City. I advise you to go back home. Otherwise, if you make me unhappy, I will go to Yangjing and buy out all your Zhao family businesses. Zhao Wuji was shocked and ran out pulling Zhao Ye. He was really scared. He was deeply afraid of Liu Dong. If Liu Dong really went to Yangjing, then his Zhao family might really be acquired. Then his title as the #1 family in Yangjing will become history. Zhao Wuji is gone, and the rest are all our own people. Liu Dong said, although I have acquired your business, the entire plate is too big. I still want you to help me continue to maintain it, but all the businesses need to be renamed. Nangong Fenghuang said, of course there is no problem with this. We have already gained too much from the rich man. We are not ungrateful. We will definitely do our best to help the rich man manage his industry. Tang Mingyang said excitedly, Sir Shenhao, what signboard name do you want to change your business to? Su Yuguang had offended Liu Dong before and was taught a good lesson by Liu Dong. Now he admires Liu Dong very much and treats him like a god. So he hurriedly said, the business of Lord Shenhao, of course the signature name is Shenhao. Liu Zhentang is the oldest and has the most experience, and he also admires Liu Dong very much. He smiled happily and said, this is a good idea. From now on, all of Lord Shenhao's businesses will be called Shenhao businesses. For example, real estate will be called Shenhao Real Estate, catering will be called Shenhao Catering, hotels will be called Shenhao Hotels, and so on. Everyone agreed very much. Liu Dong also felt very satisfied and agreed to this idea, and then asked Liu Xinya to cooperate with the 8 major families to integrate this matter. He is still a student and doesn't have much energy to worry about these things. Let professionals handle professional matters. He just needs to pay the money. He waved his sleeves, opened the door of the conference room, and left in style. He returned to his home, the big villa. His parents have returned to the countryside, and now he is the only one left in the big villa. No, there is another person, that is the female pirate Hai Mingzhu who I met at sea. Originally, after arriving in the Magic City, Liu Dong had already released Hai Mingzhu and left. But Hai Mingzhu was unwilling to leave. Because she heard about Liu Dong's deeds, she had other thoughts. It is indeed not a good idea to be a pirate on the sea all day long and do such risky things. Now that you have met a super rich man, why don't you hold him tightly to your thigh? This is a shrewd woman. Chapter 55 Twin Sisters. Hai Mingzhu came up to him with a smile. Mr. Shenhao, I see you seem a little tired, let me give you a massage. Liu Dong sat on the sofa and Hai Mingzhu massaged his shoulders. It was quite comfortable. Liu Dong asked, are you relying on me? Hai Mingzhu said aggrievedly, why did Lord Shenhao say such harsh words? I admire Lord Shenhao and want to do my best to work for him. Liu Dong was helpless. This kind of scoundrel was the most troublesome and could not be driven away. He thought for a moment and asked, you can follow me, but what is your value? Hai Mingzhu was very happy. Thank you, Mr. Shenhao, that's great, you are finally willing to take me in. Liu Dong waved his hand and said, let me see your value first, then I will be willing to take you in. Hai Mingzhu nodded solemnly. Sir Shenhao, I have actually thought about it for a while. I am willing to help you establish a formal maritime commercial giant. Liu Dong became interested after hearing what she said. What is a giant commercial business on the sea? Or is it regular? Aren't you a pirate? Do you know how to do regular things? Hai Mingzhu's expression darkened. To be honest, sir, my family used to do legitimate maritime business, but later we encountered enemies, our family was destroyed, all our property was taken away, and my parents were killed by our enemies. Over the years, my brother and I became pirates and strengthened our own strength in preparation for revenge. But our enemies are too powerful. We can't defeat them. We feel like we will never get revenge in this lifetime. We are in a lot of pain. But I never expected that I would actually meet the godly rich man. If the godly rich man is willing to help us, then we will definitely have hope for revenge. Hai Mingzhu had tears in her eyes as she cried out about her tragic life experience. Liu Dong nodded calmly and said, if you do a good job and truly become my right-hand man, then I will consider helping you settle your affairs. Hai Mingzhu was very happy when she heard Liu Dong's promise, but she burst into tears due to mixed emotions. She threw herself into Liu Dong's arms and cried her heart out, and it took her a long time to calm down. Then she said to Liu Dong pitifully, Sir Shenhao, I am so grateful to you. Hai Mingzhu shyly threw herself into Liu Dong's arms and said, good brother, I will definitely work hard and not let you down. Liu Dong nodded in satisfaction and said, contact your brother, abandon the pirate ship, bring your men back, and then build a maritime business empire together. Liu Dong added Hai Mingzhu as his Alipay friend and transferred 1 trillion yuan to her. This is the initial funding. If it's not enough, ask me for more. Looking at the numbers on the phone screen, Hai Mingzhu was stunned. Is this the super rich man? He spends 1 trillion at a time? I never dreamed of having so much money before. She was so excited that her whole body was shaking. She knelt in front of Liu Dong and said with tears in her eyes, good brother, don't worry, I will definitely help you build the most awesome and luxurious maritime business empire in the world. Liu Dong patted her on the shoulder, smiled and said, I'm younger than you, why are you calling me brother? Hai Mingzhu said shyly, you are the rich man. In my heart, you are the greatest. Let alone calling you brother, I am willing to call you dad. Liu Dong called manager Chen of the Emerald Star Hotel and asked her to help transfer a top chef. From then on, the chef lived in his house. As long as he is at home, the chef is responsible for all his meals. Then he asked manager Chen to transfer 2 of the best waiters to take charge of the housework. This villa is very big, so it still needs to be kept clean on a regular basis. We can't let the rich man do it himself, right? A chef and 2 waiters, each with an annual salary of 10 million. When Manager Chen announced the news to everyone in the hotel, all the staff in the hotel went crazy. All the chefs and waiters almost came to blows. They all wanted to work as chefs and waiters at Liu Dong's house. But the number of places is limited. Finally, after Manager Chen's evaluation, the best chef and 2 waiters went to Liu Dong's home. These 3 people were envied and jealous of everyone. That's a job with an annual salary of tens of millions. They will never make that much money in their entire lives. Soon, the chef and waiter arrived and brought a variety of ingredients. This chef is truly the best. After all, he is a chef in an 8-star hotel, and his cooking skills are among the best in the world. The chef's surname is Liu, and he is a relative of Liu Dong. He used his best skills to prepare a hearty breakfast for Liu Dong. Actually, it can be considered as lunch. After all, it was almost 11 o'clock when we finished. Liu Dong was also very approachable and invited Chef Liu and 2 waiters to dine together. Including Hai Mingzhu, there were 5 of us in total, and we enjoyed the meal very much. Chef Liu and the 2 waiters also secretly admired it. The godly rich man is the godly rich man. Not only is he rich, he is also very kind. He is simply the most attractive man in the world. These 2 waiters are also excellent. They are actually twins. Her looks have reached 8.9 points, just 0.1 point away from 9 points. But it is also quite beautiful. Their names are Duan Yanli and Duan Yanhong. They looked at Liu Dong with eyes full of admiration. Which woman would not admire a man as charming as Liu Dong? However, the 2 sisters could only keep this admiration in their hearts. The rich man is not an ordinary person, and they cannot reach him. Only women like Nang Gong Fenghuang and Qin Wushuang are barely worthy of the rich man. But they are already very satisfied, being able to live in the home of the rich man and see him every day. Clean up for him and let him live in a clean and sanitary environment. They feel that this is their greatest honor. They are also willing to serve Liu Dong for their entire lives. They also told each other that they would never marry again in this life and would only serve Liu Dong forever until they died of old age. Chapter 56. 2 Women Fight. After lunch, Hai Mingzhu reluctantly said goodbye to Liu Dong. She is going to the sea to find her brother Hai Batian. After finding his brother, they worked together to build a maritime business empire for Liu Dong. Liu Dong went to school in high spirits. Just after I parked my car in the parking lot outside the school, a Maserati drove over. The driver was distracted and didn't notice Liu Dong's car. As a result, they collided with each other with a bang. The front of Liu Dong's car was dented. Fortunately, Liu Dong had already gotten off the bus. Otherwise you might get hurt. The owner of the Maserati got out of the car in a panic. Liu Dong looked up and found that it was an acquaintance. It turned out to be the school beauty Su Yuyo. The 2 haven't met since Liu Dong humiliated them in the back mountain last time. Before Su Yuyo could see Liu Dong's face clearly, she shouted unhappily, "How did you park your car?" "It hit my car." Liu Dong said with disdain, "You bitch, are you crazy? My car was parked well, it was your car that hit my car." When Su Yuyo heard Liu Dong's voice and then saw Liu Dong's face, she screamed. It was as if I had seen a ghost. She pointed at Liu Dong with trembling fingers and said, "Why is it you? What do you want?" Liu Dong said coldly, "You crashed my car and it became such a mess, just pay me." Su Yuyo was originally very aggressive, but when she saw Liu Dong, she softened. She lowered her head and said timidly, "I heard from my brother that you are a rich man. I didn't mean to do that, don't blame me. How much is your car? I'll compensate you." Seeing how pitiful she looked, Liu Dong didn't have the heart to argue with her. He waved his hand and said, "Since you are willing to admit your mistake, then forget it." Su Yuyo raised her head in surprise and said, "Really, Mr. Shenhao, are you willing to forgive me?" Liu Dong said calmly, "Even if it is, my car seems useless. Find someone to tow it away. I'm going to class." He turned around and was about to leave, but Su Yuyo quickly knelt down and hugged his arm. Liu Dong frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Su Yuyo blushed, and she whispered, "I didn't realize at first that you are so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? How about I be your girlfriend?" Liu Dong sneered in his heart, "You think my money is handsome, right?" But he looked Su Yuyo up and down. As expected of the school belle, she has an amazing appearance and a great figure. Su Yuyo noticed Liu Dong's look, and her face turned even redder. But she still proudly puffed out her chest to show off her beautiful figure. Liu Dong said, "Forget about a girlfriend. I don't need a girlfriend. If you are willing, just be my woman." Su Yuyo was a little disappointed, but she still cheered up and said, "I am willing. As long as you like, I will always be your woman." Liu Dong said, "Okay, let's make an appointment when we are free. I have to go to class." Su Yuyo held his arm and walked with him. "I will accompany you to class, and I want to sit next to you." Liu Dong said helplessly, "It's up to you." Soon, the two of them entered the classroom. Li Dali saw Liu Dong and waved. Liu Dong took Su Yuyo over. Monkey took a deep breath. "What's going on? Dong is actually with the school beauty Su Yuyo?" Ma Wenyu was also very surprised. Yes, didn't you want to fight and kill last time? Why are you so affectionate now?" The other students who didn't understand what was going on were even more noisy. "Wow, Su Yuyo actually has a boyfriend? Who is this? He looks so ordinary and his temperament is average. How can he win Su Yuyo's heart? Yes, this man must have a mine at home, right? Otherwise, why would Su Yuyo follow him? Don't be jealous. If you have the ability, your family can also own a mine. It's like this now. It's not uncommon for a beautiful woman to be paired with a boss." After Liu Dong and the other man sat down, Li Dali asked Liu Dong in a low voice, "What's going on?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "She knew I was a rich man, so she came up to me and wanted to be my woman." Li Dali gave a thumbs up to express his admiration. This class is taught by the beautiful teacher Ning Haitang. She walked up to the podium and saw Liu Dong and Su Yuyo beside him at a glance. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. She pointed at Su Yuyo and said, "My dear classmate, you don't seem to be a student in our class, right?" Su Yuyo replied, "I am here to accompany my boyfriend to class. Teacher, is this not allowed?" Ning Haitang snorted and said, "This is a place for study, not for romance. I hope you won't affect other students." Su Yuyo also felt Ning Haitang's hostility, but she didn't know why. So she could only nod and said, "Teacher, don't worry, I won't affect the class discipline." Liu Dong felt amused in his heart, thinking that Ning Haitang was jealous. But he didn't care. Now he has many women, and everyone wants to be his real woman. It is normal for people to be jealous of each other. Who makes him the famous rich man? It's just so popular. Soon, the class was over. The students all walked out. Ning Haitang stopped Liu Dong and said, "Student Liu Dong, please stay here first. I have something to tell you." Li Dali and 3 other roommates stopped and looked at Liu Dong. Liu Dong smiled and said, "You guys go first, I'll take care of the housework." So Li Dali and 3 other roommates left the classroom. But Su Yuya did not leave and held Liu Dong's arm tightly. According to woman's intuition, this teacher Ning seems to have an unclear relationship with Liu Dong. Ning Haitang said to Su Yuyo, "My classmate, I have something to say to Liu Dong. It's not convenient for you to be here. Please leave the classroom first." Su Yuyo shook her head and said firmly, "He is my man, I want to be with him, and I can listen to you if you have anything to say." Ning Haitang was very angry and pointed at Su Yuyo and said, "How can you be so ignorant as a student?" Su Yuyo said coldly, "No matter what you say, I want to be with my man. It's none of your business. Do you have anything to do? If not, we'll leave." Ning Haitang was so angry that she shouted, "Liu Dong is also my man, what are you talking about?" Su Yuyo was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses. She sneered and said, "I guessed it. You are coveting Dong. How shameless." When Ning Haitang heard Su Yuyo say that she was shameless, she immediately got angry and rushed up to hit Su Yuyo. Seeing that the 2 women were about to fight because of jealousy, Liu Dong thought it was too outrageous and quickly stood between the 2 women. "Okay, stop it, everyone, stop it." Chapter 57 Late Night Female Assassin. Liu Dong's voice was a little loud, shocking the 2 women. He pointed at Ning Haitang, "You are my woman." He pointed at Su Yuyo again, "You are also my woman. I have many other women. No matter what, you must live in harmony and not quarrel. Whoever quarrels, I don't want him." Su Yuyo said, "Oh," stepped back obediently, and took Liu Dong's arm. Ning Haitang pinched Liu Dong lightly and said angrily, "You little rascal, you actually have so many women. You are really lawless." Liu Dong said helplessly, "Who said I am a rich man? I am such an outstanding man, it is impossible for me to be monopolized by a woman? That would be a waste." Ning Haitang sighed and said, "You are right. I have also heard about you from my brother. You are a wealthy man. Now you are the only one who is respected in the entire business world of Magic City. Don't worry, I will not cause any trouble for you. Get along well with your other women." Liu Dong chuckled, pinched Ning Haitang's cheek, and said with satisfaction, "That's good. Let's go to the Emerald Star Hotel and have dinner together." Because Liu Dong and Su Yuyao's cars were damaged, Su Yuyao had called someone to tow the car away. So the three of them took Ning Haitang's car to the Emerald Star Hotel. After the big meal, the waiter cleaned up the table and everyone left. Liu Dong closed the door of the private room and locked it. Ning Haitang blushed and said, "Little rascal, what do you want to do?" Liu Dong chuckled, walked forward, picked up Ning Haitang, then placed her on the dining table and let her lie flat. Then he pointed at Su Yuyao and said, "You lie down too." Su Yuyao's ears turned red. She said shyly, "Is this okay?" Liu Dong said nonchalantly, "What's wrong with that? It's fine as long as I say it's fine." Su Yuyao gritted her teeth and said, "You are my godly rich man, my male god, I will listen to you whatever you say." So she climbed onto the dining table as well. It was not until the evening that the three of them left the Emerald Star Hotel. Then everyone went back home. After returning home, Liu Dong checked his information panel. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 999999363723032 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 40 points. Average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 49 points. Average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 45 points. Average for normal adults, 10 points. Skills, Dance level 9, Fighting level 9, Cooking level 9, Hypnosis level 9. Strengthening points, 10 points. Skill points, 61,684. Note, gain the love of a woman of average appearance, gain 1 strengthening point. Gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 80 points or above, gain 5 strengthening points. Gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 90 points or above, gain 10 strengthening points. Spend 100 million, gain 1 skill point. After dealing with Su Yuyao, Liu Dong gained 10 more strengthening points and was very satisfied. He increased his strength and spirit to 50 points each, and put the rest into physique. "I have become much stronger and feel so good." After taking a shower, Liu Dong went straight upstairs to sleep. Just when Liu Dong was about to fall asleep, a dark shadow stood in front of Liu Dong's bed. Liu Dong's sensitivity is now very strong, and he woke up immediately. Just as he was about to jump up, he found his body went limp and he had no strength at all. The shadow chuckled. "You've been poisoned by my bone softening powder. You don't have any strength left now. You'd better give up struggling." Judging from the voice, it was a young woman. There is a faint moon shining in from the window. Li Dong has an extraordinary physique and very sharp eyes. He could see clearly even with just a tiny bit of light. He carefully looked at the dark figure in front of the bed. She has a well-proportioned figure, with a curvy figure and all the right places. She was wearing tights, all black, which only accentuated her beautiful figure. She was still wearing a black veil, revealing only 2 eyes that were flashing with a cold light. Liu Dong asked weakly, "Who are you? Why did you drug me?" The woman in black sneered and said, "I have fully investigated your situation. You are a wealthy man with a huge amount of money. You also know martial arts and your strength is amazing. If I hadn't used the Sugu powder first and fought you head-on, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to defeat you. But that's what we assassins do. We use the most convenient method to kill the enemy. It saves time and effort, and there's no danger." Liu Dong was shocked when he heard her admit that she was an assassin. "It seems that I have been too high profile recently, attracting a lot of people's attention and offending a lot of people. It seems that someone paid a large sum of money and sent an assassin to kill him. But this assassin is also quite powerful. He actually managed to dodge the security personnel and the security system and come to his bed. It seems that I have to have a serious talk with Ning Xilian later. Her security force is still too poor. Liu Dong calmed down and asked, "Who sent you?" "You're going to kill me anyway, so let me die knowingly." A dagger shining with cold light appeared in the hand of the woman in black. She walked slowly to Liu Dong's bed and put the dagger against Liu Dong's throat. "I'm a professional and I won't leak my customers' information. You can just die in confusion." After saying that, she was about to thrust the dagger in her hand into Liu Dong's throat. But the next second, her movement stopped. She slowly stood up straight. There was a clang sound. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Her eyes were confused, as if she had lost her mind. Liu Dong laughed and said, "So what if he's a top assassin? He's still lost to my top hypnosis. Let me ask you, do you have the antidote?" "No, I don't have the antidote with me." Liu Dong cursed in his heart, damn it. His whole body was limp now, unable to move. Although the woman in black was temporarily hypnotized by him and posed no threat to him. But it can't always be like this, right? We must find a way to resolve the current predicament. After thinking about it, he thought of skill points. Now he has more than 60,000 skill points. If you don't learn skills now, when will you? So he contacted the system and asked it what skills it had to remove the anesthetic in his body. The system told him that he could learn internal skills. Top-level internal skills can remove all kinds of poisons. Liu Dong was overjoyed, it seemed he was saved. So he instructed the system to learn the top-level internal skills. Soon, countless internal skills and knowledge flooded into his mind. After spending 511 skill points, he learned the top-level internal skills. According to the inner strength method, a warm current rises in the dantian. Then it circulates throughout his body's meridians. After a few weeks, he just felt refreshed and his strength was restored. The anesthetic in his body had been completely dispelled by him. Liu Dong turned over and stood up. He looked at the dazed woman in black in front of him and sneered. "So what if he's a top assassin? He still fell into my hands. See how I deal with you." Chapter 58 Blood Recognition. "May I have your name?" "I don't have a name, my code name is Black Rose." "Who is your employer?" "I don't know. The organization I belong to is called the Assassin Flower Alliance. I came here because our leader issued a mission." "Assassin Flower Alliance? Where is the headquarters?" "In the beautiful country." After questioning, Liu Dong didn't get any useful information. He walked forward and pulled down the veil of the Black Rose. A pretty face appeared in front of him. This woman is very beautiful, with an appearance score of 8.8. Liu Dong sneered. "Assassinate me? I'll let you know how powerful I am." He used hypnosis to look at Black Rose. Black Rose's eyes changed and became watery. "Honey, I'm so hot." She threw herself into Liu Dong's arms passionately. She twisted her body like a beautiful snake. "Are you hot? Then take off your clothes." "Okay, I'll get naked right now." An hour passed and the sea was calm. Liu Dong lifted the hypnosis. Black Rose woke up in shock and found herself naked, lying in Liu Dong's arms. She was horrified and screamed, "How could this happen?" Liu Dong sneered and said, "You tried to assassinate me, but I controlled you. This is what happens to you." Black Rose suddenly jumped up, grabbed Liu Dong's neck with both hands, and shouted, "I'm going to kill you." However, Liu Dong's strength is unmatched, and when Black Rose loses her mind, she is no match for Liu Dong. In just a second, she was pinned down by Liu Dong. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on Black Rose, making it hard for her to breathe. She was very frightened and asked, "How can you be so powerful?" Liu Dong said calmly, "I am the eldest son of a hidden family. I have been trained since I was a child. Let alone you, even the most powerful assassin is not my opponent." Black Rose asked in confusion, "But I already gave you the bone-softening powder, how come you still have the strength?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "I have practiced the ultimate internal strength and am immune to all poisons. Sugu-san has no effect on me at all." Black Rose was stunned, and then fell into deep despair. "I didn't expect the target of this assassination was so powerful. Not only is he rich enough to rival a country, he is also so powerful." She closed her eyes and said resignedly, "What do you want? Logically speaking, you came to kill me, and now I've subdued you, so I should kill you. But you're my woman now, and I can't be so cruel, so I'll just lock you up in the dungeon." No, please don't put me in a dungeon and put me in such a dark life. I beg you, please let me go. It's impossible to let you go. What if you come to trouble me again in the future? No, I admit defeat. I will never come back to retaliate against you again. I swear. Liu Dong sneered in his heart, swearing is of no use, these assassins are the most insidious and vicious, swearing is worthless to them. But it was really difficult for him to kill anyone. After all, he was just a student and didn't want to have blood on his hands. He said that Black Rose was locked up in a dungeon, but where was the dungeon? After thinking for a while, he contacted the system. Is there any way to completely control a person, making him absolutely obedient and never betray you? The system told him that he could learn the art of recognizing the master by dripping blood. As long as you use the technique of dripping blood to recognize the master, you can completely control the other party, make the other party obey you willingly, and never have the thought of betrayal. Liu Dong was very happy. This was a good skill and he must learn it. So he spent another 511 skill points to learn the most advanced technique of recognizing the master by dripping blood. Liu Dong looked at Black Rose calmly and said, "Are you willing to be my subordinate and let me be your master?" Black Rose said helplessly, "As long as you don't put me in the dungeon, I'm willing." She really didn't want to live that kind of dark life. So she could only surrender and become the other party's subordinate. Maybe I can find an opportunity to escape later. She secretly made up her mind. But Liu Dong's next words made her fall into an ice cellar completely. "I have mastered the art of blood recognition. I will take a drop of blood from your body, and then use the blood recognition technique to make you completely my slave. If you are willing, I will use it now." Black Rose said angrily, "You are so cruel. Your behavior will make me a slave forever. What freedom do I have then?" Liu Dong sneered and said, "You are an assassin that I have captured. What freedom can you still talk about? Either you die, or I will lock you up in the dungeon, or you will become my slave. You can choose one." Black Rose stood there in a daze, with all kinds of thoughts racing through her mind. But after thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with a better solution. Finally, she shed tears and said, "Okay, I promise to be your slave, but I am your woman after all, so you have to be nicer to me in the future and don't abuse me, please." Liu Dong said calmly, "Don't worry about this. I am not a tyrannical master. I am usually easy to talk to women who are loyal to me." Black Rose took a deep breath and calmed down. She said, "Okay, then, start. I am willing to be your slave." Liu Dong said yes. Then he stretched out a finger and placed it between Black Rose's eyebrows. Using the technique of identifying the master by dripping blood, a drop of essence blood was sucked out and then merged into his body. This drop of blood was branded in a mysterious way. Soon, Black Rose's eyes changed. Become very docile and obedient. Liu Dong let her go. Black Rose bowed respectfully and said, "Master Shenhao, from now on I will be your servant and will always obey your orders." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Go find my subordinate Ning Xiulian. She has a security company that is responsible for my personal safety. From now on, you will assist her and ask her to strengthen the security force. Don't let the assassins harass me anymore." Black Rose said solemnly, "I will definitely pass on my assassination skills to all the personnel of the security company, so that they can become more powerful and better serve their master." After saying that, she left. Liu Dong was delighted. He didn't expect that he could subdue a top assassin so easily. It seemed that his security would be more secure in the future. He had just obtained 5 strengthening points from Black Rose, and he added these 5 strengthening points to his physical fitness. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 999999363723032 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 49 points average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 50 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 50 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skills, Dance Level 9, Fighting Level 9, Cooking Level 9, Hypnosis Level 9, Internal Strength Level 9, Blood Recognition Level 9. Strengthening points, 0 points. Skill points, 60,662. Note, gain the love of a woman of average appearance, gain 1 strengthening point, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 80 points or above, gain 5 strengthening points, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 90 points or above, gain 10 strengthening points, spend 100 million, gain 1 skill point. Chapter 59 Counterattack. Black Rose left, but she told Liu Dong her account number. The Assassin Flower Alliance has a system online. Each assassin has an account to log into this system. Every time the leader of the alliance releases a task in the system, whoever can receive this task will carry it out. If you succeed, you will get a generous bonus. So Liu Dong logged into this online system. He saw the mission and someone offered a reward of 1 billion to assassinate him. But he couldn't see the employer's information. This is as it should be, as the employer's information must be kept confidential. It seems that only the leader of the alliance knows the information of these employers. But how can I log into the leader's account? Liu Dong went to ask the universal system again. The system told him that he could learn top-level hacker skills. Liu Dong's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten this? With top-notch hacking skills, can't you just look at anything on the internet? So he learned top hacker skills. Countless hacker information flooded into his mind, and suddenly he understood how to conquer the online system of the Assassin Flower Alliance. It only took him a minute to find out the Alliance leader's account and log into the system with it. He finally got the information he wanted. It turned out that Wen Yunkai from Yangjing wanted to kill him. Liu Dong sneered, this Wen Yunkai really doesn't know how to live or die. He must have seen Liu Dong's strength and felt jealous and fearful. Although he used the power of the Magic City to deal with the Zhao family. But he also knew that Liu Dong was the most terrifying person. So he had to deal with Liu Dong first and find an assassin to kill Liu Dong. It is impolite to come without returning the favor. This matter is easy to solve. You don't have to do it yourself at all. So Liu Dong forged the information of an employer and issued an assassination mission. 10 billion, to assassinate Wen Yunkai in Yangjing. Haha, you wanted to assassinate me, but I fooled it and ended up exposing your own identity information. Now I am also using money to smash them, making those assassins eager to kill you. I want to see if you can survive. After spending 10 billion, I can still get 100 skill points, which is really great. Soon, an assassin took up the task. This assassin's name is Red Peony. Judging from her information, she is also a top assassin. Liu Dong was very satisfied and felt that this Red Peony had a good chance of success and Wen Yunkai would not live long. After doing all this, Liu Dong went straight to bed. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Liu Dong rushed to school. Today is the school sports day. Monkey took part in the 100-meter race. Although Monkey King is thin, he runs fast and has strong explosive power. However, the Sports Institute also has 2 experts. One is called Zhong San and the other is called Li Sai. They both run very fast and are strong competitors of Monkey King. So Liu Dong, Li Dali and Ma Wenyu all joined the cheerleading team to cheer for Monkey Brother. After several rounds of competition, Monkey entered the finals with 3rd place. Monkey Brother panted and said, "No, Zhong San and Li Sai are too strong. I definitely can't win the championship." Li Dali patted his shoulder and said comfortingly, "It's okay, just do your best." 3rd place is also very impressive. Unexpectedly, Zhong San and Li Sai came over. The 2 men looked very proud. Zhong San said sarcastically, "Monkey, you are such a jerk, and you think you can challenge us?" Li Sai said disdainfully, "You really don't know your own limitations when competing with people from our sports college." Monkey's face turned red, and he said, "Although you are very strong, you don't have to talk like that, right?" Ma Wenyu quickly said, "That's right, is it a big deal that you run fast? Is it necessary to mock others like this?" Zhong San laughed loudly, pointed at Ma Wenyu and said, "You are a piece of trash, as fat as a pig, and you have the nerve to talk to us." Li Sai chuckled, squeezed the muscles on his chest, and said, "Look, these are strong muscles. You, a pig, can only envy and hate them, but you can't do anything about it." Ma Wenyu was not very good at speaking and was so angry at them that he was speechless. Monkey stood up, pointed at them and said, "Don't go too far." Zhong San said smugly, "I just went too far, what can you do to me?" Li Sai also continued, "That's right, what can you do? The weak are meant to be ridiculed." Monkey clenched his fists and said, "You think you are strong, but I tell you, I am also strong. I will definitely win the championship and leave you behind. Jong-san and Lee Sai laughed and said in unison, forget it, it's just you. At this moment, Monkey suddenly hugged his stomach and cried out. The three roommates asked him what was wrong with concern. Jong-san sneered and said, he is pretending to be dead. Lee Sai said, he must be afraid to compete with us, so he's pretending to be uncomfortable. Monkey Bro's head was covered with cold sweat. He said, my stomach hurts. I'm going to the toilet. As a result, when Monkey Brother came back from the toilet, his stomach continued to hurt, so he went to the toilet again. Monkey went to the toilet 3 times, but his stomach still felt uncomfortable. It seems that I ate something unclean and have diarrhea. Monkey became very weak. He sighed and said, I can't participate in the competition. Jong-san and Lee Sai are going to laugh to death now. Lee Dali and Ma Wenyu both shook their heads sadly. There is no way out, I can only be laughed at by the other party this time. Liu Dong said, how about this, I will participate in the finals for you. The 3 roommates looked at Liu Dong in surprise. Can you do it? You weren't very good at running before. Yeah, don't force yourself. Jong-san and Lee Sai are very strong. Don't compete with them. Forget it. They are athletes after all. Don't argue with them. Liu Dong smiled and said, have you forgotten? I am a rich man. I have been exercising since I was a child. My physique is very strong. I just kept a low profile and didn't want to show it. The 3 roommates suddenly realized what was going on and were all extremely surprised. Yes, yes, yes. Ah Dong is a super rich man. He must be very powerful. Okay, Adong, you go and participate in the decision-making and win the championship for us. Adong, I believe in you. You will definitely defeat Jong-san and Lee Sai and help us get relief. Liu Dongyun said calmly, don't worry, I will definitely convince them. Soon, the 100-meter final will begin. Liu Dong stood on the runway instead of Monkey Brother. Jong-san and Lee Sai were beside him. When they saw Liu Dong, they burst into laughter. Jong-san pointed at Liu Dong and said, even the monkeys can't do it, and you, a weak guy, are trying to join in the fun. You are really overestimating your own abilities. Lee Sai nodded repeatedly and said, that's right, you dare to come to the finals without even considering your own level. You are here to embarrass yourself. Liu Dong's eyes flashed coldly, and he said lightly, I will make you unable to laugh later, idiots. Chapter 60 World Record. A gunshot. Here we go. Everyone ran out like an arrow. What is Liu Dong's physical condition now? How can these athletes compare to them? These athletes are arrows, and he is the lightning. Whoosh! Liu Dong ran to the finish line. 9 seconds. Directly broke the world record. The physical education teachers were petrified. Jong-san and Lee Sai ran to the finish line, their faces looked very unhappy. This guy from the School of Finance actually won the championship. How did he do it? They didn't know yet that Liu Dong had broken the world record. The teachers from the School of Physical Education were all excited and surrounded Liu Dong. Which college are you from and what's your name? Have you ever practiced running before? How did you do that? It's incredible, isn't it? Let him run again, let him run again, I don't believe it, I don't believe it, there must be something wrong. Yes, yes, let him run again. All the audience were confused. What happened to these teachers? Why were they so excited? There were 7 or 8 girls on the edge of the playground. They are all from the School of Finance. When they saw the male student from their college came in first place, they all cheered. Is that from our School of Finance? I've never seen him before. Yes, he is from our college, just an ordinary student. I didn't expect that he is a sprinter. So amazing. His name is Liu Dong. He is my high school classmate. His family is from the countryside. When he was in high school, he never participated in sports games. How come he is so good? Among the 7 or 8 girls, the most beautiful one is Baoshenjun. She is the campus beauty of the School of Finance. Baoshenjun said coldly, what's the use of being good at running? You are still a country bumpkin. It's boring. The other female students looked at each other and fell silent. Liu Dong had no choice but to run the 100 meters again at the request of the physical education teachers. everyone on the playground fell silent. It can be said that he was the center of everyone's attention. Everyone was watching Liu Dong standing at the starting point. The starting gun sounded, and Liu Dong ran out. Soon, with a click, Liu Dong reached the finish line. 8.88 seconds. This time the numbers are even more auspicious. The timekeeper frantically read the number on the radio. The whole place was dead silent. Monkey murmured, "No way, that's impossible, 8.88 seconds? Isn't that better than the world's fastest man?" Li Dali and Ma Wenyu usually don't pay attention to these things, but when they heard what Monkey Brother said, they hurriedly asked. Monkey took a deep breath and said, "The world record is 9.58 seconds, but Dong ran 8.88 seconds. How is that possible?" When Li Dali and Ma Wenyu heard this, they all took a deep breath. After all, the teachers and students in the audience understood this. Everyone gasped. Then the whole playground was boiling. Our school has produced a world champion. This is simply a myth. How is it possible? Wow, he's so handsome. I want to marry him. I fell in love with him first. You go line up in the back. I want to be his woman. The teachers from the physical education college surrounded Liu Dong again. Dean Cheng Dalong said excitedly, "Student Liu Dong, you are our pride. You must participate in the world competition and win glory for our country." Liu Dong shrank his neck. He felt that this time the game was too big. He could only smile helplessly and said, "My priority now is my studies. I'll deal with other things after I graduate." After saying that, he slipped out of the encirclement. As soon as he reached the edge of the playground, he met a group of girls from the School of Finance. Bao Zhenzhen glanced at him and said, "You're pretty good at running, aren't you? It's a pity your family is so poor, otherwise I would go out with you." Liu Dong hadn't noticed her at first, but now when he saw her, his eyes lit up. They were from the same college, and Liu Dong had seen Bao Zhenzhen from a distance before. But at that time, he only had Hu Xiaoli in his heart, so he didn't really pay attention to Bao Zhenzhen, and he didn't have a deep impression of her. Now looking at her carefully, this Bao Zhenzhen is really beautiful. No worse than Qin Ruoxue. The system told Liu Dong that Bao Zhenzhen also scored 9.1 points. But Bao Zhenzhen's words are very unpleasant to hear, and you can tell she is a gold waster. Liu Dong said coldly, "Even if I were rich, I would not date you. There are so many women prettier than you." "Who are you?" Bao Zhenzhen sneered and said, "You just say that on purpose because you are not worthy of me, right? What a pitiful man's self-esteem." Liu Dong turned around and left, no longer paying attention to her. But Bao Zhenzhen felt that by doing this, he was losing face, so she stood in front of him and blocked his way. "You want to apologize to me, country bumpkin? What's your attitude? Get out of my way, or I'll slap you." Liu Dong pointed at her and said coldly. At this moment, a girl came over. It was Qin Ruoxue. She rushed directly towards Liu Dong and hugged him tightly. "Master Shenhao, please don't abandon me. I will serve you well, okay?" Qin Ruoxue's face was full of pleading. Liu Dong shook her off and said impatiently, "I hate money grubbers the most. I've had enough of you and I've given you 100 million yuan as a breakup fee. Get out of here and don't bother me." Qin Ruoxue was pushed away by Liu Dong and sat directly on the ground, hugging Liu Dong's thigh and crying bitterly. Liu Dong is a wealthy man. Asking her to stay away from him would be more painful than letting her die. The girls from the School of Finance nearby, including Bao Zhenzhen, were stunned. Isn't she Qin Ruoxue, the beauty of the College of Arts? Liu Dong actually abandoned her? Yeah, Qin Ruoxue is still begging him to get back together. What's going on? Didn't you hear? Liu Dong not only abandoned her, but also gave her 100 million yuan as a breakup fee. Oh my god, 100 million, is it true or fake? Bao Zhenzhen's heart moved and her eyes lit up. She said to Liu Dong, "You gave Qin Ruoxue 100 million. Liu Dong frowned and said, "What the hell is it to you?" Qin Ruoxue cried and said, "Bao Zhenzhen, get out of here and don't steal my man." Bao Zhenzhen laughed and said, "You've been abandoned by others, but you're still hanging around here. It's really shameful. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible." Liu Dong kicked Qin Ruoxue away and turned away. Qin Ruoxue lay on the ground, crying bitterly, but she didn't dare to chase him anymore. She knew the reputation of Mr. Shenhao, and if she really offended him, she would be in big trouble. Bao Zhenjian was not clear about the interests involved. She is just a girl from an ordinary family. When she heard the breakup fee of 100 million, her heart was pounding. It seems that Liu Dong is not simple, he must be a super rich second generation. If you don't catch this kind of man, when will you catch him? So she quickly chased after him. Chapter 61 The Woman Who Came Up. Hey, your name is Liu Dong, right? Do you think I'm pretty? Bao Zhenjian pestered Liu Dong in a sticky manner. Well, you are indeed very beautiful, but I am a country bumpkin, so you'd better stay away from me. Liu Dong said calmly as he walked. Oh, I was just kidding. The countryside is so nice and the air is fresh. I like the countryside. Let's go fishing together next time? Bao Zhenjian took Liu Dong's arm and said coquettishly. At this time, Li Dali and 3 other roommates came over. Monkey Brother shouted excitedly, Dong, you broke the world record, isn't it fantastic? Ma Wenyu and Li Dali were all smiling, and said together, let's celebrate. Liu Dong smiled and said, it's no problem to celebrate. Let's go to the Emerald Star Hotel and have a good meal. When Bao Zhenjian heard about the Emerald Star Hotel, her eyes suddenly lit up. She asked excitedly, is it that 8-star hotel, the Emerald Star Hotel? Only then did Li Dali and others notice Bao Zhenjian. Wow, this is the campus beauty of our School of Finance, Bao Zhenjian. Dong, why are you with her? However, the 3 of them gradually got used to it. There were so many women around Liu Dong, each one more beautiful than the other. Liu Dong said, this woman is tactless and keeps pestering me. There is nothing I can do. Monkey said, it's pointless for the 4 of us to celebrate. Why not let the campus beauty celebrate with us? Bao Zhenjian jumped up, smiling, great, great, breaking the world record is an honor for our School of Finance. I should celebrate with you. So the 4 of them left the school and took a taxi to the Emerald Star Hotel. Originally, Liu Dong was supposed to drive them there. But last time his car was damaged by Su Yuyo and towed away, and he didn't buy a new car, so now he can only take a taxi. 5 people entered the hotel and were greeted by Manager Chen. Boss, the private room has been reserved for you. Li Dong had previously instructed that the best private room in the hotel be reserved for him so he could use it whenever he came. Manager Chen was also devoted to flattering Liu Dong, and he would do whatever Liu Dong said. Bao Zhenjian was a little shocked. She asked Manager Chen, are you the manager of this hotel? Manager Chen said respectfully, yes, I have been serving as a manager here. If you have any instructions, just let me know. Bao Zhenjian asked excitedly, did you just call him boss? She pointed at Liu Dong who was walking towards the private room and confirmed with Manager Chen. Manager Chen nodded and said, yes, he is a wealthy man who bought this hotel. He is my boss. Bao Zhenjian took a breath of cold air. This is an 8-star hotel. There is only one such store in the whole Magic City. Such a luxurious and top-notch hotel actually belongs to Liu Dong. It turns out that all this is true, Liu Dong is really a super rich second generation. It must be true that he gave Qin Jishue 100 million yuan as a breakup fee. Now I'm rich and have a strong supporter. You must hold him tight and not let him slip away. Bao Zhenjian quickly chased after him and ran into the private room. Soon, various dishes were served. There are abalone, bird's nest, sea cucumber, lobster, king crab, matsu take, caviar, French foie gras, and premium Wagyu beef. Dazzled. Bao Zhenjian's breathing became rapid. So many delicious and precious foods. She had dated a few wealthy second generations before and had eaten a few big meals with them. But compared with the dishes here, it's totally not on the same level. Then the waiter brought 5 bottles of red wine. Bao Zhenjian asked the waiter, what kind of red wine is this? How much is a bottle? The waiter replied respectfully, this is 1,962 red wine, a bottle worth 1 million. Bao Zhenjian took a breath of cold air. This is too luxurious. A bottle of red wine that costs 1 million. Every sip you take tastes like money. Liu Dong ignored her excitement and invited his 3 brothers to eat and drink. They often eat and drink here, so they are used to it. He ate calmly and voraciously, enjoying his meal very much. Bao Zhenjian was anxious. There were so many delicious foods, and she had never eaten them before. She has to eat it quickly, otherwise if it's all eaten up, there won't be any left for her. So she joined in and started eating with big mouthfuls. It's so comfortable, so enjoyable, it's like a divine experience. Soon, all the dishes on the table and 5 bottles of red wine were finished. Baozhenzhen's face was flushed and she was already a little drunk. She said to Liu Dong with a big tongue, "Let's go to the movies?" Ma Wenyu said, "Okay, let's go together." Li Dali patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be a light bulb, okay?" Monkey Brother laughed, took Li Dali and Ma Wenyu and left. Baozhenzhen clung to Liu Dong's side, hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, "Let's go to the movies together. I'll treat you. Anyway, I have nothing to do in the evening, and Baozhenzhen is indeed beautiful, so let's go watch a movie." So Liu Dong agreed to her request. Soon the two of them walked into the cinema and sat in the last row. Chapter 62 Determined to Win. When I woke up the next morning, Liu Dong was in high spirits. He sat at the head of the bed and turned on the TV to watch the news. Finally, a piece of news attracted him. It turned out that Wen Yunkai from Yangjing was assassinated and died on the spot. The assassin also escaped unscathed, leaving no trace at the scene. Liu Dong laughed. Wen Yunkai really brought this upon himself, he deserves to die. Why do you have to provoke me when you can't provoke anyone else? Who am I? I am a rich man. I am the chosen one chosen by the system. Can you kill me? You really don't know your own limitations. You sent an assassin to kill me, but now I have fought back and your life is gone. It's really satisfying. This assassin Hua Liemeng does have some skills. At that time, Black Rose avoided all security measures and came to Liu Dong's bedside. It was almost there. If Liu Dong didn't have various top-notch skills, it might be all over. Now Hong Mudan killed Wen Yunkai effortlessly, which was truly amazing. Then there is another piece of news. The Zhao family, the number 1 family in Yangjing, began to acquire the assets of the Wen family on a large scale. This Zhao family is really good at adding insult to injury. They knew that the Wen family no longer had anyone in charge. So they quickly acquired the Wen family. It's really vicious. Therefore, the Zhao family can also become the first family in Yangjing. Still have some skills. Only the Zhao family can take on such a powerful family. No other family can be so powerful. Liu Dong didn't care about this. As long as you don't come to the Magic City to provoke me, no matter how you make trouble in Yangjing, it has nothing to do with me. After turning off the TV, Liu Dong went straight to wash up. He didn't wait for Baozhenzhen to wake up. He put on his clothes and went downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, he received a call from Monkey Brother. Dong, there is a 4x100 meter final today, would you like to participate? Forget it. I'm not interested. No, come on, the student union president has said that we will have dinner with whichever team wins the championship. I don't give a shit about the student union president. That's Nailan Jiewu, one of the 2 beauties in our school. Don't you want to have something happen with her? Most schools have a campus belle, and the most beautiful one is the campus belle. But Liu Dong's school has 2 school beauties. One is Su Yuyo, and the other is Nailan Jiewu. Nailan Jiewu came here from Flower City in the south to study. The Nailan family ranks 2nd in Huacheng and has a prominent family background. Nailan Jiewu is not only the school belle, but also the president of the student union. She is very active in school and participates in all activities. In this school sports meet, she won the women's 100-meter final. She just said that she would have dinner with whichever team won the 4x100-meter final. Nailan Jiewu is very proud and still has no boyfriend. In the whole school, no boy caught her eye. Even among the upper-class elites outside, there are also many young talents pursuing her. But she still didn't like anyone. Some people even spread rumors that Nailan Jiewu was a lesbian. So being able to have dinner with Nailan Jiewu is a very honorable thing. Monkey Brother kept persuading Liu Dong to participate in the competition. Thinking of Nailan Jiewu's beauty, she must have scored more than 9 points. Maybe there is a chance to get some reinforcement points. That's pretty good. So Liu Dong thought for a while. I don't think it's difficult to participate in the competition. It's no big deal to join in. So Liu Dong finally agreed. When we arrived at the school playground, it was already packed with people. The sports meet is still very attractive and everyone is very interested. Many students with poor academic performance. I am not interested in learning. But they didn't want to miss such a lively occasion. Various social activities can be carried out here. There are some boys who don't have girlfriends. Extremely excited. Maybe I can show my charm through sports games. Maybe there is a girl who likes me. Then you will have a chance to get a girlfriend. The men's 4x100-meter final is a very important competition and everyone is paying close attention to it. The 4 male students from the School of Finance had already been confirmed. But the teachers in the School of Finance think that Liu Dong is the best. So Brother Monkey lobbied Liu Dong to replace the boy with the worst grades. According to previous results, the School of Finance could only rank 5th in the school. But this time with Liu Dong, everyone is looking forward to achieving better results. The Sports Institute has always been the champion. This time we are determined to win. After all, it would be a shame if a sports college couldn't win the championship. After the news got out, people in the sports college couldn't even raise their heads to meet or talk to others. So this time, they must go all out to win. There will be no mercy. Everyone thinks so too. The champion must be from the Sports Institute. Other colleges can only compete for second place. Being able to take second place is actually a pretty good thing. This time, the School of Finance has Liu Dong participating in the competition, which makes it a bit tricky, said Lu Renyi, one of the 4 team members. Yes, Liu Dong is very powerful. He can break the world record. The School of Finance is our strong opponent this time. Lu Renyi's twin brother Lu Renyi said. Zhong San disagreed. Although Liu Dong is very good, the 4x100-meter final is a 4-person competition. The other 3 people from the School of Finance are not strong enough, and Liu Dong can't save the situation. Li Sai agreed and said, that's right. This is a team sport. No matter how strong one person is, he can't reverse the overall situation. Don't worry, we will win. Nayland Jiewu will definitely accompany us for dinner. The 4 people's eyes lit up, and they almost drooled when they thought of Nayland Jiewu's beautiful face. Soon, the game will begin. All teams stood in their designated positions. Liu Dong was the 4th runner. He stood there lazily without any sign of nervousness. Winning would be the best, but not winning doesn't matter either. He has a very relaxed mentality. In the audience stand, Nayland Jiewu and Su Yuyao sat together, with a dozen female classmates around them. They became the absolute focus of the audience. Nayland Jiewu and Su Yuyao are both school beauties, and they often compete with each other. Although they are good friends on the surface, they secretly disrespect each other and regard each other as competitors. Zhong San and Li Sai are quite good, they should be able to win the championship. Nayland Yu said with a faint smile. Of course, Su Yuyao was on Liu Dong's side. She said disapprovingly, Liu Dong has broken the world record. Under his leadership, his team will definitely win the championship. Chapter 63, A Woman's Bet. How about we make a bet? Nayland Jiewu said with a smile. How to bet? Su Yuyao asked. If the sports college team wins, you will marry my brother. If the finance college team wins, I will marry your brother. Nayland Jiewu made this bet quite aggressively. Su Yuyao was stunned for a moment. Nayland Jiewu's brother was named Nayland Feiying. He had a wife, but she died later for unknown reasons. Now Nayland Feiying is single and in charge of the Nayland family's business, making him a wealthy bachelor. If it were any other woman, she would definitely be willing to marry Nayland Feiying. But Su Yuyao only has Liu Dong in her heart, so she definitely doesn't want to be with Nayland Feiying. So she said, do you want to bet so big? This is exciting. What do you think? Do you dare to bet? Nayland Jiewu said with a smile. She had made a good calculation. The Sports Institute was very strong and would definitely win the championship. In this way, Su Yuyao can marry her brother. Su Yuyao is beautiful, and her family ranks 3rd in the Magic City. If she marries her brother, the 2 companies can form an alliance, which will bring huge benefits to business. When Su Yuyao heard Nayland Jiewu's provocation, her competitive spirit also arose. She said, let's gamble. I have nothing to fear. But I want to change the bet. If the finance college team wins, I don't need you to marry my brother. You just need to sleep with Liu Dong from the finance college. How about that? Do you dare? Liu Dong already has a lot of women anyway, so it doesn't matter if he adds one more. Liu Dong will definitely praise her for her ability to do things and will favor her even more. Su Yuyao thought proudly. This time it was Nayland Jiewu's turn to be stunned. Originally, according to her plan, even if she lost, she could still marry Su Yugang. After all, the Su family's strength is there. Although Su Yugang is said to have a bad temper, impulsive personality, and a simple mind. But he is the head of the Su family after all, and he looks pretty good. As long as I assist him well, and with the alliance with the Neylan family, the two families will surely achieve win-win results. It's good for everyone. But why did Su Yuyao suddenly suggest that she and Liu Dong sleep together? What kind of approach is this? Su Yuyao sighed deliberately and said, I know you are not sure, you must be afraid of losing. Forget it, let's not make this bet, let's just watch the game carefully. Neylan Jiewu laughed and said firmly, let's bet. I'm not afraid of you. If Liu Dong is really that strong and can lead the team to win the championship, then it won't be considered a loss of status for me to marry him. Su Yuyao laughed and said, who said I asked you to marry him? I just asked you to sleep with him. Don't overestimate yourself. He will definitely not marry you. Neylan Jiewu was completely stunned. What? Liu Dong actually doesn't want to marry me? How is that possible? I am the school belle. I am the second young lady of the second largest family in Huacheng. Who are you, Liu Dong? Just an athlete. You actually look down on me? Don't want to marry me? Neylan Jiewu was filled with anger. This Liu Dong was really a piece of shit. Poor Liu Dong had no idea what was going on, and yet Neylan Jiewu held a grudge against him. Soon, the competition officially began. There was a bang of a gunshot. The first runner starts running. The quality of the Sports Institute is indeed very strong. Lu Renyi was the first to run and rushed out quickly. The first contestant from the School of Finance was mediocre and only came in 6th place. Lu Renyi passed the baton to Lu Renea. Lu Renner rushed out like a cheetah and continued to distance himself from other teams. The second runner from the School of Finance was quite strong and ran very fast, coming in 4th place. The third runner from the Sports Institute is Li Sai, whose speed is even more amazing. After taking over the baton, Li Sai rode away, leaving the other teams far behind. On the finance school side, the third runner-up is naturally Brother Monkey. Monkey's ability is pretty good, and he is among the top 3 in the whole school. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up with Li Sai. Li Sai passed the baton to Zhong San. Zhong San smiled proudly, and even shouted as he took the baton, watch me, I will definitely win the championship. The audience in the stands cheered and applauded. Neylan Jiewu was in a good mood. She looked at Su Yuyao proudly and said with a smile, it seems that you will become my sister-in-law. Su Yuyao clenched her fists, stared at the field, and watched Liu Dong take over the baton. She ignored Neylan Jiewu's proud words and just shouted, Liu Dong, come on, Liu Dong, come on. At this time, a woman on the other side of the stands also stood up excitedly and shouted loudly, Liu Dong, come on, Liu Dong, come on. This woman is Qin Ruoxue. She still cares about Liu Dong and has not given up. She firmly believed that as long as she persisted, one day she would be able to hold Liu Dong's thighs tightly. She was a collateral descendant of the Qin family in Magic City and had heard some rumors about the family. Knowing that Liu Dong was a super rich man, he spent trillions of dollars to buy all the properties of the 8 major families. She was trembling, shaking all over in an indescribable way. This man who had slept with her was so powerful. You must hold his thighs tightly, you must, you must. So she tried every means to get close to Liu Dong and attract his attention. So she cheered for Liu Dong crazily in the stands. This also surprised the students around him. Isn't this Qin Ruoxue, the school beauty from the College of Arts? She is cheering for Liu Dong so enthusiastically. She couldn't have fallen for Liu Dong, could she? Liu Dong just ran a little faster, but he managed to win the favor of the campus beauty? Maybe she just likes sports. Liu Dong is really good and broke the world record. It's not surprising to cheer for him. I think Qin Ruoxue should be mine. I advise you to go pee and then take a photo of yourself. Do you think you are worthy? I tell you, Qin Ruoxue belongs to me. I want her to give birth to a baby for me. In a corner, Hu Xiaoli looked at Liu Dong on the field with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that my ordinary ex-boyfriend was not only a super rich second generation, but also an athlete and a celebrity in the school. I really regret that I gave up such a thick thigh with my own hands. She gritted her teeth and almost slapped herself. It was so stupid. As for Liu Dong, after he took over the baton from Monkey Brother, he was already in second place. But I saw Zhong-san had already run more than 20 meters away. This is a huge gap. But Liu Dong didn't care at all. He also took the time to look at his information panel. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 999999362723032 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 49 points average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 50 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 50 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skills, Dance Level 9, Fighting Level 9, Cooking Level 9, Hypnosis Level 9, Internal Strength Level 9, Blood Recognition Level 9, Hacker Level 9. Strengthening points, 0 points. Skill points, 60,762. Note, gain the love of a woman of average appearance, gain 1 strengthening point, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 80 points or above, gain 5 strengthening points, gain the love of a woman with an appearance of 90 points or above, gain 10 strengthening points, spend 100 million, gain 1 skill point. Chapter 64. If you lose, sleep with me. How about learning a new skill so you can run faster? Liu Dong contacted the system, and the system told him that he could learn Qinggong. Then learn Qinggong, the most advanced one. Countless Qinggong mental methods were injected into Liu Dong's mind. In less than a second, Liu Dong mastered the most advanced lightness skill. Liu Dong looked at Zhong-san, who was running fast in front of him, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He just tapped his right foot lightly. Without raising any dust, he turned into a wisp of smoke and rushed straight to the finish line. Zhong-san was delighted as he saw that he was only a dozen meters away from the finish line. So what if I broke the world record? I still fell behind myself. He speeded up again, trying to reach the finish line within 2 seconds. But a breeze blew by. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of me. Then the figure directly crashed into the finish line. Liu Dong stood at the finish line in a dashing manner, waving to the audience. The entire stadium was boiling with excitement. No one expected that Liu Dong would surpass Zhong-san, reach the finish line first and become the champion. The teachers at the Sports Institute were all stunned. One teacher was holding a stopwatch and his lips were trembling. 8 seconds, a full 8 seconds. How did he do it? In fact, Liu Dong still has some energy left. If he sprints at full speed, it won't even take 6 seconds. After all, he didn't want to be too shocking. It would be bad if I were caught in a laboratory and used as a guinea pig for experiments. In the audience, Nailan Jiewu turned into a wooden figure. She was petrified. She couldn't believe her eyes. How can Liu Dong run so fast? Isn't he scary? Is he still a normal human being? Su Yuyo cheered excitedly. Then she pulled Nailan Jiewu and said, "How is it? You lost, didn't you? You have to sleep with Liu Dong." Nailan Jiewu looked at her with a dull expression, still not reacting. How could this happen? Am I going to sleep with that boy who ran away so fast? On the other side, Qin Ruoxue also screamed crazily, "Dear, you are the best, I love you, I love you." Feeling the enthusiasm of her classmates, Hu Xiaoli was shocked again. She regretted it so much. Such an excellent man originally belonged to him. She could have enjoyed the joy of victory with such a man who was the center of everyone's attention. She clenched her fists and murmured, "No, I must win his heart back. After all, he once loved me. I must get him back, no matter what it takes." Monkey Brother and the other 3 rushed directly to Liu Dong, and the 4 of them hugged each other, sharing their joy. The award ceremony began, and Liu Dong and 4 others stood on the championship podium to receive the highest honor award. Zhong-san, Li Sai, Lu Renyi, and Lu Renea were all dumbfounded. Although they were runners-up, they felt it was a shame. The students from the School of Physical Education were defeated by the students from the School of Finance. This is a disgrace that has spread across the Pacific Ocean. The 4 people's faces turned red and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look at the audience around them. Liu Dong laughed and said softly, "I advise you to go to the College of Arts. It's suitable for weaklings like you." Zhong-san and Zhong-sai were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but they had no way to refute it. After all, they are losers, and in the face of failure, they are weaklings. At the end of the award ceremony, the whole audience burst into warm cheers. The sports meet ended here. Liu Dong and Monkey Brother returned to their roommates Li Dali and Ma Wenyu. The four of them laughed and shared the joy. Two women walked over, attracting countless eyes. They turned out to be the two school beauties Su Yuyo and Nailan Jiewu. It's just that the two women's expressions are completely different. Su Yuyo was excited and had a bright smile on her face. Nailan Jiewu frowned, her eyes were evasive, and her face looked gloomy. Su Yuyo threw herself into Liu Dong's arms, causing countless uproars. Wow, Su Yuyo actually threw herself into Liu Dong's arms. Isn't Liu Dong so lucky? Woo woo, Su Yuyo is mine, how can she throw herself into the arms of another man? TSK, that's the world champion. He and Su Yuyo are a perfect match. You should just get out of the way. Su Yuyo felt the gazes of people around her and left Liu Dong's arms shyly. Liu Dong noticed Nailan Jiewu, but he didn't speak actively, just looked at her. Su Yuyo chuckled and whispered, "This is Nailan Jiewu. You should know her, right? She's the president of the student union." Liu Dong nodded slightly and said, "Of course, how could I not know the most famous person in the school?" Nailan Jiewu curled her lips and said, "I don't deserve it. You are now the best in the school and the future world champion. I'm afraid you will be a world celebrity by then." Liu Dong smiled slightly and did not argue. Su Yuyo continued, "Just now I made a bet with Nailan, and she lost. Guess what she will pay?" Liu Dong laughed dumbly and said, "You two are betting, how do I know the content? Just tell me, don't keep me in suspense." Su Yuyo couldn't help but burst into laughter. She pointed at Nailan Jiewu and said, "She lost. She wants to sleep with you. How about that? Is it exciting?" Nailan Jiewu's face was flushed, which looked particularly beautiful against her fair skin. When Li Dali, Ma Wenyu and Monkey heard what Su Yuyo said, they opened their mouths wide. No way? Nailan Jiewu wants to sleep with a Dong? They already knew that Su Yuyo and Liu Dong had slept together. But now Nailan Jiewu also wants to sleep with Liu Dong. This. It really makes people envious, jealous and hateful. The three of them exclaimed in amazement and almost drooled. How wonderful it would be if I could switch places with Liu Dong and sleep with Nailan Jiewu. It's worth it to live 10 years less. Liu Dong was stunned for a moment. Are you playing such a big game? But his mentality was very stable and he was not too excited. He has slept with many women, so it's no big deal to have another school beauty. He chuckled and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. You are laughing so happily. Maybe they are just joking with you and may not fulfill the bet." Su Yuyo stopped laughing, snorted and said, "If you don't even dare to fulfill this, then you'd better not be the president of the student union in the future. You can't afford to lose that person." She said these words in a sarcastic tone and glanced at Nailan Jiewu to see if she dared to go back on her word. If Nailan Jiewu really regretted it, she would spread the news. Let all the students in the school know. Nailan Jiewu is a woman who cannot afford to lose. Embarrass her in front of all her classmates. By that time, Nailan Jiewu would have been downgraded and would no longer be qualified to be called one of the two school beauties together with her. No matter what, she won't lose. Thinking of this, she felt very proud and at the same time she admired Liu Dong very much. If Liu Dong hadn't been so powerful and won the championship, how could she have won the bet? Chapter 65, School Beauty is just like this. Nailan Jiewu was helpless and said, "You are indeed very capable, and I admire you very much. If I want to fall in love with you, there is still a certain gap, but I have a condition." Liu Dong looked at her sideways. This woman was quite pretentious and even put forward conditions. Hearing this, Nailan Jiewu was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Incredible. It's so shocking. What is Liu Dong's reason? Doesn't he just run faster? Su Yuyo felt so happy when she saw Nailan Jiewu like this. Let you pretend to be high-end in front of me, always compare with me in every aspect. It's not working now, right? Are you outdone? She smiled and leaned close to Nailan Jiewu's ear, whispering, "Do you think he just runs fast? In fact, he has another identity." Nailan Jiewu asked blankly, "What other identity do you have?" Su Yuyo looked at Liu Dong tenderly, and then said word by word, "Liu Dong is the rich man in our magic city." It was as if a bolt of thunder had struck down. Nailan Jiewu took a few steps back, her eyes wide open. She was from Huacheng and had only heard a little about the upper echelons of the Magic City and did not have a deep understanding of them. Therefore, as for the recently rising rich man, I have only heard some rumors and don't know much. But the deeds of Lord Shenhao have left a deep impression on her heart. But she didn't know that the Liu Dong in front of her was actually the rich man. The psychological impact is really too great. No wonder Qin Wushuang is his fiancée. No wonder the daughters of upper-class elites such as Nang Gong Fenghuang, Sun Linglong, Tang Mingyang, and Su Yuyao all want to be Liu Dong's women. It is only natural that the rich man has this charm and this status. Nailan Jiewu stared at Liu Dong in a daze, with all kinds of thoughts running through her mind. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I won't ask for any status. As long as Master Shenhao can take care of our Huacheng Nailan family, I will do my best to serve Master Shenhao." Liu Dong smiled faintly. Nailan Jiewu is a man who knows how to adapt to the changing times and how to advance and retreat. If that's the case, it's good for everyone. Liu Dong smiled faintly and nodded secretly in his heart when he saw Nailan Jiewu's understanding of the situation. He decided to tell her a joke to make her feel happier. "Do you know why computers always catch colds?" Liu Dong began to tell his joke. Nailan Jiewu shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Liu Dong smiled and said, "Because its windows are always open." After saying that, he laughed first. Nailan Jiewu couldn't help laughing after hearing this. She thought that although the joke was simple, it was very funny. Liu Dong looked at Nailan Jiewu's smile and felt very satisfied. He knew that his jokes could bring happiness to others, which was why he liked to tell jokes. Then he continued, "Do you know why the computer never sits down?" Nailan Jiewu shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Liu Dong smiled and said, "Because it already has too many windows." After saying that, he laughed again. Nailan Jiewu laughed even more happily after hearing this. She thought Liu Dong's jokes were really funny and made people happy. Liu Dong was also very happy when he saw Nailan Jiewu smile. He knew that his jokes could bring happiness to others, which was why he liked to tell jokes. He looked at Nailan Jiewu smile and secretly vowed in his heart that he would continue to tell more jokes and make more people happy. Because in his opinion, being able to bring happiness to others is a very meaningful thing. Liu Dong's jokes are simple but full of wisdom and humor. He uses his jokes to make people find fun in their busy lives and hope in difficult times. This is Liu Dong, a person who brings happiness to others with jokes. He pulled Nailan Jiewu and walked directly out of the venue. The students who saw this scene on the field were all in an uproar. "Wow, what's going on? I just saw Su Yuyao throwing herself into Liu Dong's arms, but now Liu Dong is holding Nailan Jiewu's hand. Is the charm of the world champion so strong? He won over the two most beautiful girls in our school? It's incredible and so enviable." Chapter 66 Maritime Expansion. Another 10 reinforcement points were obtained, not bad. Liu Dong added all these strengthening points to the spirit. This way, you will have mental support when learning skills in the future, without your brain bursting. Name, Liu Dong. Gender, male. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Shenhao Gold, 999999362723032 for 268 yuan. Constitution, 49 points average value for normal adults, 10 points. Strength, 50 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Spirit, 60 points average for normal adults, 10 points. Skills, Dance Level 9, Fighting Level 9, Cooking Level 9, Hypnosis Level 9, Internal Strength Level 9, Blood Recognition Level 9, Hacking Level 9, Qinggong Level 9. Strengthening points, 0 points. Skill points, 60,251. Looking at his increasingly powerful information panel, Liu Dong was very satisfied and nodded. At this time, the phone rang. Liu Dong took the phone and saw that it was Lin Wanna calling. "The island is under construction, everything is thriving and perfect, you can come and have a look when you have time." "Not bad, not bad. You did a good job and deserve praise. I'll go over and take a look when I'm free." "Hey dear, I need to ask for leave from you. My mother is sick and I have to go back to see her." "Then you go, and leave the island to Liu Xinya." Just as he arrived at the hotel entrance, a Ferrari drove over, braked suddenly, and stopped in front of Liu Dong. A burly man jumped out of the car and bowed respectfully to Liu Dong. Liu Dong wondered, "Who is this?" The man said in a deep voice, "As Master, I am Hai Batian. Do you still recognize me?" Liu Dong suddenly realized that this sturdy man was the pirate Hai Batian whom he met at sea at that time. Hai Mingzhu has already surrendered to Liu Dong and become his subordinate. Hai Mingzhu is extremely loyal to Liu Dong. As long as it was Liu Dong's order, she would carry it out seriously. For Liu Dong, she can go through fire and water. So she is now Liu Dong's right-hand man and is highly valued. Later, Hai Mingzhu went to the sea, gathered pirates, and prepared to build a maritime commercial giant. It seems that Hai Mingzhu has already reunited with Hai Batian. And the situation has been made clear to Hai Batian and the others. At that time on the cruise ship, Hai Batian was wearing a mask, and Liu Dong had never seen his true face. So it is understandable that I didn't recognize him this time. Liu Dong said calmly, "It is not an easy task to build a commercial giant at sea. It requires all of you to do your best. Don't think about women all day long." At that time, Hai Batian wanted to take the 4 women away, and he seemed very anxious, which left a deep impression on Liu Dong. Hai Batian's face turned red and he quickly bowed his head to plead guilty. "Master, we were wandering on the sea for many years and lacked women, so we couldn't help ourselves. Now we have returned to the right path and will never do that again." Liu Dong nodded with satisfaction and expressed his appreciation for Hai Batian's attitude. "Is there something you want to talk to me about this time?" "My sister has already spent a huge amount of money to purchase a large number of ships of all kinds, and has negotiated with the business giants of various ports to reach a cooperation agreement with them. The progress is good and there are certain results, so I would like to invite you to inspect it." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Okay, let's go and take a look." So the 2 of them got into the Bentley and drove directly to the dock. Arriving at the pier, 2 people got off the car. Hai Batian pointed his finger at the sea and said excitedly, "Master, look, all the commercial ships on the sea are ours." On the dock and on the sea, countless commercial ships are densely packed. It's really spectacular. All of these belong to Mr. Shenhao, and the word Shenhao is printed on each ship. Liu Dong didn't expect that Hai Mingzhu and others were so efficient, and he was very satisfied. At this time, a woman ran over happily. It was Hai Mingzhu. "Sir Shenhao, you are here. These days, I have been vigorously developing my maritime hegemony, and now I have achieved some results, so I invite you to come and inspect it." Liu Dong nodded and praised, "Well done, keep working hard in the future. I will see the results and will definitely reward you." Hai Mingzhu was very happy and said, "I don't want any reward from the rich man. As long as the rich man trusts me and appreciates me, I will be satisfied." After saying this, her whole body was shaking with excitement. She admired Liu Dong so much. In her heart, Liu Dong was like a god. Liu Dong pointed to a huge cruise ship on the sea and said, "Is that cruise ship ours too?" Hai Mingzhu nodded and said, "Yes, I bought it. The cruise ship that Lord Shenhao has by the island is the largest cruise ship on the sea, and this cruise ship is the 2nd largest cruise ship on the sea. They all belong to Lord Shenhao." Liu Dong said excitedly, "Let's go up and take a look. I'll give you some pointers and let you know how to run all this well. This cruise ship is indeed huge, with thousands of rooms, restaurants, conference centers, gyms, etc." Chapter 67 Knock You Down. The battle ended when it was almost dark, and Hai Mingzhu was already limp and unable to move. At this time, there was a noise outside. Liu Dong put on his clothes and went out to check. It turned out that a cargo ship had arrived at the dock. At the dock, Hai Batian was arguing with 3 men with a furious look on his face. They all speak the Japanese language. "What's the matter?" Liu Dong walked to the dock and asked Hai Batian. When Hai Batian saw Liu Dong coming, he said respectfully, "Sir Shenhao, these 3 guys are trying to buy our cruise ship by force. We bought our cruise ship for 8 billion, but they said they bought it for 8.5 billion and used it as a gambling ship on the high seas." Seeing Hai Batian's respectful attitude towards Liu Dong, the 3 men guessed that Liu Dong's status was higher than Hai Batian's. So they came over. The one in the lead was 1.6 meters tall, the tallest among the 3. Obviously, he was the leader. He said in stiff Chinese, "Hello, my name is Tanaka Taro. May I ask, are you the owner of this cruise ship?" Liu Dong looked at him and nodded calmly. Hai Batian quickly said, "This is my master, the godly tyrant of the demon city." Tanaka Taro said arrogantly, "Mr. Shinhao? I haven't heard of you. Our Tanaka family is one of the 3 major families in Japan. It is very prominent. You should have heard of it a long time ago, right?" Liu Dong shook his head and said calmly, "I haven't heard of it." Tanaka Taro was furious and said indignantly, "How rude. Our Tanaka family is famous, how could you not have heard of it?" Liu Dong looked at him coldly without saying anything. Taro Tanaka took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. "Okay, I forgive your ignorance. Now we have set our sights on your cruise ship and want to acquire it. Please cooperate with us." Liu Dong ignored him and pointed at the freighter on the sea and said, "Is that freighter yours?" Tanaka Taro was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Liu Dong asked this. But he still said, "Yes, that is the Victory freighter of our Tanaka family." Liu Dong nodded gently and said, "How much?" Tanaka Taro said proudly, "This Victory freighter is one of the 3 largest freighters of our Tanaka family. It is very expensive and worth 12 billion in total." Liu Dong said, "Oh," and said nonchalantly, "Then I want to buy this expensive freighter. I'll give you 12.5 billion. Please cooperate." Tanaka Taro's face flushed with anger, and he shouted, "How is that possible? We don't sell our cargo ship." Liu Dong laughed and said, "Then I won't sell my cruise ship either." Tanaka Taro said with a gloomy face, "Don't regret it. If you offend our Tanaka family, you will suffer great revenge." Liu Dong was not afraid of his threat and just raised his foot and kicked. Taro Tanaka screamed and flew into the air. With a splash, Taro Tanaka fell into the sea. He kept floundering in the sea, shouting, "Help, help, I can't swim." His 2 men were horrified and ran over quickly. Plop, plop. The 2 men jumped into the sea and took a long time to rescue Taro Tanaka to shore. Tanaka Taro was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He pointed at Liu Dong and said, "You are bullying me. I want to fight back against you." Liu Dong took 2 steps forward, approached Tanaka Taro, and said coldly, "Really? I want to see how you fight back." Taro Tanaka retreated in panic with his 2 men. He said fearfully, "Don't come over here. It's not that I want to fight back against you. We in the Tanaka family have a master. I want him to fight back against you." He whispered to one of his men. The man said hi and ran towards the Victory freighter. Hai Batian came close to Liu Dong and whispered, "Master Shinhao, you are a body of 10,000 masters, so let me deal with their masters later." Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "No need. What kind of experts can they have? I can deal with them with just 1 or 2 moves." Hai Batian nodded respectfully and said, "Sir Shinhao is truly awe-inspiring. Not only is his wealth earth-shattering, his martial arts prowess is also off the charts. I really bow down to him and admire him immensely." Liu Dong laughed and said, "It's really hard for you, a big and strong man, to flatter someone so nauseatingly." Hai Batian chuckled and said, "I mean it sincerely." Not long after, 2 people came down from the Victory freighter. One was Taro Tanaka's subordinate, and the one behind him was a thin man as thin as a bamboo pole. This man had a blank expression on his face, a scar on his side, and a pair of eyes radiating a cold light. Tanaka Taro approached the man and said respectfully, "Lord Miyamoto, please help this guy and teach him a lesson to enhance the prestige of our neon country. This man's name is Miyamoto Taino. He is a master hired by the Tanaka family and does the job for money. This time, he came to China on the Victory cargo ship to do trade business and served as a security bodyguard." Miyamoto nodded and walked in front of Liu Dong. He looked at Liu Dong gloomily and said, "Did you hit Mr. Tanaka just now? I advise you to kneel down and apologize to him, otherwise you will not be able to bear the consequences." Liu Dong said slowly, "I advise you to return to the freighter now, otherwise I will knock out all your teeth. You can't afford the consequences. Baka." Miyamoto the jungler was furious. He raised his hands, made a stance, and then chopped towards Liu Dong quickly. Liu Dong didn't take him seriously at all. Top-notch fighting skills, top-notch inner strength, top-notch lightness skills. In this world, there is no one who can defeat Liu Dong. Liu Dong had no fear at all for a Japanese family thug. Seeing Miyamoto's hands slashing at his face like blades, Liu Dong jumped up lightly. Then his right foot stepped on the face of jungler Miyamoto. Miyamoto was shocked. The person who was just in front of me suddenly disappeared. Then the next moment, a person weighed heavily on his face, as if 1,000 pounds. Jungler Miyamoto couldn't bear the tremendous pressure, his whole body slumped down and he almost fell down. But he was also strong. He shouted and exerted force with his feet. Then his whole body was supported on the ground and he did not fall. Liu Dong stood majestically in front of Miyamoto, the jungler. The sea breeze blew, blowing Liu Dong's clothes, making him look like a fairy from outer space. The main theme is a chic and elegant style. Liu Dong smiled slightly, and his inner strength gushed out from his feet. The huge pressure was directly placed on the jungler Miyamoto. Miyamoto couldn't bear it anymore. With a scream, his knees weakened and he fell heavily to the ground. This was not enough, he also put his hands on the ground, struggling to support the huge internal force from Liu Dong. The whole person looked like a pug lying on the ground, looking extremely miserable. Chapter 68, Green Tea ex-girlfriend begs for punishment. You are running wild on our Chinese territory. You must be tired of living. Hai Batian said with a laugh. He is now completely convinced and admires Liu Dong very much. Liu Dong smiled slightly, kicked with his right foot, and Miyamoto was kicked out. With a plop. He also fell into the sea and took a bath. As a result, his body sank, dived beneath the sea, and soon disappeared. It seemed that he felt ashamed and dared not show his face again, so he went to another place and landed again. Taro Tanaka was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. Liu Dong stepped forward and said, I bought your cargo ship. As agreed, the total price is 12.5 billion. Taro Tanaka said angrily, no, I won't sell it. Even if I sell it, it can't be 12.5 billion. It's too cheap. Liu Dong laughed and said, you think it's cheap? Then when you wanted to buy my cruise ship, why didn't you say that your offer was too cheap? People like you who are so hypocritical deserve a beating. At this point, Liu Dong slapped him twice. Crack, crack. Both sides of Tanaka Taro's cheeks suddenly became red and swollen. It looked so miserable. There was fear in Tanaka Taro's eyes. He finally understood that the man in front of him should not be provoked. He said fearfully, okay, I'll sell the freighter to you. 12.5 billion is 12.5 billion. It's my bad luck. Liu Dong nodded and said, you're smart. Quickly withdraw your people from the freighter. My people are going to take over the freighter. Tanaka Taro said, give me the money now, and I will leave with my people immediately. Liu Dong said lazily, just put it on the account. I'll give you the money when I'm free. Are you still afraid that I won't give you the money? Tanaka Taro said angrily, how can that be possible? In business, money is exchanged and goods are delivered at the same time. How can there be any reason to leave an account unpaid? Liu Dong kicked again, and Taro Tanaka fell to the ground. Liu Dong said coldly, on my territory, what I say is the truth. If you don't accept it, I will beat you until you accept it. Tanaka Taro was lying on the ground, groaning. He heard that Liu Dong wanted to beat him until he surrendered. Frightened to death, he waved his hands anxiously and said, stop hitting me, I give in, I really give in. He climbed up from the ground with difficulty and was supported by 2 of his men. 3 people ran onto the freighter, and soon, dozens of Japanese people got off the freighter. Taro Tanaka didn't dare to say anything more. He fled in a hurry with dozens of his men and disappeared in an instant. Liu Dong smiled calmly and said to Hai Batian, this freighter is under your control. Hai Batian was overjoyed and immediately flattered him, sir, you are mighty, and your aura is overwhelming, like the torrent of water in the Yangtze River. Liu Dong laughed, waved his hand and said, I'm leaving now. You guys continue to work hard to develop. If you have any difficulties, come to me and I will definitely help you solve them. Soon, he left the dock and took a taxi back to school. Before he reached the dormitory building, he met Hu Xiaoli. Hu Xiaoli was actually carrying a few brambles on her body, and no one knew where she got them from. When she saw Liu Dong, she burst into tears. She knelt on the ground and crawled towards Liu Dong. Dong, I know I was wrong. I admit my mistake and I am here to ask for forgiveness. Let's make peace. I want to be your wife and give birth to your children. Suddenly, many classmates gathered around. It was such a big event that it would be a shame not to watch it. TSK, is this Hu Xiaoli? She used to be quite arrogant. Why is she like this now? Don't you see who's on the other side? That's Liu Dong, the man who conquered 2 school beauties. He's a very famous person now. I heard that Hu Xiaoli used to be Liu Dong's girlfriend. Later, Hu Xiaoli cheated him of his money and feelings, and cheated on him with a rich second-generation guy, which hurt Liu Dong badly. No way, I didn't expect Hu Xiaoli to be so vain and spendthrift. She's really a green tea. Bah, she's such a piece of shit. That's right. Now that she sees Liu Dong is doing great, she wants to come back and ask for a reunion. She is really shameless. Not to mention the onlookers were discussing it with great interest. Liu Dong frowned when he saw Hu Xiaoli like this. This is really outrageous. He walked right past Hu Xiaoli, who was kneeling on the ground, and wanted to go upstairs. Unexpectedly, Hu Xiaoli completely abandoned her dignity, rushed up and hugged Liu Dong's thighs. Dong, please don't ignore me. I love you. Let's make peace. I will definitely be a good wife to you. She has already found out some information about Liu Dong from various sources. Although it is not comprehensive, it still shocked her. It turns out that Liu Dong is the eldest son of a reclusive family. He just kept a low profile and deliberately concealed his identity before. It turns out that Liu Dong has acquired the assets of the 8 major families in Shanghai. Now he is as rich as a country and as powerful as a rainbow. Even Zhao Wuji, the leader of the most powerful family in Yangjing, was defeated by Liu Dong. Liu Dong's strength is truly unfathomable and terrifying. So after hearing this news, Hu Xiaoli felt even more regretful. I can only blame myself for being blind and confused. For the sake of Sun Yiming, that stingy little rich second generation, he gave up a great tycoon. The worst thing I did in my life was to treat Liu Dong as a country bumpkin. Not only did I deceive his feelings, I also cheated him out of 80,000 yuan. Although 80,000 yuan was not worth a penny to Liu Dong, it made him see her true face and completely abandoned her. I really regret it. How could I be so stupid? So no matter what, she would try her best to save it. As long as she can win back Liu Dong, she will be the wife of the super rich. Just think about it, how glorious that would be. By then, you can have delicious food and spicy drinks, whatever you want. What luxurious clothes can't you buy? What brand name bags can't you buy? 8-star hotel, top-notch dining, presidential suite. All can be enjoyed. That's why Hu Xiaoli is so shameless that she would make such a scene even if it meant asking for forgiveness. Liu Dong said coldly, I advise you to be sensible and let go of your hand, otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't hit you. Hu Xiaoli hugged his thighs tightly and cried, go ahead and hit me. You should hit me. I did something wrong and I deserve to be hit. As long as beating me up can make you happy and change your mind, I'm willing to do it. Liu Dong cursed in his heart, it is true that the lowest people are invincible. The woman who was as proud as a peacock. Giving him a smile is like a gift from heaven. Now she is begging him to get back together in such an unreasonable way. Liu Dong couldn't really hit her. After all, there are so many people watching around. At this moment, the beautiful teacher Ning Haitang came from a distance. Chapter 69. The battle is about to begin. What are you doing? What's the point of making such a scene? Ning Haitang's face darkened when he saw Hu Xiaoli asking for forgiveness. How can you be like this, woman? People don't like you anymore, and you still do this. It's outrageous. Ning Haitang continued to speak with a disappointed look on his face. Liu Dong pretended to be innocent and said, I have broken up with her, but she is still pestering me. Please help me. Ning Haitang pointed at Hu Xiaoli and said, quickly let go of your hand and stand up. How can you behave like this? Since you've broken up, you should go your separate ways. Don't keep pestering me like this. You should respect yourself. You are bringing shame to us women. But Hu Xiaoli had already entered a state of madness. She cried and shouted, I don't want it, I don't want it, I want to get back together with Dong, you can't abandon me. I know you are a famous rich man in the whole Magic City. Even though you are so rich, you can't abandon your first love. It's wrong for you to do this. After hearing what Hu Xiaoli said, the people watching around started talking again. What is this super rich man? Why haven't I heard of him? I seem to have heard of a legend circulating among the upper elite. There is a young master from a hidden family who is very generous. He spends billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions of dollars at random. It's simply terrifying. No way? Could the eldest son of this hidden family be Liu Dong? No wonder Hu Xiaoli is so persistent. She doesn't want to break up. If it were me, I wouldn't want to break up either. Isn't this a big thick leg? Yes, I think Liu Dong is the super rich man. Didn't you see? The two most beautiful girls in our school both threw themselves at him. The onlookers were in an uproar. Ning Haitang said to Liu Dong, I have something to talk to you about. Come with me quickly and don't make trouble here. She pulled Liu Dong away and pried Hu Xiaoli's hands apart. Hu Xiaoli didn't dare to act forcefully and could only watch the two of them walk away. Hu Xiaoli collapsed on the ground, looking like she had lost all her parents. It was hard to tell how miserable she was. The onlookers were all pointing at her and saying all kinds of nasty things. As Liu Dong walked, he was thinking of jokes in his mind. He thought for a long time and finally came up with a joke that he thought was very good. He looked at a tree by the roadside and suddenly an idea struck him, and he laughed. He decided to tell this joke to his friends. He walked up to his friend and started telling his joke. Do you know why trees always stand still in one place? He asked. The friend shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Liu Dong smiled and said, because their feet are buried in the ground. After that, he laughed first. The friend couldn't help laughing after hearing this. He thought the joke was simple but very funny. Liu Dong felt very satisfied when he saw his friend smile. He knew that his jokes could bring happiness to others, which was why he liked to tell jokes. Then he continued, do you know why trees can't talk? The friend shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Liu Dong smiled and said, because their mouths are sealed. After saying that, he laughed again. After hearing this, the friend laughed even more happily. He thought Liu Dong's jokes were really funny and made people happy. Liu Dong was also very happy when he saw his friend smile. He knew that his jokes could bring happiness to others, which was why he liked to tell jokes. He looked at his friend smile and vowed to himself that he would continue to tell more jokes and make more people happy, because in his opinion, being able to bring happiness to others is a very meaningful thing. Chapter 70 Spending Money for the Beauty. This is a joyous day. All the beauties showed their talents. They are all women who can sing and dance. Some have bright voices, some have deep voices, but they all have a charming timbre. They all love dancing. Everyone danced beautifully. Liu Dong ate while admiring their dancing. I just feel it is pleasing to the eyes and it really opens my eyes. Liu Dong laughed loudly and said excitedly, after a competition, you have all shown your talents. I have an idea in my mind and will now announce the first, second, and third prizes. Let me announce the third prize winners first. They are Nan Gongfeng Huang, Qin Wushuang, Tang Mingyang, and Sun Linglong. The four of you are still a little bit restrained. But I believe you will get better and better in the future. Come on. There are two second prize winners, Su Yuyo and Nailan Jiewu. Well done to both of you. I am very satisfied. Then the first prize is obvious. It goes to our Ning Haitang. Congratulations to her. It's actually quite easy to understand. Ning Haitang is in his 30s, almost 40. She has been through a lot and has a certain amount of experience. So her singing is very emotional. After so many years of practice, I have made great progress in dancing. So she deserved the first prize. As for the two second prize winners, Su Yuyo and Nailan Jiewu, this is actually easy to understand. These two beauties are both around 20 years old, young, beautiful, lively, and lovely. Therefore, he can gain more favor from Liu Dong. The four beauties who won the third prize are all daughters of wealthy families. They are usually high and mighty and are sought after and admired by countless men. So it's obvious that they still can't let go of their pride. She is quite reserved when singing and dancing. This is all understandable. But overall, everyone was very happy. Liu Dong was even more satisfied. He chuckled and said, now I'll announce the prize. The third prize winner can receive 50 billion yuan. The second prize winner can receive 80 billion yuan. The third prize winner can receive 100 billion yuan. The 7 women were stunned when they heard the prizes announced by Liu Dong. It's so inhumane. The units of measurement are all in 100 million. This is real gold and silver, not toilet paper. This grand move is unprecedented and will never be repeated. So horrible. I'm afraid so. It makes people's eyes widen, their jaws drop, and their hearts beat fast. Liu Dong didn't care about the surprise of the 7 women. He took out his cell phone and started operating it. Nan Gongfeng Huang's cell phone rang. Your Alipay account has received 50 billion yuan. Qin Wushuang's cell phone rang. Your Alipay account has received 50 billion yuan. Tang Mingyan's cell phone rang. Your Alipay account has received 50 billion yuan. Sun Linglong's cell phone also rang. Your Alipay account has received 50 billion yuan. Although the 4 women had no strength, but they still looked excited and knelt on the ground together. The 4 women said in a sweet voice, "Thank you for the reward, Master Shenhao. We will work harder to serve Master Shenhao in the future." Liu Dong laughed, nodded, and continued to operate on his mobile phone. Su Yuyao's cell phone rang. Your Alipay account has received 80 billion yuan. Nailan Jiewu's cell phone also rang. Your Alipay account has received 80 billion yuan. Although they were all born into wealthy families, but Su Yuyao and Nailan Jiewu are just little girls. They had not experienced the family's business dealings. So I have never come into contact with such a large amount of funds. My usual pocket money is only a few 100,000 yuan a month. Now they have received 80 billion yuan in one go, which is beyond their imagination. This also shocked both of them. The 2 school beauties looked at each other with complete disbelief in their eyes. In the past, I had only heard about the various deeds of the rich man, his generosity, and his lavish spending through rumors. But it's just hearsay. It doesn't feel real. But when I really faced it, I realized that the rumors were too conservative. Finally, Liu Dong was going to present the first prize. He glanced at Ning Haitang. Liu Dong smiled slightly, and then said, "Since you call me Lord Shenhao, then I will act like a Lord Shenhao and be clear about rewards and punishments. Since you said you want to give me the first prize, then I will definitely give it to you. There is no need to refuse. For me, money is not a problem at all. As long as it makes me happy, I can spend any amount of money." So Liu Dong continued to operate on his mobile phone. Then Ning Haitang's cell phone rang. Your Alipay account has received 100 billion yuan. Although he said no, Ning Haitang was still very excited when he really received 100 billion, and a happy smile appeared on his face. This is 100 billion. Most people cannot earn this much money even if they live for 100 lifetimes. This is a huge number, a terrifying number, a shocking number. Liu Dong was very happy. This was a very successful party. Everyone showed off their talents, allowing Liu Dong to appreciate the most pleasant voices and the most beautiful dances. This made him very happy and excited. Being a rich man is so cool. It's a sensory system. Without the system, he would not have achieved what he has today. A smile appeared on his face. Chapter 71 Engagement Banquet. After this ridiculous scene, the party finally ended and the 7 women said goodbye and went about their own business. Liu Dong was lying on the bed when he received a message. It was sent by Lin Wanna, "Save me." Liu Dong wondered what this meant. He called, but Lin Wanna had already turned off her phone. Nothing will happen, right? Liu Dong wondered. So he decided to go to Yangjing to see what was happening. He called Ning Haitang and asked her to help him ask for leave from school. Then he went to the airport, boarded a plane and flew directly to Yangjing. As soon as he arrived in Yangjing, he received news that the Zhao family was actively acquiring the assets of the Wen family. He already knew this and didn't care. He decided to go to the Lin family to see what was going on. The Lin family is the 5th largest family in Yangjing. There is a large manor in the suburbs. Liu Dong took a taxi and headed to the Lin family manor. As soon as he arrived at the door, he found that the manor was decorated with lights and colorful decorations. It seems like a wedding. There are 4 security guards at the door, all of them are over 1.9 meters tall and very strong. One of the security guards saw Liu Dong and asked in a gruff voice, "Are you here for the engagement party?" "Engagement party? What does that mean? Who's getting engaged?" Liu Dong was puzzled. But he still said calmly, "Yes, I am here to attend the engagement party, please let me in." The security guard glanced at Liu Dong. He thought Liu Dong's clothes were too ordinary. She doesn't look like someone who can come to an engagement party. He was a little suspicious, so he said coldly, "Are you really here to attend the engagement party? Are you here to cause trouble?" The situation in Yangjing is very bad recently, and there are many people who want to cause trouble. Liu Dong shook his head and said, "I am really here to attend the engagement party. I know Miss Lin Wanna from your family. If you don't believe me, just go and tell her and you will know." The security guard sneered and said, "With your character, you still know our Miss Wanna. Who would believe it? Do you have an invitation? Show it to me." Liu Dong said, "I came from Shanghai, I don't have an invitation." The security guard laughed and said, "You want to enter our Lin family's manor without an invitation? You are dreaming, get out of here and stop talking nonsense here." After saying that, the 4 security guards started pushing Liu Dong. Liu Dong was already very impatient. He didn't know what happened to Lin Wanna, so he wanted to come and take a look. As a result, he was stopped at the door by several security guards and kept being harassed. "We have to take action now." Of course he won't be polite. "Just slap it in the face." The leading security guard screamed and flew out. The remaining 3 security guards were stunned. They are all strong men over 1.9 meters tall. They are all very strong. But the boy in front of him was very polite, just like an ordinary student. I didn't expect him to be so quick and ruthless. He slapped the person directly and sent him flying. They were stunned for half a second, then they reacted. They all yelled at the same time and rushed over to beat Liu Dong up. But in Liu Dong's eyes, these 3 security guards were no different from babies. Totally vulnerable. Then he moved his body slightly, like a willow tree swaying gently. Before the 3 security guards could react, he slapped them 3 times. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 security guards screamed together and flew out. Liu Dong sneered and walked straight into the door. The manor was very lively, with many high-ranking elites, all dressed in fine clothes. They all had smiles on their faces and were in high spirits. Liu Dong ignored them and walked straight into the hall of the main villa. 2 men in their 50s were chatting happily in the hall. There were also a dozen guests sitting nearby, all chatting happily. Seeing Liu Dong rushing in, the 2 men in their 50s were stunned for a moment. One of them asked the other, "Boss Lin, is this little brother a guest of your family?" That Mr. Lin was the head of the Lin family, his name was Lin Xiong. The other is the head of the 3rd largest family in Yangjing, Fang Xinyang of the Fang family. Lin Xiong looked at Liu Dong in confusion, shook his head, and said, "Boss Fang, to be honest, I don't know this young man. Wait for me to ask him what's going on." Lin Xiong stood up, walked up to Liu Dong, and asked, "Little brother, are you here for the engagement party? Why haven't I seen you before?" Liu Dong said, "I am a good friend of Lin Wanna from your Lin family. I received a message from her asking me to save her. I didn't know what happened, so I ran over here quickly." Lin Xiong's face darkened and he said unhappily, "Wanna is really too naughty. I found her a very good marriage, but she didn't agree. She must want you to help her. Little brother, it's a shame that you made such a wasted trip. How about this, I'll give you some money and you can go back." After saying that, he wanted to add Liu Dong as his Alipay friend and wanted to pay him some money. Just then, a young man walked in. This young man is quite handsome. But her face was pale, she had big eye bags and dark circles. It looks like he's overindulged in sexual activities. When Fang Xinyang saw the young man, he quickly said, "Xiao Shu, come over and meet your uncle Lin." This young man is Fang Shu, the young master of the Fang family. He noticed Liu Dong, walked up to him nonchalantly, and said mockingly, "What's wrong, you came to the Lin family to ask for money? Where did this beggar come from?" Lin Xiong smiled and said, "Ah Shu, this person is Wanna's friend. I'll give him some money and send him away." He had already added Liu Dong as his Alipay friend, and then started the operation on his mobile phone. Soon, Liu Dong's cell phone rang. "Your Alipay account has received 100,000 yuan. The guests in the hall were all amazed. The Lin family is indeed a big family in Yangjing. They are so generous to a little kid. That's right. This guy came here from Shanghai. The flight cost only a little over $1,000, right? But we gave him $100,000 directly. That's really good. This is the style of a big family. It's worth learning from." That's right, this time the Lin family is going to marry the Fang family, which is a good match with equal status. It's a great joyous event. Fang Xinyang smiled faintly and said to Lin Xiong, Boss Lin, you are so kind-hearted that you gave so much money to a kid you have never met before. Lin Xiong laughed and said, my Wana went to the Magic City to play and made some friends. Since we have friends coming from the Magic City, we can't be too stingy and make them think that our big family is snobby and looks down on ordinary people. Fang Xinyang gave a thumbs up and praised, not bad, Mr. Lin's idea is right. Although Shanghai is a big city, it is still far behind our Beijing. The kid from there probably hasn't seen much of the world. Giving him 100,000 yuan should be enough to satisfy him. However, Liu Dong looked at the people in front of him with a strange expression, wondering, what are you doing? Chapter 72, Battle Against the Soldier King. Fang Shu, the young master of the Fang family, staggered forward. He squinted his eyes, yawned, then pointed at Liu Dong and said, be smart and leave quickly. Liu Dong ignored him and looked at Lin Xiong and said, I finally came here, let me see Lin Wana. If she is okay, I will be relieved and I can leave here. Lin Xiong frowned and said, young man, why are you so ignorant? Wana is getting engaged soon and doesn't have time to spend with your bad friends. I advise you to leave quickly. 100,000 yuan is a lot of money. Fang Xinyang said with a gloomy face, today is a big happy event for our Fang and Lin families. Little brat, get out of here and don't make trouble here. Liu Dong was unmoved and asked, what's the happy event between the Fang Lins? Engagement? Who is getting engaged to whom? Fang Shu said proudly, of course Wana and I are engaged. You country bumpkin, you said you knew Wana, I think you are here to cheat people, right? You made 100,000 yuan, why don't you get out of here? At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Then a dozen security guards rushed in. The security guard in front was the one on duty at the gate of the manor. He pointed at Liu Dong and shouted angrily, catch him for me. I'm going to give him a good beating today. Lin Xiong shouted, Lin Da, what are you doing? There are so many guests here. What if you bring in these dozen security guards and disturb the guests? Lin's face flushed, and he pointed at Liu Dong and said to Lin Xiong, Master, this little bastard injured our gatekeepers and broke in. I must beat him up today, otherwise I will never be able to calm down the anger in my heart. Lin Xiong turned around, looked at Liu Dong, and asked unhappily, little brother, did you hurt my security guard? Liu Dong nodded and said, I've already said it, I want to see Wana, and you keep blocking me, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Fang Shu laughed and said sinisterly, so he really came here to cause trouble. If we don't knock him down, how can the Lin family still have any face? Fang Xinyang also nodded and said, that's right. If this happened in our Fang family, I can't guarantee that his legs would be broken. Lin Xiong no longer has the self-control and patience he had at the beginning. He shouted in a deep voice, Lin Da, you guys go ahead and do it, just don't kill anyone. Oh, and drag him out to fight, don't fight in the hall, don't let the guests laugh at you. Lin Da was holding his breath, but when he heard Lin Xiong say this, he was overjoyed. He waved his hands and shouted, brothers, come on, drag this guy out and beat him up. More than a dozen security guards agreed in unison and rushed forward. Liu Dong sneered and said, you really don't know your own limitations. He moved among the dozen security guards like a butterfly flying through flowers. Then I heard a noise. Crack, crack, crack. Security guards were constantly being blown out of the gate with screams. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen security guards were slapped out. These security guards were lying on the ground one by one. He covered his face with one hand and his stomach with the other, both groaning in pain. It turned out that just now, Liu Dong not only slapped them in the face, but also kicked them in the stomach. Everyone has it, and no one is left behind. Liu Dong managed to hold back some of his strength. Otherwise, his palms and feet are so powerful that he can kill people on the spot. These security guards only suffered some minor injuries and lay on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. It can be considered that Liu Dong was being polite to them. The guests in the hall were horrified. There was an uproar in the hall. How come this boy is so powerful? Is he a martial arts master? What era is it now? There are no martial arts masters anymore. I wonder if he knows some kind of witchcraft? What you said is even more outrageous. This isn't an online novel. Where does the sorcery come from? I heard that some hidden families have martial arts secrets hidden in their homes, and they train their children from a young age. I guess this little brother should be a young master from a hidden family. How can a young master from a hidden family dress so ordinary? How can I not believe it? They say we are a secluded family, so of course we have to keep everything secret. We have to be low-key when we move around in the mortal world. Lin Xiong listened to the noise of the guests, but could not hear a word. He only saw that more than a dozen security guards in his home were beaten out of the door by Liu Dong. He was both surprised and angry. He was shaking with anger, pointing at Liu Dong and saying, "How dare you hit someone in our Lin family? Do you think there are no experts in our Lin family?" Fang Xinyang was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect Liu Dong to be so skilled. In just a moment, he knocked down more than a dozen burly men. Could he really be the young master of some hidden family? Fang Shu was also scared and quickly hid behind Fang Xinyang, fearing that Liu Dong would come and beat him. Lin Xiong shouted, "Someone, come and do it." As soon as he finished speaking, two figures appeared in the hall. When these two people appeared, they gave people the feeling of a sharp knife being unsheathed. A cold breath hit me in the face. Fang Xinyang nodded slightly and said approvingly, "Are these two the top soldiers hired by the Lin family? They are extraordinary at first glance." Lin Xiong said bitterly, "That's right, these are the two soldiers I hired at a high price. They are very good at fighting or using swords and guns. Today I will let this little bastard know how powerful I am." Two military kings stood in front of Liu Dong, and a murderous aura filled the air. This is a true master who has experienced the battlefield. Liu Dong could feel it. But Liu Dong didn't care at all. So what if he is the king of soldiers? He is not afraid of anyone now. Who made his physique and strength several times that of an ordinary person? Who made him have top-notch fighting, internal strength and lightness skills? No matter how powerful a soldier is, he is just like a child in front of him. Liu Dong took a step forward, facing the two soldiers, and smiled faintly. "Come on, let me see what you can do." The two soldiers felt looked down upon and their hearts burned with anger. They were usually silent and didn't say any nonsense to Liu Dong. They just rushed over. Their speed is really fast. They only felt a gust of wind blowing past, and they came to Liu Dong. A soldier used his eagle claws to grab the important joints of Liu Dong's upper body. A soldier king sank his body and kicked out with his right foot like a cannonball, trying to break the joints of Liu Dong's lower legs. The two soldiers have experienced countless battles and cooperated seamlessly. Under their joint attack, countless masters died on the spot. This time they were full of confidence. One move can make Liu Dong lie on the ground and lose his fighting ability. But they never expected that this time they encountered inhuman beings. No matter how powerful a soldier is, he cannot defeat Superman. Liu Dong smiled faintly, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Then, he moved. Chapter 73 Force Marriage. Liu Dong's moves were like a ghost. The two soldiers only felt a flash before their eyes. Then the soldier king who used the eagle claw felt a sharp pain in his wrist. With a snap, both of his arms were broken. The soldier who kicked the opponent was not much better. He just felt that his right leg was being grasped by someone. Then a huge force came from my legs. With a click, his leg was also broken. Then the two soldiers were kicked in the abdomen almost at the same time. Like riding on clouds and mist. The two of them flew out. Snap, snap. Both of them fell to the ground outside the hall. Around the two of them were the dozen or so security guards still lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, the two murderous soldiers ended up in the same fate as ordinary security guards. Why do you have to make such a fuss? You're just asking for humiliation. Liu Dong muttered, then looked at Lin Xiong coldly. Lin Xiong felt a chill all over his body and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Fang Xinyang and his son Fang Shu were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They never imagined that. This country bumpkin from the Magic City, this little bastard, is actually so powerful. Even 2 military kings working together couldn't defeat him. What kind of freak is this? What kind of monster is this? So horrible. Lin Xiong said with trembling lips, "What do you want to do?" "Let me tell you, I am the patriarch of the 4th family in Yangjing. I am powerful and you cannot afford to offend me." Fang Xinyang also pretended to be calm and said, "Yes, there are us. We are the Fang family, the 3rd largest family in Yangjing. Our 2 families are united and powerful. You must not go against us, otherwise you will die miserably." Fang Shu also suppressed his fear and said, "Yes, don't go against us, otherwise you will end up in a miserable situation." Liu Dong shook his head helplessly and said, "What are you talking about? I just want to see Lin Wanna and see how she is doing. If you don't let her out, I'm going to break into the inner hall." At this time, no one could stop Liu Dong. If he really broke into the inner hall, the people of the Lin family would be helpless. The dozen or so guests in the hall looked at each other in bewilderment. They had not expected things to develop to this point. They were also particularly curious about the young man in front of them. Is he really from a hidden family? At this moment, a noisy sound came from the inner hall. Then a figure ran out, followed by several old maids and servants. Liu Dong looked carefully and found that the person who ran out was Lin Wanna. The old maids and young servants following behind were all shouting anxiously, "Miss, please stop running around, be careful not to bump into the VIP." Lin Wanna was originally tearful, with tears on her face. But when she saw Liu Dong, she immediately showed joy and showed a bright smile. "It's really as beautiful as a rainbow after the rain. Honey, you finally come to save me." Lin Wanna called out as she threw herself into Liu Dong's arms. Lin Xiong stamped his feet in anger and shouted, "How shameful! How shameful!" Fang Xinyang's face was also very gloomy. Fang Shu even shouted louder, "Why are you hugging my fiancé?" Liu Dong held Lin Wanna in his arms and looked at Lin Xiong and others. He said coldly, "Lin Wanna is already my woman. I have slept with her. You actually want her to marry someone else? You are really impatient with life." Lin Wanna looked up at Liu Dong with admiration on her face. "My dear, I won't marry anyone. I only want to be your woman. Please take me away." Lin Xiong said with great sorrow, "You are such a disobedient daughter. If you had run away with someone, what would our Lin family do? You are such an unfilial daughter." Liu Dong asked calmly, "Your daughter doesn't like this rubbish from the Fang family. Why are you forcing your daughter to marry him? Aren't you too cruel as a father?" Lin Xiong said loudly, "What do you know? Our Lin family and Fang family are already in danger. We must unite to avoid being caught in the storm." Liu Dong frowned and said, "Weren't you all so aggressive and impressive just now? You are both big families in Yangjing, one ranked 3rd and the other ranked 4th. Why do you look like you are going to be ruined now?" Lin Xiong sighed and said sadly, "You are from the Magic City, you don't understand the situation." Liu Dong said disapprovingly, "What a waste of time. Tell me, what's going on?" Seeing that he couldn't beat Liu Dong, Lin Xiong's daughter took the initiative to throw herself into Liu Dong's arms. He was also very helpless, there was nothing he could do. So he gritted his teeth and decided to tell Liu Dong the truth. The head of the second largest family in Yangjing, Wen Yunkai, was assassinated. Liu Dong nodded and said, "I know the news." Lin Xiong continued, "The number 1 family in Yangjing right now is the Zhao family. Their patriarch is Zhao Wuji, who is very powerful. The Zhao family is now aggressively acquiring the Wen family's assets. The Wen family is falling apart and will soon be ruined." Liu Dong said, "So what? What does it have to do with your Fang family and Lin family?" Lin Xiong shook his head and sighed, "You are young and don't know anything. After the Zhao family swallows up the Wen family, his ambition will expand even more. Next, he will definitely swallow up our Lin family and Fang family." Fang Xinyang also had a worried look on his face. He murmured, "The Zhao family is very powerful. If they swallow up the Wen family and then have time to deal with us, we will be powerless to resist." Lin Xiong also nodded and said in agreement, "So we have no choice but to form an alliance and then unite to resist the Zhao family. Only in this way can we survive." Liu Dong said disapprovingly, "If you want to unite, then just join forces in business and cooperate together. Why do you have to get married? Lin Wanna doesn't want to, and you force her to marry. Isn't that too unreasonable?" Lin Xiong and Fang Xinyang looked at each other, but fell silent again. At this time, an old man in his 60s among the guests spoke. "Alas, young man, you still don't quite understand the ways of big families. Without marriage, how can there be trust between big families? Without the cohesive force brought by the marriage of children, there will always be gaps in cooperation. If there are big storms, it will easily fall apart." Liu Dong suddenly realized. It seems that the Fang family and the Lin family still don't trust each other very much. If it is just a simple business cooperation, it is definitely not solid. So they force their children to marry each other. In this way, the two families became one family. By then, the contract will be closer and more united. Only in this way can we better resist the Zhao family's annexation. The intrigues within large families are truly complicated. Thinking of this, Liu Dong couldn't help but sneer. No matter what, Lin Wanna is already my woman. I've already slept with her. I won't allow her to marry another man. Just give up. Chapter 74 Trillion Acquisition. Lin Xiong and Fang Xinyang were so angry that they were shaking all over. But they had no choice. Even the king of soldiers couldn't defeat Liu Dong. They are also helpless. Lin Wanna hugged Liu Dong happily and said, "The Lin family has raised me for so many years. The Lin family is in trouble. Can you help them?" Liu Dong thought for a while, then said, "Isn't the Lin family afraid of being acquired by the Zhao family? Then why don't I acquire the Lin family in advance?" Lin Wanna clapped her hands happily and said, "This is a good idea." Lin Xiong and Fang Xinyang were stunned. Fang Shu laughed loudly, gritting his teeth and saying, "You stole my wife, and now you're still saying such ridiculous things. It's really ridiculous. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts." Lin Wanna pouted and said, "You don't know the reputation of the rich man, right? You are really ignorant." One of the guests suddenly said, "Super rich man?" I suddenly remembered that a super rich man appeared in the Magic City recently. Could it be him? What do you mean by auction house, sir? What does that mean? Does he have any unique background? I heard that a young man appeared in Magic City not long ago and bought up all the businesses of the 8 major families in Magic City. He was called the godly rich man by the upper-class business elites in Magic City. It was simply terrifying. Is it true? Don't spread rumors. If you spread rumors again, I will spread them. While the guests were discussing, Lin Wanna said proudly, "You are right. The man next to me is the super rich man of Magic City. He has indeed acquired all the industries of the 8 major families in Magic City. Now all their industries have changed their signs and are uniformly called super rich industries." Lin Xiong was in doubt. He said, "Is it true or false?" "Daughter, don't make up a story to deceive me just to break off the engagement." Liu Dong smiled faintly and said, "Whether it's true or not, it's useless to say more. I'd better let you see it with your own eyes." He pointed at Lin Xiong and asked, "How much is your Lin family's assets worth in total?" Before Lin Xiong could answer, Fang Shu sneered and said, "You are so arrogant. I don't believe you are some bullshit rich man. The Lin family's assets are worth at least 600 billion. Do you have the ability to buy it?" Liu Dong took out his cell phone. "I just received 100,000 yuan from you. Now, for the sake of your daughter Lin Wanna, I will help your Lin family. I have acquired your Lin family's assets, and I will let you manage them for me in the future, just like the 8 major families in Magic City, but with a different name, called the Godly Rich Industry. However, I will give you 1/3 of the profits from the industry. 600 billion is nothing. I'll just transfer 1 trillion to you." Liu Dong didn't hesitate at all and started operating directly on his mobile phone. Soon, Lin Xiong's cell phone rang. "Your Alipay account has received 1 trillion yuan." The whole place was silent. Everyone was stunned. Shocked. Petrified. Open your mouth wide. I couldn't utter a word. What? 1 trillion? It turned around so easily? Are you kidding? You are not kidding, are you? Don't fool me. I can't fall for this. Everyone's mind was in a mess, with all kinds of thoughts running through their mind. But Lin Xiong laughed out loud, shaking all over. Very crazy. Very excited. Very excited. Really, it's true. I received 1 trillion yuan. Let me count how many zeros there are. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros, 5 zeros, 6 zeros, 7 zeros, 8 zeros, 9 zeros, 10 zeros, 11 zeros, 12 zeros. Wow, 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 there are really 12 zeros. That is really 1 trillion. This is true, absolutely true. The father and son of the Fang family both looked shocked. They both looked in disbelief. They rushed directly to Lin Xiong and snatched the mobile phone from his hand. They looked carefully. The more they looked, the more surprised they were. The more they watched, the more shocked they were. They couldn't believe their eyes. It's really 1 trillion. Liu Dong really transferred 1 trillion to Lin Xiong. How is it possible? How is it possible? How is it possible? Fang Xinyang kept saying this. Fang Shu also looked pale. He murmured, this is too outrageous. Is there such a thing in the world? 1 trillion was transferred just like that? Is this a ghost? All the guests were shocked. They really believed it. Liu Dong is the super rich man from Shanghai. He is so powerful, with such amazing financial resources. It is simply earth-shattering and makes the gods and ghosts weep. The look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Xiong was full of envy. After the initial excitement, Lin Xiong finally calmed down and stopped laughing. But he still walked up to Liu Dong excitedly. Sir Shenhao, I believe you. From now on, we are a family. Yes, you have slept with my daughter, and we have been a family for a long time. In the future, I will help you manage the industry here. We will make a fortune together and achieve a win-win situation. Liu Dong smiled faintly and said, it's good that you understand this principle. From now on, the industry here will still depend on you to manage it. I don't have much energy to take care of these. I will ask my people at the Magic City Group to contact you later to formally sign the acquisition agreement. Although the money has been transferred to Lin Xiong, the purchase contract has not yet been signed, so Liu Dong agreed with Lin Xiong in advance that Liu Xinya would contact us later to formally sign the contract. Lin Xiong patted his chest and said, no problem. When the special envoy from the Magic City contacts us, we will fully cooperate. Not to mention that the Lin family was in high spirits. The Fang family's father and son, on the other hand, looked unhappy. They returned the phone to Lin Xiong and then sat down in the corner dejectedly. Dad, what should we do? The Lin family won't marry us anymore? We are so weak and alone, how can we deal with the Zhao family? Yes, originally with the combined strength of our Fang family and Lin family, we could resist the Zhao family, but now the Lin family has been acquired by the rich man, and only our family is left. How can we fight against the Zhao family? It's really miserable. Dad, I have an idea. If all else fails, let the super rich buy out our Fang family as well. He spent 1 trillion to buy out the Lin family. We have more assets than the Lin family. So the super rich can also spend 1.5 trillion to buy out our Fang family. Your idea is good, but what right does the rich man have to buy our Fang family? He slept with Lin Xiewan, the daughter of the Lin family. Do you want him to sleep with you now? You are a man. Even if you are willing, he will not agree. Dad, don't talk about this. It gives me goosebumps. It's so disgusting. You know it's disgusting, but I can't do anything about it. What can we do to attract the rich man and let him buy our Fang family? The father and son looked at each other, and suddenly their eyes lit up. Fang Xiaoyu, let her sleep with Mr. Shenhao. The father and son said in unison. Chapter 75 Stepmother. Both father and son laughed, their eyes full of hope. So they walked up to Liu Dong. Fang Xinyang said humbly, hello, Mr. Shenhao. I am Fang Xinyang, the head of the Fang family, the third largest family in Yangjing. Please take care of me. Liu Dong said calmly, didn't you say I was a country bumpkin? You wanted to steal my woman, why are you so polite now? Fang Xinyang said with a smile, Sir Shenhao, it's all a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, please forgive me. Liu Dong nodded and said, since you admit that you are blind, I won't bother you. Why are you coming over here? What's the matter? Fang Xinyang said awkwardly, Mr. Shenhao, you just spent 1 trillion to acquire the Lin family's assets. You are so generous. I admire you very much. Liu Dong said disapprovingly, 1 trillion is not much money, what does it count for? Fang Xinyang quickly flattered him and said, yes, 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 for the rich man, 1 trillion is indeed a small amount of money, but for us, it is a shockingly large amount. It really shocked us. The guests around also nodded repeatedly, expressing their agreement with Fang Xinyang's words. Fang Xinyang struck while the iron was hot and said, Mr. Shenhao, are you interested in acquiring our Fang family's assets? Don't worry, if you acquire our Fang family's assets, we will do our best to help you manage the assets and help you make more money. Liu Dong deliberately yawned and said nonchalantly, I have so much money that I can't even spend it all. Why should I make money? I'm not interested in it. Seeing that his father's persuasion was ineffective, Fang Shu couldn't help but get anxious. He pushed Fang Xinyang away and said, Dad, go have some tea. Leave this to me. He came up to Liu Dong, with a flattering smile on his face, and said, Sir Shenhao, Miss Wanner should be a match for you. I am not worthy at all. Please don't mind my harsh words at the beginning. Liu Dong glanced at him calmly and said, You are so shameless. You can say anything. Fang Shu said calmly, Yes, yes, yes. If you think I am shameless, then I am shameless. As long as you like me, I can say anything. Liu Dong nodded and said, Then you are quite sensible. If you have nothing else to do, just get out of here. Fang Shu quickly said, No, 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 I have something else to discuss with Master Shenhao. Liu Dong said impatiently, Your father asked me to buy the Fang family's assets, but I'm not interested. You don't have to say anything more. Fang Shu winked and said, No, 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 I'm talking about something else. Liu Dong was a little curious and asked, Tell me about another thing. Fang Shu became excited and said, Sir Shenhao, you don't know that we also have a very charming young lady in our family. She is my cousin and is definitely no worse than Lin Wanner. Liu Dong said, So what? Fang Shu said excitedly, I know that Lord Shenhao is a gentleman and very loyal, but Lord Shenhao is such an original person, how can he only have one woman? This is too unfair to Lord Shenhao. I think Lord Shenhao can have a few more women to serve him together. Liu Dong nodded and said, You are right. I do have many women. Fang Shu was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Liu Dong was a gentleman who would only be devoted to one woman, Lin Wanner, in front of him. He never expected that Liu Dong, who looked so upright, actually admitted that he had many women. It was really unexpected. However, despite the accident, he did not forget his mission. He said eagerly, Sir Shenhao is really a romantic man, that's how it should be, enjoy more beauties. My beauty is called Fang Xiaoyu, she is very beautiful and I want to introduce her to Sir Shenhao. Liu Dong thought about it and felt that sleeping with one more beauty was not a bad thing, as it could increase his strength points anyway. So he said, You can think about it. Where is your cousin, the one called Fang Xiaoyu? Fang Shu was overjoyed when he saw Liu Dong's intention, and quickly said, Fang Xiaoyu is in our Fang family manor, my lord, why don't we go over and take a look now? Liu Dong nodded and said, Okay, I'll go see her. If she's really beautiful, I'll consider buying your Fang family. Fang Shu was overjoyed. He called Fang Xinyang, then pulled Liu Dong out. As Liu Dong walked, he told Lin Wanner to wait for him at home. Soon, Liu Dong followed the Fang father and son and left the Lin family manor. At this time, a helicopter flew over. Fang Shu said respectfully, Mr. Shenhao, given your status and position, you should take a plane, so I called our family's helicopter. Liu Dong had never ridden a helicopter before, so he was very curious about it. Seeing the helicopter landing on the lawn, Liu Dong followed the Fang father and son onto the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter flew into the air and flew towards the Fang family manor. The scenery underground suddenly became very small. The cars on the ground are like little boxes. People on the ground are like little ants. Liu Dong just felt open and mysterious, and indescribably happy. He thought, when I return to Shanghai, I will also buy a helicopter. Then, I won't have to take the car anymore. Sitting on the helicopter. Go wherever you want. Don't worry about traffic jams. The speed is fast. It feels so good. While Liu Dong was smiling and daydreaming, a huge manor appeared below. This is the Fang family's manor. The helicopter landed steadily on the lawn of the Fang family manor. Liu Dong got off the helicopter with a reluctant heart. Looking up, this manor is bigger and more luxurious than the Lin family's. There are rockery landscapes everywhere. The water is flowing, the grass is green and the flowers are red. It's so beautiful. As expected, it is the third-ranked family in Yangjing. It is indeed more grand and luxurious than the Lin family, which ranks fourth. The Fang family father and son respectfully led the way. Liu Dong walked slowly into a large villa. In the living room, a lady is watching TV. The lady was wearing jewels and precious stones, looking very gorgeous. She looked to be in her 30s, only a few years older than Fang Shu. Liu Dong was somewhat puzzled. Could this noble lady be Fang Xiaoyu? Isn't she Fang Shu's cousin? How could it be bigger than Fang Shu? Fang Xinyang called the noble lady up and introduced her to Liu Dong. Sir Shenhao, this is my wife, her name is Tang Baoli. Now Liu Dong was confused again. Fang Xinyang's wife? How come she is only a little older than Fang Shu? Fang Shu was more flexible and saw Liu Dong's doubts. He quickly said with a smile, "This is my stepmother. My mother died of illness a few years ago. My father was very lonely, so he married my stepmother." Liu Dong suddenly realized that this was Fang Xinyang's second wife. No wonder she was so young and beautiful. Chapter 76: The Secret of the Wealthy Family. Tang Baoli looked at Liu Dong curiously. She didn't know why the Fang family father and son were so respectful to this young man. Because usually, the Fang family father and son are very arrogant. This made her feel that this young man was not simple. Liu Dong also thinks that Tang Baoli is very charming. The system told Liu Dong that Tang Baoli scored 8.8 points and was quite pretty. At this moment, a young girl ran in. The girl is only in her 20s, beautiful and cute, making people want to get close to her. Her long hair is like a waterfall, soft and shiny, draped over her shoulders, giving people an elegant feeling. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. Her face is delicate and small, with a sweet smile that makes people feel pity for her. She has a slim and well-proportioned figure, with smooth and elegant lines, and looks very noble. Her movements are light and graceful, and every action is full of confidence and charm. She wore a gorgeous dress, which was fashionable and elegant, showing her graceful figure. She wore a dazzling diamond ring on her hand, showing her noble status. She wore a pair of exquisite high heels, which made her figure look taller and more elegant. She is like a little princess in the forest. Liu Dong stared at her intently and was deeply attracted by her. Fang Xinyang saw this and was very happy. It looks like there is hope this time. He pulled the girl over and introduced her to Liu Dong. "This is my brother's daughter. Her name is Fang Xiaoyu." Fang Xiaoyu looked at Liu Dong curiously and shook hands with him gently. Fang Xiaoyu's hands are so small, so soft, and so smooth. Fang Xiaoyu is really a beauty, and Liu Dong admires her very much. Fang Xinyang pulled Fang Xiaoyu aside and whispered something to her. Fang Xiao first looked unhappy, but then he looked surprised. Finally she nodded and a smile appeared on her face. So the two of them came to Liu Dong again. Fang Xiaoyu said elegantly, "So it's the rich man. I heard that the rich man wants to acquire our Fang family, is that right?" Liu Dong nodded and said, "The acquisition is possible, but there are conditions." Fang Xiaoyu said simply, "I know that there is no free lunch in the world. Everything you do is conditional. Please rest assured that I understand this and I will not make it difficult for you." Liu Dong was very happy and said, "It seems that you are very sensible. This matter will be much easier." Fang Xiaoyu said shyly, "Actually, when I saw you for the first time, I was also attracted by your charm. You are an outstanding man, very outstanding. I have something to say to you. I wonder if you are willing to listen?" Fang Xinyang said happily, very good, you have good taste, Mr. Shenhao is very outstanding, and I am very happy that you are attracted by his charm. This is the best." Fang Shu also said happily, "This is what it means to be sensible. You are worthy of being our family." In front of such an outstanding man like Lord Shenhao, other men are completely outshined. Fang Xiaoyu lowered her head shyly and said softly, "My uncle told me about your deeds, which were really amazing and made me yearn for you. Lord Shenhao, you are so outstanding. I really admire you very much. You can tell me to do things in the future. In fact, my ability is also very good. I am willing to be your subordinate and make progress for your career, so that your career will get better and become the overlord of the world." Liu Dong was also somewhat touched. Chapter 77: This is a real man. The next morning, Liu Dong walked out of the room and went downstairs to the living room. At this time, Fang's father and son had already washed up and were waiting for Liu Dong. "After I acquire your Fang family's assets, you will still be in charge of them, but I will let Tang Baoli and Fang Xiaoyu be the supervisors. They are women I trust, and I will feel more at ease if they supervise the assets here." Fang Shu said happily, "So, Mr. Shenhao is determined to acquire our Fang family's assets. That's great. Now we don't have to be threatened by the Zhao family anymore." Fang Xinyang also said solemnly, "The Zhao family is too overbearing. When acquiring the Wen family, they also sent us a notice, asking us to take the initiative to contact them and donate the family business. This is really too much." Liu Dong said calmly, "Zhao Wuji is just a defeated general. The assets of the Fang and Lin families will be the assets of the super rich in the future. Do you think he dares to act so recklessly?" Fang Xinyang laughed heartily, feeling relieved. That old bastard Zhao Wuji will definitely not be able to defeat Lord Shenhao. From now on in Yangjing, Lord Shenhao will be the most powerful, and the Liu family will be the #1 family. Liu Dong smiled and said, I am not interested in the first family. I am just a student. I just want to study hard. The Fang family father and son looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that the rich man was still a student. It was really unexpected. This shocked them even more. He is just a student, but he is so ambitious. Not only did he acquire the 8 major families in Magic City, he also came to Yangjing to compete with the Zhao family in business. It's really horrible. This kind of strength is truly unprecedented and will never be surpassed. It is really as the rumors say, the rich man must be the eldest son of a hidden family. This is beyond doubt and absolutely true. If he wasn't the eldest son of a hidden family, how could he have such courage? How can you have such ability? How can I acquire a big family in Magic City? So he must have a strong background. There must be a big family supporting him behind the scenes. Needless to say, this big family must be very powerful. It is not comparable to these ordinary families in the mortal world. Then it must be a hidden family. Thinking of this, they were all shocked and didn't know what words to use to express their feelings. Liu Dong didn't think so much. He is purely relying on the system. Without the system, he is nothing. So, I still have to thank the system. It made him a superior person. Liu Dong said, let's not waste any more time talking. I'll just transfer the money to you. After saying that, he directly added Fang Xinyang as his Alipay friend. Then he operated it on his phone. Then Fang Xinyang's cell phone rang. Your Alipay account has received 1.5 trillion yuan. Although I have been mentally prepared. But the Fang family father and son were still stunned and shocked. It really is 1.5 trillion. It really turned around. What a grand gesture, what a generous act. It's unimaginable and unbelievable. Fang Xinyang looked at Liu Dong with trembling body, and said excitedly, the Fang family will devote themselves to the great Master Shenhao from now on, and will never regret it until death. Liu Dong smiled and said, you are too kind. I don't need you to die for me. As long as you do your job well and listen to me, I will be satisfied and I will treat you well. Chapter 78. There are lonely people in wealthy families. At this time, a woman in her 40s walked in. She saw Fang Xinyang speaking passionately and respectfully to an ordinary young man. She felt very strange. Brother, who is this? She asked. Fang Xinyang called her over and introduced her to Liu Dong. This is my sister-in-law, Xiaoyou's mother, her name is Gong Yunxian. Liu Dong looked carefully and found that the woman looked somewhat similar to Xiaoyu. Moreover, she doesn't look old, she has a good temperament and dresses exquisitely. Fang Xinyang sighed and said, my brother also died in that car accident. It was so tragic. Gong Yunxian also had a sad expression on her face. Fang Xinyang pulled Gong Yunxian aside and introduced Liu Dong to her in detail. Gong Yunxian's face showed surprise, and then shock. What? They bought out our entire Fang family? 1.5 trillion yuan? That's incredible. Gong Yunxian is also a woman from a wealthy family. She has seen too many luxurious things. But this time, she was still shocked. Because this is not a small number, it is 1.5 trillion. It's unbelievable. It's so horrible, no one would believe it when I tell them about it. The two men turned back again. Gong Yunxian bowed to Liu Dong and said gratefully, thank you, Mr. Shenhao, for helping our Fang family. I really don't know how to express our gratitude. Liu Dong waved his hand and said, it's nothing to worry about. Besides, we also made a deal. I helped your Fang family, and your Fang family also repaid me. Everything is fair. It's no big deal. No need to thank me. Gong Yunxian showed a look of gratitude on her face. Mr. Shenhao was so humble and his words were so pleasant to the ears. They made people feel warm. He was truly an outstanding man. She said shyly, Master Shenhao is so outstanding, and he is also a first-class figure in the world. It is our honor for our Fang family to have met Master Shenhao. Gong Yunxian is mature and generous, with a natural temperament. Liu Dong couldn't help but look at her twice more. Gong Yunxian noticed Liu Dong's gaze, her heart trembled and her face turned even redder. Fang Xinyang was particularly happy and greeted him. Master Shenhao, you must be hungry after working so hard for so long. Let's have a meal together. Liu Dong also felt very hungry. After all, he had consumed so much, so he nodded and agreed. So the four of them went to the restaurant. The servants quickly brought up the wine and food. As expected, it is the third largest family in Yangjing. All the food and drinks are very rare. Those who run on the mountains, fly in the sky, and swim in the water. Nothing is not precious. Nothing was not delicious. Even the wine they drink is of top quality. According to Fang Shu, a bottle of wine costs hundreds of thousands. Liu Dong nodded calmly. When it comes to money, he doesn't care. No matter how expensive it is, he doesn't care. As long as the food and drink are good, it's fine. For people sat together to eat and drink. Fang Xinyang, Fang Shu, and Gong Yunxian were all very respectful and kept toasting. Liu Dong also accepted all the drinks and drank one cup after another. His physique was amazing, and alcohol had no effect on him at all. Not to mention 1 or 2 kilograms, even if it was 8 or 10 kilograms, he could still drink it. Just like drinking water. The alcohol entered his body and did not have much effect. After all, he still has top-level internal strength. As long as the internal energy is slightly activated, all the alcohol will be excreted from the body, as natural as breathing. So an hour later, Fang Xinyang and Fang Shu were both drunk and slumped over the table. Gong Yunxian drinks less, after all, she is a woman. But because the rich man was in front of her, she couldn't drink too little. So she was about 70% drunk. Her eyes were slightly blurred, as leisurely as autumn water, sparkling with charming light. Although her figure was a little swaying, she exuded an indescribable elegance, as if she was a lotus in the wind, soft and charming. The wine glass in Gong Yunxian's hand was slightly tilted, and the amber wine left ripples on the wall of the glass. Her eyes and eyebrows revealed a variety of charm. She closed her eyes gently, as if enjoying the intoxication and freedom of the moment. The charm of a mature woman is particularly attractive and eye-catching at this moment. Liu Dong was also a little stunned. Gong Yunxian opened her eyes and looked at Liu Dong in a daze. She sighed. Liu Dong asked, "What's wrong with you?" Gong Yunxian put down the wine glass in her hand, sighed again, and said, "Let the rich man know that I have been living with my daughter for so many years, and I am actually very depressed and lonely in my heart. My husband passed away, leaving me and my mother behind. It's really painful." Liu Dong was also touched by her attitude and felt some emotion in his heart. Gong Yunxian never thought that she would meet such a rich man in this life. It is such an honor and happiness in this life. She was so happy that her face was flushed and full of endless charm. Liu Dong said seriously, "I also know a lot of excellent men. How about I introduce a few to you when I have time?" Gong Yunxian. She said in surprise, "Really? The rich man actually cares so much about my affairs and even mobilizes his connections for my lifelong event. I am really touched." Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "I have a connection with your Fang family. It's not easy for you to be alone for so many years. I will introduce you to an excellent man. It would be great for you to have a companion. By then, you can have a happy life partner, and maybe another happy marriage. I am happy for you, too. If you can remarry, don't forget to send me an invitation. I will definitely attend your wedding." Gong Yunxian said shyly, "It's not even a start yet, but I'm so touched by your kindness. I'm a woman in my 40s, and I don't know how to express my feelings to you for being so caring. Well, I will toast to Master Shenhao again to express my respect." Liu Dong laughed, feeling happy. In fact, he feels very happy in his heart because he can be admired by others. He was just a country boy. Just an ordinary student. Now he can enter and leave the rich. Drinking and chatting with these wealthy ladies. Let's say some words from our hearts. He can also give advice to Gong Yunxian and help her plan her life. This was something he had never thought about before. The two chatted and drank. The atmosphere is very good. The two people also had different feelings. Gong Yunxian's feelings towards Liu Dong have also changed. Chapter 79 delivered to your door. Another day has passed. Liu Dong left Fang's house contentedly. Everyone in the Fang family saw him off respectfully. Liu Dong returned to the Lin family by helicopter. He planned to take Lin Wanna back to the Magic City and let her continue to develop the island. At the gate of the manor, more than a dozen Rolls-Royces drove up. The security guard at the gate saw that the other party was very imposing and did not dare to stop him, so he let him pass. More than a dozen Rolls-Royces drove into the manor. Lin Xiong came out to greet him. Then Zhao Wuji, the head of the Zhao family, got down from the car. His daughter Zhao Yeye was also with him. Dozens of bodyguards followed behind him. Lin Xiong's expression changed and became extremely solemn. He walked up and said, "Mr. Zhao, you are so welcome. Why didn't you notify us in advance?" Zhao Wuji laughed, full of vigor and vitality. He said loudly, "This place will soon be my property. Coming here is like going home. What else do I need to notify you of?" Lin Xiong's expression became even uglier. He said in a deep voice, "Boss Zhao, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Wuji approached Lin Xiong directly. He waved his hand with great momentum and said, "The business community in Yangjing should change. Otherwise, it will be too dull and not conducive to development. Just yesterday, we completely acquired the Wen family." "Ha ha ha, shouldn't you congratulate me?" Lin Xiong was shocked. He didn't expect the Zhao family to act so quickly and acquire the Wen family's assets so quickly. Now the Zhao family is truly a giant in Yangjing. Fortunately, the rich man acquired the Lin family in advance, otherwise it would be dangerous this time. Thinking of this, Lin Xiong felt relieved. He said in a neither arrogant nor humble manner, "Congratulations to Mr. Zhao. Being able to acquire the assets of the second largest family in Yangjing means that the Zhao family's current fortune is really booming." Zhao Wuji said proudly, "Of course, our Zhao family has always been so powerful, no need to say more." Zhao Yeye took a step forward and said aggressively, "Boss Lin, we are not here for tourism today. You'd better calculate your family's assets and sell them directly to our Zhao family." Hearing what Zhao Yeye said, Zhao Wuji's face was full of smiles, but he still said in a serious manner, "Yeye, you should be more polite when talking to your elders. After all, you are the fourth largest family in Yangjing." "Oh, no, it should be the third largest family now. After all, the second-ranked Wen family has disappeared." "Ha ha ha ha." Zhao Yeye snorted and said, "These small families, why should we be polite to them?" Lin Xiong was angry when he heard the father and daughter singing the same tune. He said, "Don't go too far, our Lin family is not easy to bully." Zhao Wuji smiled grimly, "Really? Does the Lin family have any ability to resist our Zhao family? I am really interested." He simply ignored Lin Xiong and went straight to the living room of the villa. Dozens of bodyguards quickly stood on both sides of the villa's gate. This scene was really incredible. After entering the hall, Zhao Wuji sat directly on the main seat. Lin Xiong followed in a hurry. He said angrily, "Boss Zhao, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to steal the show?" Zhao Wuji took a stance and said loudly, "I've already told you that I will be the master of this place soon. Don't you understand me?" Zhao Yeye mocked with disdain, "That's right, he is the head of the family. How can he be so ignorant and unable to see the situation clearly?" Zhao Wuji pointed at Lin Xiong and said, "Actually, you don't need to tell me. I have already investigated clearly. Your family has only about 50 billion in assets. I am a kind person, so I will give you 60 billion. Let's sign the transfer contract now." When Lin Xiong heard him say this, he almost vomited blood. The Lin family's assets were worth hundreds of billions, but Zhao Wuji said it was only worth tens of billions. This is sheer robbery. It seems that after Wen Yunkai of the Wen family was assassinated, the family was left without a master, and the family property was sold at a low price to the Zhao family. Now Zhao Wuji is using the same old trick again and wants to buy out the Lin family's assets at a very low price. If it was in the past, with the strength and influence of the Zhao family, maybe Lin Xiong really can't do anything to him. After all, Zhao Wuji has a complex network of influence in Yangjing and countless connections. His people are everywhere. There are many people in the upper class who work for him. As long as Lin Xiong dares to resist, countless open and covert moves will be used against the Lin family, making them unable to defend themselves. In the end, I'm afraid the family will be broken up and everyone will die. Now that Zhao Wuji has proposed to spend tens of billions to acquire their Lin family, he can still be considered merciful. But Lin Xiong is not afraid now. After all, he has the rich man protecting him. Although he was not sure whether the rich man could really resist the Zhao family. However, he has already received the transfer fee. Even if the rich man and the Zhao family both suffer losses in the fight, it actually has little to do with him. Of course, he didn't dare say this openly, otherwise he would offend the rich man. Thinking of this, Lin Xiong felt relieved. He sneered and said, "It is an honor for our Lin family that President Zhao wants to acquire our Lin family. Unfortunately, President Zhao is a step too late." Zhao Wuji listened to Lin Xiong's words, his eyes fixed, and he asked in a deep voice, "A step late? What do you mean?" Lin Xiong was happy in his heart and said proudly, "Just 2 days ago, our Lin family's assets were all acquired by someone else. Now there is no Lin family anymore. If you want to sign a contract with me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Zhao Wuji flew into a rage and slammed the table. There was a loud bang. Zhao Wuji stood up. He said angrily, "Who? Who is it? Who has the guts to touch something I like? Hey, who is so arrogant and dares to act wildly here?" A clear voice came from the inner hall. Zhao Wuji and Zhao Ye's expressions changed at the same time. This voice sounds so familiar. Could it be him? Just as they were filled with wonder, a figure walked out. This is an ordinary young man. Still looks pretty handsome. But compared to the great readers, he is still tens of thousands times worse. The great readers are the most handsome. The young man had a calm and composed look on his face, and his aura was ethereal, revealing an unfathomable temperament. He slowly walked up to Zhao Wuji and Zhao Ye, smiled faintly. "Long time no see, you two bastards from the Zhao family," he said bluntly. Zhao Ye screamed, "Liu Dong, it's you?" Zhao Wuji's face changed drastically and he took 2 steps back. He pointed at Liu Dong and said in horror, "Why is it you? Why did you come to Yangjing?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "I also have property in Yangjing. Coming to Yangjing is like returning home. What's so strange about that?" Zhao Wuji turned pale and came to his senses. He shouted loudly, "It's you. It's you who bought the Lin family's assets?" Chapter 80 Thunderstrike. Lin Xiong was enjoying the show from the side. He smiled and said, "In fact, not only our Lin family, but also the Fang family, has been acquired by the godly rich." Zhao Wuji took 2 steps back again and almost fell down. Fortunately, Zhao Ye supported him. Zhao Ye screamed, "Liu Dong, how could you do this? It's fine that you're bullying in the Magic City, but why did you come to Yangjing to mess with us?" Zhao Wuji stamped his feet in anger and said, "That's right, we don't interfere with each other. Why did you force your way to our doorstep? Aren't you too cruel?" Liu Dong sneered and said, "You are not cruel when you acquire others, but I am cruel when I acquire you. You really have double standards. I am amazed." Zhao Wuji was breathing rapidly, his mind racing with thoughts. After a while, he finally calmed down a little. He said, "How about this, we acquire the Wen family, and you acquire the Lin family and the Fang family, then we will divide the business of Yangjing equally in the future, and no one will interfere with each other. What do you think?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "That's so boring. Without competition, there is no development. Without competition, there is no future. I think it's better for us to interfere with each other." Zhao Wuji didn't expect Liu Dong to be so aggressive. His face turned pale and looked extremely ugly. He was furious, pointed at Liu Dong and said, "Liu, don't go too far, or I'll fight you." Zhao Ye also shouted sharply, "I will fight you too, at worst we will both die together." Liu Dong sneered and said, "Don't worry, even if these 2 fish die, my net will not break." He turned around and looked at Lin Xiong and said calmly, "Boss Lin, I acquired your Lin family, so this place belongs to me, right?" Lin Xiong nodded quickly and said, "Of course it is like that. This is Shenhao's property. You are in charge of everything." Liu Dong nodded, pointed at Zhao Wuji and said, "You old dog, you came to my Shenhao industry to show off your power without declaring war, and you also forcefully bought my Shenhao industry at a low price. This is simply abominable. Now I declare war on you." Zhao Wuji said anxiously, "Before I came, I didn't know that you had acquired the Lin family. If I knew in advance, I would never come. This is a misunderstanding." Liu Dong shook his head and said, "I don't care whether it's a misunderstanding or not. Anyway, you broke in and disrespected me. I am going to declare war on you." Zhao Ye said angrily, "Don't go too far. You want to declare war? What do you want to do?" Liu Dong approached and said majestically, "Don't you understand? I will start to buy out your Zhao family and make your Zhao family disappear in Yangjing. Zhao Wuji was so angry that he was dizzy and yelled, "You are dreaming. I will not let you acquire the Zhao family. The Zhao family is my lifeblood. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed." Liu Dong said calmly, "How many assets does your Zhao family have? I will buy them all. As long as I can afford the price, I will buy as many assets as possible. Even if you die, you can't stop me." Lin Xiong laughed loudly and clapped continuously. He just felt very happy and satisfied. Sir Shenhao is truly inspiring. He is truly a role model for my generation. I admire him immensely. Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "Don't flatter me. I'm doing practical things and don't need these." Lin Xiong restrained his smile, nodded solemnly, and said, "Follow the orders of Master Shenhao." Liu Dong said with satisfaction, "The Zhao family's assets are probably not small, but no matter how much, there is a number, and I am impatient to investigate. Let me give you a task." Lin Xiong said seriously, "Follow the orders of Master Shenhao." Liu Dong nodded gently and said, "I will give you 10 trillion. You must use all means to help me acquire the Zhao family's assets. Don't let go of even a brick or a tile. If it's not enough, tell me and I will transfer the money to you." Lin Xiong was stunned. He subconsciously scratched his ears. What? 10 trillion? He was so scared that his mouth opened wide and saliva was almost dripping. This is an astronomical figure which is simply unimaginable. Liu Dong said nonchalantly, "It's only 10 trillion, it's nothing, just a small amount of money, there's no need to be so surprised." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and started operating it. Then Lin Xiong's cell phone rang. "Your Alipay account has received 10 trillion yuan. The sound was not very loud, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of Zhao Wuji and Zhao Yeye. In fact, after acquiring the Wen family, the total assets of the Zhao family were less than 2 trillion yuan. It has become a giant in Yangjing and you can just move around. But now, Liu Dong actually took out 10 trillion yuan just to acquire all the assets of their Zhao family. This is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Zhao Wuji was stunned, dumbfounded, and everyone was in a state of panic. He let out a scream, finally collapsed to the ground, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Yeye cried and threw herself on him, shouting, "Dad, Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Liu Dong looked at this scene indifferently, sneered and said, "Do you feel the pain now? Where did the arrogance you had at the beginning go? How can you buy out others but not others? Ha ha, this is really ridiculous." Lin Xiong was also frightened. What a great momentum, what an awesome courage. Is this the eldest son of the legendary hidden family, the wealthy man that everyone in Magic City is talking about? When Liu Dong first acquired the Lin family, he was already shocked. Later, when Liu Dong acquired the Fang family, he admired them even more. Now, when Liu Dong took out 10 trillion to acquire the Zhao family, Lin Xiong already felt a tremor deep in his soul. He almost fell to the ground and worshipped Liu Dong. This is a god, an existence that cannot be shaken. There is no one before him and no one after him. He is a great man who can never be erased even by the mighty Yangtze River flowing eastward. Zhao Yeye cried sadly, then she crawled to Liu Dong's side. She hugged Liu Dong's thighs and cried out, "Sir Shenhao, please let our Zhao family go. I beg you." Liu Dong said coldly, "You asked for this, I didn't mean to punish you. It's useless for you to beg me, I have made up my mind." Zhao Yeye was in despair and started to cry loudly. She was crying and sobbing, and she hugged Liu Dong's thighs tightly and refused to let go. Liu Dong got impatient and kicked out. Zhao Yeye screamed and rolled to the side. Liu Dong said calmly, "Since you still have some looks, I won't hit you. Just be honest and don't bother me anymore." Zhao Wuji crawled to Zhao Yeye's side, and the two of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. Liu Dong nodded to Lin Xiong and said, "I'll leave the matter of acquiring the Zhao family to you. Don't let me worry about it. Go and arrange the helicopter now. I'm going to take Lin Wanna back to the Magic City." Lin Xiong said solemnly, "Follow the orders of Lord Shenhao and arrange it right away." Chapter 81 I Want Them All. The helicopter arrived, and Liu Dong took Lin Wanna and got in directly. Then we flew to the Magic City. Soon, we arrived at the Magic City. As soon as Liu Dong got off the plane, he received a call from Hai Mingzhu. "Sir Shenhao, it's bad. A large number of ships from Japan are coming and confronting our ships. They seem to have bad intentions. Liu Dong frowned. These damn Japanese people really don't know how to live or die. Don't move, I'll be there soon. Liu Dong pulled Lin Wanna back to the helicopter and flew directly to the dock. 10 minutes later, the helicopter arrived at the dock. Liu Dong got off the plane and looked around. The sea was crowded with ships. Hai Mingzhu walked over quickly, pointed at the sea, and said, "We have more than 1,000 ships, most of which are engaged in overseas trade, and there are more than 100 ships left at the dock. I didn't expect that Japan would send more than 300 ships and surround our ships." Liu Dong nodded and asked, "What family forces are there in Neon Country now?" Hai Mingzhu was very familiar with these, so she told Liu Dong. It turns out that there are 3 major family forces in Neon Country now. One is the Tanaka family that we dealt with last time. The remaining 2 families are the Yamaguchi family and the Inoue family. The Yamaguchi family controls the politics of Neon Country. Tanaka and Inoue are his right-hand men. At present, the 3 major families are relatively united and face external threats in unison. Last time, the Tanaka family lost a cargo ship, which was very painful. So this time they gathered more than 300 ships to attack Shanhao shipping. These more than 300 ships are jointly composed of the 3 major families of Neon Country, and almost half of Neon Country's naval force has been mobilized. It can be said that he comes with great momentum and ill intentions. Liu Dong roughly understood the situation, so he walked to the beach and boarded the largest ship. Opposite this ship is Neon Country's command ship. Liu Dong's eyes can see very far. Although the main ships of both sides were several hundred meters apart, Liu Dong could still see clearly the situation on the opposite ship. On the opposite boat, there were hundreds of people. There were 3 people leading. The one in the middle is a fat man in his 50s. On his left and right side stood a man and a woman. The man was none other than Tanaka Taro, and the woman was a seductive woman in her 30s. The boat on the other side moved, slowly approaching. When they were almost about to collide, the ship on the other side slowly stopped. It seems that they want to give this side a warning. At this time, the 2 sides were only more than 20 meters apart. The fat man on the other side said in pure Chinese, "Is the person on the other side the super rich man from the Magic City?" Liu Dong said calmly, "I am the rich man Liu Dong, who are you?" The fat man said with a fake smile, "I am Yamaguchi Palmer of the Yamaguchi family in Japan. I am the second in command of the Yamaguchi family." Tanaka Taro glared at Liu Dong and said, "You said you would buy my freighter and put it on the account. It's been a while now. When will you pay me?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "I'm short of money lately. I'd better keep it on the account and wait for another 80 years. The charming woman covered her mouth and giggled. She glanced at Liu Dong charmingly and said in a tender voice, "Mr. Shanhao, I have also heard about your deeds in Japan. You are very generous. How come you are suddenly out of money? Don't lie to me." Liu Dong glanced at her and said, "Who are you?" The charming woman threw a coquettish glance and said, "I am Inoue Hana from the Inoue family. The head of the Inoue family, Inoue Kuza, is my brother." Liu Dong said, "This is a matter between me and the Tanaka family. Why are you, the Yamaguchi family and the Inoue family, joining in the fun? You even surrounded my boat." Yamaguchi Palmer said seriously, "We in Japan are very united. The affairs of the Tanaka family are the affairs of our other 2 families. I advise you to pay quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Liu Dong spread his hands and said lazily, "I've already told you that I'm short of money recently and I can't give it to you." There was a vicious look in Yamaguchi Palmer's eyes. "Then don't blame us for being rude. We have already found out that most of your ships are engaged in maritime trade. There are only a little over 100 ships at the dock right now. We have dispatched more than 300 ships, 3 times as many as you have. What can you use to fight us?" He waved his hand, and more than 300 ships from Japan began to move, slowly approaching the ships of Shanhao shipping at the dock. There were more than 300 boats, and every boat was filled with people. Each one of them was aggressive and hostile. Liu Dong didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "Your boats are pretty good. I like them. I have an idea. Do you want to hear it?" Yamaguchi Palmer said coldly, "You are already at an absolute disadvantage. Do you still have any thoughts of struggling?" Liu Dong said nonchalantly, "Fighting and killing are boring. Let's just do business, peace and wealth." Inoue Hana asked curiously, "What ideas do you have?" Liu Dong smiled and said, "I really like these ships of yours. I want to buy them all. I don't care whether they are big or small. I will give you 1 billion for each ship. How about this business? Are you willing to do it with me?" Yamaguchi Palmer's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, 1 billion for a ship? Is that true or not? Taro Tanaka and Hana Inoue were also shocked. These ships of theirs are not actually very valuable. Their current main ship, for example, costs only over 100 million. Other ships are large and small, some are worth tens of millions, and some are only a few million. Now Liu Dong actually offered 1 billion for each ship, regardless of size. What is the concept of this? They, Japan, have really taken advantage of us. The three of them looked at each other, with joy in their eyes. Then the three of them began to discuss in a low voice. "Master Yamaguchi, I think this business is worth doing. One ship costs 1 billion, and 300 ships would cost 30 billion in total. Yes, 30 billion can buy 300 main ships. We are making a lot of money from this business." Both Tanaka Taro and Inoue Hana looked eager, with greed gleaming in their eyes. Yamaguchi Palmer was a little skeptical, but are the people of Huaxia so stupid? Why would they do a business that loses money? There must be something strange here. Inoue Hana said disapprovingly, "I inquired before I came here. This super rich man is very generous. He spent trillions to acquire the 8 major families in Magic City without blinking an eye. I heard that he is the eldest son of a hidden Chinese family and has more money than he can spend, so it's not surprising that he spent 30 billion to buy our ship." Chapter 82: Overestimating Your Abilities. Yamaguchi horse racing is exciting. This is a big business. So he calmed himself and turned to Liu Dong. "Are you serious? 1 billion for a ship?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "I am a wealthy man in the Magic City. This little money is not a problem for me at all." Yamaguchi Palmer was delighted, but still a little worried, so he asked, "You can't leave it on the account this time, you have to pay it off in one lump sum." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Of course." Yamaguchi Palmer suddenly became excited and said, "Okay, I'll do this business with you." Soon, the two parties signed a contract. Yamaguchi Palmer looked at the contract and was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Taro Tanaka and Hana Inoue were also very happy and smiling. Yamaguchi Palmer said to Liu Dong, "Mr. Shenhao, pay now. 1 ship is 1 billion, and 300 ships is 300 billion. Liu Dong smiled faintly, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give you the money right away." A light flashed in his eyes. Then the hypnosis skill was activated. The expressions of Yamaguchi Palmer, Tanaka Taro, and Inoue Hana became a little dull. Liu Dong walked up to them and whispered, "Your Alipay account has received 300 billion yuan. A dull smile appeared on Yamaguchi Palmer's face. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Shenhao. I have received the money." Liu Dong said, "Since you have received the money, let your men leave the ship." Yamaguchi turned around and faced the 300 ships on his side, and shouted mechanically, "You, follow my orders, all get off the ships." Those men had no idea of the situation, so of course they followed Yamaguchi Palmer's orders and prepared to drive the boat to the dock and then get off the boat. But Liu Dong said, "Don't bother with that. Let them jump into the sea and swim back to Japan." Yamaguchi Palmer nodded dully, then said to his men, "Jump into the sea and swim back to Neon Country." The men on the 300 ships suddenly became noisy. "How is this possible? Let us swim back to Japan? Isn't that going to cost us our lives? What happened to Yamaguchi Daisan? Is he possessed by evil spirits? But if you don't listen to Lord Yamaguchi, you will be sentenced to death when you return. What should we do? Do we really have to jump into the sea? We will die." When the Japanese subordinates were making a scene, Liu Dong's eyes gleamed. Large-scale hypnosis was launched. His mental strength is now very strong, combined with top hypnosis. That can be said to be extremely powerful. As a result, all the Japanese men on the 300 ships became dazed. Then I just heard plop, plop, plop. Countless plop sounds were heard. All the Japanese crew members jumped into the sea like dumplings. Then they all swam mechanically towards Japan. 10 minutes later, they had disappeared into the vast ocean. As for whether they can travel to Japan, that can only be decided by God. It's almost impossible. Liu Dong smiled slightly and lifted the hypnosis. Yamaguchi Palmer, Tanaka Taro, and Inoue Hana woke up from hypnosis. They looked at the 300 empty ships in a daze. Yamaguchi asked, "Where are our men?" Liu Dong said calmly, "Your ship has been sold to me, so they can't stay on my ship. You just let them swim back to Neon Country." Yamaguchi Palmer was horrified and said in disbelief, "I asked them to swim back to Japan. How is that possible?" Taro Tanaka and Hana Inoue also felt it was incredible, as if they were dreaming. Tanaka Taro shook his head, feeling a little dizzy. He said, "Neon Country is very far away. If we swim back, won't we be dead?" Inoue Hana felt something was wrong and said to Yamaguchi Palmer, "Master Yamaguchi, check your phone. Has the 300 billion arrived?" Yamaguchi Palmer realized that compared to his subordinates, 300 billion was the most important. So he quickly took out his cell phone, opened it, and his face suddenly changed. He roared, "Not a penny has come in." He glared at Liu Dong and said, "Mr. Shenhao, what's going on? Didn't you agree to give us 300 billion? Why didn't you give us a penny?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "I said it at the beginning. I'm short of money right now, so I'll just put it on my account and give it to you when I have money." Yamaguchi Palmer was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared and rushed towards Liu Dong. Liu Dong didn't take him seriously at all and kicked him directly. With a plop, Yamaguchi Palmer fell into the sea. Fear appeared in Tanaka Taro's eyes. He had already received a lesson from Liu Dong last time. This time, seeing Yamaguchi Palmer being kicked into the sea, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Liu Dong. "Master Shenhao, please don't kick me. I'm scared. I beg you." Liu Dong said, "It seems that you are quite sensible, so I won't kick you for now." He turned his head and looked at Inoue Hana, the charming woman, and raised his right foot, ready to kick her into the sea. Inoue Hana was horrified, her face turned pale. She quickly hugged Liu Dong's waist and cried out piteously, "Master Shenhao, I am just a weak woman, you can't kick me, please." Liu Dong only felt a strong aroma coming towards him. "It feels good to have such a soft body against me." But at this time, something strange happened. A long silver needle appeared in Inoue Hana's hand. Her eyes changed drastically, like a poisonous snake, staring at Liu Dong viciously. "Go to hell." She suddenly stabbed the silver needle in her hand into Liu Dong's neck. If she succeeded, Liu Dong would probably lose his life. But Liu Dong is no longer an ordinary person. His overall strength is comparable to that of Superman. Although Inoue Hana's movements were abrupt and quick. But in Liu Dong's eyes, it was like slow motion. Not threatening at all. Liu Dong snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and flicked his fingers lightly. The silver needle was directly bounced out. With a puff. As Yamaguchi Palmer had just climbed ashore when the silver needle shot into his thigh. Yamaguchi was soaking wet and looked very embarrassed. "After finally climbing ashore, I hadn't even caught my breath yet. I got a shot in my thigh." He screamed loudly in pain. Taro Tanaka was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He quickly crouched lower and his head fell to the ground. Liu Dong grabbed Inoue Hua's throat and looked at her coldly. "How dare you plot against me? I think you are tired of living." Liu Dong's grip was very strong, and Inoue Hana's face turned purple. Fear appeared in her eyes, and she had difficulty breathing. She squeezed out a sentence word by word, "Let me go. I will never dare to do it again." Chapter 83, Tightly Control. In fact, Liu Dong didn't want to kill her with his own hands, as that would dirty his hands. So he relaxed a little. Inoue Hana was breathing heavily and her face looked extremely ugly. Liu Dong asked coldly, "You can actually assassinate, what's your background?" Inoue Hua hesitated for a moment, and Liu Dong glared at her. She quickly said, "I am from the Assassin Flower Alliance and have received training." Another member of the Assassin Flower Alliance. Liu Dong thought for a moment, then said, "Since you have fallen into my hands, I cannot let you go easily. Let me ask you, do you want to die?" Inoue Hana quickly shook her head and said, "I don't want to die." Liu Dong said, "That's fine. Please pledge your loyalty by dropping blood on your head and serve me." Inoue Hana widened her eyes and said in surprise, "Drop blood to recognize the master? This is a secret technique from ancient times. Does the rich master know it?" Liu Dong sneered and said, I am from a hidden family. What does an ancient secret technique mean to me? Inoue Hana said dejectedly, Master Shenhao is so powerful, I admit defeat, I am willing to shed my blood to acknowledge my master. Liu Dong said okay, and then pointed a finger between Inoue Hana's eyebrows. Using the technique of identifying the master by dripping blood, a drop of essence blood was sucked out and then merged into his body. This drop of essence blood was marked in a mysterious way, and then returned to Inoue Hana's body. Inoue Hana's whole body trembled, and then her eyes changed. She became very docile, knelt down and kowtowed to Liu Dong. Meet the master, please give me your orders. Liu Dong waved his hand and said, stand aside first. Inoue Hana climbed up and stood respectfully aside, waiting for instructions at any time. Looking at Yamaguchi Palmer and Tanaka Taro on the ground, Liu Dong said coldly, you have offended me and fell into my hands. What else do you have to say? Tanaka Taro said in a trembling voice, I don't dare anymore, Master Shenhao, please let me go. Yamaguchi Palmer was also pale. He gasped and said, what do you want? Liu Dong said, I won't make it difficult for you. Give me 1 trillion each and I will let you go. Yamaguchi Palmer screamed in horror, how can that be possible? Our Yamaguchi family only has 3 trillion in total. You want to take away 1/3 of it all at once. Isn't that too cruel? Tanaka Taro's face also turned red. He begged painfully, sir, our Tanaka family only has 2 trillion. If you want 1 trillion, that means you're taking away half of our family's assets. Liu Dong said coldly, I am being merciful. I didn't ask for all your assets. You can just be happy. He walked forward, stepped on Tanaka Taro, and said, either pay or die, there are only 2 ways, you choose. Tanaka Taro said in horror, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die, I beg you, please spare me. Liu Dong smiled calmly and said, if you don't want to die, then take the money. Tanaka Taro closed his eyes in pain, took a deep breath, and then said, okay, I'll give you the money. He took out his cell phone tremblingly and made a call. Hey, sister, I've been caught, and he wants 1 trillion, or he'll kill me. What? You have more than 300 ships and so many people, but you can't defeat him. Yes, sister, he is too powerful. We are no match for him. Now we are completely defeated. If you don't give me money, I will die. Brother, you have to save me. What did you say? How much does he want? 1 trillion? Are you crazy? That's half of our family's assets. Sister, there is no other way. He is so strong. He wants 1 trillion, or he will kill me. Sister, please save me. I beg you. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and then he replied, you are my biological brother, I can't give up on you. Okay, ask him to give me his account number and I will transfer the money. So Liu Dong told Taro Tanaka the account number, and Taro Tanaka told his sister the account number. Soon, Taro Tanaka's sister told him that the money had been transferred. So Liu Dong checked his bank account and found that 1 trillion yuan had been transferred in. Liu Dong smiled slightly, raised his foot, and said, you can go now. Taro Tanaka was overjoyed and quickly crawled away from the dock and soon disappeared. Liu Dong walked to the front of the horse race at the mountain pass again. When Yamaguchi Palmer saw that Tanaka Taro had already transferred the money, his face looked very ugly. He covered his thigh, where the silver needle had pierced deep and blood was flowing out in strings. Liu Dong mocked and said, you are bleeding more and more. If you don't want to die, pay the money quickly and I will let you go to the hospital for treatment. Yamaguchi Palmer sighed and said, the head of our family is just my niece. She has always been cold and will definitely not pay 1 trillion for me. Liu Dong said, is he so cold-blooded? He even watched his own uncle die without helping him? Yamaguchi Palmer lowered his head and said painfully, in Japan, we value profit the most. Unless it is the closest person, human life is not as important as money. And my niece has always been afraid of me, afraid that I will take her position as the head of the family. She hopes I will die. Liu Dong pondered for a while, then said, if your niece really doesn't take the money, you will die. At that time, will you hate me or her? Yamaguchi Palmer said in panic, I dare not hate the godly master, but of course I hate my niece. Liu Dong laughed and said, you are smart. Let me put it this way. I am building an island and you can be a laborer there. If you are still alive after 100 years, I will let you go back to Japan. Yamaguchi Palmer was stunned. He was already over 50 years old. How could he still be alive in another 100 years? It's not a turtle. But he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Being a laborer is much better than dying directly. Liu Dong contacted the system. He wanted to learn the most advanced witchcraft. After spending 511 skill points, he quickly mastered the most advanced witchcraft. Liu Dong took a step forward and placed his palm on the forehead of the horse. A tiny insect crawled in. Yamaguchi Palmer felt a sharp pain on his forehead and he couldn't help but scream. But soon, the stinging sensation disappeared. Liu Dong said calmly, "I have planted a worm poison in your body. As long as you do the hard labor honestly, it will never attack in your life. If you have other ideas, the worm will suck your blood, grow rapidly, and crush your body." Yamaguchi's face turned pale, and he felt a chill. This kind of insect poison is so scary and horrible. He finally accepted his fate. He originally had some ideas, to find an opportunity to contact the family's masters and rescue him. Now, even if the family's masters came to rescue him, he wouldn't dare to escape. He was in despair, wailed, prostrated himself on the ground, and shouted, "Master, I will do my hard labor well and have no second thoughts." Liu Dong laughed and said, "I like obedient people like you the most." Yamaguchi Palmer almost vomited blood. "Is it okay if I don't obey? If I don't obey, I will be killed by your insect poison." Chapter 84 Holiday. Liu Dong said to Lin Wanna, "Take this guy with you to the island and let him do all the dirty work." Lin Wanna smiled sweetly and said, "You are so mean, Mr. Shenhao." Liu Dong chuckled and said, "This is how we should deal with these Japanese trash." So Lin Wanna took Yamaguchi and boarded a ship. Hai Mingzhu sent several capable men to escort them to Shenhao Island. Hai Batian came up and said happily, "Master Shenhao, you are amazing. You got 300 ships for free without any effort. I admire you so much." Liu Dong laughed and said, "Who said it was free? I paid for it, but it just hasn't been credited to their account yet." Hai Batian and others burst into laughter and applauded. At this time, Hai Mingzhu grabbed Liu Dong, her face full of excitement and joy. "Mr. Shenhao, there is a great cruise ship over there with all kinds of great facilities. How about going up for a tour?" When Liu Dong saw her like this, he immediately understood what was going on and became interested. Hai Mingzhu is trying to take credit from him. She wanted to show Liu Dong her achievements. Under her leadership, many commercial miracles were achieved at sea. This large cruise ship is proof of this. So Liu Dong was also very clear about it and felt relaxed and happy. It's good to have a capable subordinate. So he and Hai Mingzhu boarded the cruise ship, and all the other people left. It was not until the evening that Liu Dong left the dock and returned to school. Li Dali saw Liu Dong return to the dormitory and said, "Many people came to see you during the few days you were away." Liu Dong asked, "Who are they?" Monkey Brother came up to them with a smile and said, "There are Ning Haitang, Su Mingyao, Nailan Jiewu, Qin Ruoxue, and Hu Xiaoli. They are all beauties." Ma Wenyu gave a thumbs up and said in admiration, "Adong, you are really amazing. You are a role model for us." Liu Dong laughed and boasted, "Don't you see who I am? A rich man." The four of them burst into laughter. Time actually passes very quickly in college. The holiday will be here soon. Liu Dong decided to go back to his hometown to spend the new year with his parents. He got on the Nangong family's private helicopter and flew back. The plane flew over the village. Liu Dong pointed to a threshing floor below and said, "Let's stop there." The plane landed directly. Liu Dong got off the plane and it flew away. Liu Dong went straight home. Before he had taken a few steps, he saw a man. It turned out to be my high school classmate Luo Jichong. Luo Jichong did not go to college and went out to do business. He made some money by taking shortcuts, cheating and deceiving others. Luo Jichong saw Liu Dong, smiled faintly, and said, "Are the college students on vacation?" Liu Dong nodded and said, "Yes, I will come back for the new year." Luo Jichong took out a pack of cigarettes and gave one to Liu Dong. Liu Dong didn't answer and said, "I don't smoke." Luo Jichong laughed and said, "You are such a loser. How can a real man not smoke? Come on, have one." Liu Dong still didn't answer and said, "No, I don't like smoking. It makes my mouth smell bad." Luo Jichong's face looked a little ugly and he snorted coldly. There's a class reunion tonight at the Dragon King Hotel in the county town. We must go. Liu Dong said, at night? There are no minibuses. It's not easy to get there. Luo Jichong said disdainfully, who still rides a minibus nowadays? Don't they all drive? He pointed to a Honda not far away. See? It's a luxury car. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy it. I'll drive you there tonight. Liu Dong said, okay, I'll trouble you to take me there in the evening. Luo Jichong patted Liu Dong on the shoulder and said in a very pretentious manner, what's the point of going to college? You have nothing. You might as well follow me and be my little brother. I will help you do business. Liu Dong just laughed, said goodbye to him without saying anything, and went straight home. Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong are frying meatballs. They already knew that Liu Dong was going home today, so they fried meatballs as a snack. At noon, the family of three sat around the table eating and chatting happily. Liu Dong said, my island is now called Shanhao Island. It is under construction over time. When the renovation is completed, I will take you to see it. Liu Daking smiled and said, that's great. I'll raise ducks there and fish for them. Chen Xiaohong spat, my son is already a millionaire, why does he still need to raise so many ducks? He might as well plant some flowers and plants. Liu Daking said disapprovingly, we are farmers, we can't forget our roots, we can't abandon farming and raising pigs, anyway, the island is big, I like to toss around. Liu Dong also smiled and said, it doesn't matter, do whatever you want. The island is for you to go there for vacation anyway, just be happy. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Jichong drove over in a Honda and asked Liu Dong to get in. Liu Dong said something to his parents and then got in the car. The car was driving very fast, like a wild horse running freely on the national highway. Liu Dong frowned and said, drive slower. It would be bad if there was an accident. Luo Jichong sneered and said, look at your courage. What are you afraid of? My skills are very good. As soon as he finished speaking, a pig jumped out from the side of the road. The car hit the pig with a bang. The pig let out a cry, rolled over several times, and rolled to the side of the road. Luo Jichong's car also deviated and crashed into the mountain on the side of the road with a bang. Luckily, we all wore seat belts. Luo Jichong suffered some scratches on his body. Liu Dong was fine now, not a single hair was lost. He is Superman after all. Luo Jichong cursed loudly, jumped out of the car, and prepared to settle the score with the pig. But the pig was fine. It got up and ran away quickly. Luo Jichong looked around and didn't see anyone. He could only consider himself unlucky and returned to the car. Liu Dong laughed and said, I told you to drive slower. Are you at a disadvantage now? Luo Jichong snorted and said, I was just a little careless, it's no problem. He was very stubborn, but he was a little more careful on the rest of the journey. It's not driving that fast anymore. Liu Dong laughed secretly in his heart. People like this have to learn a lesson before they know how powerful they are. When it was getting dark, the car drove into the county town and stopped in front of the Dragon King Hotel. Longwang Hotel is the best hotel in the county, and its quality is pretty good. All the important people in the county like to eat here. The high school reunion is also taking place here tonight. Luo Jichong and Liu Dong just got off the car. A Mercedes-Benz drove over. The Mercedes stopped and a young man with red hair and wearing all branded clothes got out of the car. Luo Jichong exclaimed in surprise, isn't this squad leader Ma Song? He actually drove a Mercedes-Benz. Chapter 85 Class Reunion. Ma Song also saw Luo Jichong and Liu Dong. He walked over and said proudly, it's my treat tonight, so you guys can eat as much as you want. Luo Jichong said respectfully, Boss Ma, what kind of business are you in that makes you so awesome? Ma Song said proudly, it's just a small business, it's nothing. At this moment, a beautiful woman came over. Luo Jichong exclaimed in surprise, the class beauty Yi Meili is here. This class of flowers and leaves are really pretty. The system told Liu Dong that Yi Meili scored 8.5 points. Yi Meili exclaimed in surprise, whose Mercedes is this? It's so cool. Luo Jichong smiled and said, who else could it be? Of course it's our squad leader's car. Our squad leader is awesome. Ma Song smiled happily and said in a pretended modest way, don't be so loud, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Yi Meili quickly came up and held Ma Xiong's arm. Hey, Mr. Ma, you are so successful, why didn't you tell me? Let me share the joy of success with you. Ma Xiong laughed and said, so, today I organized this high school reunion so that everyone can have fun together. Yi Meili said excitedly, what are you waiting for? Let's go in quickly. Ma Xiong took Yi Meili's arm and walked into the hotel first. Luo Jiqiong followed closely behind. No one noticed Liu Dong and he was left behind. Liu Dong didn't care. He smiled faintly and slowly walked into the hotel. The class reunion was arranged in a relatively large private room. There are 2 tables in the private room. The rich, powerful and successful students sat at the top table. Those who were doing average or even poorly sat at the table below. There were more than 20 classmates this time, just enough to fill 2 tables. When Liu Dong entered the private room, only the table at the bottom had an empty seat. Liu Dong walked straight over and sat in the empty seat. On the left sits Sheng Vong. He was not good at studying, so he went out to work after graduating from high school. With a monthly salary of only a few thousand yuan, it is barely enough for me to eat and drink enough and to make ends meet. On the right sits Li Hong. She was a good student. Unfortunately, the family conditions are too poor. Finally, she gave up going to college and married a construction contractor. As a result, the contractor died unexpectedly. She became a widow. Now I work in a supermarket. Zheng Zhong and Li Hong saw Liu Dong sitting over. They were all surprised and said, Liu Dong, you are a college student, you should sit at another table. Liu Dong smiled and said, we are all classmates. Relationship is the most important thing. There is no need to distinguish between the 3, 6, 9, and 9. It doesn't matter where I sit. Zheng Zhong was a simple and honest man. He grinned, patted Liu Dong on the shoulder and said, I like what you said. Li Hong also smiled faintly and cast a friendly look at Liu Dong. Ma Xiong waved his hand and said, waiter, serve the food. So the waiter started serving the food. Because I had called them in advance, the food came out very quickly. 10 minutes later, all the dishes were served. Jing Vong looked at the dishes on the 2 tables and said puzzledly, why are the dishes on the 2 tables different? Li Hong also wondered, their table has more dishes, and they look more expensive. The other students at the table were also talking about it. Yes, they have abalone on that table. It must be delicious. Didn't you see it? There's also a big lobster. It looks so tempting. It's not fair, why are their dishes so good and ours are just ordinary home cooking? Oh, stop talking, just eat something, they heard it. Sure enough, Luo Jiqiong turned around and he said with disdain, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? This party is paid for by the monitor. We are all successful people at this table, so of course we have to eat better. You are all poor guys, it's good enough to have something to eat, and you still want to eat abalone and lobster. Class beauty Yi Meili also rolled her eyes and said, that's right, it's good enough to give it to you. Why are you still being so picky here? How can you be so shameless? Ma Xiong laughed and said, waiter, if it really doesn't work, please give that table another serving of pork elbow. Don't let them think I'm stingy. Luo Jiqiong said quickly, squad leader, you are really generous. If they are grateful, they should come over to toast you and express their gratitude. Yi Meili raised her glass and said, ignore those poor fellows, Ma Xiong. I'm toasting you. You must drink a full glass. Ma Xiong laughed and said, okay, I'll drink a full cup with you, but I want to drink a cup of wine together with you. Yi Meili said shyly, oh, you are so bad, okay, I will drink a cup of wine with you. There was an ambiguous feeling between the 2 people, and they drank a cup of wine together. Luo Jiqiong shouted applause and started to applaud, and everyone at the table applauded together. Jing Vong said in a muffled voice, I am really holding my breath. I should not have come if I had known. Li Hong persuaded him, hey, it's not bad. You see, there's fish and meat. It's free anyway, so it's not bad to have a meal. She called on the students at the table to start eating. Liu Dong didn't move his chopsticks and waved to the waiter. The waiter came over and asked, sir, what can I do for you? Liu Dong asked, how much is the most expensive dish here? The waiter said, the most expensive dish costs 28,888 yuan. Liu Dong nodded, pointed to another table and asked, how much does their table cost? The waiter replied, their table is also quite expensive, costing 8,888 yuan. Liu Dong said, okay, then you take away all the dishes on our table and serve me a table of dishes worth 28,888 yuan. Liu Dong's words were neither loud nor soft, but they happened to be heard by Ma Xiong. Ma Xiong's face darkened. He said, Liu Dong, what do you mean? I'm treating you today, and letting you eat for free is already good enough, but you're so greedy that you want to eat 28,888 yuan worth of food. Luo Jiqiong also quickly said, that's right, Liu Dong, what are you doing? Our table is only 8,888 yuan, but you want 28,888 yuan. Are you crazy? Yi Meili said disdainfully, these poor bastards are really crazy because of poverty. They think they can have a free meal, so they want to eat the most expensive one. How can it be so cheap? We are really giving them face. The waitress's face turned unhappy. She said, how could you do this? You didn't pay for it, so how could you change to a table of dishes worth 28,888? Liu Dong was unmoved and said casually, if I'm paying, then I can serve the 28,888 yuan dish, right? The waiter said, of course you can if you pay for it. Luo Jiqiong burst into laughter and said, Liu Dong, are you crazy? Do you have that much money? It takes capital to show off, so you should save some money. Yi Meili covered her mouth and laughed, this is hilarious. A poor fellow wants to pretend to be rich. Be careful or you will shoot yourself in the foot and make a fool of yourself. Chapter 86, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. Liu Dong ignored the ridicule of these people. In his eyes, these people were too low class and not worth his anger. He took out his bank card and said to the waiter, take it and swipe it first, then serve me the food. The waiter quickly took the bank card and turned around to swipe the card. Yi Meili said, it's not your parents' hard-earned money, is it? They don't make much money from farm work, and you spent it all? Luo Jiqiong also shook his head and said, Liu Dong, why are you doing this? You are just trying to be brave. Squad leader Ma Xiong also sighed and said, some people nowadays are just mentally abnormal. When they see others are rich, they become jealous and want to compete with them. It's really sad and lamentable. Soon, the waiter came in with the bank card. Sir, I have already paid 28,888 yuan. I will change your dish right away. She returned the bank card to Liu Dong, and then two waiters came in and started to clean up the dishes on Liu Dong's table. Soon, these home-cooked dishes were removed. Then, various high-end dishes were brought up by the waiters. Liu Dong smiled and said, come, eat, eat. Li Hong and Ring Vong were both shocked. They had never tasted such high-end cuisine. Liu Dong, this dish is too expensive, isn't it? After eating it, you won't ask us to pay you back, right? That's right. Each dish costs thousands of dollars. I don't even dare to pick up my chopsticks. Liu Dong said, how is that possible? I've already said that I'll pay for the meal, so you guys can enjoy the meal without worry. He looked at the waiter again, what good wine do you have here? The waiter said, we have 1992 red wine here, 60,000 yuan a bottle. Liu Dong sighed, it's too cheap, but there's nothing I can do about it. How about this, give me 6 bottles. The whole room was silent. A bottle of 1992 red wine cost 60,000 yuan, so 6 bottles would cost 360,000 yuan. Is Liu Dong bragging? Where can he get 360,000 yuan? Ma Xiong frowned and said lecturingly, Liu Dong, I'm the class monitor, I have to say something to you. How can you be so unreasonable? You don't have the ability, but you pretend to be cool in front of your classmates. Isn't that ridiculous? Yi Meili also said angrily, that's right, you have already spent 28,888 yuan, that is your parents' hard-earned money, you are already disobeying them, why are you going too far now, doing whatever you want, and starting to brag without limit? Luo Jiqiong shook his head and sighed, saying, it's really hopeless. He's pretending to be so cool, but he's going to be exposed soon. Why bother? Liu Dong didn't want to talk to them at all. He just took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter. Go, swipe the card, and bring me 6 bottles of red wine. The waiter took the bank card hesitantly. Her eyes were also filled with disbelief. This young student in ordinary clothes can spend 360,000 yuan? Is he a rich second generation? But it doesn't look like it at all. However, she would rather believe it than not, so she left the private room hesitantly. 2 minutes later, the waiter came back excitedly. Her face flashed and she looked very excited. She handed the bank card to Liu Dong with both hands and said nervously, "Sir, the 360,000 yuan has been successfully swiped out. I will serve you red wine right away." Who? Was the brushing successful? 360,000 yuan? Ma Xiong was stunned. Yi Meili was stunned. Luo Jiqiong was stunned. Everyone at the table was stunned. Li Hong was stunned. Zheng Zong was stunned. Everyone at the table was stunned. Only Liu Dong was there. The clouds are light and the wind is clear. He picked up a piece of abalone sashimi with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Then he said, "Eat quickly, or it will get cold." 1,000 horses galloped through Ma Xiong's mind. What the hell, you're afraid of the cold when eating sashimi? You're such a big shot. Soon, 6 bottles of 1992 red wine were carefully brought up by the waiter. Liu Dong called out, "Come, come, have a drink." Yi Meili couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and walked over. Then she bent over and said to Liu Dong coquettishly, "Ah Dong, can I sit at your table?" Liu Dong said calmly, "Our table is full, you should go back to your seat." Yi Meili moved her chair over, asked Li Hong to move aside, and squeezed in between them. "Let's squeeze in and have some fun." She greedily picked up Li Hong's red wine glass and was about to take a sip. Liu Dong snatched the wine glass from her hand and poured the wine on the ground. He said coldly, "Did you get my consent? Do you want to drink?" Yi Meili's face suddenly froze. She said awkwardly, "We are all classmates, do we have to do this?" Liu Dong sneered and said, "You just called me a poor fellow and said I was showing off, but now you're calling me classmate? Are you a face-changing actor? You change so quickly?" Yi Meili's face finally couldn't hold it anymore. She stood up angrily and moved the chair back. "If you don't want me to drink, then forget it. Do you think I care? You're such a stingy person." Ma Xiong also said with a cold face, "This kind of person is just a villain who has achieved success. Why bother to get close to him?" Luo Jiqiong also nodded and said, "That's right, our squad leader is still approachable. We are all people of status, the elite class, why should we get together with these low-class people? It will lose our status." Yi Meili also said quickly, "I also wanted to improve the relationship between classmates, but I didn't expect him to be so barbaric and rude. I am also very disappointed." Ma Xiong said calmly, "We still don't know where he got this money from. Maybe it was the proceeds of a crime. We should stay away from him. It would be bad if we were implicated." Liu Dong just smiled faintly when he heard the sarcastic words from the other side. He raised the cup and said, come on, we are old classmates meeting each other, it's especially cordial, let's have a drink." Zheng Zong quickly raised his glass and said, "Come, let's drink together. I have never drunk such expensive wine before." Li Hong also quickly poured another glass of red wine and picked up the glass. The students at this table drank a glass of wine together and everyone was smiling happily. Liu Dong put down his glass and said with a smile, "It is a rare opportunity for us classmates to meet each other. I want to express my feelings." Zheng Zong asked curiously, "What do you mean by that? You spent so much money to let us eat such expensive food and drink such expensive wine. That's already a token of your appreciation." Li Hong also nodded quickly and said, "That's right, we have already felt your kindness, so don't spend any more money." The students at the table all expressed their happiness and were touched, so Liu Dong didn't have to spend any more money. Liu Dong laughed and said, "It's rare, it's no big deal to spend some money." He took out his phone and said, "Come on, let's create a small group for this table." Chapter 87 Seduction. Li Hong asked in confusion, "Don't we have a high school classmates group? Why do we need to create another one?" Zheng Zong said, "No matter what, just build it." So the students at this table created another small group. Yi Meili said angrily, "Isn't this just forming a small clique? You don't have a sense of the overall situation at all." Ma Xiong waved his hand and said, "They are just people without vision. Don't bother with them. They won't make any waves." As soon as Li Hong entered the small group, she saw Liu Dong sent a red envelope. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, red envelopes are being distributed. Let me grab one." She lightly touched the red envelope with her finger, and the red envelope opened. 1,000 yuan. She was stunned. Ding Zhong exclaimed, how come it's so big? I got 1,200 yuan. I have one too. I have one too. I got 800 yuan. Every student at the table got a red envelope. The smallest amount was 800 yuan, and the largest amount was 2,500 yuan. They were all very excited. Li Hong said excitedly, 1,000 yuan, which is almost half a month's salary for me. Thank you, Liu Dong. Liu Dong smiled and said, you're welcome. We're all classmates. Just be happy. After saying that, he sent out another red envelope. Li Hong exclaimed, it's been sent again. I'll grab it. Open the red envelope. 18,000 yuan? Li Hong screamed. I have 20,000 yuan. Zheng Zong jumped up, breathing rapidly, his face flushed. Other students also grabbed red envelopes, the smallest of which was 10,000 yuan. The students at this table were excited, everyone's face was flushed and they couldn't stop smiling. Everyone at Ma Xiong's table was silent. They stared at Liu Dong's table in amazement. Luo Jiqiong gnashed his teeth and said, you are so pretentious, giving out such a big red envelope. Yi Meili's face turned purple with jealousy. She said, it would be great if I could be at that table. One red envelope would be enough to buy a brand name bag. Ma Xiong snorted coldly, his face turned pale. Under the shadow of Liu Dong's handsome figure, he looked particularly small and had none of the charm he had at the beginning. Ah, I got it again, 120,000, a full 120,000. Zheng Zhong was going crazy. He kept stomping his feet on the spot, extremely excited. It's 200,000. It's 200,000. Oh, my heart is beating so fast. I can't stand it anymore. Li Hong covered her chest, her face flushed and then pale, and big beads of sweat dripped down. I'm 180,000. I'm 160,000. Oh my God, I'm 250,000. Wow, 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 I'm rich. The students at this table were shouting enthusiastically, all standing up, holding their phones, their eyes filled with red bloodshot. Yi Meili finally couldn't bear it anymore and she rushed over. She hugged Liu Dong's arm and said, Adong, please let me in the group. I beg you, please let me in? I want to grab the red envelope, too. I want to grab a big red envelope. Luo Jiqiong couldn't sit still any longer. He came to Liu Dong's side and said excitedly, Adong, good brother, we are from the same village. Now that you have made a fortune, you should also take care of your brothers. Please let me join the group and let me grab some red envelopes. Liu Dong looked at the two shameless people coldly and said, don't dream. You and I are not the same kind of people. You'd better get out of here. He called the students at his table and said, classmates, we have almost finished eating, let's go sing. Under his leadership, the students at that table cheered and rushed out to the nearby Crystal KTV. Yi Meili wailed, finally unable to bear the pressure in her heart, and sat on the ground. She said regretfully, I am so stupid. Why did I say that about him? Why did I offend him? I should have received a share of the red envelope worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Luo Jiqiong also stood there in a daze, like a wooden man without a soul. He regretted it so much. He and Liu Dong were from the same village. If you make the relationship right, embrace the big tree of Liu Dong. Maybe you will be able to benefit from it and enjoy wealth and glory in the future. Now, he has nothing, not even a bit of light, and he has offended Liu Dong. Yi Meili and Luo Jiqiong both turned their eyes to Ma Xiong. Their hearts were filled with resentment. It was all because of Ma Xiong. If he hadn't been so pretentious, they would have offended Liu Dong together. How could this happen? Yi Meili took her bag and ran out of the private room without saying a word. Luo Jiqiong said to Ma Xiong with an unpleasant look on his face, Squad leader, I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. The other students were in no mood to stay any longer and left one after another. Finally, Ma Xiong was the only one left in the private room. He sat there blankly, looking at the food and wine on the table and smiled bitterly. This time, I suffered a huge loss. Here, Liu Dong took his classmates to Crystal KTV. Everyone sang and chatted happily together. Liu Dong asked the waiter to serve the best fruit plate and drinks, as much as requested. The atmosphere in the entire private room was very warm. Several female classmates rushed to sing love songs with Liu Dong. Liu Dong had a very enjoyable and happy night that night. The party didn't end until 12 o'clock in the evening. The students left reluctantly. Liu Dong was just about to find a hotel to rest here for a night. A figure suddenly rushed over and hugged Liu Dong's arm. Liu Dong looked closely and found that it was Yi Meili. Yi Meili smiled and said, "Ah Dong, I have booked a room in the hotel up ahead. You must be tired too, why don't you go over and take a rest? This Yi Meili is pretty, otherwise she wouldn't be the most beautiful girl in the class. It's a pity that he is too greedy and vain, and looks down on others." Liu Dong frowned and said, "Don't I know how to get a room myself? Do I need to go to the room you got?" Yi Meili said humbly, "Hey, I can also give you a massage. How about I give you a massage to help you relieve your fatigue?" Liu Dong thought about it. "Anyway, I can get 5 reinforcement points from this woman. Don't miss it. Then go with her." So he nodded and said coldly, "Okay, you did this willingly, I didn't force you." Yi Meili was overjoyed and nodded quickly, saying, "Of course I am willing to do this, you didn't force me, let's go together, I will give you a good massage and let you enjoy the ultimate service." She was so excited that she pulled Liu Dong towards the hotel. Soon, the two people took the elevator upstairs and walked into a room. Yi Meili also locked the door, fearing that someone would disturb them. Yi Meili fanned her face with her hands and said with a red face, "Oh, why is it so hot? It's so hot." Chapter 88, A Murder for Money. Liu Dong actually had no feelings for Yi Meili. I don't want to get entangled with her. So he left. Before leaving, he transferred 300 yuan to Yi Meili. This way, we don't owe each other anything. Then he blocked Yi Meili. From then on, we had no contact and no connection. Liu Dong bought breakfast and took a taxi back to his home in the countryside. The family of 3 had breakfast and prepared to go to the market to buy New Year's goods. As soon as I walked onto the street, I saw 2 women fighting there. One is in his 20s and the other is in his 40s. The 2 women pulled each other's hair and swore at each other in extremely ugly ways. There were hundreds of people gathered around, watching the excitement. Liu Dong quickly stepped forward and separated the 2 people. He asked the reason and it took him a long time to understand what was going on. It turned out that the 2 women found $10 on the ground at the same time and then started fighting over it. They all said that they saw the $10 first. In the end, they couldn't reach an agreement and started fighting. Liu Dong didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. I have to admit that they made such a fuss just for $10. So he directly added 2 female friends and transferred 100 million to each of them. The 2 women were stunned and laughed crazily. The people around were also shocked and couldn't believe it was true. Then a beautiful woman rushed over, hugged Liu Dong's arm, and asked him to give some money as well. Liu Dong was not stingy either. He added her as a friend and transferred 100 million yuan to her. The whole market went crazy, everyone rushed over. Liu Dong's chi sank into his dantian, and he shouted loudly, causing their diaphragms to buzz. Everyone was shocked. Liu Dong said calmly, "You all line up and come one by one." Everyone came to their senses and started lining up. The line was very long, almost 100 meters long. Then Liu Dong transferred money to each person. He didn't give much, just 100 million to each person. Fair and reasonable. Everyone who received the money ran away because they were afraid that Liu Dong would take back the money he transferred to them. When Liu Dong transferred the money to the last person, this person also ran away. In the end, the entire market was empty, with no one left. Only the stalls and goods remained. Liu Dong smiled and said to his parents, "Everything here is ours, you can pick whatever you want." Liu Daking sighed and shook his head, saying, "You really have too much money to burn." Chen Xiaohong slapped him and said angrily, "Our son is promising and kind-hearted. What's wrong with that?" So the family of 3 began to happily choose New Year's goods at the market. Finally returned with a full load. As soon as he returned to the door of his house, Liu Dong found 2 people. One is Ma Slong and the other is Luo Jichong. Liu Dong asked, "Why are you here? Is there something wrong?" Luo Jichong said, "Dong, we have something to discuss with you." Liu Dong nodded calmly and said, "Then let's go inside." Ma Slong looked at Liu Dong's parents and said, "Let's find a quiet place to talk." Liu Dong didn't care. he said goodbye to his parents and then went to a nearby hill with Ma Xiong. There is a small platform on the top of this hill. Liu Dong and Lin Wanna fought for hundreds of rounds on this small platform. Liu Dong said, "It's very quiet here now, and no one is disturbing us. If you have anything to say, just tell us." Unexpectedly, Ma Xiong laughed grimly and said, "It's really quiet here, a good place to kill people." Liu Dong frowned and said, "What do you mean by that?" Luo Jiqiong smiled sinisterly and said, "Isn't it clear? This is where you will die today." Liu Dong asked, "We are classmates. We have no grudges against each other and no hatred in the past. Why do you want to kill me?" Ma Xiong laughed widely, then said coldly, "Who told you to be too high profile? You gave out red envelopes worth hundreds of thousands, which made me very jealous. I've worked so hard in business, but I've only made a few million in the past few years, but you seem to have endless money to spend. So we're going to take your life and your money." Luo Jiqiong also said excitedly, "That's right, after killing you, we can take your phone and transfer all your money to us. Then, we will become rich." Liu Dong laughed and said, "You guys make it sound so light when it comes to murder. Aren't you afraid?" Ma Xiong stared at Liu Dong like a wolf and said, "What do we have to be afraid of? As long as we have money, we are not afraid of anything." Liu Dong nodded. The two men in front of him were completely vicious villains. For money, they dare to do anything. He asked, "Aren't you afraid of being caught and going to jail?" Ma Xiong snorted and said, "You don't have to worry about this for us. I know a brother who is doing very well in Japan. After we get your money, we will go to Japan right away. We will live happily there and no one can catch us." Luo Jiqiong said, "Squad leader, don't say any more to him, just get started, I can't wait any longer." Ma Xiong nodded and said, "Okay, let's take his life now." Ma Xiong and Luo Jiqiong both took out a knife at the same time, which was shining brightly and flashing dangerously. Two people approached Liu Dong step by step with knives in hand. Their eyes were full of viciousness and greed, and they licked their lips from time to time. They looked so disgusting. Liu Dong knew that these two people were beyond redemption, so he no longer had any sympathy in his heart. Luo Jiqiong screamed and stabbed Liu Dong's eyes with a knife. Liu Dong didn't move at all. He just stretched out two fingers and clamped the blade. Luo Jiqiong was startled, and then he pulled out the knife with all his strength, but the knife seemed to be clamped by a tremendous force. He couldn't even pull out the knife. Liu Dong smiled calmly and said, "With just this little ability, you still want to kill people?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Ma Xiong shouted and rushed over with a knife. Liu Dong still stood still, but just gently raised his right foot. "Kick it out gently." Ma Xiong screamed and fell heavily to the ground with his sword. He was too weak to hold the knife. The knife fell to the side. He covered his chest in pain, feeling the excruciating pain. "It's so painful that I want to die." Luo Jiqiong was so frightened that he dropped the knife and turned to run away. Liu Dong threw the knife in his hand lightly. With a puff, the knife pierced into Luo Jiqiong's back. Blood gushed out. Luo Jiqiong fell to the ground without a sound. He twitched a few times and then died. He would never have thought. "I just died like this. It's really worthless. It's so sad." Chapter 89, Heading to Japan. When Ma Xiong saw this scene, he was so frightened that his soul was scared to death. He didn't care about the pain in his chest anymore and quickly got up. Then run down the mountain. How could Liu Dong let him get away? He immediately made a flying tackle. Then Ma Xiong fell to the ground again. He fell like a dog eating shit. Ma Xiong only felt severe pain all over his body, with a breath stuck in his chest, and he almost couldn't breathe. But he didn't care about these. He just kept trembling, waving his hands, and looking at Liu Dong pleadingly. Liu Dong took a step forward and stepped on him. Liu Dong said coldly, "If you want to kill me, then you deserve to die." Luo Jiqiong should not have gone far. "Go find him." After saying that, he raised his foot and was about to stomp on Ma Xiong's neck, preparing to kill him with one kick. Ma Xiong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He screamed in horror, "You can't kill me, or you will regret it." Liu Dong wanted to hear what he had to say, so he put his foot down. He said calmly, "What do I have to regret?" Ma Xiong said, "I have a sister who is doing very well in Japan. She is now an important figure in the Yamaguchi family. If you kill me, she will definitely not let you go. Liu Dong laughed and said, I will kill you now and bury you in the mountains. Who will know that it was me who killed you? Ma Xiong said hurriedly, before I came to see you, I had already told my sister about this. If I die, she will definitely know that you killed me. Liu Dong nodded and said thoughtfully, the Yamaguchi family, right? They still owe me 1 trillion. I have to go and get it back. When he won the Yamaguchi race, he asked him for 1 trillion. But Yamaguchi Palmer said that the Yamaguchi family was headed by his niece, and if he didn't get the money. In the end, Yamaguchi Palmer was poisoned by an insect and became a coolie on the rich island. Now Ma Xiong said that his sister was an important figure in the Yamaguchi family, so it seemed that things were going to get complicated. Well, let's go to Japan and settle all these grudges. Thinking of this, Liu Dong took out his cell phone and called Nangong Fenghuang. Hello, dear, didn't you go back to your hometown to celebrate the new year? Why did you think of calling me? Nangong Fenghuang asked sweetly on the phone. Well, it's like this. I have some problems and need to go to Japan. Please send me a helicopter. Okay, no problem. Just send me the address and I'll send a plane over right away. The two chatted for a few minutes on the phone and then hung up. Liu Dong said coldly, I won't kill you now, but you take me to Neon Country to find your sister. Ma Xiong was overjoyed and said quickly, okay, I'll take you to see my sister. Liu Dong pointed behind him and said, bury Luo Jichong. Ma Xiong said with a bitter face, I don't have a hoe, how can I dig a hole to bury the person? Liu Dong kicked him and scolded him, don't you have a knife? Dig quickly. I'll give you half an hour. Ma Xiong didn't dare to disobey his order, so he picked up the knife and walked over and started digging a hole in the ground. Half an hour later, the pit was dug and Luo Jichong was buried in it. On the surface, there is no trace. Soon, the helicopter arrived and landed on a small platform on the top of the mountain. Liu Dong called his parents and told them that he had something to do and would be home in a few days. Liu Daking and his wife also knew that their son had grown up and had his own things to do, so they didn't ask too many questions and just told him to take care of himself and be safe. Then Liu Dong took Ma Xiong onto the helicopter. The helicopter began to take off, then found the right direction and flew towards Japan. 2 hours later, the helicopter flew into Japan. Li Dong opened the navigation on his phone and found the location of the Yamaguchi family. Soon, the helicopter landed and stopped at the gate of the Yamaguchi family. There were 8 guards standing at the door. When they saw a helicopter landing in front of them, they were also panicked. Liu Dong walked over with Ma Xiong. 8 guards immediately surrounded them. They asked in Japanese Mandarin. Liu Dong didn't understand anything, so he asked Ma Xiong to translate. Ma Xiong said with a bitter face, I don't even know the Japanese language. Liu Dong kicked him and called him a loser. Isn't your sister an important figure in the Yamaguchi family? Why didn't you follow her and learn a few words? Ma Xiong hung his head and didn't dare to talk back. Liu Dong ignored him and asked the 8 guards directly, do you know the language of Huaxia? The 8 guards looked at each other, none of them knew the Chinese language. Although they do not know the language of China, they can hear that this is the language of China. So one of the guards ran into the family. Soon, the guard came out with a man. The man was thin, pale, and looked very weak. He saw Liu Dong and asked in a very feminine voice, are you from Huaxia? Liu Dong felt uncomfortable looking at the man, as if he was seeing a slug. However, he still suppressed his nausea and said, yes, I came from China. Who are you? The man said with a cold face, my name is Shimanshu, and I am Miss Ma Li's subordinate. Miss Ma Li is Miss Yamaguchi Keiko's assistant. When Ma Xiong heard the name Ma Li, he immediately became excited and shouted, Ma Li is my biological sister, and I am her brother. When Shimanshu heard what Ma Xiong said, he turned around and looked at him. Then Shimanshu nodded and said, I have seen your photo. You are indeed Miss Ma Li's brother. Are you here today to visit relatives? Ma Xiong looked at Liu Dong, shook his head, and said, I was captured by this guy, who said he wanted to settle accounts with the Yamaguchi family. When Shimanshu Ma Xiong said this, his face suddenly darkened. He looked at Liu Dong coldly and said, who are you? How dare you come to our Yamaguchi family and act so presumptuously? Are you tired of living? Do you know the status of our Yamaguchi family in Neon Country? Liu Dong nodded calmly and said, I know. The Yamaguchi family is the first of the 3 major families in Japan. It controls the economic lifeline of the entire Japan and is the #1 existence in Japan. Shimon-shu sneered and said, "It's good that you understand. Why do you dare to come here to make trouble? Do you think that death is too slow?" Liu Dong shook his head and said, "The Yamaguchi family is the best in Japan, but in my eyes, they are just clowns and not worth mentioning." Shimon-shu was furious and shouted to the 8 guards in neon language, "Catch this bastard for me." The 8 guards shouted together and rushed towards Liu Dong. Ma Xiong sneaked aside, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Now Liu Dong is outnumbered and likely to be captured, and then he can escape from danger. Chapter 90 Confrontation. Liu Dong had no expression on his face and contacted the system directly. "System, I want to learn the 6 Meridians Divine Sword." To learn the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, you must learn the top-level internal energy, the Heavenly Dragon Divine Art. Then help me learn the top-level Qianlong Divine Art, and then help me learn the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Okay, start exchanging skills now. Exchange 511 skill points for top-level Qianlong magic. Successful redemption. 511 skill points to redeem top-level 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Successful redemption. A mysterious aura circulated in Liu Dong's body. Then he raised his right hand and spread out his fingers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Each finger can shoot out sword energy. Each sword energy hit a guard. Soon, the 8 guards fell to the ground, breathless. Don't blame Liu Dong for being ruthless. When you are in a dangerous place, you have to take extraordinary measures. Shimon-shu was shocked. He never expected that Liu Dong was so powerful. He took a few steps back and almost retreated into the gate. He was shaking, pointing at Liu Dong, and said, "You killed 8 of our guards. You have such a cruel heart." Liu Dong glanced at Ma Xiong next to him. Ma Xiong shuddered and quickly walked to Liu Dong's side. Liu Dong looked at Shimon-shu and said, "Call out the head of your Yamaguchi family." Shimon-shu was afraid that Liu Dong would kill him, so he quickly fled inside. 10 minutes later. Boom, boom. There was a loud sound of footsteps. Then hundreds of people poured out from the gate. They are all strong men, and you can tell at first glance that they are experts. The Yamaguchi family is worthy of being the #1 family in Neon Country, with so many masters in the family. Hundreds of masters surrounded Liu Dong. Then 3 people appeared in front of Liu Dong. The one in the middle is a cold and beautiful woman. On her left was also a woman, who was quite pretty. On her right was an old man with a white beard, who looked like an immortal and seemed to have some Taoist experience. Shimon-shu, who had just gone in to report the news, stood behind them with a look of fear on his face, not daring to step forward. The cool and beautiful woman in the middle is the head of the Yamaguchi family. The niece of Yamaguchi Pauma. Her name is Yamaguchi Yuki. Her face was like finely carved porcelain, her skin was so white that it was almost transparent, and the corners of her eyes revealed a kind of indifference and alienation. Her eyes were as deep as the night sky, and every glance seemed to bring a chill wind that made one's heart beat faster. Her black hair was soft and smooth, falling naturally on her shoulders, and flowing quietly like a mountain stream. Every strand of hair exudes a cold aura, making people afraid to approach easily. Her lips were painted with bright lipstick, but the red color looked even colder against her cool temperament. She has a slender figure, like a cold sculpture, and every movement is full of grace and strength. She was wearing a long black dress, the hem of which fluttered with her steps like clouds in the night sky. The long dress is inlaid with sparkling diamonds, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Her eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence and arrogance, as if everything in the world was under her control. But at the same time, she exuded a deep loneliness and indifference, as if there was an unbridgeable gap between her and the world. Her voice is low and magnetic, and every time she speaks it is like a gust of wind blowing in the cold winter, making people feel cold and fascinated. "Who are you?" she asked coldly. Liu Dong took a step forward, and the masters around him followed him, staring at him eagerly. Liu Dong didn't take it seriously, smiled calmly, and said, "My name is Liu Dong, and I'm known as the Magic City's godly rich man." A cold light flashed in Yamaguchi Shuei's eyes, and she nodded slightly. "I seem to have heard of this name, Lord Shenhao. He seems to be a very powerful person." Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "It's just ordinary." Yamaguchi Shuei's face was icy as he said, "If you are ordinary, why did you come to my doorstep to show off your power and kill 8 of my guards?" Liu Dong said, "They attacked me first, I was just defending myself. Yamaguchi Shuei sneered and said, "You really like to quibble. Okay, I'll let this matter go for now. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming here?" Liu Dong said, "You know the Yamaguchi horse race, right?" Yamaguchi Shuei was surprised and said, "That's my uncle. He has been at sea for a long time." "How do you know him?" Liu Dong sneered and said, "Yamaguchi went to the Magic City to cause trouble and tried to rob my ship. I caught him. I asked him to report back and give me the ransom, but he refused, so I came here in person." Yamaguchi Yuki thought for a moment, then said, "It seems to be because of the Tanaka family? You had a dispute with Tanaka Taro, and then the three families of our Neon country came to you for an explanation." Liu Dong said, "No matter what, I have locked up Yamaguchi Palmer in the dungeon. You are his niece. You have to pay me the ransom before I will let him go." Yamaguchi Shuei snorted coldly and said, "Although he is my uncle, I am also the head of the Yamaguchi family. I have to be responsible for the entire family and cannot sell out the interests of the entire family for him alone, so I will not give you the ransom." Liu Dong sighed and said, "Can you bear to watch him die?" Yamaguchi Shuei looked up at the sky and said quietly, "He sacrificed himself for the family, so he died a worthy death. I will pay tribute to him." Liu Dong shook his head and said, "How shameless. You are so cold-blooded." Yamaguchi Shuei was furious, pointing at Liu Dong and said, "You are the culprit. How dare you accuse me of being cold-blooded?" Liu Dong said, "If I take you down, will you also sacrifice yourself and not harm the interests of the family?" Yamaguchi Shuei said proudly, "Of course it is so. As the head of the family, I have to protect the interests of the family. Even if I am caught by you, I will not give you the ransom. What's more, I have hundreds of people surrounding you. Even if you have that strange sword energy, you will eventually run out of it. Can you escape? You still want to catch me? Are you delusional? It's ridiculous." Liu Dong smiled calmly and said, "If I want to catch someone, no matter how many people there are, they can't stop me. Do you want to give it a try?" Yamaguchi Shuei said unwillingly, "Just give it a try, I'm not afraid of you." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a flash before her eyes and a figure flashed by. Then a woman's scream was heard. When Yamaguchi Shuei saw clearly, she found that Liu Dong had already grabbed a woman and returned to his original place. This woman was just standing next to Yamaguchi Shuei. Shimanshu shouted in fear, "Ma Li, are you okay?" It turns out that this woman is Ma Song's sister Ma Li. She is Yuki Yamaguchi's assistant and is deeply trusted by her. Unexpectedly, she was caught by Liu Dong in just a moment. The hundreds of experts surrounding them were unable to react. Yamaguchi Yuki's face darkened. But my heart was already beating faster and faster. She was a little scared. Chapter 91 Destruction. Ma Li screamed in fear, "Master, save me." Yamaguchi Shuei took 2 steps back in fear. Shimanshu shouted loudly, "Let go of my Ma Li." Then he rushed over desperately. Liu Dong didn't tolerate him and directly shot out a stream of sword energy from the 6 Meridian's divine sword. A tiny bloody hole appeared between Shimanshu's eyebrows. He opened his eyes wide, and the light in them slowly disappeared. Then with a thud, he fell to the ground and died. Yamaguchi Shuei was so frightened that her whole body was shaking. She screamed, "Go ahead and wear him down to death." Hundreds of masters heard the order. Although they were afraid, they had no choice but to rush towards Liu Dong while shouting. If hundreds of people rush over, it will still be difficult to fight them if you still use 6 Meridian's divine sword. So Liu Dong contacted the system again. "System, I want to learn group attack techniques." "Then you can learn the thunder explosion technique." "Okay, then I will learn the thunder explosion technique, the most advanced kind." "As you wish, exchange for 511 skill points and learn the top-level thunder explosion technique now." Soon, Liu Dong felt a surge of lightning power surging in his body. "It feels really great." He roared wildly, his body shook, and countless lightning bolts surged out of his body, swirling in all directions. All the masters who rushed over were enveloped in the thunder explosion. Countless screams came one after another. Then the masters fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies were charred black and emitting wisps of smoke. It looked like these hundreds of people were no longer alive. There were only 4 people left standing. Apart from Liu Dong and Ma Li in his hand, the only ones left were Ma Song behind him and Yamaguchi Shuei inside the gate. That's right, Yamaguchi Shuei was so scared that she hid inside the door. Liu Dong slapped Ma Li unconscious and then threw her to the ground. He walked towards the door step by step. Yamaguchi Shuei screamed and turned and ran. How could Liu Dong let her go? He tiptoed and flew over like a puff of smoke. Then he grabbed the mountain pass snow coat. Like catching a chick. Yamaguchi Yuki was shaking with fear. She asked desperately, "What do you want?" Liu Dong sneered and said, "It's okay. Transfer all the money from your Yamaguchi family to me." Yamaguchi Yuki shed tears and said, "Transfer all to you? Then won't our Yamaguchi family go bankrupt?" Liu Dong said calmly, "Bankruptcy is better than death. Do you want to die?" Yamaguchi Shuei struggled in her heart, and finally lowered her head helplessly, saying dejectedly, "Okay, I give up. I will transfer all the family's money to you." She took out her cell phone painfully and started operating it. Soon, a huge amount of funds was transferred to Liu Dong's account. Soon, the entire Yamaguchi family changed. Wow, how come our Yamaguchi family has no money left? Yeah, what's going on? How can we survive without money? How sad. The Yamaguchi family is bankrupt. Let's go our separate ways. Let's go, and join the Tanaka family and the Inoue family. As a result, everyone ran away. The former #1 family in Neon Country has now disappeared, leaving only Yamaguchi Yuki. Liu Dong threw Shanku Shuei away and said coldly, "You are no longer useful, get lost." Yamaguchi Yuki said sadly, "Where can I go? There is no place for me in Japan anymore." Liu Dong's heart moved, and he looked at Shanku Shuei. This woman is quite beautiful. So he said, "Well, you can be my subordinate." Yamaguchi Shuei was stunned for a moment, then said respectfully, "You are the great and powerful man of China, and you are so powerful that I am convinced. I am willing to be your subordinate." Liu Dong nodded and said, "But I'm not too sure about you, so I need to use the secret technique of dripping blood to recognize the master on you." Yamaguchi Shuei trembled. She had some knowledge of the secret technique of dripping blood to recognize the master. If she really used the technique of identifying the master by dripping blood, she would become the other party's slave and there would be no possibility of betrayal forever. But now she is penniless and has nowhere to go. Even if I become a slave of the rich man, it is better than the current situation. So she gritted her teeth, nodded and said, "I am willing to shed my blood and serve you from now on." Liu Dong smiled calmly and said, "You are sensible." So he stretched out his right hand and pointed a finger at the center of Yamaguchi Shuei's eyebrows. A drop of blood was drawn out and merged into Liu Dong's body. Liu Dong left his own mark on this drop of blood. Then this drop of essence blood returned to Yamaguchi Shuei's body. Yamaguchi Yuki's eyes changed, and she became very docile. She knelt down and said respectfully, "Yamaguchi Shuei greets the master. Please use me as you wish." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Get up first." He went out the door with Yamaguchi Shuei and found Ma Srong and Ma Li running desperately. How could Liu Dong let them go? Then he leaped up and shot out like a sharp arrow. Then he landed in front of Ma Srong and Ma Li. Ma Srong and Ma Li were horrified and pale. They never expected that Liu Dong would come so quickly. Liu Dong said coldly, "Ma Srong, you actually dared to run away, you are too brave." He raised his hand and shot a 6 meridians divine sword directly at Ma Srong's forehead. Ma Srong fell to the ground without a sound and died instantly. Mary screamed. She was just too terrified. Liu Dong became impatient and walked up to her and slapped her. Ma Li covered her swollen red face and stopped screaming. She said tremblingly, "Don't kill me." Liu Dong said, "Why shouldn't I kill you? Is there any need for you to exist?" Ma Li quickly said, "I have money, I have tens of millions, I will give it all to you." She has followed Yamaguchi Yuki in the past few years, and Yamaguchi Yuki respects her very much, so she has also made a lot of money. Liu Dong, however, was dismissive and said, "I am a wealthy man. Money is worthless to me." Ma Li was stunned, then came to her senses. Yes, you are a rich man with countless wealth. It is ridiculous for me to give you money. I was wrong, rich man, please forgive me." She burst into tears, knelt down and hugged Liu Dong's thighs. Liu Dong frowned, then said, "You are quite pretty. Give me your body and I will spare your life." Ma Li was overjoyed and kept kowtowing, saying, "Okay, Okay, I'll give you my body. So she started to move. In broad daylight. For the sake of her life, she no longer cared about her dignity. Chapter 92, Surrounded. Mary is also a beautiful woman. Liu Dong finally counterattacked her. This woman also recognized Liu Dong's charm. Her heart is also full of love. Liu Dong finally gained strengthening points from her. Liu Dong felt really happy. With the support of the system, everything goes well. As long as it is a woman, she will be attracted by his temperament, captured by his charm. They will soon be full of love for Liu Dong. It's so easy and casual for a rich man to counterattack a beautiful woman. But Liu Dong no longer cared about Ma Li's love. Liu Dong said to Ma Li coldly, "You can go now." Ma Li knew that she was not worthy of Liu Dong, so she could only cover her face and run away. Liu Dong was preparing to take a helicopter back to Shanghai. As a result, many more people came, adding up to thousands of people. Liu Dong saw Taro Tanaka, and next to him was a young woman who looked quite similar to Taro Tanaka. This woman is Taro Tanaka's younger sister, Haruko Tanaka. Haruko Tanaka is the head of the Tanaka family. There was another man, in his 60s. Looks very powerful. This man is the head of the Inoue family. His name is Inoue Kuza, and he is Inoue Hana's biological brother. It seems that the Tanaka family and the Inoue family got the news. They knew about the demise of the Yamaguchi family, so they rushed over. Tanaka Taro was timid. He whispered to his sister Tanaka Haruko, "This Liu Dong is very powerful. Let's not go against him, right?" Tanaka Haruko was a strong-willed woman. She glared at her brother and said, "Don't take advantage of others. Our Tanaka family is the third largest family in Japan. We don't have to be afraid of anyone." Tanaka Taro smiled bitterly and said, "You don't know him well enough. He is very powerful. Look, even Yamaguchi Yuki has submitted to him." Inoue Kusanagi stood at the front of the crowd. His eyes flickered as he looked at Yamaguchi Shuei and said, "Shuei, what's wrong with you? How did you end up like this?" Yamaguchi Yuki said in a cold voice, "Inoue Kusanagi, you'd better be sensible and surrender to my master." Inoue Kusanagi laughed and said, "Your Yamaguchi family is finished. Now our Inoue family is the #1 family in Neon Country. I am not as weak as you. I will fight to the end." Behind him are thousands of masters. So he is very confident. Liu Dong became impatient and said, "If you want to fight, just fight. Stop talking nonsense." Inoue Kusanagi snorted and said, "Don't be stubborn. I have thousands of experts behind me. Can you beat them?" After saying that, he waved his hand without hesitation and said, "Come on, bury him for me." Then, earth-shaking shouts of killing were heard, and thousands of masters pounced on Liu Dong. Liu Dong was not afraid at all and remained calm. The thunder and lightning force in his body surged. Then it came out from the body. Countless thunder blasts radiate out. Thousands of masters were hit by the thunder explosion in just a moment. They all fell to the ground, unable to shout anymore, and all died. The scene was silent, dead silent, not a sound could be heard. Taro Tanaka was stunned for a moment, then he shouted, pulled Tanaka Haruko and ran away. There was no way Liu Dong would let him run away, so he jumped over and landed in front of them. Tanaka Taro was so frightened that his soul was about to fly away. He nearly peed his pants. Then he pulled his sister down to kneel. "Please, Master Shinhao, don't kill me." Liu Dong said coldly, "Kneel here and don't move. I will deal with you later." Then he walked up to Inoue Gusa. Inoue Kusanagi's face was already pale. He never imagined that there were such terrifying people in the world. With just one move, thousands of people were killed. Such a terrifying thunder explosion technique is unheard of. He began to tremble all over. Liu Dong didn't bother to talk too much with him and said, "If you don't want to die, transfer all the family money to me." Inoue Kusanagi said with a sad face, "Can you leave me some money for my old age?" Liu Dong slapped him and sent him flying. Inoue Kusanagi was heartbroken and lay on the ground for a long time, unable to move. Liu Dong said loudly, "If you bargain with me again, I will make you live a life worse than death." Inoue Kusanagi groaned and said, "I don't dare to bargain anymore. I will give you all the family's money." He took out his cell phone in pain and transferred all the family money to Liu Dong. Soon, the Inoue family got the news. They dispersed and left the Inoue family. So the Inoue family became history and was completely destroyed. Liu Dong planted a bug poison on Inuekao's body. Completely controlled him. Then let him go to the island by himself and do hard labor with Yamaguchi Palmer. At this time, there were only 4 people left at the scene. This is Liu Dong and Yamaguchi Shuei. On that side are Taro Tanaka and Haruko Tanaka. Taro Tanaka and Haruko Tanaka have seen what happened to Inuegusa. They were so scared that they turned pale. They could only kneel on the ground and beg Liu Dong to have mercy and let them go. Liu Dong sneered and said, "Tanaka Taro, you are really tired of living. You have come to provoke me again and again. It is a waste of food for you to stay in this world." So he shot out a 6 Meridians divine sword and directly ended Tanaka Taro's life. Tanaka Haruko burst into tears. It was both grief and fear. Liu Dong said, "Don't cry, I won't kill you, after all, you are still useful." So he also performed the blood recognition technique on Haruko Tanaka. From then on, Haruko would never betray him again, but would work for him honestly and create wealth for him. Tanaka Haruko's eyes changed, becoming very well behaved. She knelt on the ground, looked up at Liu Dong and said, "My lord, please give me your orders." Liu Dong said calmly, "Listen to me from now on. Do whatever I tell you to do." Tanaka Haruko nodded naturally and said, "Okay, lord. I will be obedient." Haruko Tanaka naturally obeyed the order. It's getting dark. Liu Dong prepared to take the 2 women back to Shanghai. At this time, deafening footsteps were heard. It turned out that people throughout Japan had heard the news of the demise of the 3 major families. They couldn't stand it. After all, Liu Dong is from China. This makes them angry. So all the people from Japan came. They wanted to kill Liu Dong. This is the only way to relieve the resentment in your heart. There are more than 100 million people in Japan. So many people, except the old, the young, the sick and the disabled. All the others are here. It is huge and also very terrifying. Although Liu Dong has the thunder explosion technique, he is just one person. It can't kill hundreds of millions of people. So he took Yuki Yamaguchi and Haruko Tanaka on the helicopter. The helicopter circled and flew into the sky. Liu Dong looked down. It was packed with people. It's really spectacular. At this time, thousands of helicopters flew over. They all surrounded Liu Dong's helicopter. The driver screamed, "Sir Shenhao, what should we do now? We are surrounded." Liu Dong also felt his scalp tingling. These Japanese people are so crazy. Thousands of helicopters were dispatched to kill him. This is a bit troublesome. There is no other way but to contact the system. See if there is any good solution. Chapter 93 no longer existed. System, you can see that there are thousands of helicopters surrounding me. What should I do? You can exchange for the skill electromagnetic interference. This sounds awesome. Okay, give me this skill. I want a top level one. Okay, exchange 511 skill points for the top skill electromagnetic interference. Exchange successful, can be used. Liu Dong was overjoyed and was no longer afraid. He just had an idea. A mysterious electromagnetic force enveloped the surroundings. Soon, something strange happened. Oops, my helicopter is out of control and is falling. Oh no, me too. All the electronic equipment on the plane has failed. It's over, the plane is falling down. I saw helicopters filling the sky like dumplings, falling to the ground one by one. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of helicopters crashed into the ground one after another, and balls of flames rose up. Soon, all the helicopters crashed. Liu Dong's helicopter was the only one left in the sky. The endless crowd on the ground was all stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. How could this happen? The enemy is too powerful. Thousands of helicopters cannot defeat one helicopter. It's really unbelievable and unimaginable. At this moment, a large number of fighter planes swooped down. They launched missiles one after another. All shot at Liu Dong. Liu Dong sneered, and then launched the electromagnetic interference again. All the missiles lost their direction. They became headless flies. Then they all shot to the ground. The people on the ground screamed in fear and began to flee in all directions. But no matter how fast you run, how can you be faster than a missile? Thousands of missiles exploded on the ground and among the crowds. Countless people were killed in the explosion. Broken limbs were flying everywhere. It was horrible. Many houses were burning. It was as if the end of the world had come. Countless people were running and wailing. Liu Dong sneered and said, "This is what happens to you if you go against me." He continued to launch electromagnetic interference. The fighter planes lost control and roared towards the ground or the sea. Thousands of fighter planes also crashed. Balls of flames exploded everywhere. It was very spectacular. At this time, Liu Dong discovered that many ships on the sea were approaching the coast. These are all combat ships, equipped with various weapons. Liu Dong did not wait for these warships to launch an attack. Continue to use electromagnetic interference. Because it is top-notch. So all the warships were under his control. He began to control the warships to launch missiles and attack each other. Soon, all the warships started fighting each other. Boom, 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 boom. The fighting was so fierce that one warship after another was destroyed and then sank to the bottom of the sea in flames. In just half an hour, all the warships were destroyed. Liu Dong saw a volcano not far away from the helicopter. This is a very famous volcano in Neon Country, called Tomato Volcano. He asked the system how to detonate the volcano. Just learn the skill Violent Flame Bomb. That's fine. I have too many skill points to spend anyway, so just let me learn this skill. Start exchanging 511 skill points and learn the top skill Violent Flame Bomb. Learning successful, you can use it. Liu Dong was very happy. He asked the pilot to fly the helicopter closer to the Tomato Volcano. When we were still a few hundred meters away from the Tomato Volcano, the helicopter hovered in mid-air. Liu Dong had an idea. The power of fire surges in the body. Then he raised his hands. The violent power of fire burst out from the palms of both hands. Suddenly, two huge balls of flame shot out. The two fire bombs were accurately shot into the crater. Boom, boom. Two earth-shattering explosions were heard. The whole earth began to shake. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. The Tomato Volcano was activated and began to erupt violently. The helicopter quickly evacuated and flew several thousand meters away. I saw that Tomato Volcano erupted with amazing power. Countless magma and flames erupted wantonly. The whole earth was burning. The people of Neon Country were howling and running around. But no matter which direction they fled, there were flames welcoming them from that direction. Countless people died in the fire and turned into ashes. There were more than 100 million Japanese people, but soon there were only 50 million left. They looked at everything around them in despair. Everything was destroyed. There was fly ash everywhere. The heat is everywhere. The entire Neon Country is like hell on earth. But what happened next was even more terrifying. The entire section began to vibrate. Because of the violent eruption of the Tomato Volcano, a major earthquake began to occur. Countless ravines meander and twist. The entire earth is divided into countless blocks. Countless people fell into the huge chasm and died. The scene was truly tragic. Liu Dong didn't expect this would be the consequence. But he didn't regret it. The people of Japan are insidious and cunning. It's no pity if they die. But this is not the end. The entire land began to shake violently. Then it slowly sank. The remaining Japanese people showed fear on their faces. There was despair in their eyes. But there is no use in despair. The power of nature is unmatched. The land began to slowly descend. A lot of seawater is flowing back in. In less than an hour, the entire Neon Country sank into the sea and ceased to exist. All the Japanese people died in the sea and became food for big and small fish. Yamaguchi Yuki and Tanaka Haruko looked at them in shock. But they did not show any dissatisfaction. After all, they all swore their loyalty by shedding blood. Absolutely loyal to Liu Dong. Liu Dong felt bored and said to the driver, "Let's go back to the Magic City." The driver was shocked after experiencing all this. He never thought that they could destroy the entire Neon Country with just one helicopter. Kill all the Japanese people. It's so tragic. But he smiled. Even though it was tragic, why did I feel so good? He followed Liu Dong's instructions, turned the helicopter around, and started heading towards the Magic City. After flying for a few hours, the Magic City was right in front of us. The helicopter landed on the Nangong family's helipad. Nangong Fenghuang and other people from the 8 major families came to greet them. After all, news travels quickly. They also received some vague news. Something big happened in Japan. Because Nangong Fenghuang revealed Liu Dong's schedule. So people from other families came here to welcome Liu Dong. I want to hear from him what happened in Japan. Liu Dong got off the plane. Looking at the important members of the 8 families, he said calmly, "Neon country is gone, everyone is dead." The people from the 8 major families were all shocked. Petrified. I was stunned. The scene was dead silent. Chapter 94 Slaves. Then, Liu Dong explained the situation in detail again. Everyone finally understood. They were all very angry. These Japanese people are too ignorant. They actually besieged the rich man. They deserve to die. Just when everyone was filled with indignation, Nangong Fenghuang pulled Liu Dong aside. She asked, "Neon and Moldy Knife are allies. If you destroy Neon, Moldy Knife will probably cause trouble for you." Liu Dong said coldly, "So what? No matter who comes, nothing good will come of it. The worst that can happen is that we can just kill them all. The god is so powerful. This is too powerful." It's dawn. He boarded a helicopter and flew back to his hometown. The Chinese New Year is just 2 days away. Liu Dong spent the New Year happily with his parents in his hometown. Then visit relatives. Liu Dong was generous and gave each of his elders a red envelope of 1 million yuan. Give each child a red envelope of 1 million yuan. The relatives were amazed. "Dong, how come you are so rich?" "Yes, 1 red envelope is 1 million, which is really too much." "Dong, you've made a fortune, please take us under your wing." This is what the relatives of the same generation asked. Liu Dong smiled and said, "It's nothing. I was lucky and won the lottery. I won several 100 million. Everyone expressed envy, saying that Dong was so lucky. However, Dong also gave them such a big red envelope, so they were satisfied and not jealous. Soon, the new year will be over. Liu Dong invited his parents to go to the island to have a look. According to the news from Liu Xinyao and Lin Wanna, the first phase of island construction has been completed. So Liu Dong took his parents to the dock by helicopter. Then take a super luxury cruise to the island. Arriving at the island and looking from afar, Liu Dong was also amazed. The island has been completely transformed. There are birds singing and flowers blooming everywhere, and the lawns are also very beautifully trimmed. The road paved with pebbles extends all the way into the island. As we walked in, we saw all kinds of small animals playing around. Liu Daking said with emotion, "This is really a paradise. There is a piece of land over there. It's very nice. I want to grow vegetables there." Chen Xiaohong slapped him and said angrily, "Such a nice place, like a garden, what kind of vegetables are you growing?" Liu Dong smiled and said, "Do whatever you want. This is our territory. Just be happy." A super luxurious manor was built in the center of the island. The manor is surrounded by huge natural stone walls, giving it an ancient and mysterious feeling. On top of the stone walls, verdant vines flow like waterfalls, giving life to the dull stones. Inside the manor, countless exquisite carvings, antiques and art collections are scattered in every corner, making the whole manor full of strong cultural atmosphere. The murals and tapestries that can be seen everywhere add to the artistic atmosphere of the manor. The architectural style of the manor is a perfect display of European classical style. Marble sculptures, complex decorative lines, tall arched windows, everything is full of elegance and luxury. The garden in the manor covers hundreds of acres. In the garden, exotic flowers and plants compete for beauty, and there are fountains, streams, and lakes dotted among them, adding to the vividness and aura of the garden. The moonlight sprinkled on the lake, reflecting the lights, forming a poetic and picturesque scene. In addition, the manor is equipped with facilities such as a private cinema, private library, private swimming pool, and private wine cellar, highlighting the noble taste and lifestyle of its owner. In general, this manor is an extremely luxurious work of art, full of historical and cultural heritage. Whether in terms of architecture, decoration, or supporting facilities, it demonstrates the extraordinary taste and endless wealth of its owner. Outside the manor, there is a row of bungalows. This is where the slaves live. Liu Dong saw Yamaguchi Palmer and Inoue Kusanagi. Liu Dong had planted insect poison in these two people's bodies. They are Liu Dong's slaves, doing hard labor here. Liu Dong looked at them coldly. The two men knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Liu Dong said, "Your Neon Country's main island has sunk to the bottom of the sea, and almost everyone has perished. The fact that you are able to survive is also a gift from me to you." Yamaguchi Palmer and Inoue Kusanagi felt chilled in their hearts, but they were powerless to resist. They could only kowtow with tears in their eyes to express their gratitude to their master. Liu Dong said, "While we are building the island here, you have another task." Yamaguchi asked, "Master, please tell us what tasks we have left. We will do our best to complete them." Inoue Kusaya said flatteringly, yes, as long as the master issues a task, we will definitely complete it perfectly." Liu Dong nodded slightly and said, "Although the main island of Neon Country has sunk and almost everyone has died, there are still some Neon Country people alive overseas. These people must be very hostile to me, and I don't have time to take care of them, so your task is to subdue them and make them come here to do hard labor." Yamaguchi Palmer and Inoue Kusanagi looked at each other. Yamaguchi Palmer said in panic, "We are both old men in our 50s. Those Japanese survivors may not listen to us." Liu Dong said disapprovingly, "After all, you were once big shots of the three major families in Neon Country, and you still have a certain appeal. I will give you a certain amount of funds. Money makes the world go round. As long as you throw money at them, they will definitely be tempted. You give them money and ask them to come to the island. Then I can plant insect poison in their bodies. Then they will be my most loyal slaves. My island is quite big. We need them for the initial construction, the later maintenance, and the services we provide. Listen carefully. I need 10,000 slaves. You are responsible for getting them. When the time comes, I will reward you with merit and make you the leader of these slaves." Chapter 95, Beautiful Blonde Woman. Inoue Kusanagi and Yamaguchi Palmer were both delighted. "I didn't expect that I would have the chance to become the leader. This is a great thing." Liu Dong didn't hesitate and took out his cell phone. Then some operation. Inoue Gusa's cell phone rang. "Your Alipay account has received 1 trillion yuan. Yamaguchi Palmer's cell phone also rang. "Your Alipay account has received 1 trillion yuan. The two were stunned. The rich man is truly a rich man when he takes action. Liu Dong said calmly, "This is your activity fund, you can operate it with confidence." Yamaguchi Palmer said excitedly, "We will work hard for the rich master even if it means death." Inoue Kusanagi was also very excited, but after the excitement, he also had doubts. "Master Shenhao, you said you wanted 10,000 slaves, but as far as I know, there are still hundreds of thousands of Japanese survivors overseas. What should we do with these extra people? They are likely to organize themselves and cause trouble for Master Shenhao." Liu Dong said coldly, "The rest are useless waste. Keeping them is just scum. It's better to clean them up directly." Inoue Kusanagi and Yamaguchi Palmer both trembled all over and felt a chill in their hearts. But now they are Liu Dong's slaves, and they are controlled by insect poison in their bodies. And they also received a huge amount of funds from Liu Dong. They were completely convinced and there was no room for resistance. So they kowtowed respectfully and said together, "We will obey the orders of Lord Shenhao. Except for the 10,000 slaves, the rest will be cleared out." Liu Dong waved his hand with satisfaction and said, "Okay, go and do your work." Inoue Kusanagi and Yamaguchi Palmer kowtowed again, then stood up and left. They found a ship and set sail to complete the task assigned to them by Liu Dong. In the following period, they used a large amount of funds to recruit suitable targets. Bring them back to Shenhao Island, and then let Liu Dong put a curse on them. Then train them and make them masters. Then take these trained masters to clean up those unnecessary Japanese people. In just less than a year, there were 10,000 more slaves from Japan on the Shenhao Island. Liu Dong had planted insect poison in their bodies. They were completely loyal to Liu Dong and had no intention of resisting. In addition to these people, the remaining Japanese survivors overseas were all cleared out. From then on, there was no longer any concept of Japan in the world. Another year passed, and the Shenhao Island was finally completed. At this time, Liu Dong also graduated. He went to the headquarters of Shenhao Group in Modu, dealing with some business matters every day. 3 of his roommates, including Li Dali, also joined the Shenhao Group and became its backbone. Next, Liu Dong began to acquire assets in major cities. Acquisition of one city after another. Soon, he controlled almost all of China's business. Became a truly wealthy man. On this day, Liu Dong was on vacation on a cruise ship. All his women were on the cruise ship, accompanying him in his life of debauchery. Unexpectedly, a huge ship appeared. The sailor exclaimed, "These are the warships of the Moldy Sword country. They are aggressive and have bad intentions." Liu Dong was on a cruise ship with no armed forces. The battleships of the opposing country, the Mai Dao, were fully armed. The situation is a bit urgent. Soon, the warships on the other side forced the cruise ship to stop. A large number of fighters boarded the cruise ship. A blonde woman came up. Hylas is a blonde beauty with a slim and well-proportioned figure, a perfect face and a charming smile. Her hair is long and soft, like a golden waterfall, shining with a healthy luster. Her eyes are clear and bright, as if they can see through people's hearts, making it impossible to look away. Her skin is white and delicate, like porcelain, adding a bit of elegance and nobility. Hylas has a curvy figure. Her waist is slender and soft, highlighting her feminine charm. Her breasts are plump and upright, like mature ears of wheat, full of feminine temptation. Her hips are tight and round, and with her slender legs, she shows a perfect body proportion. She wore a light blue long skirt, which was light and elegant, showing off her figure perfectly. The skirt was dotted with a few white flowers, making her look more fresh and refined. She wore a pair of white sandals, revealing her toes and heels, adding a bit of playfulness and cuteness. Hylas's smile is warm and friendly, making people feel comfortable and at ease. Her voice is soft and sweet, sounding like a spring breeze, refreshing. She has elegant manners, whether walking, talking or doing things, she is full of feminine softness and elegance. In short, Hylas is a beautiful, elegant, healthy and kind woman. No matter when and where she is, she always makes people feel bright and liked. But all this is just a disguise on the surface. Hylas is actually a cold woman. She is the 3rd most important person in the armed forces of the Kingdom of Molten Sword. The means were extremely brutal. Countless people died at her hands. The warship she led had been conducting reconnaissance for a long time. She took advantage of Liu Dong's vacation on a cruise ship and launched a surprise attack, intending to capture Liu Dong. Nang Gong Fenghuang said to Liu Dong nervously, "Run away quickly, leave this to us." Tang Mingyang also said in despair, "Yes, Lord Shenhao, you should run away quickly and let us deal with them. Remember to avenge us in the future." Liu Dong didn't take it seriously and said calmly, "Don't panic, what are you afraid of? I have a way to deal with her." Hellas led several hundred armed men. Each of them held a submachine gun and surrounded Liu Dong and others. The situation is extremely critical. Hylisi laughed and said jokingly, "Sir Shenhao, it's such a pity that this is the first time we meet." Liu Dong said coldly, "It is indeed a pity. Such a beautiful woman has such ugly behavior. It makes me sick." When Helis heard Liu Dong's harsh words, her face suddenly darkened. Her heart was filled with anger. He brought several hundred armed men, each holding a submachine gun, and pointed them at Liu Dong and others. I didn't expect Liu Dong to remain calm and composed. This is not taking Heli seriously. This is obvious contempt. How could she not be angry? With a cold face, she slowly walked in front of Liu Dong. She also held a golden pistol in her hand. She put the gun to Liu Dong's forehead and said coldly, "As long as I pull the trigger, you will be dead. Why don't you beg for mercy?" Nang Gong Fenghuang said in horror, "You can't do this, you can't kill Master Shenhao." Sun Linglong also shed tears. She cried and shouted, "Kill me. I will die in place of the rich man." Tang Mingyang rushed over and said, "Let me do it. I will die for Master Shenhao." Chapter 96 Recruitment. But the next second, they were stunned. Because Helis put down her pistol. The pistol fell to the deck with a clatter. Hylas' eyes were full of obsession. She held Liu Dong's face and kissed him. What is going on? No one was clear about what was going on. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was confused. Only Liu Dong knows best. Because he used hypnosis on Helice. He held Hylas in his arms and kissed her deeply. The beauties from my Dao country are really enjoyable to kiss. Kissed for 5 minutes. Liu Dong was a little tired, so he let go of Helice. Two people stood face to face. Helice remained motionless. Liu Dong stretched out his finger and touched her brow. A drop of blood was drawn from Helice's body. This drop of blood merged into Liu Dong's body. Liu Dong left his own mark on this drop of blood. Then he returned this drop of blood to Helice's body. The technique of dripping blood to recognize the master has been completed. Liu Dong smiled slightly and untied Helice's hypnosis. Hylas looked at Liu Dong blankly. Then her expression became respectful. She slowly knelt in front of Liu Dong. Greetings, Master Shenhao. From now on, I will always serve you and obey your orders. Liu Dong nodded, pulled her up, and patted her butt. It feels really good. Hylas turned and looked at the hundreds of armed men. She said, put down your guns and stop being rude to my master. These hundreds of armed men were stunned. They didn't know what happened. Why did the situation suddenly reverse? Aren't they two hostile parties? Why did Miss Helice join the other side? At this time, a strong man over 2 meters tall stepped out from the crowd. He is very strong, with muscles all over his body. He said dissatisfiedly, Miss Helice, what are you doing? We are here to avenge Neon Country. How did you become their slave? Helix's expression turned cold. She said, Tom, you dare to talk to me like this? Are you tired of living? Tom said unconvincedly, although you are the third of the 4 major families in the Moldy Sword Country and the eldest daughter of the Golden Hair family, it is wrong for you to do this. I want to protest against you. Hylas snorted coldly and said, it is not your turn to tell me what to do. Get out of here now. Tom's face turned red and blue, and he was very hesitant. He didn't know what to do. It was obvious that Helice had fallen under the other party's evil spell. But he couldn't disobey the order. While he was hesitating, Liu Dong said softly to Hylas, make this guy named Tom kneel on the ground and learn to bark like a dog. Hylas nodded quickly and said, I will follow the master's orders. She said to Tom, my master has orders for people to kneel down and bark like dogs. Tom said angrily, although I am a servant, you can't do this to me. Helice was furious and said to the armed men, you must obey my orders and kill this disobedient Tom. Hundreds of armed men pointed their submachine guns at Tom. Tom sneered and said, I trained them all. I don't believe they will kill me. Hylas shouted, do you still want to get paid by my house? Do you still want to obey my orders? Kill him for me. Although the hundreds of armed men pointed their guns at Tom. But as Tom said, they are usually trained by Tom. Tom is their boss. They hesitated and did not immediately follow the order to kill Tom. Liu Dong said calmly, it seems that your country of my Dao is too kind to your subordinates. They dare not obey the orders of their masters. Let me deal with him. Liu Dong walked around Helice and came in front of Tom. Tom stared at Liu Dong with an angry look on his face. He raised the submachine gun in his hand and pointed it at Liu Dong's chest. But the next second, Liu Dong turned into a shadow. He is extremely fast. He flashed in front of Tom. Then he snatched the submachine gun from Tom's hand. Tom was shocked. He saw a flash before his eyes and Liu Dong disappeared. Then his hands were empty and his submachine gun was taken away. He took a few steps back, then clenched his fists, wanting to resist. Da. Liu Dong pulled the trigger of the submachine gun in his hand. Tom was shot countless times, blood splattered, and then he fell heavily on the deck. There was a loud bang. The big man who was over 2 meters tall died a violent death. Hundreds of armed men were stunned. Their instructor was knocked down in just 1 round. This shocked them greatly. I also developed a great sense of awe for Liu Dong. Liu Dong blew away the smoke coming out of the muzzle. He said calmly, all of you kneel down. If you don't, I will kill him. One of the armed men was frightened and fell to his knees. Then came the second, third, fourth, fifth. Hundreds of armed men all knelt down in front of Liu Dong. Liu Dong contacted the system. System, I want to learn the top-level mass planting technique. That's no problem. As long as you pay 511 skill points, I can let you learn the mass planting technique. Okay, I'll pay 511 skill points, and you'll let me learn the mass planting technique. Begin exchanging 511 skill points and start learning the mass planting technique. Learning successful, now you can use it. Liu Dong felt very relieved. These hundreds of armed men are difficult to control. After all, they are all Gentiles, and their hearts are the most difficult to control. If he were to use witchcraft to plant the GU one by one, it would be too tiring. It's different now. With the mass planting of GU techniques, the problem can be solved once and for all. Liu Dong stood there, his figure erect, like a high mountain. Nan Gong Fenghuang and other girls looked at him with fascination. It's so majestic and handsome. Being able to be with a man like this is really a blessing from my previous life. Liu Dong opened his hands, and hundreds of tiny poisonous insects flew out of his body. Then these poisonous insects each looked for their targets. A poisonous insect burrowed into the forehead of an armed man. It only took a few seconds. Hundreds of armed men were infected with poisonous insects. Their expressions changed immediately. Become very respectful. They bowed down to the ground together. Then they shouted together, "We have met the master. From now on, we will obey his orders. If the master tells us to go east, we will never go west." Liu Dong was very satisfied. He turned around and said to Ning Xiulian, "From now on, these armed personnel will be handed over to you. You will organize them into teams and let them become an armed force of the security company." Ning Xiulian said happily, "That's great, these armed personnel are of good quality. If they are merged into our security company, then our security company will become more and more powerful." Chapter 97 Participating in the competition. Liu Dong hugged Ning Xiulian and kissed her on the mouth. He smiled and said, "Go and do your work." Ning Xiulian's face flushed, and she said reluctantly, "Then come find me next time when you are free." Then she took these armed personnel from the Maidao country to the headquarters of the Shenhao Security Company. At this moment, a helicopter flew over. Then it stopped steadily on the deck of the cruise ship. A heroic woman jumped out of the plane. She walked up to Liu Dong, stretched out her right hand, and said, "Hello, I'm Lan Yingying from the Yangjing official." Liu Dong shook hands with a beautiful woman named Lan Yingying, feeling her delicate and smooth little hand. Liu Dong asked in surprise, "Officials from Yangjing? What do you want from me?" Lan Yingying nodded and said, "I know that you are a famous rich man. But you also have another identity, which is the world champion in sprinting. It turns out that when Liu Dong was in school, he participated in a short-distance race and broke the world record. That's why everyone calls him the world champion." Liu Dong suddenly realized and said, "I can't be called a world champion. I haven't really participated in a world-class competition yet." Lan Yingying smiled and said, "So I am here on behalf of the official to invite you to participate in the world-class competition. There will be a world championship held in Maidao country soon. I hope you can represent China in the competition, win the championship, and bring glory to China." Liu Dong thought about it for a while, then nodded slowly and said, "Okay, I'll go to the competition." Lan Yingying was overjoyed and said, "Master Shenhao really understands justice and I admire him very much." Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. This is what I should do." Lan Yingying nodded and said, "The tournament will be held in 2 days, why don't you come with me now?" Liu Dong frowned and said, "Are you in such a hurry? Why didn't you come to me earlier?" Lan Yingying said apologetically, "Actually, I came to look for you a long time ago, but your whereabouts were elusive and the defense was tight, so I finally found out your whereabouts with great difficulty, so I was several days late." Liu Dong expressed his understanding. He said, "I have offended a lot of people now. The remnants of Neon Country want to kill me, and there are also quite a few people in Moldy Knife Country who want to cause trouble for me, so I have to strengthen the security force." Lan Yingying said, "This is as it should be. You are now a great and important person in our Huaxia country. In fact, our officials are also trying their best to protect you. A large number of security personnel have been deployed around you." Liu Dong smiled and said, "You are really thoughtful. Thank you very much." Lan Yingying said, "Master Shenhao, let's get on the plane and hurry to the kingdom of Maidao, otherwise it will be too late." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Okay, I'll say goodbye to my women first, and then tell them about some things." Lan Yingying said, "Okay, Mr. Shenhao, please do as you please." So Liu Dong turned around and called all the women together. He told them some business details in China so that they could arrange and operate the business in an orderly manner. At the same time, we will consolidate our business presence across the country, strengthen construction, and strive to achieve continuous growth and greater success. The women all expressed that they would consolidate the Shenhao Group's business empire, create more wealth, and better serve the people of China. Yes, Liu Dong has now become the richest man in China, with a nationwide business presence. But he didn't do it to make more money, but to use the money to benefit the people of China. Let everyone enjoy more benefits and live a happier life. Under his operation, China's business is booming and is almost catching up with the United States, becoming the #1 in the world. Therefore, he also had to guard against the secret sabotage of the Moldy Knife Kingdom. Let women strengthen their defense in all aspects, proceed steadily and avoid making any big mistakes. After explaining everything, Liu Dong finally boarded the helicopter. Unexpectedly, Hell Ice followed. She said, "Master, let me go with you to the kingdom of my Dao. After all, I am from there and I know a lot about the situation. I will help you well." Liu Dong felt that what she said made sense, so he agreed to go to the kingdom of my Dao with her. The helicopter slowly rose up and then flew towards the depths of the sea, its destination being the World Championship Stadium of the Molten Sword country. This helicopter was sent by the Yangjing government. Quite luxurious. The space is also very large. Apart from the driver, there were Liu Dong, Lan Yingying, and Hai Lizi. Lan Yingying's eyes moved and she looked at Liu Dong with a slight shyness. Liu Dong smiled and said, "Why are you staring at me?" Lan Yingying became even more shy, lowered her head, and her face turned red. She said softly, "I have heard of the reputation of the godly rich lord for a long time. I didn't expect that he is so young and so handsome. My heart is beating fast." Liu Dong has experienced many women, so he is used to Lan Yingying's admiration for him. He nodded and said, "You are also very beautiful. I admire you very much." Lan Yingying raised her head and said in surprise, "Is that so? Does the rich man really think I'm not bad?" Liu Dong said, "Of course it is. I don't like lying. There is no need for that." Lan Yingying became excited. She walked up to Liu Dong and said, "Sir Shenhao, I have a request." Liu Dong smelled a very pleasant fragrance from Lan Yingying. This is the smell of a woman's body odor mixed with high-end perfume. Liu Dong said, "What do you want? Just tell me, if I can do it, I will satisfy you." Lan Yingying said excitedly, "Sir Shenhao, I actually admire you very much. After seeing you, my heartbeat has been accelerating. My request is a bit excessive, and I am afraid that you will be unhappy." Liu Dong held her shoulders and said comfortingly, "Don't be so nervous, just tell me, I won't be unhappy." Lan Yingying calmed down her mind and said with courage, "I want to be the woman of Mr. Shenhao. It is my great honor to serve Mr. Shenhao. But I know that the rich man already has many female friends and a fiancée, so I know that my request is so excessive and so rude. If Master Shenhao thinks my request is wrong, please punish me." Lan Yingying lowered her head again, her body trembling slightly. She seemed to be crying. All kinds of complicated emotions flowed in her heart, making her unable to control herself. Drops of crystal tears fell down, looking very pitiful. Liu Dong sighed and gently held her in his arms. He whispered in her ear, "Silly girl, I promise you." Chapter 98 Easy Solution. Lan Yingying was so happy that she threw herself into Liu Dong's arms. This woman also fell in love with Liu Dong. Liu Dong naturally also gained strengthening points. It seems that everything goes smoothly after having the system. With the system and the God of Gold, everything goes smoothly. The whole person is very charming and elegant. It is also normal for Lan Yingying to fall in love with Liu Dong. Liu Dong was also very happy. "I felt a huge sense of accomplishment. You know, in the past, this kind of thing was unthinkable. We just met not long ago. Such an excellent and beautiful woman will fall in love with me. It's simply a fantasy. But nowadays, that's a very normal thing. There is no need to doubt or be surprised. The rich man is so charming." When the helicopter arrived over the country of my Dao, the kingdom of my Dao is indeed very prosperous. Looking down from the plane, there are tall buildings everywhere. Countless cars are running on the road. It looks so prosperous that it makes people dizzy. Although Liu Dong has been in Shanghai for many years, But he was still a little shocked when he saw the prosperity of the Moldy Sword country. The plane was flying over the country of Maidao. Soon, we arrived at our destination. Below, the tournament's playing field can already be seen. The helicopter began to descend. Soon, the helicopter landed next to a building. This building is a VIP building. Many athletes live in this building. The facilities in the building are quite good, very luxurious. Lan Yingying brought Liu Dong and Hai Lizi into the VIP building. They lived in a luxury suite. It was already night. The waiter brought dinner. Liu Dong couldn't help but frown when he saw these dinners. What the hell are these? Bread, salad, beef cubes, soup. No appetite at all. Liu Dong said, "The service is too bad, we won't eat here anymore, let's go find something delicious." Lan Yingying also sighed and said, "The Molten Knife country has always been hostile to our Huaxia country, so they deliberately provide us with the worst food." Liu Dong didn't waste any time, he just opened the door and went out to find something to eat. Unexpectedly, two big men from Maidao country stopped them. "Sir, the food has not been eaten yet. We can't waste it. We need to finish it." Liu Dong looked at the two strong men coldly and said, "You want me to eat junk food?" The two strong men were brothers, one named Jack and the other named Jerry. They are responsible for the security and surveillance here. Jack said indifferently, "This is delicious food, carefully prepared, you must finish it." Helice was a little angry. She took the bread and pointed at it, saying, "Look, there's mold all over it, and it's hard. I don't know how long it has been expired. How dare you let our respected god eat this?" Jerry laughed and said, "It's good to have something to eat. You Chinese athletes don't have much strength. No matter how much you eat, you won't get good results." Hailasi shouted angrily, "I want to protest. I want to protest your differential treatment." Jack said disdainfully, "What's the point of protesting? We, the people of Moldy Knife country, are the upper class. You are the lower class. You should eat these foods." Liu Dong couldn't bear it any longer and took action directly. Crack, crack. Jack and Jerry were slapped right away. Liu Dong's speed is too fast. Neither of them even saw clearly how Liu Dong made his move. But the burning sensation on their faces proved that Liu Dong had already beaten them. They were extremely shocked and covered their red and swollen faces with their hands. Jerry shouted, "You dare to hit me, are you tired of living?" Jack also said with a gloomy look, "You will pay for this, Jerry, beat him up." Two 1.9-meter tall strong men rushed directly towards Liu Dong. Hailasi and Lan Yingying both screamed. They mustered up their courage and stood directly in front of Liu Dong, wanting to protect him and prevent him from getting hurt. But who is Liu Dong? Why would he let a woman block punches for him? He gently embraced the two women with his hands and put them behind him. Then, he moved quickly. He almost dodged the first round of attacks from Jack and Jerry with a weird figure. Jack and Jerry used all their strength and thought they could knock Liu Dong down. But Liu Dong nimbly dodged their attacks. This made their strength hit the air. This made them feel like they couldn't use any strength, just like punching cotton. Very uncomfortable. I almost vomited blood. They were very angry. Turning around, they aimed at Liu Dong's figure and pounced on him again. Although these two men are tall and mighty. But in Liu Dong's eyes, they were just two little Kuromi. There is no threat. Liu Dong had a calm look on his face. He just reached out a hand and grabbed Jack's head. Then he slammed Jack's head against the wall beside him. There was a loud bang. Jack felt the world spinning, then everything went black and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Almost in the next second, Liu Dong's hand moved to Jerry's head. Still holding his head and banging it against the wall next to him. There was a loud bang. Jerry's eyes went dark and his chest felt tight. He didn't understand anything and fell to the ground, unconscious. The two strong men were like two little mice in front of Liu Dong. Not worth mentioning, vulnerable. Easy solution. No effort required. Liu Dong dusted himself off. He said calmly, "Let's go and have something delicious." Hailasi and Lan Yingying were overjoyed. They didn't expect Liu Dong's skills to be so powerful. Their eyes were full of admiration, and they were very obsessed and fascinated. Liu Dong and the two women swaggered out of the tournament area. They came to a very busy street. There is a big hotel in front, which looks luxurious. So Liu Dong took the two women and walked over. There are service staff at the hotel entrance. In fact, they are also security personnel. There are 4 people in total. They are all tall and strong. When they saw Liu Dong, a look of indifference appeared on their faces. This is a hotel for the upper class to dine in. The lower class are not allowed to approach. Lan Yingying walked forward confidently and said, "We are here to participate in the tournament. We should be honored guests. It is very rude of you to behave like this." The 4 security guards laughed and said, "Whoever comes to participate in the championship is here to serve as a foil for our athletes from the Bad Knife country. They are just clowns and cannot be considered guests." Liu Dong glanced at the 4 security guards coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 99. Those who have foul mouths will jump off the building. The 4 security guards' eyes suddenly became dull. Then they began to take off their clothes. They took off all their clothes. Then he started running wildly in the street, shouting and screaming. Many people on the street witnessed this scene, surprised and amused. There was a lot of noise. Lan Yingying and Hai Lizi were also shocked. "I didn't expect this to happen." Liu Dong said calmly, "Don't bother with this garbage, let's go in and eat." After entering the hotel and going upstairs, the 3 of them found a seat by the window and sat down. The waiter came over and asked them what they wanted. Liu Dong said, "The most expensive dish, serve as you like." The waiter nodded and left. Soon, many dishes were brought over. Lobster roll, deep dish pizza, barbecue beef brisket, beef and cheese sandwich, chicken wings, grilled steak, roast chicken, pan-fried salmon, beef stew in red wine, corn tortilla rolls. Liu Dong nodded and said, "This is pretty good. It looks okay. Let's eat." So the 3 of them started eating. After eating for half an hour, a man who looked like a manager came over. His name is Henry. He said to Liu Dong, "What kind of magic did you use just now at the hotel entrance to make our security guard strip naked and run around the street?" Liu Dong wiped his mouth and said slowly, "I don't know, maybe they are crazy." Henry's face darkened. He said, "You Chinese people love to perform insidious witchcraft. You have caused a very bad impact on our hotel. I will make you compensate for the huge losses." Liu Dong asked, "How much compensation do you want?" Henry said proudly, "That's good of you. If you don't pay compensation, I'll let you go to jail. How about this, you just pay 1 million. Hailasi said angrily, "How could you do this? You actually asked us to pay 1 million in compensation. Isn't that too much?" Henry looked at Hailasi coldly and said, "You are from the kingdom of Maidao. How can you speak for the people of Huaxia? You are not worthy of being a member of our kingdom of Maidao." Hailasi slammed the table, stood up angrily and said, "You are discriminating. I will file a complaint against you." Henry said disapprovingly, "This hotel is owned by our Charlie family of Maidao country. I am a member of the Charlie family. I am not afraid of your complaints at all." Hailasi was surprised and asked, "Are you from Charlie's family?" Henry said complacently, "What do you think? Are you scared? Our Charlie family is the second of the 4 major families in the Moldy Knife country. We are extremely powerful and cannot be offended by lowly people like you. There are also many American guests dining in the hotel." They heard Henry say this. They all cheered and applauded him. People from Huaxia should bow their heads and behave themselves in our Maidao country. Yes, yes. People from our Maidao country are upper class, and people from Huaxia country are lower class. How dare he come to this kind of hotel to eat? That's right, he should be made to pay compensation and then kicked out. Liu Dong's face darkened and his eyes were full of coldness. These people from the Moldy Knife country are too presumptuous. It seems they need to be taught a lesson. Henry said complacently, "Did you hear that? Low-class Chinese, please pay 1 million in compensation and get out of here. Otherwise, our Charlie family will not let you go." Liu Dong asked Hai Lizi, "Is the Charlie family very powerful?" Helice's face looked very ugly. She said, "There are 4 major families in the Molten Sword country, which control the economy and armed forces of the entire country. The 4 major families are the Adam family, the Charlie family, the Ross family, and the Kenbu family. My original family is the third-ranked Ross family. And the Charlie family ranks second. They are very powerful, and their armed forces are also very strong. Liu Dong nodded thoughtfully. Then he slowly stood up. There was a flash of cold light in his eyes, and hypnosis was activated again. All the dining guests in the hotel have changed. Their eyes became dull. They all stood up slowly and walked towards the window. Henry was not hypnotized. Liu Dong deliberately let him watch everything in front of him. Henry stared with wide eyes at the changed guests, not knowing why. He asked loudly, "What's wrong with you? What are you doing? Why are you walking to the window? Hey, why are you climbing up the window? Ah!" Finally, Henry screamed. It turned out that all the guests had climbed up to the windows and then jumped out headfirst. The restaurant here is on the 8th floor. So the consequences of jumping from the 8th floor, headfirst, can be imagined. There were screams from the street. That was made by passers-by, because they saw a horrifying scene. From the 8th floor window of the Grand Hotel, people kept jumping down. They fell to the ground and hit their heads directly. Then my head started to bloom. Dozens of guests jumped down. Their heads were all blown away. The streets were stained with red and white, which was disgusting. Passers-by on the street ran to avoid the tragic scene. Some of them vomited because it was so disgusting. Some covered their mouths and stared at it all with wide eyes, looking completely incredulous. The whole street was in chaos, as if it was the end of the world. Upstairs, Henry was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. He looked at the empty window, then at Liu Dong, who was sitting calmly. He murmured, "Chinese, what have you done? What kind of witchcraft have you performed?" Liu Dong smiled calmly and said, "There is no evidence, so don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything. Maybe they jumped because they felt guilty. Because they had foul mouths and said things they shouldn't have said, and then they committed suicide to apologize." Liu Dong pointed at Henry and said, "You also said something you shouldn't have said. Maybe the next moment, you will jump off the building and commit suicide." Henry was filled with fear when he heard Liu Dong say this. He knew that he had met a tough opponent, had hit a wall, and had offended someone he should not have offended. His whole body began to tremble, and then yellow liquid flowed out of his crotch. He was so scared that he peed his pants. He knelt down and begged for mercy. "Please, don't kill me, please spare me, I don't want to die." Lan Ying covered her nose and said with disgust, "How disgusting, are you still not a man?" Hailisi said with a smile, "Of course such a person is not a man. How can he be as majestic as our Lord Shenhao? Lord Shenhao is a man who stands tall and upright. I admire him very much and am obsessed with him." Liu Dong laughed and pointed at Henry and said, "I didn't do anything, so it's not a question of whether I'll forgive you or not. You'd better get up." Henry began to kowtow, crying and saying, "Please, sir, I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go." Liu Dong snorted coldly and said, "It's really ugly. If you don't want to die, give me 10 billion. Henry was stunned, looked up at Liu Dong, and murmured, "So many? I can't take it out." Chapter 100, Winning the Championship? Liu Dong said calmly, "If you can't pay, just ask your father for it. If he doesn't give you the money, you can die." Henry was so scared that he didn't want to die. He was from a big family, and it would be a shame if he died at such a young age. "I haven't even had time to enjoy my life yet, I can't just die like this." So he kowtowed and said, "Then I will find my father and ask him to transfer the money to you. Please don't kill me." Liu Dong kicked him over and said with disgust, "You were so awesome just now. Why are you so cowardly now? You are such an idiot." Henry felt pain all over his body. He was lying on the ground, his face covered with snot and tears. But he still had a smile on his face, and his smile was uglier than his crying. "I was so stupid just now and offended you. Please forgive me." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and started calling his father. "Hey, Dad, I've offended someone and I need a large sum of money. Please transfer the money to me. 10 billion, Dad. If you don't transfer the money, I'm going to die." Fortunately, Henry's father still loves his son. Soon, Henry's father transferred 10 billion to Liu Dong's account. Liu Dong nodded with satisfaction, pointed at Henry and said, "You are lucky today. If you see me next time, get away quickly, or I will kill you." Henry said quickly, of course, next time I see you, I will take a detour and will never dare to confront you head-on. Liu Dong said to the two women beside him, you are all full, let's go back. The two women naturally had no objection and followed him downstairs. When I walked onto the street, countless policemen came rushing over. They surrounded the scene. But Liu Dong didn't care about all this and went straight back to the sports field. Anyway, these people committed suicide, and it had nothing to do with him. Time passed quickly, and the next day, the competition began. Liu Dong stood on the runway, surrounded by athletes from the US and the White Country. They are all tall and strong. When they saw that there was a well-mannered Chinese running with them, they all laughed. It was a mocking laugh. They looked at Liu Dong with disdain. A guy from a White Country shouted even louder, come and have a look, my God, why is there a monkey here? Who let him in? The others burst into laughter and started to jeer. Yeah, who let a monkey in here? And why is he pretending to have a competition? Ha, this is killing me with laughter. I can slap this monkey away with just one slap. What qualifications does he have to compete with us? Liu Dong remained unmoved. He stood there calmly, waiting for the game to begin. In the stands, tens of thousands of spectators were watching the game. The 100-meter race is very eye-catching, and everyone wants to know who will be the champion in the end. The referee began to issue instructions. All the athletes were on high alert, ready to start the competition. As the command sounded, everyone ran out. Like a sharp arrow. Like lightning. It's just too fast. Liu Dong did have no competition experience and was a little slow by a second. If it were someone else, this second would be fatal. Definitely last one. But who is Liu Dong? He has a system. His internal strength and lightness skills are both top-notch. So he didn't panic. With a slight tap of the toes, the whole person turned into a wisp of smoke. The fellow from the White Country who just laughed at Liu Dong was right in front of Liu Dong. He was the second to last. He only felt a light breeze blowing past. Then a figure passed him. The other contestants felt the same way. A light breeze blew by. A figure ran quickly to the front. In just 2 seconds, Liu Dong ran to first place. Tens of thousands of spectators gasped. What kind of inhuman existence is this? How come you run so fast? It's like a supersonic rocket. Is this still a normal human being? Before everyone could react, Liu Dong is already standing at the finish line. He didn't even breathe. Not even a drop of sweat. He was calm and composed. It's like taking a walk. But he has broken the world record. It took him exactly 5 seconds to run 100 meters. Everyone opened their mouths wide. There was an incredible look in his eyes. It's simply unbelievable. Is this a real fact? Am I dreaming? Everyone has this idea. I thought I was dreaming. How else could this happen? The other runners also reached the finish line. But they looked at the final result as if they had seen a ghost. The contestant from the White Country came last. He was shocked. Petrified. Open your mouth wide. He couldn't close his mouth for a long time. He couldn't believe his eyes. What is going on? The monkey who was just ridiculed. Now I have won the first place. And it's an incredible achievement. 5 seconds, it's only 5 seconds. There is no one before him and no one after him. I'm afraid only aliens can achieve such a result. Liu Dong didn't care and waved to the audience in a casual manner. The entire audience was boiling with excitement. All the audience watching the live broadcast in front of the TV were excited. Liu Dong's achievement shocked the whole world. Soon, his deed spread throughout the world. Everyone knew him and got to know him. His running video is going viral. Countless people have become his fans. Great admiration for him. They worshipped him as an idol. Nangong Fenghuang and other girls were also watching TV. When they saw Liu Dong won the championship, they all cheered. The godly rich man is so powerful. In front of the whole world, we achieved such a brilliant result. This made them intoxicated. What a perfect man. It was this kind of man that they slept with many times. It's like a blessing that I've accumulated for 8 lifetimes. They all had flushed faces. My body got hot. They are eager, longing for Liu Dong to appear in front of them right now. They will definitely rush towards Liu Dong madly and have a good fight with him. Devote yourself wholeheartedly and be intimate with him. But this is impossible. After all, Liu Dong is still in my Dao country. He also has to accept the award. The award ceremony was held soon. Liu Dong stood on the podium. He is the champion. 2 athletes from the US stood on either side of him. The 2 athletes were dejected. They hadn't thought about it at all. You will become someone else's foil. This is simply unacceptable. It's so painful. It's so painful. They almost cried. Especially when I saw the championship medal hanging around Liu Dong's neck. They were so desperate that they almost lost their breath. Chapter 101, 1 against 100. The game is over. Liu Dong brought Hai Lizi and Lan Yingying back to their residence. After all, I am very tired and need to rest. A hot meal is a must. But the food here is terrible. The food in the country of my Dao is not tasty at all. Compared with the food in China. The food in the moldy knife country is simply hard to swallow. Almost like garbage. But there is no way. When you come to this place, you can only eat the food in this place. In order to fill my stomach, I can only eat the food here. After the meal, the 3 of them sat there drinking water, chatting and resting. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Liu Dong opened the door and found hundreds of people standing outside. Aggressive. The 3 people in front. One of them, Liu Dong knew. It's Henry. He had a fearful expression on his face. I dare not look at Liu Dong. The one in the middle is an old man in his 60s. This old man has white hair and looks very fierce. On the other side of the old man is a blonde beauty. This beauty has a great figure and is eye-catching. Liu Dong asked, Henry, are these all from your Charlie family? Henry shrank his neck, not daring to answer, but just glanced at the old man secretly. The old man looked indifferent. He took a step forward and said, are you the one who asked for 10 billion from our family? Liu Dong said, that's right. What's wrong? Do you regret it? Do you want the money back? The old man laughed, but there was no smile in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, I am the patriarch of the Charlie family, my name is Sai Dezhao. Liu Dong nodded and said, so you are Henry's father? What's the name of this beautiful lady? The blonde beauty raised her head proudly and said proudly, I am the eldest daughter of the Charlie family, my name is Langdes. Liu Dong nodded and said, then who is older, you or Henry? Langdes said, Henry is my brother. You bullied him. We are here to avenge him. Sai Dezhao pointed at Liu Dong and said, boy, although you broke the world record and are now a world-famous celebrity, you are nothing in front of our Charlie family. I advise you to be sensible and return the money and pay double compensation, then we will consider letting you go. Liu Dong said, double compensation? You mean, I should not only pay you 10 billion, but also give you another 20 billion? Langdesi laughed and said, that's right, you are quite good at math and your calculations are correct. Liu Dong sneered and said, you guys are dreaming, aren't you? Don't tell me I won't pay you back. I'm going to ask you for another 100 billion. Langdesi was stunned and said, why are you so arrogant? Didn't you see that there are hundreds of us here, surrounding you? How dare you say such a thing? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a flash of light and a breeze blowing. Then her body was dragged away. When everyone looked carefully, they found that Langdesi had fallen into Liu Dong's hands. Liu Dong put one arm around Langdesi's waist and the other hand around her neck. Langdesi was so frightened that she cried out in horror, how did you catch me? How did you get there so quickly? Did you use any witchcraft? Sai Dezhao was horrified and shouted, let my daughter go. If you hurt her in the slightest, I will kill you. Henry muttered, I told you before, he is very powerful, we shouldn't offend him. Sai Dezhao shouted angrily, you rebellious son, shut up, you are so disappointing. Henry shrank his neck and dared not speak any more. Sai Dezhao took a step forward, pointed at Liu Dong and said, let my daughter go quickly, or you will die miserably. Liu Dong laughed, pressed Langdesi to the ground, and then stepped on her. Langdesi screamed and fell to the ground. Her whole body was stepped on and she couldn't move. Liu Dong said coldly, I've already told you, transfer 100 billion to me quickly, otherwise your daughter will die. Sai Dezhao was furious and said, "Do you have such courage? Our Charlie family ranks second in the country of my Dao. If you dare to offend us, you will die miserably." Liu Dong said disdainfully, "Really? But I'm not from Xiamen University. Let's give it a try and see who dies the most miserably in the end." He increased the strength of his right foot and stepped hard. Lang Desi groaned and fell flat on the ground, his face flushed red, looking extremely painful. "Dad, save me," Lan said with difficulty, holding his breath. Sai Dezhao was almost furious. He almost wanted to call on hundreds of his men to rush forward and beat Liu Dong to death. But he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, his beloved daughter was being trampled under the other party's feet. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Then he nodded and said, "No problem, as long as you let my daughter go, I will transfer 100 billion to you." Liu Dong laughed and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? You don't give me money, and you still expect me to release him? You're dreaming." "You." Sai Dezhao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The boy opposite him was too cunning. There was nothing Sai Dezhao could do but accept his fate. He took out his cell phone and started transferring money to Liu Dong. Soon, 100 billion was transferred to Liu Dong's account. Liu Dong received a prompt message on his mobile phone. Liu Dong was very satisfied. He nodded and kicked out. Lance was picked up by him and flew into Stedzao's arms. Sai Dezhao quickly hugged his daughter. But the force of the collision was very great. He took several steps back. Fortunately, there are hundreds of men behind him. They caught Saida's retreating figure and then stopped. Sai Dezhao carefully put down Lang Desi in his arms and asked with concern, "Daughter, are you okay?" Lang Desi said while crying, "Dad, I'm fine. You must avenge me. I want you to help me kill this guy." Sai Dezhao's face was extremely gloomy, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He nodded and said, "Daughter, don't worry, this guy has offended our Charlie family and asked for so much money. I won't let him live." Sai Dezhao waved his hands and yelled, "Go ahead, beat this guy to death." Hundreds of his men were armed with guns. But they think that killing a chicken does not require a butcher knife. So they all put away their guns, shouted, and rushed towards Liu Dong. They were ready to gang up on Liu Dong and beat him to death. This is what Stuart thought. He didn't want Liu Dong to die so easily. "I must give him a good beating. Beat him till he is neither human nor ghost. Let him die in pain." Henry said worriedly, "Dad, this guy is very evil. He knows witchcraft." Sai Dezhao said disapprovingly, "What are you afraid of? You useless guy, there are hundreds of us fighting him alone. No matter how powerful he is, he will die in our hands." Langdes also wiped the tears from her face. She said bitterly, "I must make this despicable guy die miserably, only then can I relieve the anger in my heart." Chapter 102, All Destroyed. Hundreds of people rushed over. The momentum is still very scary. Helis and Lan Yingying both turned pale and became frightened. Each of them grabbed Liu Dong's side and persuaded him to dodge. Liu Dong was not afraid at all and gently pushed the two women away. He said, "Don't be afraid, these people are no different from ants." After saying this, he launched group hypnosis. Hundreds of people stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with confusion. Sai Dezhao was furious and shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Go up and kill him." But these hundreds of men turned a deaf ear and did not move. Henry felt something was wrong, so he took a few steps back. "Dad, sister, something must be wrong, let's run away." Langdes sneered and said, "Brother, when did you become so timid? I really despise you." Henry stamped his feet anxiously, pointing at the hundreds of motionless men, and said with a red face and thick neck, "Look at them, they are all motionless. This time they are under a witchcraft. This is terrible. Let's run away quickly, otherwise it will be too late." Sai Dezhao waved his sleeves and said, "Nonsense, witchcraft, I don't believe in it at all." But the next second, something unexpected happened. The hundreds of men took out their guns and started shooting at each other. There was a loud crackling sound. People kept falling to the ground, blood spurting out. Sai Dezhao, his son, and his daughter were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they retreated more than 10 steps. They had no idea what was going on. Why would these hundreds of people start killing each other? Henry was horrified and shouted loudly, "Witchcraft, it must be witchcraft, run away quickly, or we will die." After he said this, he turned around and was about to run. But Liu Dong was not willing to let him go. He snorted and stretched out a finger. With a whoosh sound, a bloody hole appeared on Henry's neck. Blood gushed out from the blood hole. Henry stiffened and stopped. Then bang! Henry fell to the ground and died. Lan screamed. She couldn't believe her eyes and didn't know why this happened. In fact, she had no idea how terrifying Liu Dong opposite her was. He just casually used the 6 Meridians divine sword to kill Henry. Finally, Sterling got scared. He didn't say a word, didn't care about anyone, and just turned around and ran away. But Liu Dong had already noticed him. Liu Dong leaped up and jumped down, landing in front of Sai Dezhao. Sai Dezhao screamed in surprise and stopped immediately. When he saw Liu Dong's frosty face, he felt a chill in his heart. His knees went weak and he was about to kneel down and beg for mercy. But Liu Dong didn't give him any chance at all. "Slap out with your right palm." Dezhao's head flew out. Then his body fell to the ground with a thud. At this time, the hundreds of his men had already killed each other and were almost all dead. Only one winner remains. However, he also had multiple bullet holes on his body and was seriously injured. Liu Dong was also very merciful and directly used the 6 Meridians divine sword to end his life. At this time, Lance was the only one left on the field. She stared blankly at everything in front of her, in a state of complete disorientation. Liu Dong walked up to her and said calmly, "Are you convinced?" Lance came to her senses and knelt in front of Liu Dong, trembling all over. I obey, sir, please don't kill me, I am willing to be your slave." Liu Dong saw that the blonde woman was quite pretty. "I couldn't bear to kill her either. After all, you can still enjoy it." So he didn't hesitate and just stretched out his finger and placed it on her forehead. Liu Dong performed the blood recognition technique. Soon he made Lance his slave. There is no resistance at all, just absolute obedience. Lance lowered his head and hugged Liu Dong's thigh. "Master, thank you for sparing my life. I will serve you well in the future." Liu Dong nodded and said with satisfaction, "Stand up." Lance agreed, slowly stood up, and obeyed the instructions obediently. Liu Dong asked, "Your Charlie family should have a lot of money, right? Transfer it all to me." Lance quickly agreed, and then ran to Sturtsao's side. She took out the cell phone from the body of Sai Dezhao. Then she started transferring money. She transferred all the funds of Charlie's family to Liu Dong. The total amount is several trillion. This is a huge sum of money. After all, it is the second largest family in Maidao country. The strength is still very strong. Lance said meekly, "Master, our Charlie family still has many armed forces, distributed in various places in the Moldy Sword country." Liu Dong frowned and said, "That's none of my business, don't bother with it." Langde said, "No, Master, this armed force is still very powerful. If it is not resolved, it will still pose a certain threat to the Master's country and family." Liu Dong nodded, thinking that she was right. The Charlie family is still powerful, with armed personnel all over the country. I don't know how many special forces and secret agents there are. It is still a threat to the people around him. What if they took action when he wasn't paying attention in order to avenge the Charlie family? The people around him are likely to be harmed. So he thought about it for a moment, then asked, "What good ideas do you have?" Lan said, "Our family has secret missile equipment, and we can use these missiles to attack our family's armed forces." Liu Dong was very happy and said, "Okay, take me to the headquarters of the Charlie family. I will launch these missiles to destroy the armed forces of the Charlie family." At this time, Lance was obedient and dedicated, and was willing to do anything for his master. So she led the way, and several people headed to the headquarters of the Charlie family. This is a building with more than 80 floors. All belong to the Charles family. On the 8th floor underground, it is the headquarters of the Charlie family. Normally, apart from Dezhao, Lance, and Henry, no fourth person could come in. This is the Charlie family's top secret location. Lance guided Liu Dong to the control center. Here, several thousand missiles can be controlled. On the big screen is a map of the Kingdom of Molten Knife. On the map, the Charlie family's strongholds in various places are marked. So Liu Dong activated all the missiles and began aiming at these strongholds. Soon, the preparations were ready. All missiles were aimed at the stronghold. Because there are hundreds of strongholds in total, there are nearly 10 missiles aimed at each stronghold to ensure that there is no risk of error. Liu Dong took a deep breath. He was excited, too. This feeling is so refreshing. He slapped his palm on the main launch button. Thousands of missiles were launched. Chapter 103 The richest woman calls me godfather. The entire country of Maidao was shaken. Hundreds of Charles family strongholds were destroyed. Countless armed men died. Except for a few that slipped through the net. The Charlie family disappeared from this world. Finally, Liu Dong set up a self-destruct system in the Charlie family's headquarters building. He then left the Charlie headquarters building with the 3 women. 10 minutes later, the 4 returned to the sports center. Charlie's headquarters building exploded. It has completely become a ruin. The news spread quickly. The entire country of Maidao was shocked. Everyone knows about the wealthy man Liu Dong. In the evening, guests came to visit. It turned out to be people from the remaining 3 major families. They are the Adam family, the Ross family, and the Kembu family. Hylas is from the Ross family. She heard the noise first and then reported it to Liu Dong. Liu Dong asked her to go out and see what was going on. So she went out the door. She saw the owner of the house, Rosebean. Rosebean is her daddy. Rosebean came forward and took Hylas' hand. My daughter, you are lucky to be following the rich man now. Please help me talk to Lord Shenhao. Our Ross family wants to submit to him and become his subordinates. We will serve him wholeheartedly and give him all our money. Just ask him not to wipe out our Ross family. Hylas said, I can only tell you one thing. It's up to the rich man to decide whether he wants you or not. Luo Sidu nodded quickly and said, as long as you bring a message, it's all good. The rich man will always give you some face. Hylas said, you all stand outside the door. I'll go in and inform you. Hylas entered the house and reported the situation to Liu Dong. Liu Dong said, I am not someone who kills innocent people indiscriminately. As long as they obey me, I will not destroy them. Hylas said gratefully, Master Shenhao is really kind, I admire him very much. Liu Dong waved his hand and said, let the patriarchs of the 3 major families come in and talk. Hylas nodded and walked out again. She stood in front of the door and said to the people from the 3 families, our Lord Shenhao is ready to meet you. The rest of you should stand still. The heads of the 3 major families should follow me in. The head of the Adam family is Wei Menglian, who is very beautiful. Her wealth is so huge that she is rich enough to rival a country. She is worth hundreds of trillions and is the richest person in the world. The head of the Kenbu family is an old man in his 70s. The hair on his body turned white. Very old. His name is Mingbu Chang. The 3 followed Hylas into the house. The heads of the 3 families looked at the young man in front of them with great fear. It was this young man who destroyed the Charlie family. So horrible. Liu Dong said calmly, everyone, please sit down. Wei Menglian, Luo Sidu, and Minister Ming all sat down carefully. Liu Dong hesitated for a moment, then said, I know your intention. You want me not to destroy your family, right? Yemenlian said coquettishly, yes, sir, you are too powerful. We really dare not fight against you. We only ask you not to destroy us. Liu Dong smiled calmly and said, I am not a cruel person. I will not destroy you for no reason. As long as you are obedient, I will still let you survive. Luo Sidu said gratefully, Master Shenhao is so kind. We are extremely grateful. Minister Ming said, Sir Shenhao, if you have any request, just ask and we will agree to it. Liu Dong said, it's simple, just transfer all your liquid funds to me. Wei Menglian said solemnly, all the liquid funds. If we give them all to the rich man, it will be a heavy blow to our family. Minister Ming became excited. He stood up and said, Sir Shenhao, I have inquired about it. You are very rich. Why do you want to take away all our working capital? This will put us in trouble. Liu Dong said calmly, it seems that you are unwilling? Mingbu's white beard trembled, and he said with difficulty, can you give us half? Leave some for us? Liu Dong just laughed and didn't make any extra moves. Just raised a finger. With a puff. The 6 Meridians divine sword is activated. A bloody hole appeared on the throat of the leader. With a click, the minister fell to the ground, blood all over the floor. Yemenlian and Rosebin were horrified. The 2 men stood up immediately. They were so frightened that they took several steps back. They thought that Liu Dong would attack them in the next second. Helice is indeed very smart. She knows that Liu Dong is killing the chicken to scare the monkey. So she said with a sullen face, "Don't panic, Lord Shenhao won't kill you easily." Wei Minglian said in a trembling voice, "Really? Master Shenhao really won't kill me?" Helice smiled calmly and said, "As long as you are obedient and transfer all the funds to the godly rich will not kill you." Luo Sidu suddenly realized and said quickly, Mingbu Chang overestimated his own abilities and bargained with the rich man. He deserves to die. Wei Minglian also nodded repeatedly and said, "This old man dared not listen to the words of the rich man. He deserves to die." Rosbin has already taken action. He took out his cell phone. He said solemnly, "Mr. Shenhao, I will transfer all the liquid funds to you now." Helice smiled and said, "Dad, your action is wise. I will tell you the account number of the rich man. Please transfer the money in." Luo Sidu was also thankful that he had this daughter by his side. Otherwise he would be in great danger. So he asked for Liu Dong's account and started operating on his mobile phone. Soon, all the liquid funds of the Ross family were transferred into Liu Dong's account. Finally it was Yemenlian's turn. Unexpectedly, Wei Minglian knelt down in front of Liu Dong with a plop. Liu Dong asked, "What are you doing?" Wei Minglian said respectfully, "I think Lord Shenhao is really powerful and the best in the world, so I have an idea." Liu Dong asked curiously, "What do you think?" Wei Minglian said, "I want to donate all the funds and industries of the Adam family to Lord Shenhao, and then worship Lord Shenhao as my godfather. I want to be Lord Shenhao's goddaughter." Liu Dong's heart moved. This Wei Minglian is extremely beautiful, with a beauty score of at least 9.6. She is also the richest person in the world. Such a woman. It's simply impeccable. To be able to let her call me godfather. It's quite exciting just to think about it. This feeling is so good. So he laughed. Laughing very heartily. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "That's a good idea. From now on you will be my goddaughter." Chapter 104 Attacked. Wei Minglian was overjoyed and kowtowed several times before standing up. Liu Dong turned to Luo Sidu and said, "I have a task for you." Luo Sidu said solemnly, "I will definitely complete the task assigned by Master Shenhao." Liu Dong nodded and said, "The Kenbu family is now without a patriarch, so it will definitely be in chaos. Your task is to use your power to annex the Kenbu family, devour their industries, and finally transfer all the funds to me." Luo Sidu was delighted and said, "This is an important mission. Lord Shenhao trusts me so much. I will do my best to complete this mission successfully." Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "Then go ahead. The sooner you start, the sooner you can solve it." Rosebin responded and left quickly. Liu Dong yawned and said, "I'm a little tired. I want to take a rest." Wei Minglian was a smart woman and she quickly said, "Godfather, are you tired? Then I'll help you rest." Liu Dong smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, my dear daughter." Wei Minglian came up to Liu Dong and helped him into the inner room. After entering the house, Wei Minglian locked the door. Liu Dong asked in surprise, "Why lock the door?" Wei Minglian said coquettishly, "Godfather, you need to have a good rest. You can't let others disturb you, so you have to lock the door." Liu Dong said, "But the door is locked, so you can't go out, right?" Wei Minglian said, "I don't need to go out. I will always accompany Godfather and serve him, so that he can have a good rest and rest comfortably. As long as Godfather is happy, I will do whatever I want." Liu Dong took Wei Minglian's little hand, which felt smooth and nice. He said, "You've worked so hard. My feet are a little sore. I wish someone could rub them for me." Wei Minglian asked Liu Dong to sit on the chair and said earnestly, "Godfather, I am here, right? I will help you massage your feet." After saying that, she took off Liu Dong's shoes and socks. Then, she used her soft little hands to massage Liu Dong's feet. Her technique was quite good. Liu Dong felt very comfortable. He couldn't help but close his eyes and enjoy it. At the same time, I sighed in my heart. After becoming a rich man, That's really good. He actually accepted the world's richest woman. Let her become a goddaughter. Let the world's richest woman massage her feet. This was simply unimaginable in the past. His heart was filled with joy. He also kept instructing Yemenlian. This part is not pinched well enough. That part needs more strength. He directly regarded the world's richest woman as his own. It's exciting just thinking about it. The next morning, Liu Dong yawned and woke up. Yemenlian knocked on the door and walked in. She actually started to help Liu Dong brush his teeth and wash his face. Just like a maid, she served Liu Dong wholeheartedly. Liu Dong pinched her face and said, "Goddaughter, you are quite good. From now on, you will be in charge of the business in my Dao country." Although Yemenlian also felt very tired, after all, she had always been high and mighty before, how could she serve others? But she was still very happy when she heard Liu Dong's words. She knelt in front of Liu Dong. "Godfather, I will definitely do my job well and help you manage the business affairs in the kingdom of my Dao. All the money I earn will be transferred to your account." Liu Dong said with satisfaction, "That's great. I'm optimistic about you. It's getting late, and there's nothing else to do here. I'm going back to China." Liu Dong opened the door and came outside, where several women were already waiting respectfully. Liu Dong said, "I am going back to China, please prepare the plane." Lan Yingying said quickly, "The plane is always ready. As long as Mr. Shenhao is willing, you can board at any time." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Let's get on the plane now." So Liu Dong took Lan Yingying, Helis and lands onto the helicopter. At this time, the plane had been flying over the sea for several hours. After flying for a few more hours, we will reach China. But suddenly, Liu Dong felt a hint of danger. A scream was heard. A black object was heading towards the plane at supersonic speed. Liu Dong keenly realized that this was a supersonic missile. The helicopter siren sounded. The driver was very panicked and shouted in fear, "We are being targeted and we can't hide." Liu Dong no longer hesitated, kicked the hatch open, and jumped out. Just a second. The missile hit the helicopter. There was a loud bang. A huge ball of fire exploded in the air. The helicopter was a total destruction. Everyone on the plane died. Only Liu Dong accelerated downwards. With a splash, he fell into the sea. Originally Liu Dong couldn't swim, he was a landlubber. But he has a system. So he contacted the system and asked to learn the best swimming skills. The system naturally responded to Liu Dong's request and exchanged 511 skill points for him, allowing him to learn top-level swimming skills. So Liu Dong calmed himself down and slowly floated on the sea. His face looked heavy. He didn't expect to be attacked on his way back. It's a pity that the three beauties on the plane died. Liu Dong was in the vast ocean and didn't know where he was. So he just picked a direction and started swimming hard. He's very fast. After all, he has plenty of inner strength. There is also top-notch swimming. He was like a fish, swimming smoothly in the sea. His physical strength is very strong. You can swim and swim without feeling tired. Just like this, from dawn to dusk. And swam from dusk to dawn. As the dawn broke that day, Liu Dong saw a coastline in front of him. Liu Dong was overjoyed, as he had swam to the edge of the land. "I just don't know where this land is. Is it the coastline of the Maidao Kingdom or the coastline of the Huaxia Kingdom? Anyway, it won't be the coastline of Japan. Because Japan has sunk and no longer exists in this world." Liu Dong gathered his strength and began to swim towards the coastline. There were many ships on the seashore, and as Liu Dong advanced, the number of ships increased. Liu Dong looked carefully and found that the crew members standing on these ships were almost all white-skinned people. "Have we arrived at the White Country?" At this time, a huge cruise ship appeared in front of us. There were many people on the deck of the cruise ship, and they all noticed Liu Dong in the sea. There was a commotion on the deck. Then someone dropped a long rope. Liu Dong grabbed the long rope and climbed onto the cruise ship in a flash. Finally out of the sea. Liu Dong also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 105:18 City-States. This luxury cruise ship is like a mobile palace on the sea. It is worth more than $10 billion, is well built, and embodies almost the best navigation technology and design in the world. The cruise ship has smooth and elegant lines and is pure white like jade, giving people a noble and energetic feeling. The hull is covered with fine carvings and decorations, whether it is the golden vines on the deck or the exquisite pillars beside the windows, all reveal the luxury of this cruise ship. The ship is fully equipped with facilities, like a miniature community. There is a large banquet hall where grand dinners can be held, entertainment venues such as a cinema, a fitness center, and even a swimming pool and a jacuzzi. There are also a variety of luxurious rooms on the ship, each with a private balcony where passengers can enjoy the beautiful view of the sea and feel the sea breeze. The service on board is also first class, with exclusive butler service, professional tour guides, and a first-class catering team. Everyone can find their own fun on this cruise ship and enjoy 5-star service. This cruise ship is not only a luxury on the sea, but also a symbol of a lifestyle. When you board this cruise ship, it is like entering a whole new world, where you can temporarily forget the worries and pressures on land and enjoy this sea journey wholeheartedly. A beautiful woman walked up to Liu Dong. This beauty looks very young. Looks to be in his early 20s. She looked at Liu Dong curiously and asked, "Where are you from? Why do you look different from us?" Liu Dong wiped the seawater off his face and said, "I'm from Huaxia. I encountered an accident at sea. Thank you for saving me." The beauty smiled and said, "So you are from Huaxia? That is a mysterious country. I have never been to Huaxia." Liu Dong said, "Then welcome to our Huaxia country. I can be your guide and take you to appreciate the beautiful mountains and rivers of our Huaxia country." The beauty said excitedly, "That's great, you are a very good person, I want to be good friends with you. This is an innocent girl, very beautiful and very cute." Liu Dong stretched out his hand and shook hers. "Hello, my name is Liu Dong, what's your name?" The beauty said shyly, "My name is Emily, nice to meet you." Emily took Liu Dong's hand and entered the cabin, introducing things to him as they walked. "This is our family's cruise ship. We spent over $1 billion to build it. What do you think? This cruise ship is certainly not on the same level as the super-rich cruise ship. But it's also very good." Liu Dong praised and said, "This cruise ship is very good. It looks very big and gorgeous." Emily said happily, "I am very happy to receive your praise." Two people came to a room. The room is decorated very warmly and is full of girlish atmosphere. The two people sat on chairs, facing each other, and began to chat gently. After chatting, Liu Dong understood Emily's identity. The White Country is composed of a total of 18 city-states. Each city-state is controlled by a family. These city-states were not very large. But their wealth is staggering. The wealth of a city-state is no less than that of Japan in the past. Therefore, the wealth of the entire White Country is equivalent to that of 18 Japanese countries. However, compared with the ulcerative knife country, the White Country is still a little bit inferior. There is no comparison with China. The city-state where Emily is located is the third city-state, and its power is considered to be very powerful. Emily is the princess of the third city-state. Their status and position are very noble. Emily had nothing to do recently, so she went out to sea for a trip. Just happened to rescue Liu Dong. Emily glanced at Liu Dong shyly. Liu Dong is now becoming more and more handsome, more and more cool, and more elegant. After all, he is a big shot now. There has been a huge change in temperament from the inside out. So his appearance is very attractive. Any young and beautiful woman will be attracted by his charm and be fascinated by him. Emily couldn't help but fall in love with Liu Dong. She said, "There's nothing fun on the sea. Why don't you go to our third city-state and visit my home?" Liu Dong naturally couldn't refuse the invitation of such an angel-like woman. So Liu Dong nodded and agreed. Emily was very happy, clapped her hands and said, "Welcome to the third city-state. I will definitely entertain you warmly." The two chatted a lot and became more and more familiar with each other, feeling that they had met too late. Soon, it was time for dinner. Emily invited Liu Dong to the restaurant on the cruise ship. This luxury cruise ship has a very exquisite restaurant inside, and its design style is consistent with the theme of the palace on the sea. The walls and ceiling of the restaurant are decorated with gold, which makes the whole space full of luxury and elegance. The interior of the restaurant is equipped with high-end dining tables and chairs, which are made of high-quality wood and leather and are very comfortable. The restaurant has a rich variety of dishes, including a variety of Chinese and Western cuisine and seafood. There is a professional team of chefs here, who carefully prepare each dish to ensure that every bite can bring full enjoyment to the guests. In addition, the restaurant also provides a variety of drinks and beverages, including a variety of wines and spirits, which can meet the tastes and needs of different guests. In terms of service, there are first-class waiters and waitresses who are warm and thoughtful, ready to help and take care of guests. When guests enter the restaurant, they will pull out the seats for guests and provide meticulous and thoughtful service during the meal. The service here is not only fast but also very accurate, ensuring that every guest can enjoy a high-quality dining experience. In short, this restaurant is a shining pearl inside this luxury cruise ship. It not only provides delicious food and wine, but also brings guests a luxurious and comfortable dining environment. Whether enjoying dinner with family or tasting fine wine with friends, this is a good choice. At this time, there were only Liu Dong and Emily in the restaurant. Everyone else left the restaurant so as not to disturb the two of them. It can also be seen here that Emily's status and position are very noble. The two sat at the dining table and began to enjoy their meal. Although it cannot be compared with the food of China. But the White Country has 18 city-states after all. Each city-state has its own unique cuisine. So put them together and there are still a lot of delicious things. Liu Dong was not polite either. After all, I have been swimming in the sea for a long time. He was hungry, very hungry. So he said no more, picked up the cutlery, and started eating with big mouthfuls. Chapter 106 Dance. While Liu Dong and Emily were having dinner, the cruise ship started to depart. Target the third city-state. More than an hour later, Liu Dong was full and satisfied. The cruise ship also arrived at the port of the third city-state. Emily said, "Liu Dong, let's get off the boat." Liu Dong was also very excited and said, "Okay, let's get off the boat." The two of them left the restaurant and came to the deck. Liu Dong looked into the distance and found a huge castle, which was very spectacular. This is the headquarters of the third city-state. Emily and her family live in this huge castle. Just got off the boat. A young man drove over in a luxury car. This young man is quite handsome. But his face was pale and he looked very weak. It seems that he plays with women a lot. He saw Emily and said happily, "Dear, why did you go to the sea to play alone without asking me?" Emily said coldly, "Don't call me honey, I don't like you calling me that. Besides, I don't like going out to sea with you. Besides, I'm not alone. There are hundreds of people on the cruise ship. It's very lively." This young man is a rich second generation in the third city-state. His name is Zudari. I usually just eat, drink and have fun. He is also an arrogant and domineering person. I don't know how many civilians were bullied. Emily disliked him very much, even hated him very much. But Zudari was pursuing Emily fiercely. The lord of the third city-state is Emily's father. Emily is a princess in the third city-state. If I could make Emily my wife. If Shuda is listed in the third city-state, he can walk sideways. But he could only fantasize about it, because Emily didn't care about him at all and would never marry him. Liu Dong noticed Emily's expression. So he asked directly, "You don't like this guy?" Emily was an innocent girl. She didn't want to speak so frankly, so she could only smile awkwardly and said nothing. But when Shudalai heard what Liu Dong said, his face darkened. He looked at Liu Dong and said gloomily, "Who are you? Why are you standing next to Emily? What are your intentions?" Liu Dong smiled calmly and said, "I am Emily's good friend. What does it have to do with you if I stand by her side?" Shudalai was extremely angry when he heard Liu Dong's tough words. His face was livid, and he said, "You are so bold, you dare to talk to me like that, do you want to die?" Liu Dong said disdainfully, "Look at your appearance, if you want me to die, you don't have the ability to do it. Emily is a person who doesn't like to see quarrels." She said hurriedly, "Stop arguing, let's go into the city." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Okay, let's go to the city together. This kind of playboy is not worth arguing with me." Shudalai was not willing to give in. He roared, "Say it again, how can I be a playboy? You are slandering me." Liu Dong was originally following Emily into the city, but he stopped when he heard Shudalai say that. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Are you done yet? If you keep on procrastinating, I'll destroy you." Shudalai noticed the cold light in Liu Dong's eyes, and he took a step back involuntarily. He felt a little guilty. The guy opposite seems to be quite powerful, and there is a murderous aura around him. It seems that he is not a simple guy. Xu Delai noticed the difference in Liu Dong's appearance. He insisted, I don't think you are from our white country. Where are you from? Are you a foreign spy? Liu Dong said righteously, do I look like a spy? You are really blind. Let me tell you, I am an upright Chinese. When Xu Delai heard that Liu Dong was Chinese, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he didn't say anything else. So Liu Dong followed Emily into the city, with Xu Delai following from a distance. The castle is very large, with streets, shops, hotels and sports venues. This castle is equivalent to a third or fourth tier small city in China. The scale is still quite large. In the very center of the castle is a luxurious manor. Emily's home is this manor. When we entered the city, more than a dozen luxury Rolls-Royces came to greet us. So Liu Dong entered the manor with Emily in an extended Rolls-Royce. Xu Delai did not give up. He casually got into a Rolls-Royce behind and followed it into the manor. On this day, a grand ball was being held at the manor. Liu Dong met Emily's parents. Xu Delai's parents were also there. Xu Delai's father is Xu Dachuan and his mother is Xiao Jiaosa. They are all people who curry favor with the powerful. Surrounding Emily's parents, flattering them non-stop. And from what they said, they all wanted to become relatives with the city lord. They wanted their son to marry the city lord's daughter. In this way, their family status and identity were raised to a higher level and became completely different. Emily's father was Ari Cheng-san and her mother was Mary. Mary was also very happy when she heard Xu Dachuan and Xiao Jiaosa flattering her all the time. She said to her husband Ari Cheng-san, why don't we let our daughter marry Xu Delai? He's quite handsome and good in every way. Ari Cheng-san was also a little hesitant and said, it depends on Emily's own wishes. If she is willing, then of course it's fine. If she is not willing, we parents can't make the decision for her. At this time, Emily brought Liu Dong to the dance. The ball was filled with the elites of the third city-state. Dozens of people were dressed elegantly and wearing jewels. The atmosphere at the scene was very cheerful. Two people walked up to Ai Cheng-san. Emily said to Ari Cheng-san and Mary with joy on her face, Father, Mother, this is my new friend I met at sea. He is from Huaxia country and his name is Liu Dong. Ari Cheng-san said with a smile, welcome the young people of Huaxia to visit us, welcome, welcome. Mary also said gently, Liu Dong, you look good, a handsome young man, welcome to our third city-state. There are a lot of food and drinks here, you can eat and drink to your heart's content. There are also many noble ladies, you can also get to know them, maybe you can become the husband of one of them. Liu Dong also greeted them politely, neither arrogant nor humble. Xu Delai also came over and stood behind his parents, whispering something to them. It was obvious that he was saying bad things about Liu Dong. Xu Dachuan and Xiao Jiaosa both had strange expressions on their faces. Xu Dachuan coughed and said, I just received a piece of news this morning from the Moldy Knife country. It seems that a young man from Huaxia country has caused an earth-shattering incident in my Dao country. Everyone's eyes turned to Liu Dong. Chapter 107 Lonely Lady. Ari Cheng-san frowned and asked, what happened? Xu Dachuan stood up and said, there was a young man from Huaxia who went to my Dao country and ended up destroying 2 families. He also took over the remaining 2 families. Ari Cheng-san was surprised and said, what? There are such powerful people in the world? Xu Dachuan nodded and said, this young man was on his way back to China when his plane was shot down by a missile. Everyone thought he was dead. But I saw his photo, and he looks exactly like this Liu Dong. Xu Dachuan took out his mobile phone and pulled up a photo, which was the photo of Liu Dong in my Dao country. Emily covered her mouth in surprise and said, Liu Dong, you are so amazing. No wonder we rescued you at sea. It turns out you were shot down in the plane. Liu Dong nodded and said calmly, that's true. Now all the businesses of my Dao country have fallen into my hands. Someone must have been jealous and shot down my plane in secret. Emily said with fear on her face, thank goodness you're okay, it was really thrilling. Xu Dachuan said, you are making unpredictable moves in the Bad Knife country, and we have no right to interfere. But now you have come to our white skin country. Are you planning to cause any big trouble again? Liu Dong said, I just arrived at the white country by accident. I have no other ideas. Xu Delai screamed, you said you didn't have any other ideas, but I see you have ideas about Emily. You want to take Emily away from me. You and I can't stand together. Liu Dong said coldly, I have tolerated you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so fearless. Then I will fulfill your wish. Liu Dong simply stretched out a finger, and the 6 meridians divine sword shot out, and a small blood hole appeared on Shu Delai's throat. Blood gushed out from the small blood hole. Shu Delai's eyes widened, and then he fell to the ground with a thud. He died of suffocation. Everyone screamed. Shu Dachuan and Xiao Jiaosa were even paler and very frightened. Their son died in front of them. It's really hard for them to accept. Shu Dachuan yelled wildly, "I will fight you." Then he pounced on Liu Dong. Liu Dong would not let him touch him, and he used the 6 meridians divine sword as usual. Then Shu Dachuan also fell to the ground. He died of suffocation. All the guests screamed and ran out of the banquet hall. Xiao Jiaosa sat down on the ground. Her legs were so weak that she couldn't stand at all. Liu Dong looked at her coldly and asked, "Do you want to avenge your husband and son?" Xiao Jiaosa was shaking with fear. She said, I don't dare. Please forgive me. I don't want to die." Liu Dong snorted coldly and said, "If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. You should accompany the 2 of them to the underworld." He took a step forward and was about to slap Xiao Jiaosa to death. But Xiao Jiaosa took off all her clothes and hugged Liu Dong's thighs. "Please, spare me. I will serve you well and satisfy you." Seeing Xiao Jiaosa's ugly appearance, the Aiqing family all showed expressions of disgust. Ari Chengsan said, "Liu Dong, our family of 3 will go out first. We'll give this place to you. We'll talk after you've dealt with your business." Liu Dong nodded and said, "I'm so sorry. I'll tell you after I finish dealing with things here." Then, Ari Chengsan walked out of the banquet hall with his wife and daughter and helped close the door. Liu Dong looked at Xiao Jiaosa coldly, and then said, "Since you want to serve me, then show your actions." Xiao Jiaosa was overjoyed and started serving Liu Donglai immediately. An hour later, Xiao Jiaosa collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Liu Dong put on his clothes and said, "Take care of the 2 bodies here, and then get out of the 3rd city-state. Never show up in front of me again." Xiao Jiaosa struggled to get up, and knelt in front of Liu Dong, saying, "I am just a small character, I dare not go against you. I will definitely disappear in the 3rd city-state and will never appear in front of you again, don't worry." Seeing that she was sensible, Liu Dong didn't kill her and just walked out of the banquet room. There is a big villa in front. Ari Chengsan's family lived in this big villa. Liu Dong walked straight into the big villa. But I didn't see Ai Cheng-san and Emily. Only Mary was watching TV in the living room. Liu Dong asked, "Where are the city lord and the princess?" Mary stood up and said with a smile, "The lord of the 2nd city-state is celebrating his birthday and invited them to come over as guests. I didn't want to go, so I stayed." Liu Dong nodded and said, "It seems that you are a person who likes quietness." Mary nodded and said, "Yes, I like quietness and don't like to attend parties. Besides, since you are a guest in our house, I should stay and entertain you." Liu Dong said, "It's getting late, do you want to rest?" Mary said, "I have prepared your room for you. I will take you upstairs to rest." Liu Dong said politely, "Thank you very much." So Mary led the way in front and Liu Dong followed behind, walking upstairs. Upstairs, Mary took Liu Dong into a large room. This room is luxuriously decorated and has everything you need. There is also a very large bathroom with a large bathtub, which looks nice. Looking at the big bathtub, Mary blushed slightly. Mary said, "You must be very tired, right? How about I help you bathe?" Liu Dong said in surprise, "You are the wife of the city lord, how can I trouble you to help me bathe? That is too rude, isn't it?" Mary walked forward and a fragrant breeze wafted over and entered Liu Dong's nose. Liu Dong just felt his heart was stirring. This beautiful lady is really beautiful. Although I am over 40 years old. But still mature and charming. Especially her plump figure, which makes people unable to take their eyes off. Mary saw Liu Dong's eyes staring at her body, and she couldn't help feeling a little shy and her face turned red. She sighed softly and said sadly, "Actually, I've been so lonely all these years." Liu Dong asked in confusion, "You are the wife of the city lord, you enjoy fine clothes and delicious food, and many servants serve you, how can you be lonely?" Mary sighed again and said, "I'm talking about the loneliness between men and women. I'm not afraid to tell you that my husband's health is getting worse and worse, and he and I have been sleeping in separate rooms for a long time. For so many years, I slept in a room alone, without a man to accompany me. I was so lonely. At this point, Mary had already moved closer to Liu Dong. She put her hands on Liu Dong's face. She said obsessedly, "You are so handsome and charming. I was attracted to you the first time I saw you. Please forgive my incompetence. Can you accompany me tonight?" Chapter 108, Raising an Army to Punish the Crime. That night, Liu Dong and Mary spent a night of endless springtime. When I woke up the next morning, Mary has gone to prepare breakfast. Breakfast was originally prepared by the servants. But Mary was very happy, so she took the initiative to prepare breakfast for Liu Dong. This is to express her feelings. The breakfast was very rich. Liu Dong and Mary sat together at the dining table. Enjoy breakfast together in a loving atmosphere. The sun shines down brightly. Everything seems so romantic and warm. But this wonderful time was soon ruined. A servant ran in panic. He shouted, "Oh no! The master and the young lady have been kidnapped, just outside the manor." Mary was horrified. She didn't understand why this happened. Iching-san is the head of the third city-state. The force is very strong. Who dares to kidnap him? So Mary said to Liu Dong, "Sir Shenhao, I want to go out and take a look." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Don't worry too much. I'll go out with you and take a look. If there is anything, I'll help you solve it." Mary said gratefully, "Thank you so much. You are a guest, but you still have to worry about our family's plight." Liu Dong gently held Mary in his arms and said softly, "You have become my woman. Your affairs are my affairs. I can't just stand by and watch. Let's go out and see who is so bold as to kidnap Richel-san." So the two men walked out of the manor, supported by hundreds of servants. As soon as she walked out of the manor, Mary was stunned. At a glance, there are thousands of people. There is no end to the world, and people are everywhere. The entire estate was surrounded. Up ahead, Mary saw her husband and daughter. Richel-san and Emily had been tied up tightly, with something stuffed in their mouths to prevent them from speaking. Mary looked carefully and found the lords of other city-states. The White Country has 18 city-states. Except for RE City 3, the lords of the other 17 city-states all came. They all looked at Liu Dong with hostility. Mary screamed, "What are you doing? Aren't we usually very united? Why did you tie up my husband and daughter? What do you mean?" The mayor of the first city-state was called City Lord 1, a very strong middle-aged man. He looked at Liu Dong gloomily and said slowly, "My little brother, are you from China?" Liu Dong took a few steps forward, then stopped, looking at the thousands of people across the street. Everyone stared at him eagerly. He knew in his heart that these people were coming for him. He nodded and said, "My name is Liu Dong, and I'm from Huaxia. Are you here for me? What can I do for you?" The city lord burst into laughter, but there was no joy in his laughter, only coldness. He laughed for a while, and then slowly stopped laughing. He also took 2 steps forward and looked directly at Liu Dong. He said coldly, "We have received news that you have caused a big incident in the Kingdom of Moldy Sword, conquered the 4 major families, and unified the business community of the Kingdom of Moldy Sword. Is that right?" Liu Dong said calmly, "Yes, your information is very accurate. I did it. The business community of my Dao country is now controlled by me. I am their master." The city lord's breathing became rapid. Although he had heard the news a long time ago. But I'm still skeptical. Because this news is too horrible and too unbelievable. What kind of person can do such an earth-shattering thing? He actually unified the entire business community of the Molten Knife Kingdom. Isn't that too powerful? It is simply unprecedented and will never be surpassed. So deep down he still didn't quite believe it. But when Liu Dong told him personally that all of this was true, there was nothing wrong with it. He was shocked inside. The other people behind him also heard what Liu Dong said, and they all gasped. It's shocking. They were almost petrified. A loud noise spread and the scene was in chaos. After a long time, the noise slowly subsided. The city lord also calmed down. He looked at Liu Dong with an unpleasant expression and asked, "So you came to our White Country now? Do you want to conquer our 18 city-states and unify the business community of our White Country?" Liu Dong shook his head and said, I didn't have this plan. I just came to the White Country by accident. The city lord said doubtfully, Is that true? Why shouldn't I believe you? Liu Dong laughed and said, I am a very straightforward person. I mean what I say and I will never lie. The Lord of the City 1 said, Since you don't want to conquer our 18 city-states and unify the business community of the White Country, then why did you come to our White Country? Liu Dong sighed and said, This was also an accident. I was originally taking a helicopter to return to Huaxia from my Dao country, but I didn't expect that halfway through, I encountered a missile that destroyed my plane. All my companions died, and I was the only one who fell into the sea and survived. You know, I don't know the direction in the vast ocean, so I have no choice but to swim hard in one direction. I don't know where I'm going, or where I can swim to. I can only swim as hard as I can. Fortunately, I had good luck. I finally swam to the coast and met Miss Emily from the second city-state. It was Miss Emily who saved me, brought me here, made me a guest, and entertained me warmly. So I don't have the idea of conquering your 18 city-states, nor have I thought about unifying the business community of the White Country. After hearing Liu Dong's series of explanations, the city lord's expression eased. But after he thought about it, his face darkened again. He pointed at Liu Dong and said, But I still don't believe you, because RHL-san told me that you are here to conquer our 18 city-states and unify the business community of our White Country. Liu Dong said in surprise, How is that possible? I didn't say that to him. You let him talk, I want to confront him face to face. The first city lord nodded and said, Okay, I'll give you this opportunity. Let him confront you face to face and see who is lying. After saying this, City Lord 1 walked up to Ari Cheng-san and took out the thing from his mouth, allowing him to speak. The lord of the first city said coldly, Ari Cheng-san, tell me quickly, this guy named Liu Dong came to our White Country. Is he trying to conquer our 18 city-states and unify the business community of our White Country? Chapter 109 Mysterious Witchcraft. Ari Cheng-san's face was flushed, and he had obviously drunk a lot of wine. He was a little confused and a little sad. He said, Mr. Shenhao is very powerful. He unified the business world of the Moldy Sword country. I think he can unify the business world of our White Skin country. Master Shenhao and Emily are also in love with each other. Then Master Shenhao will be my son-in-law. It would be a great honor for me if my son-in-law could unify the business community of the White Country. When Liu Dong heard this, he also frowned. It seems that RHL-san was drunk and spoke out his fantasies. As a result, the lords of other city-states became wary. They are all local overlords, and their words are final. He can call the shots within his sphere of influence and enjoy the support of millions of people. Now, if we follow the statement of RE3, Liu Dong wants to unify the business community of the White Country. Then the status of these city lords was shaken. Of course they were unwilling to do that. That's why they were so angry and tied up Ari Cheng-san and Emily. Then he came here to demand punishment. Understand the whole process of the incident. Liu Dong was also speechless, to the point of being extremely speechless. The city lord shouted, What do you think? Liu Dong, did you hear what he said? You want to become his son-in-law, and then conquer our 18 city-states with him. We will never agree to this. The city lord's words were very tough, which made Liu Dong very unhappy. What does this mean? Are you threatening me? Am I a man you can threaten? Liu Dong's face also turned cold. He said, Let's not talk about whether I want to unify the business community of the White Country. Just for your attitude, I will teach you a lesson. Hearing Liu Dong's words, the city lord burst into laughter. He pointed at Liu Dong and said, You are so arrogant, you little brat. I have hundreds of thousands of people here. Do you think you can teach me a lesson? You are just daydreaming. Liu Dong said disdainfully, What's the use of having more people? In my eyes, they are no different from ants. No matter how many people there are, they are just a group of ants. What threat can they pose to me? The city lord didn't expect Liu Dong to be so arrogant and was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that this guy might be crazy. With hundreds of thousands of people pressing down on him, he must be scared. So it went crazy. This is a very normal phenomenon. Except for City Lord 1 and City Lord 3, the other 16 City Lords also burst into laughter. This guy is really crazy. We have hundreds of thousands of people, all elite soldiers and generals, but he is so shameless and doesn't take us seriously at all. It's ridiculous. That's right, it's ridiculous. All the elites of our white country are here. Even if the 4 major families of the Moldy Knife country came, they would have to think twice. He actually has no fear at all. If not crazy, what is he? Just wait and see. He will be so scared that he will kneel down and beg for mercy. Ha ha ha, maybe he'll even wet his pants. I've seen a lot of guys like that. More than a dozen city lords laughed at Liu Dong. They didn't take Liu Dong seriously at all. This is also a very normal thing. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is too great. In their view, even if hundreds of thousands of people pressed down on him, they would be able to crush Liu Dong into ashes. Maybe Liu Dong is very powerful in the business world. He can really unify the business community of the Kingdom of Maidao. But in the White Country, not only must we be strong economically, you must also be strong in terms of military force. The 18 major families all have their own armed forces. Very powerful. They represent the elite class of the entire White Country. When they unite, they will be the absolute leadership of the White Country. So they believe. No matter how strong Liu Dong is in economics, it is not enough in front of the armed forces of their 18 families. They were full of confidence and felt they could completely control Liu Dong. So they are very relaxed. Laughing at Liu Dong to your heart's content. Liu Dong was too lazy to talk. He needs to establish his authority now. So he just stretched out a finger. With a puff. Before anyone could react, the tied-up Ari Cheng-san was caught. Yes, it is Ari3. Liu Dong felt that this person was too naive. I drank a little bit of wine and got drunk like this. Originally, everyone was at peace. He drank a little and got completely drunk. Then he started talking nonsense everywhere. It aroused the hostility of the 18 families in the White Country. Ai Ching-san's behavior made Liu Dong very unhappy. So Ai Ching-3 had to bear the consequences. So Liu Dong directly used the 6 Meridians Divine Sword to end his life. A moment ago, Ari Cheng-san was still yelling with a red face. He made wild statements. Liu Dong will unify the business community of the White Country and become the master of the White Country. He will also become Liu Dong's father-in-law and a person admired by everyone. But he didn't expect that he would be punished the next second. There was a bloody hole on his throat. Blood gushed out. Then there was a bang. Ai Cheng-san fell to the ground and died. Emily's eyes widened. Ai Ching-san fell beside her. This was totally unimaginable and unacceptable to her. My father died just like that. Something was stuffed in her mouth. She could not speak, nor could she cry out. She could only make vague humming sounds. She struggled hard, trying to touch her father. But she was tied up. Being controlled by several strong men, she was unable to break free. She just shed tears, her eyes full of sadness and despair. The city lord was shocked. He didn't expect that it would only take a blink of an eye. Ari died 3 years later. It was obvious that it was the guy in front of me who did this. But he had no weapon in his hands. How did he cause Ai Ching-3 to die? Isn't it incredible? His expression changed drastically, and he quickly took a few steps back. He asked his men to stand in front of him. He was afraid that he would suffer the same fate as Ari3. Although he didn't know how Liu Dong did it. But for safety, he had to hide behind. The other city lords were also horrified. They all followed the example of the city lord, hiding behind their subordinates and using them as shields. Hundreds of thousands of people were also in an uproar. They didn't see anything at all. Ai Ching-3 fell to the ground in front of everyone. Blood flowed from his throat. He died suddenly just like that. This is totally unimaginable. It's so horrible. This guy from Huaxia is definitely good at witchcraft. Yes, I have heard of the mysterious Eastern country. They have witchcraft. It's so terrible. We must destroy him, otherwise his witchcraft will surely kill us all. Chapter 110 Meteor Shower. The city lord waved his hand. Hundreds of armed men rushed towards Liu Dong. Liu Dong certainly wouldn't let them off, and he used an ice storm to deal with them. Hundreds of armed men were frozen into ice men. Then the hundreds of icemen shook and fell to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. All fell to the ground and were smashed to pieces. Hundreds of thousands of people were stunned. Isn't this witchcraft too powerful? Many people have already started to sneak away. They don't want to die. But Liu Dong was not going to let them go. He directly used the Six Meridians' divine sword. Anyone who dared to escape would be killed by the Six Meridians' divine sword. So no one dared to escape anymore. Everyone was trembling with fear. The city lord's face was pale. But he didn't want to wait to die there. He knew that he was the leader of these people. Liu Dong will definitely kill him. So he grabbed a gun and put it to Emily's head. He yelled frantically, "Liu Dong, don't come over here. If you come over here, I will kill this woman." He also took the gag out of Emily's mouth so that she could speak. He wanted Emily to ask Liu Dong for help so that he would have a chance to survive. But Emily burst into tears. She choked up and said, "Liu Dong, why did you kill my father?" Liu Dong didn't answer because Mary spoke. Her mind was now filled with Liu Dong, and she didn't speak for her husband at all. "Silly daughter, your father did something terribly wrong, which led to the current situation. It is just for the rich man to kill him." Emily came to her senses after hearing what Mary said. That is indeed the case. If Ari Chelsan had not spoken out of turn after drinking, the current situation would not have occurred. Aiching-san brought this upon himself, and he deserved to die. Then Emily calmed down and she stopped crying. She said to the lord of the city who was holding her hostage, "Sir Shenhao is inviolable by gods and monsters, and cannot be threatened by anyone. Give up this stupid idea, otherwise you will end up like my father. You will die." The city lord shouted frantically, "Shut up, I know you are his woman, for you, he dare not act rashly." Liu Dong was indeed a little hesitant. Emily fell into the other party's hands and it was not easy for him to rescue her. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of people on the other side, and everyone has a gun in their hands. No matter how fast he moves, the opponent may seize the opportunity. It would be bad if someone randomly shot and killed Emily. When the two sides were at a stalemate, Emily made a brave decision. She didn't want to embarrass Liu Dong. She loves Liu Dong, and she doesn't want Liu Dong to be controlled by others because of her. So Emily did something surprising. She opened her mouth and bit the ear of the city lord. Blood spurted out immediately. The city lord screamed and let go of Emily immediately. Emily took the opportunity to break free from his control and ran towards Liu Dong. Liu Dong's face changed drastically and he shouted, "Be careful." But one of the city lords had already launched an attack, and he insidiously pulled the trigger in the crowd. A bullet hit Emily in the back. A bloody hole appeared. Blood gushed out. Emily fell forward and fell to the ground. She raised her head with difficulty, took a last look at Liu Dong, then fell to the ground, without breath. Emily sacrificed herself. Liu Dong's eyes were red. He said grimly, "You all will die. System, I want to learn the most powerful forbidden technique. Then learn Meteor Shower and start exchanging it for you now." "Okay, I'm going to learn Meteor Shower now. I'm going to destroy these scumbags." They killed Emily. The system quickly exchanged 511 skill points, allowing Liu Dong to learn the top-level Meteor Shower. In just a moment, Liu Dong felt his whole body burning. Countless flames burst out from his body. These flames shot up into the sky, gathered into a cloud of fire. The flames in Liu Dong's body gushed out more, and all gathered in this fire cloud. Hundreds of thousands of people looked up at the sky, looking at the growing fire cloud in the sky. This cloud of fire covered the sky and the sun, boundless and endless. Countless flames are surging inside. The whole world was burning with heat. The weather was about 10 degrees. It's at least 40 degrees now. Everyone was sweating. It's too hot. The air seemed to be burning. Everyone's clothes were wet, all soaked with sweat. But the clothes quickly lose moisture and become dry. Because they were all roasted dry. A layer of white salt condensed on the surface of everyone's body. This is all condensed from salt in the body. Liu Dong looked grimly at the hundreds of thousands of people in front of him. They were the ones who killed Emily. He wanted revenge for Emily. So he waved his right hand firmly and forcefully. Then the fire clouds in the sky began to rotate. There was a loud thunder between heaven and earth. The wind was blowing wildly. The momentum is really scary. Hundreds of thousands of people changed their expressions. They didn't know what happened. Why is there such a horrifying scene? When they were at a loss, the fire clouds in the sky began to rain. Yes, it started to rain. But it's not water drops. It rained fireballs. Countless meteors shot out from the fire cloud. These meteors enveloped hundreds of thousands of people below. In just a few seconds, the fireball set these hundreds of thousands of people on fire. Countless wails and screams, echoing between heaven and earth. Countless fireballs rolled on the ground. These are all people who are ignited. But they didn't roll for long at all, and they stopped. Hundreds of thousands of people were burned to ashes in a short period of time. Disappeared from this world. Mary witnessed this scene. The servants of the third city-state behind him also witnessed the scene. They were all stunned, shocked, petrified. They opened their mouths wide, unable to utter a word. They felt their chests were stuffy and they couldn't even breathe smoothly. You wouldn't see this kind of scene even in a dream, right? Liu Dong wiped out hundreds of thousands of people with his own strength. These hundreds of thousands of people are the absolute armed elites of the White Country. Hundreds of thousands of people died. The White Country has almost lost its combat effectiveness. Apart from the remaining people in the third city-state, the White Country no longer has any force that can contend with it. Mary was stirred as she thought of this. If she uses the power of the third city-state, she can rule the entire White Country. Liu Dong looked at her with a smile and said, "This is a gift for you. From now on, the White Country will be handed over to you." Mary threw herself into Liu Dong's arms and said emotionally, "Master Shenhao, don't worry, I will definitely be your slave and help you rule the entire White Country. I will transfer all the benefits to your account every once in a while." Liu Dong was also satisfied to hear her speak so obediently. This woman is a smart woman who knows what is the right thing to do. Only by absolutely obeying Liu Dong can she live a better and more fulfilling life. Chapter 111 Mutation. Liu Dong left the White Country and took the plane arranged by Mary back to China and the Magic City. Qin Wushuang found him. Qin Wushuang's face looked very unhappy. "Sir Shenhao, I found out that our family is doing something secret." Liu Dong asked curiously, "What secret things can your Qin family do?" Qin Wushuang said, "Master Shenhao, do you still remember? At the beginning, our Qin family was in financial difficulties, so we auctioned off the island and asked me to come out and find a boyfriend to get a lot of money." Liu Dong nodded. Of course he remembered that at that auction, he spent a lot of money and gained a lot of skill points. It was very cool. He asked a little puzzled, "Is there any problem with this?" Qin Wushuang shook his head, sighed, and said, "They took a lot of money to develop biochemical warriors." Liu Dong was a little puzzled and asked, "What is a biochemical warrior?" Qin Wushuang said, "Actually, I don't really understand it either, but I just vaguely heard that it is a very powerful thing that can fight 100 people alone, just like Superman." Liu Dong nodded thoughtfully. Like Superman, isn't he just like Superman now? With superb physical strength and spirit. There are also various powerful skills. But why does the Qin family research these things? Are they going to dominate the world? Liu Dong comforted Qin Wushuang and said, "Let them do their research, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he is not afraid. No matter how powerful the biochemical warrior is, can he be as powerful as him? It certainly wouldn't threaten him." Qin Wushuang nodded and said, "Actually, I don't really understand either. I just came to tell you that it won't hurt if you pay attention." The two talked for a while, and then Qin Wushuang went shopping. Liu Dong had nothing to do, so he went to the Shenhao headquarters building to check the situation. Now the headquarters building of the rich man is no longer the original 18-story building. He has already bought the most central and prime location in the Magic City. He spent a huge amount of money to rebuild a headquarters building for the rich here. This building has more than 500 floors. Straight into the sky. Very spectacular. Liu Dong took the high-speed elevator to the top floor. His office is on this floor. Liu Xinya also works on this floor. Seeing Liu Dong, she happily threw herself into his arms. The two kissed for a while. Then Liu Xinya reported to Liu Dong about her career in recent period. Liu Dong was also absent-minded. He actually had no interest in these things. because he had so much money that he couldn't spend it all. It turns out that the system gave him 1 trillion yuan of godly gold. He had already spent part of it. But later he unified the business world of China and became the only tycoon in the entire country. Then he made a fortune in Japan and sank the entire country to the bottom of the sea. Then he went to the country of Maidao and unified the business community of Maidao. Countless funds flowed into his account. As luck would have it, he ended up in the White Country again. As a result, he unified the business community of the White Country and took control of all the funds of the White Country. He is now the richest man in the world. Not only has the amount of money from the rich not decreased. On the contrary, it increased. It has far exceeded 1 trillion yuan. This made him lose his temper. There is too much money to spend. It's also as lonely as snow. He waved his hand, interrupting Liu Xinya's report, and said, "Give me a cup of coffee." Liu Xinya happily poured a cup of coffee and handed it to Liu Dong gently. Liu Dong took the coffee and walked to the window with Liu Xinya. Looking down. 5 multi-story buildings. The ground below was already a little blurry. All the cars and people are smaller than ants. It was as if the whole world was under my feet. Liu Dong smiled as he drank his coffee and said, "It's not a good thing to make too much money. You should try to use some of it to do good things and help more people in need." Liu Xinya nodded and said respectfully, "You are such a great person, so kind, so great, and your brilliance shines on everyone. I really admire you so much." Liu Dong pinched her cheeks, laughed, and said, "Your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter." Liu Xinya said coquettishly, "In front of you, my mouth is always sweet, as long as you like it." Liu Dong laughed and said, "Of course I like it." The two people snuggled together, quietly admiring the scenery outside. Clouds slowly floated over. The fog gradually spread. The surroundings became a little chaotic. There were faint noises of commotion coming from downstairs. Liu Dong frowned. What happened? Suddenly, he felt that Liu Xinya's body in his arms was a little cold and no longer soft, but had become very stiff. Then, a hoarse sound came from Liu Xinya's throat. Liu Dong turned his head and looked. I noticed that Liu Xinya's eyes turned red. The teeth also protruded. Become sharp. She hugged Liu Dong tightly, and the nails on her 10 fingers became longer. As sharp as a scimitar. Fortunately, Liu Dong has an amazing physique. My skin has become like iron. Invulnerable to swords and guns. No matter how sharp Liu Xinya's nails were, they couldn't penetrate. Liu Xinya has completely lost her mind. There was a constant ho-ho-ho sound coming from his mouth. She bit Liu Dong's shoulder. The sharp teeth bit Liu Dong's shoulder. Makes a harsh friction sound. Because Liu Dong is already a man of steel. So Liu Xinya couldn't bite Liu Dong at all. Liu Dong pushed Liu Xinya away and shouted, "What are you doing?" But Liu Xinya ignored him and continued to make the hoarse sound. She seemed to be a person without any reason. He just stared with his red eyes wide open, and then pounced on him again. Liu Dong already had a vague feeling in his heart. He asked the system what was happening. Something has changed in this world. A strange virus is spreading all over the world. Can it be solved? It can't be solved, and it's terrible. I'm also affected. Liu Dong was shocked. The system is his greatest support. If the system is also affected, it will be fatal. What's wrong with you? What's affecting you? Not sure, my system is already in chaos, I have to enter hibernation and maintenance mode. What? You're going to hibernate? What will happen to me then? If I go into hibernation, all the rich money will be frozen. I don't care about this. In addition to the super rich gold, I have a lot of money that I can't spend. Also, all the enhancement points and skill points you have obtained must be returned to the system. What does that mean? It means that you will become an ordinary person and will no longer have any skills. Liu Dong's heart turned cold and he was completely stunned. If we become an ordinary person, wouldn't that mean we have fallen into the mortal world? At this time Liu Xinya pounced on him again and kept biting him. Liu Dong knew that he couldn't be soft-hearted at this time. After all, he will soon become an ordinary person. As soon as he turns into an ordinary person, the mutated Liu Xinya will kill him immediately. So he stretched out his finger and tapped lightly. Chapter 112, The End of the World. Liu Xinya is dead. Killed by Liu Dong. Liu Dong had no choice. He was actually reluctant. But if he doesn't kill Liu Xinya, he will be threatened. So Liu Xinya must die. And everyone on this level must die. No one knows what the situation is like for the people on this level. Which ones will mutate and which ones won't. Neither knows. So for the sake of your own life, Liu Dong must be absolutely safe. This entire floor must be killed. So he went out. Then the killing began. Fortunately, he has many skills. It doesn't take much time to kill someone. Soon. This whole floor, hundreds of people. They all died in his hands. He threw all the bodies out of the window. After all, leaving the body here is also dangerous. No one knows whether the corpse will turn into a zombie. Yes, that's right. We are about to enter the world of zombies. This is also the last prompt from the system. Then the system disappeared. Took away all the rich money. Took away all the enhancement points and skills. Liu Dong turned back into an ordinary person in an instant. The feeling of losing strength is very uncomfortable. But Liu Dong had to accept this. And he also needs to cheer up to deal with the upcoming crisis. First, he wants to close the passage between this level and the next level. There are two types of channels. One is the safety staircase. One is a high-speed elevator. There is a safety gate on the safety staircase, just lock it. High-speed elevators also have a mechanical switch to shut off the ascent. Liu Dong is the owner of this building. So he has the highest authority. So the high-speed elevator will no longer rise to the top floor. After doing all this, Liu Dong was already sweating all over and his clothes were soaked. He gasped, then called his parents. My parents now live on a wealthy island. There were slaves and servants on the island, and they all served Liu Dong's parents. I wonder if the virus has spread to the island? But the call didn't go through. My parents didn't answer the phone. Liu Dong's heart sank. Something had happened on the island. The parents are probably in great danger. Liu Dong felt very sad and shed tears. But now is not the time to be sad, he needs to protect himself. So he began to search for food on this floor. But after searching for a long time, I only found some snacks and mineral water. These things can only last for 3 days at most. Then Liu Dong would go hungry. Liu Dong was very decadent. Sat on the ground. Now there is nothing. It's really despairing. But he remembered. Before the system left, it left him something. It seems like a space. This space is independent of this world. Liu Dong's mind moved, and then an illusory world appeared before his eyes. The world is vast and white, boundless. The system told him that this space was infinite. Liu Dong tried it. His mind moved, and the bottle of mineral water in front of him disappeared. The next moment, there was an extra bottle of mineral water in the vast white space. Liu Dong felt better. It seemed that this space was quite good and could be used to store food and water. In this doomsday world, this is extremely valuable. But the next second, Liu Dong was stunned. Because he found that the mineral water in the space suddenly fissioned. 1 bottle splits into 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 4 bottles, 5 bottles. The last bottle of mineral water split into 10,000 bottles. What is going on? Can this space also copy items? Liu Dong took out a bottle of mineral water from the space and carefully opened the bottle cap. Then I took a sip. It's a little sweet and really delicious. He took out another bottle from the space, opened the cap again, and took a sip. Still sweet and very delicious. Liu Dong was still worried, so he took out 10 bottles of mineral water, opened them one by one, and tasted them one by one. It turns out that these mineral waters are genuine and drinkable. This surprised him greatly. A thought occurred to him: if he put the mineral water back into the space, would it continue to fission? He tried it. The result made him somewhat disappointed. The mineral water taken out from the space can no longer fission after being put back in. But it doesn't matter. Don't be too greedy. If it could split infinitely, that would be too incredible. Then Liu Dong put other snacks into the space. As expected, all the snacks were split into 10,000 portions. Now, Liu Dong felt much more at ease. 10,000 snacks are enough for him to eat for a while, so he doesn't have to worry about starving to death in a short time. He found a telescope and looked downstairs. I found the outside world in chaos. All the cars on the road crashed into each other, blocking the street. Countless people are running madly. Some are chasing, some are fleeing. The ones being chased are already zombies, and the ones escaping are humans. It seems that not all people will mutate into zombies. Still, a considerable number of humans have taken refuge in safe places. But this kind of safety is also quite short-lived. Because no one will have plenty of food and water. If the food and water supplies in the safe houses ran out, the survivors would die of starvation or thirst. Or they venture out from their safe homes and search the outside world for food and water. However, there were too many zombies outside, and the danger was too great for the survivors to run out. They were almost all bitten to death or scratched by the zombies. In the end, they were infected and became zombies of the same kind, meeting a tragic end. It's so terrible. This world has completely turned into a doomsday world. Liu Dong had no expression on his face and threw away the telescope. Without the system, without the skills, without the strong physique and strength, the outside world is deadly to him. Although he had 10,000 bottles of mineral water and snacks. But I also lasted longer than others. In the end, all the mineral water and snacks were consumed by him. At that time, he still had to venture out to find food and water. Without skills and strength, he was no different from a lamb encountering a pack of wolves when facing hordes of zombies. Liu Dong was extremely desperate. He sat on the ground dejectedly, staring blankly into space, his mind in a mess. The sky gradually darkened. The noise downstairs gradually died down. Most of the survivors took refuge in safe houses. The humans who couldn't escape were also killed by the zombies, and were eventually infected and turned into zombies. So now the streets outside are full of wandering zombies. They make a ho-ho-ho sound from their mouths and wander around aimlessly. It's really terrible. Liu Dong just felt very tired. Then he lay on the ground. It was getting darker and darker. Shrouded in an atmosphere of terror. Liu Dong fell into a deep sleep in this terrifying atmosphere. Whatever the case, let us talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 113 Return to the Island. Liu Dong was awakened when it was almost dawn. He opened his eyes and saw. Outside the window, there is a helicopter. He saw that the person driving the helicopter was Nangong Fenghuang. He jumped up and opened the window. At this time, Qin Wushuang stuck his head out of the helicopter. "Mr. Shenhao, please get on the plane quickly." A thick rope was thrown over. It's a pity that it was not thrown in. But Qin Wushuang did not give up. She pulled the rope back in and threw it over again. After several efforts, the rope was finally thrown into the window. Liu Dong was overjoyed, grabbed the rope, and started climbing. His physical strength is now the same as that of a normal person. So he was struggling. After several minutes of climbing, he finally got into the plane. Qin Wushuang closed the cabin door. Nangong Fenghuang said in a deep voice, "Sit tight." Then the helicopter began to climb. Then it flew in one direction. Liu Dong took a breath and asked, "Where are the others?" Qin Wushuang said with a sad face, "Most of the people have turned into zombies, and some people cannot be contacted, and we don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing." Liu Dong's heart sank. The situation looked very bad. "Where are we going now?" Liu Dong asked. "Let's go to Shenhao Island." Qin Wushuang said, "Hai Mingzhu has already taken the remaining armed forces to clear out the zombies there. Shenhao Island is safe now." Liu Dong was overjoyed and asked, "How are my parents?" Qin Wushuang said, "Master Shenhao's parents are safe now, Master Shenhao can rest assured." Liu Dong breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that his parents were safe. The plane flew for several hours, crossed the sea, and finally arrived at the Shenhao Island. There were originally more than 200 people on the island. They are all kinds of servants and service personnel. More than half of the people turned into zombies. The rest of the people protected Liu Dong's parents and hid in the villa. Later, Hai Mingzhu came with a warship. Her naval forces were also completely lost, and only this battleship was left. Even her biological brother Hai Batian died. It's so miserable. Hai Mingzhu took his remaining men and began to clear the zombies on the island. Fortunately, the weapons on this battleship are advanced and its combat effectiveness is amazing. All the zombies on the island were wiped out by them. The island was finally safe. The helicopter landed on the island. Liu Dong jumped out of the plane. Liu Dakang and Chen Xiaohong came over to greet them. The family of 3 hugged each other. Fortunately, the whole family is safe. Liu Dong resisted his excitement and asked, "Why didn't you answer my call?" Liu Daking said with fear, "It was too chaotic at the time, there were zombies everywhere, and I didn't even have my cell phone with me." Liu Dong nodded to show his understanding. The group entered the villa, came to the living room and sat down together. Everyone's face looked unhappy. The situation is really bad. The whole world is occupied by zombies. Only 1 in 10 people survived. There are only more than 100 people on Shenhao Island now. The main personnel are Liu Dong, Liu Daking, Chen Xiaohong, Nan Gong Fenghuang, Qin Wushuang, and Hai Mingzhu. Hai Mingzhu made a list. There aren't many supplies on the island. The food and drinking water were only enough for more than 100 people to use for half a month. Liu Dong nodded and asked, "Where are the food and drinking water?" Hai Mingzhu said, "They are all in the warehouse." Liu Dong said, "Come on, take me to see it." Hai Mingzhu said yes and took Liu Dong to the warehouse to check, while the others sat in the living room and chatted. Entering the warehouse, Liu Dong took a look. "I found that there are many types of food. Because there is a freezer with all kinds of meat. There are also various vegetables and fruits." Hai Mingzhu said solemnly, "All the food is here. It's only enough for all of us to eat for half a month." Originally, vegetables and fruits were grown on the island, and chickens, ducks, pigs and sheep were raised. But after the disaster, all the vegetables and fruits I planted became poisonous, and the chickens, ducks, pigs and sheep I raised also mutated. They rushed and attacked humans crazily, and I ended up killing them all. Liu Dong nodded. These foods can sustain for half a month. But he has space. Just put these foods into the space. It will become 10,000 times. That can support 10,500 months. That is 5,000 months. That is more than 400 years. Liu Dong smiled and said, "Don't worry about the food. I have a solution." Hai Mingzhu was in high spirits and said happily, "Master Shenhao is really amazing. Is there a way to do this?" Liu Dong hugged her and kissed her on the face. Hai Mingzhu lowered her head shyly. Liu Dong laughed and said, "Look, I'll show you a magic trick." Just when Hai Mingzhu was confused, Liu Dong's mind moved, and all the food and drinking water were moved into the space. The warehouse suddenly became empty. Hai Mingzhu was shocked when she saw the scene. She was pale with fear and very anxious. She said in panic, "Why are they gone? Why are all our food gone? Where did they go?" Liu Dong laughed, his mind wandering in the space. "There is plenty of food and drinking water in the space now." All the food and drinking water were moved into the warehouse and then multiplied 10,000 times. These foods and drinking water are enough for more than 100 people on the island to eat and drink for more than 400 years. So now on the island, everyone is safe. And no worries about eating. Liu Dong felt relieved. He patted Hai Mingzhu on the shoulder and said, "Don't panic, I have collected the food." Hai Mingzhu felt a little relieved. She asked curiously, "Where did you get all this food? It's amazing, isn't it?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "Of course. There are so many miraculous things happening to me. This isn't the only thing, right?" Hai Mingzhu nodded quickly, an expression of reverence appearing on her face. "Yes, that's right. Lord Shenhao is invincible, powerful, and omnipotent. Lord Shenhao's methods are beyond our comprehension. As long as Lord Shenhao is here, all problems are not problems." Hai Mingzhu spoke her heart out, her face shining and her eyes full of hope. Liu Dong nodded, and with a thought, a very small portion of the food in the space was separated and appeared in the warehouse. This is only 1/10,000th, the remaining 9,999 10,000ths are still well stored in the space. Liu Dong waved his hand and said proudly, "Everyone, feel free to eat and drink these foods and drinking water. Don't worry about finishing them, because after you finish, I will give you so much more food." Hai Mingzhu was extremely surprised and asked, "Really?" Liu Dong pinched her cheek and said, "Of course it's true. Have I ever lied?" Chapter 114 Forget Worry Island. Now that the problem of food and drink had been solved, everyone felt relieved. Shenhao Island is surrounded by water, away from the land. So there is no need to worry about zombies running over. So everything is safe. At this time, Qin Wushuang found Liu Dong. Sir Shenhao, these zombies are caused by our Qin family. Liu Dong was surprised and asked, is it caused by your Qin family? Qin Wushuang nodded and said, yes, Mr. Shenhao, do you remember? I told you that our Qin family has been developing biochemical warriors. Liu Dong said thoughtfully, yes, you did say that the biochemical warriors had something to do with this disaster. Qin Wushuang's eyes showed hatred. In order to develop more powerful biochemical warriors, they spread the virus and turned humans into zombies. Then they let these zombies kill each other and devour each other's crystal cores, and finally evolve into the most powerful zombies. I also knew these secrets in advance, so I contacted Nangong Fenghuang and found a helicopter to find you. Liu Dong nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that all these disasters were caused by the Qin family. He really didn't expect it. The young master of the Qin family is now Qin Xiaofeng, who is Qin Wushuang's elder brother. I didn't expect him to be such an ambitious person. Liu Dong asked, where is Qin Xiaofeng now? Qin Wushuang shook his head helplessly and said, I don't know the details either, but it seems like he is hiding in an underground base and controlling the overall situation. Liu Dong continued to ask, can he control these zombies? Qin Wushuang nodded and said, it should be possible. When all the zombies kill and devour each other and evolve into the final form of the Zombie King, he can use his biochemical skills to control the Zombie King and finally dominate the world. Liu Dong said in confusion, but mankind is going to perish. Even if he rules the world, it will be meaningless. Qin Wushuang said, he has a complete gene bank in his hands. By then, he can clone countless humans and restore prosperity. Then he can become the king of the world. So that's how it is. Qin Xiaofeng has a nice idea. Liu Dong gritted his teeth and said, I've seen him before. He was gentle and kind. I didn't expect him to be so ambitious and vicious. I never expected it. I must find him and destroy him. Qin Wushuang said sadly, although he is my biological brother, I don't support him for doing such a cruel thing. I stand on your side. Even if you kill him, I won't blame you. Liu Dong nodded, put his arm around Qin Wushuang's shoulders, and said, you are my wife, we are a family, we must work together to deal with the bad guys. At this time, Nangong Fenghuang and Hai Mingzhu also came over. We are also a family. The two women said tenderly. Looking at the three women in front of him, Liu Dong said, yes, you three women are all my wives, regardless of age or seniority. We will unite as one and get through this difficult time together. At this time, Nangong Fenghuang took out a gold bracelet. She fumbled with the gold bracelet and a tiny roll of paper popped out. This is a transparent roll of paper, as thin as a cicada's wing. This thing is exactly the treasure map that was auctioned at the auction. Bought by Nangong Fenghuang. Nangong Fenghuang said, Sir Shenhao, I have deciphered this treasure map and found the treasure location. Liu Dong, however, showed no interest and said, no matter how good the treasure is, it is useless now. Nangong Fenghuang said excitedly, since we have nothing to do, why not go treasure hunting? Liu Dong said, there are zombies everywhere outside now, it's very dangerous. If we go out to dig for treasure, wouldn't that be courting death? Nangong Fenghuang shook his head and said, Master Shenhao, we don't need to go to land. The treasure location marked on this treasure map is in the middle of the sea, in a place called Forget Worry Island. Liu Dong said, the treasure is hidden in the sea. There is no danger there. Nangong Fenghuang nodded and said, that's right, Wangyu Island should be a deserted island. There are no humans living on it, so there won't be any zombies. It's just that there may be some wild animals on the deserted island. They must have mutated and need to be cleared out in advance. Hai Mingzhu said, we have warships and weapons, so it should be no problem to eliminate some mutated animals. Liu Dong nodded and asked, where is this Forget Your Sorrow Island? Is it far from our island? Nangong Fenghuang said, I calculated that it only takes 3 days to reach Wangyu Island from our Shenhao Island. It's actually not far. Liu Dong thought for a while and said, okay, since we are all on the island, there is nothing to do and it's quite boring. Why don't we go to Wangyu Island to dig for treasure? It can also add some fun to our boring life. Qin Wushuang said, then I won't go. I will stay to take care of my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Liu Dong nodded, pointed at Hai Mingzhu, and said, "You are responsible for the command of the warship and destroy the mutant animals on Wangyu Island." He pointed to the phoenix in the Compass Palace and said, "Since you are the one who deciphered the treasure map, you still need to check the key information. You should stay with me and go together." Nangong Fenghuang was extremely happy and said, "Okay, I will follow your orders, Master Shenhao." Hai Mingzhu also said solemnly, "I will obey the orders of Master Shenhao. I will do my best to ensure Master Shenhao's safety." A few people discussed the details again and then decided on the itinerary. Qin Wushuang went to the villa and explained the situation to Liu Daqing and Chen Xiaohong. Liu Daqing said, "Go treasure hunting. That's interesting. I want to go with them." Chen Xiaohong glared at him, pinched him, and said angrily, "You are already old, why are you joining in the fun? Didn't I tell you? There are mutant animals on Wangyu Island. They are very ferocious and very dangerous." Liu Daqing said disapprovingly, "What's the big deal? Doesn't Hai Mingzhu have warships and weapons? She will destroy these mutant animals." Chen Xiaohong stamped her feet and said angrily, "If I say you can't go, then you can't go. You are so old, why are you joining in the fun?" Liu Daqing was helpless and had to give up the idea. He sighed and said, "Now I can't grow vegetables or raise chickens and ducks. It's so boring." Qin Wushuang smiled gently and said, "That's fine. I'll play landlord with you guys." Chapter 115, Divine Sword. The battleship set off for Worry-Free Island. A few hours later, guided by the treasure map, the warship arrived at Worry-Free Island. There are various mutant animals on the island. Hai Mingzhu led the armed personnel. Holding high-end weapons, they just shoot a lot. Soon, the mutant animals on the island were cleared out. Liu Dong led Nangong Fenghuang off the warship and headed to the center of the island. At the center of Worry-Free Island is a small hill. It takes about half an hour to walk around the hill. Walking to the back of the hill, Liu Dong discovered a cave. Hai Mingzhu said, "I don't know if there's any danger inside. I'll take someone in to take a look." After saying that, she led the armed men into the cave. 10 minutes later, Hai Mingzhu came out and said, "There is a strange magic circle inside, but nothing else, and no mutant animals either." Nangong Fenghuang said with great interest, "A magic circle? What is that? Let's go in and take a look." Liu Dong smiled and said, "Then let's go in and take a look." So other armed men stood guard at the cave entrance. Liu Dong took the two women into the cave. The cave is not actually very big. It only takes 1 minute to get to the bottom of the place. At the innermost part, there is a hall of several dozen square meters. In the center of the hall, there is a magic circle on the ground. However, this magic circle is dark and looks very old. Liu Dong walked around the magic circle and didn't find anything unusual. Nangong Fenghuang pointed to the center of the magic circle and said, "There is a round hole here, it seems like you can put something in it." After saying that, she took out a gold bracelet. This golden bracelet is the one that contains the treasure map. Nangong Fenghuang placed the golden bracelet in the center of the circular hole in the magic circle. Just right, fits perfectly. It seems that this gold bracelet should be placed here. A strange sound came from underground, followed by a slight vibration. Then, the entire magic circle was filled with golden light. The golden light became brighter and brighter. In the end, it had become extremely dazzling, like a little sun. All three of them shielded their eyes with their hands to block the glare. A minute later, the golden light dimmed. The three people looked at the magic circle again and found that the entire magic circle had turned golden. Many golden threads flow rapidly inside the magic circle. Liu Dong said thoughtfully, "This seems to be a teleportation array." Nangong Fenghuang and Hai Mingzhu looked at each other. Teleportation array? Isn't that something that only appears in novels and movies? This is the real world, how could there be something like a teleportation array? Liu Dong said, "Whether it is a teleportation array or not, I am just guessing. You guys step back and let me try." Hai Mingzhu stopped him and said, "How can we let the rich man take risks? Let me try first." She didn't even wait for Liu Dong to speak and stood directly on the magic circle. I saw a golden light rising into the sky, brilliant and dazzling. Hai Mingzhu was completely enveloped in golden light, appearing extremely spectacular and beautiful. Then the next second, Hai Mingzhu disappeared. Nan Gongfeng Huang opened her mouth wide and murmured, "Did she really teleport away?" Liu Dong was also very excited. He didn't expect that this magic circle was really a teleportation circle that could teleport people away. "I just don't know where the other end of the teleportation array is. Is it a treasure trove?" Liu Dong said, "Let's teleport over there too." Nan Gongfeng Huang nodded, said okay, then took Liu Dong's arm and stood on the teleportation array together. Another golden light shot up into the sky, and then the two people disappeared on the spot. When Liu Dong opened his eyes, he found himself in a place full of gold and jade. There are gold, silver, jewelry, agate and jade everywhere. All kinds of rare treasures were piled up into mountains, making people dizzy. Liu Dong saw Hai Mingzhu standing in front of him blankly and hurriedly pulled Nan Gongfeng Huang over. When he got closer, Liu Dong was stunned. There is a white jade platform in front. On top of the white jade platform, a scarlet longsword was hanging in the air. This scarlet sword is red all over, with flames and golden light constantly wandering on the sword. Hai Mingzhu sighed and said, "It's really a magic sword." Nan Gongfeng Huang also nodded and said, "This sword is not simple, it looks very powerful at first glance." Liu Dong has now lost the support of the system, and has no more enhancement points and skills. He is already an ordinary person. But deep down in his heart, he longs for power and strength. So this magic sword has an inexplicable attraction to him. He vaguely felt that as long as he possessed this magic sword, he would become strong again. So he couldn't wait to walk forward and hold the magic sword. But Hai Mingzhu hurriedly grabbed him. Liu Dong turned around to look at her and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Hai Mingzhu shook her head and said, "This sword looks very powerful, but I don't know if it will cause any harm. I still can't touch it easily." Nan Gongfeng Huang also agreed. She said, "Sir Shenhao is a saint. He cannot take risks easily. He should be more cautious." Liu Dong felt that what they said made sense, and now he was in a dilemma. "Are you just going to leave this precious sword alone?" Hai Mingzhu said, "There are armed men outside, I will ask them to come in." There are 30 people outside the cave. Hai Mingzhu called them all up, and then surrounded Liu Dong and the other two. Hai Mingzhu asked one of the armed men to go up and get the sword. Liu Dong said, "This sword may be dangerous, you can also refuse it." The armed man was the leader. He said solemnly, "For the sake of Lord Shenhao, I am not afraid of any danger. I am honored to get this sword for Lord Shenhao." He stepped forward without hesitation and grasped the hilt of the sword without hesitation. The leader's entire body began to vibrate, and flames and golden threads were moving across the surface of his body. His face was expressionless, without any sign of pain. But he didn't say anything or make any movements. He just stood there straight, holding the sword tightly. Liu Dong asked, "What's wrong with you?" But the leader did not answer. He seemed to have turned into a golden wooden man, motionless. The other armed men all loyally supported this leader. They were all anxious and rushed forward one after another, trying to pull the leader down. As a result, anyone who touches the leader will be covered with flames and gold threads, and then stand there motionless. In the blink of an eye, all 30 people stood there in a daze. The 30 people are like 30 sculptures, connected to each other and motionless. Liu Dong, Nan Gongfeng Huang, and Hai Mingzhu looked at each other, and a chill rose in their hearts. Chapter 116: Shocking Changes on the Island. When the three people were at a loss, there was a loud bang. 30 people turned into gold dust. Liu Dong was shocked and pulled the two women back. But the sword hummed and hummed. Then he flew out from the white jade platform. With a whoosh, the magic sword pierced into Hai Mingzhu's vest. Hai Mingzhu showed disbelief on her face. Blood gushed out of his mouth. She looked at Liu Dong desperately, wanting to say something. But I couldn't utter a word. She fell to the ground and died. The next second, her body turned into gold powder and dissipated on the ground. Nan Gongfeng Huang pushed Liu Dong towards the cave entrance with all her strength. "Master Shenhao, run away, I will stop it." As soon as the words fell, the sword flew into the air again. A circling. Then it shot into Nan Gongfeng Huang's body like lightning. Nan Gongfeng Huang staggered and then fell to the ground. She also lost her life. In a short while, Nan Gongfeng Huang also turned into gold powder and disappeared from this world. Liu Dong felt a chill in his heart and was filled with extreme despair. "It looks like I'm going to die here today." The magic sword rose from Nan Gongfenghuang's body and hung in the air. The sword was surrounded by flames and golden light. It seemed as if it was full, humming with satisfaction and vibrating continuously. Liu Dong didn't run away either. He knew that he couldn't escape. After all, the speed of this magic sword is too fast. If it was before, he would have the blessing of strengthening points and skill points. You don't have to be afraid of this magic sword. But now he is just an ordinary person and has no way to resist this sword that is like a killing god. He stared blankly at the sword hanging in the air. He murmured, "Come on, kill me." The magic sword chimed happily, then the tip of the sword pointed downward and shot diagonally towards Liu Dong. Liu Dong closed his eyes and waited for death. But he didn't feel any pain. In my hand, I held something warm. He was surprised and opened his eyes. Looking down, he found that he was holding the magic sword in his hand. "Master, Tai sword obeys your command." A strange voice sounded in Liu Dong's mind. "Tai divine sword?" Liu Dong repeated the name. "Yes, Master, I am Tai divine sword. I have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. Now I have woken up, drank my fill of blood, and will serve my master from now on." Liu Dong's mind was moved. The Tai sword disappeared in his hand. A burning feeling flowed through the body and finally stopped at the dantian. "Are you in my body?" Liu Dong asked in his heart. "Yes, Master, I have become one with you and am ready to serve you at any time." Liu Dong raised his hand subconsciously. A flash of gold and red. A sword energy burst out from the right palm. The white jade platform not far away was cut in half without any sound. Liu Dong cheered up. He became strong again. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was filled with surging power, and his sensory acuity reached an unprecedented level. With a thought, he turned into a wisp of smoke, floating around the room. His figure was almost invisible to the naked eye. Too fast. Liu Dong stopped and paused. He threw his head back and laughed. There is always a way out. Without the system, but with the Tai sword, he became powerful again. He found 9 pictures on the wall. These pictures are all sword moves, all of which are used in conjunction with the Tai divine sword. Liu Dong originally couldn't understand these sword moves. But the Tai sword had already merged with him. He learned these sword moves naturally. All of a sudden, he became invincible. With a sword and skills, who can beat him? Zombies are no problem either. Liu Dong put all the treasures into the space. Then he stepped onto a teleportation array in the room. Soon, he returned to Worry-Free Island. Turning his head, he saw that the people who came with him had disappeared from this world, including 2 women, Hai Mingzhu and Nan Gongfenghuang. His face was filled with gloom. With a sigh, without any more attachment, he turned and walked towards the warship. There were still a few crew members on the battleship. Liu Dong told them what happened. The crew members also looked horrified. Liu Dong waited for them to calm down before ordering them, "No need to say more, let's go back to Shenhao Island." The crew members gathered their minds, agreed, and started the warships. Go to the Shenhao Island. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the warship returned to the Shenhao Island. Liu Daking, Chen Xiaohong, and Qin Wushuang came to greet them. But only Liu Dong got off the warship. Liu Daking asked doubtfully, "What about the other 2 women?" Liu Dong sighed and pulled them into the villa. Everyone sat down. Liu Dong took a sip of tea, and then began to narrate what had happened. "When I heard that 30 of my men had turned into gold dust, Hai Mingzhu and Nan Gongfenghuang were also killed by the magic sword. Liu Daking and the other 2 were all horrified. Qin Wushuang then revealed a sad look. She sobbed and said, "Sister Nan Gong, Sister Hai, you 2 died so tragically." Liu Dong held Qin Wushuang in his arms and said comfortingly, "Don't be sad. Everyone will die sooner or later. Although they are dead, they will definitely bless us in the other world." Qin Wushuang nodded with tears in her eyes and said, "I will serve you well on their behalf." The atmosphere was quite depressing and everyone felt uncomfortable. After dinner, everyone went back upstairs to rest. Originally Liu Dong and Qin Wushuang slept in the same room. But Liu Dong had no intention of playing, so he went to another room, wanting to be alone. Qin Wushuang knew how he felt and didn't bother him, so she slept alone in a room. It was late at night, and Liu Dong was sleeping alone in bed. He was not sleepy and had many things on his mind. These things were extremely complicated and kept running through his mind. There are things in the past, things in the present, and things that need to be faced in the future. Suddenly, he keenly heard some screams. He jumped up from the bed with a bang. Then he ran to the window, opened the curtains and looked out. I saw a man desperately running towards the villa. There was a loud bang. The bullet came and hit the man in the back. The man fell to the ground and was silent. Liu Dong knew this man. He was a slave on the island. Who came to the island to kill us? Liu Dong was worried about the safety of his parents and Qin Wushuang, so he rushed out of the room. Liu Daking and his wife and Qin Wushuang also heard the sound. They hurried out of the room. Liu Daking asked solemnly, "Why did I hear gunshots?" Liu Dong nodded and said, "It seems that some outsiders have come to the island. They killed our servants and I'm afraid they will soon surround this villa." Chapter 117 Fierce Battle. There were screams coming from the island. It seems that the enemy is killing the slaves on the island on a large scale. Chen Xiaohong said fearfully, "What should I do?" Liu Daking clenched his fists tightly and said with a pale face, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Liu Dong said, "You stay in the villa, I'll go out and take a look." Qin Wushuang said, "I'll go out with you." The two of them went downstairs together and walked out the door. At this time, thousands of people had surrounded the villa. The person who was ahead was known to Liu Dong and Qin Wushuang. It was Qin Xiaofeng from the Qin family. Qin Wushuang said, "Brother, why do you do this?" Qin Xiaofeng was very handsome, but at this moment he had a grim smile on his face. He said, "Why?" "To rule the world, of course." Liu Dong frowned and said, "You want to rule the world, why do you want to kill my people?" Qin Xiaofeng snorted coldly and said, "Who made you the rich man? You are a mountain blocking our way. If I don't get rid of you, how can I be at ease as the master of the world?" Liu Dong said, "Do you have the confidence to kill me?" Qin Xiaofeng laughed widely. "I didn't have any confidence before, but now I have confidence." "Why?" "Because you created the zombie virus and turned most people into zombies?" Liu Dong looked at Qin Xiaofeng and felt that this man had lost his mind. Qin Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, I spent countless funds and efforts to develop a biochemical virus. Only in this way can I control all of humanity." Liu Dong asked, "Can you defeat me with these zombies?" Qin Xiaofeng sneered and said, "I know you are very powerful and good at fighting, but I have already developed a level 3 mutant zombie." After saying that, he waved his hand. Then a figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the spot. A zombie covered in black appeared in the open space. This zombie is at least 2 meters tall and very ferocious. Qin Xiaofeng said to a sturdy man beside him, "Xiao Luozi, fight this level 3 mutant zombie and show it to our rich master." Xiao Luozi showed fear on his face. He said, "Master, I don't dare to fight it. I'm sure I can't beat it." Qin Xiaofeng said gently, "Silly boy, it's just a sparring match. I won't let the zombies kill you. I just want to let the rich man see it." Xiao Luozi felt relieved. He nodded and walked in front of the zombie. The zombie roared widely and rushed to Xiao Luozi in one quick step. Xiao Luozi yelled and punched out with both fists. But the next second, the zombies took off Xiao Luozi's head. Blood spurted out and Xiao Luozi fell to the ground, becoming a headless corpse. Thousands of fighters behind Qin Xiaofeng took a breath of cold air. Isn't he this level 3 enhanced zombie too powerful? Killing with one move. It's so horrible. Qin Xiaofeng licked his lips in satisfaction and chuckled. "How is it, Mr. Shenhao? My level 3 enhanced zombie is pretty good, right? Do you have the ability to kill it?" Liu Dong was also surprised. This level 3 enhanced zombie was indeed powerful. It was extremely strong and extremely fast, and it took Xiao Luozi's life in the blink of an eye. This is a tough opponent. But Liu Dong also has some confidence. After all, he had the Tai sword and had also learned the Tai sword manual. So he took a step forward and said coldly, "It's just a zombie, don't take it seriously in my eyes." Qin Xiaofeng took a step back. He was still somewhat afraid of Liu Dong. "I can't help but feel scared." However, he took another look at the level 3 enhanced zombie and said viciously, "I don't have to be afraid. With the enhanced zombie, I am invincible." So he waved his hand, and the third-level enhanced zombie roared again, and then rushed towards Liu Dong. Liu Dong stood firm, and a wave of heat surged up from his dantian. Then the tire sword appeared in his hand. The sword was surrounded by flames and golden light, exuding great momentum. Qin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and said, "What the hell is this?" In an instant, the third-level enhanced zombie rushed in front of Liu Dong. The dark claws had already reached Liu Dong's throat. Liu Dong turned his body and avoided the claw. Then the Tai sword in his hand turned into a fire dragon. As fast as thunder, the fire dragon penetrated into the chest of the third-level enhanced zombie. The third-level enhanced zombies were all burning. It roared miserably, and then gradually became weaker. Finally it turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. Qin Xiaofeng was stunned. He didn't expect Liu Dong to be so powerful. Where did the sword in his hand come from? Isn't he this too scary? Qin Xiaofeng swallowed and took several steps back. Then he shouted frantically, "I still have zombies, I don't believe I can't kill you." He screamed. Then a dozen level 3 enhanced zombies dropped from the sky. These dozen or so level 3 enhanced zombies all surrounded Liu Dong. Qin Xiaofeng said viciously, "You killed one of my zombies, I still have more than a dozen, can you kill them all?" More than a dozen level 3 enhanced zombies roared and pounced on Liu Dong. Liu Dong used the power given by the magic sword to move lightly among the zombies. Claws kept grazing his body, just a millimeter away from tearing off his flesh. But he dodged it every time with his clever movements. Qin Wushuang burst into tears and shouted, "Brother, why are you doing this? He is your brother-in-law." Qin Xiaofeng said coldly, "For my great cause, I don't care about any family affection, let alone my brother-in-law. If you don't listen to me, I will kill you too." Qin Wushuang was completely desperate, and his heart was extremely cold. This elder brother is beyond salvation, he has fallen into the evil path. This can be seen from the fact that he released the virus and infected all of humanity. Throughout the world, most humans have been infected with the virus and turned into zombies. Just to let these zombies kill each other, devour each other, and then evolve and upgrade. The zombies are getting stronger and stronger. It is for Qin Xiaofeng's ruling cause. He has completely transformed into a demon king for this goal. Liu Dong wandered among the zombies. At first, I was still defending and dodging. By the end, he had become familiar with the zombies' attacking moves. He has already made up his mind. So he turned his body, and the tire sword in his hand drew an arc. A zombie's arm flew out. A zombie's thigh flew out. A zombie's head flew out. Although these zombies are strong and hard as iron. But facing the Tai sword, they are not much different from tofu. Liu Dong held the Tai sword and cut the zombies like cutting watermelons. Easy and carefree. Soon, more than a dozen zombies were chopped into pieces and scattered on the spot. The whole place was dead silent. Chapter 118 Nuclear Weapons. But at this moment. But there was a scream. Liu Dong turned his head and looked. It was discovered that Qin Wushuang was captured by Qin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaofeng had a gun in his hand, pointing it at Qin Wushuang's head. Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong were so anxious that they wanted to catch Qin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaofeng shouted viciously, "If you dare to move, I will kill her." Chen Xiaohong said angrily, "She is your biological sister. How could you be so cruel? Can you do this to her?" Qin Xiaofeng sneered and said, "What brother and sister? She has married into your Liu family and betrayed me by telling you the secrets of our Qin family. She is not worthy of being a member of our Qin family." Liu Dong looked at him coldly and said, "If you dare to kill her, I will make you die miserably." Qin Xiaofeng looked at Liu Dong fearfully and said, "I know you are a great and powerful person with many means. I know I can't beat you, but I have no choice. It's you who ruined my plan and killed my zombies. Now I want to discuss something with you. Do you want to listen?" Liu Dong said coldly, "What do you want to discuss?" Qin Xiaofeng said, "You let me take my sister away, and when I am far away, I will naturally let her come back, and then from now on, we will not interfere with each other. You can be your own rich man and enjoy life on the island, and I will be the king of my world and rule the world. Although you are very strong now, my zombies are constantly evolving. One day, my zombies will evolve to the final form of level 9. Think about it, a level 9 enhanced zombie can destroy the world. There is no way you can defeat it. So if you let me go now, I'll let you go later. What do you think? Liu Dong laughed and flashed. He flashed in front of Qin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaofeng was horrified. With a movement of the hand. With a bang. A bullet was fired. Qin Wushuang's head turned into a watermelon and exploded. Qin Xiaofeng also acted subconsciously. He didn't want to kill Qin Wushuang at all. But unexpectedly, in such a tense state, he pulled the trigger and killed Qin Wushuang. He let go of Qin Wushuang stupidly. Qin Wushuang fell to the ground and turned into a cold corpse. Chen Xiaohong screamed and burst into tears. You are so cruel. You even killed your own sister. You are really not a human being. Liu Dong pointed his magic sword at Qin Xiaofeng and was about to kill him the next moment. But Liu Dong endured it. After all the zombies in the world are controlled by Qin Xiaofeng. Is there any way to get rid of all the zombies? Liu Dong asked. Qin Xiaofeng said in despair, I have the antidote, but I won't give it to you. Liu Dong said, do you want to die? Qin Xiaofeng sneered, looked at Liu Dong, and said, if I give you the antidote, will you spare my life? Liu Dong nodded and said, I really want to kill you right now, but in order to eliminate zombies all over the world, I can only hold back. As long as you hand over the antidote, I will let you go. Qin Xiaofeng looked at Liu Dong in surprise and said, are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me, are you? Liu Dong snorted coldly and said, there are thousands of people here. They can all testify. As long as you hand over the antidote and eliminate all the zombies in the world, I will let you go. A look of joy appeared on Qin Xiaofeng's face. He nodded and said, okay, you are the rich man, you should keep your word, I believe you. He pulled out a small object from his pocket that looked like a remote control. If I push a button, a missile from a certain base will be launched, he said. This missile will go up into the sky and explode in the sky. This missile has a large amount of antidote in its warhead, and it will blend into the cloud. As long as it rains, the antidote will get on the zombies. All zombies will turn into blood if they are touched by rain. By then, the zombie crisis will be resolved, but it will take some time, probably 2 or 3 months. Liu Dong was delighted, thinking that the zombie crisis was about to be resolved. He nodded and said, press the button to resolve the zombie crisis, and then I will let you go. Qin Xiaofeng shook his head and said, I'm still a little worried about you. Let me retreat to the sea and I'll press the button again. Liu Dong thought for a moment and said, okay, I believe you, go back to the sea first. Qin Xiaofeng was overjoyed. He waved his hand and said, let's go back to the cruise ship. He came here with a huge cruise ship. These thousands of people are the elite armed forces cultivated by his Qin family. So Liu Dong watched Qin Xiaofeng board the cruise ship with thousands of his men. Then the cruise ship slowly sailed away from the island and headed towards the sea. Liu Dong shouted, you are already in the sea, press the button quickly. Qin Xiaofeng laughed grimly and shouted, okay, Master Shenhao, I'll press the button right now. He gently pressed the remote control in his hand. Then he shouted hurriedly, hurry up, the missiles are coming soon. The captain increased the speed and the cruise ship sped away into the distance. Liu Dong said to his parents, that's good. The zombies will soon be eliminated and the world will return to normal. Liu Daking said worriedly, will he lie to you? Chen Xiaohong also said, yes, this guy doesn't look like a man who keeps his promises. Will he go back on his word? Liu Dong's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said coldly, if he dares to lie to me, then I will kill him on land. With the Tai sword in my hand, even if he hides to the ends of the earth, even if there are powerful zombies, I will not let him go. I will tear him into pieces. Liu Daking and Chen Xiaohong finally felt relieved and smiled. But at this moment, a black spot appeared in the sky. A sharp voice came. Liu Dong looked up. I noticed that the black spot in the sky was rapidly growing larger. Finally it turned into a missile. He was startled. I haven't reacted yet. The missile hit the island. There was a loud bang. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The entire island was shrouded in a mushroom cloud. Half an hour later, the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated. The island has disappeared. It turns out that the location of the island is already sea water. Everything on the island was destroyed. There are countless islands on the sea and the corpses of fish and shrimp in the sea. Floating on the sea. Liu Daking, Chen Xiaohong, and Liu Dong all disappeared. Are all three of them dead? Qin Xiaofeng was standing on the deck of the cruise ship far away. He witnessed the explosion of the island and the mushroom cloud rising into the sky. This is a nuclear weapon. Huge power. He was confident that the rich man would disappear from this world forever. Chapter 119, Escape. Liu Dong woke up from the chaos and found that he was surrounded by sea water. He is now at the bottom of the ocean. A ball of golden light enveloped him, and the sea water could not invade. This is the tire sword at work. Liu Dong was stunned for a moment, then swam upstream. Soon, he came to the surface of the sea. Looking around, it was a vast expanse. The Shenhao Island no longer exists. Thinking of his parents, he was overwhelmed with sadness. Tears fell like rain. At the same time, the hatred in my heart also climbed infinitely. Qin Xiaofeng, I will make you die miserably. He swore secretly in his heart. I calmed my mind. He began to swim in one direction. Without the support of the system, his physical strength is about the same as that of an ordinary person. So he swam very hard. Fortunately, with the protection of Tai sword. When he gets tired of swimming, he can rest on the spot without sinking. The Tai sword provides powerful buoyancy. When you are hungry or thirsty, you can take out food and drinking water from space. Eat and drink with big mouthfuls. Anyway, there is a huge amount of water and food in space. He alone could use it up even if he spent thousands of years. So don't worry about this. In the following days, I just kept swimming in one direction. His speed was not fast, he could only swim forward with perseverance. Half a month later, he saw land. This made him very happy. The days of wandering at sea are finally over. Swim to the land, it's a beach. There are quite a few zombies wandering around on the beach. The tire sword returned to his hand. Liu Dong moved forward, and whenever a zombie approached, he would chop it out with his sword. In front of the Tai sword, these zombies pose no threat at all. 2 days later, Liu Dong arrived in a big city. The city is full of zombies. Liu Dong killed zombies as he walked, and he didn't know how many zombies he killed. And he also knew that he had come to the kingdom of Moldy Knife. Because all the signs on the roadside have text information related to the Molten Knife country. I didn't expect that after such a long time, I would come to the Mold Knife country again. I wonder if the world's richest woman is still alive? Just as I was thinking this, a helicopter appeared in the air. Someone on the plane was shouting through a loudspeaker. Who are you, the man below? What is the sword in your hand? Why is it so powerful? There were zombies lying on the ground all around Liu Dong. He stood in the open space, standing out very conspicuously. Liu Dong looked up at the helicopter with a cold expression. He waved his hand, signaling the helicopter to come down. The people on the plane continued to shout through the loudspeaker, "There are too many zombies below, it is not convenient to land, we will land on the building next to us, you come and join us." Then, the helicopter flew towards a skyscraper nearby. There is a helipad on the rooftop of this skyscraper. Liu Dong thought about it, didn't care, and walked straight towards the building. After entering the building, Liu Dong began to climb the stairs. Because the elevator has been out of service for a long time. This building is very tall, with more than 60 floors. Liu Dong's physical strength was not good, so he climbed up and down. Almost half an hour later, he finally climbed to the rooftop, panting. The helicopter had landed on the rooftop, with 2 other people on board besides the pilot. The 2 men got off the plane and stood there waiting for Liu Dong. Liu Dong walked over, holding the Tai sword tightly in his hand to prevent the other party from suddenly attacking. In this doomsday world, you can't trust anyone, so it's better to be careful. The 2 people, a man and a woman. The men are very handsome and the women are very beautiful. When he came in front of them, Liu Dong stopped. "What are your names?" Liu Dong asked. "My name is Anthony and her name is Grace." The man introduced to Liu Dong. "We are brother and sister," Anthony continued. Liu Dong nodded slightly and said, "Hello, my name is Liu Dong, and I am from Huaxia." Hearing that Liu Dong came from China, the brother and sister were a little surprised, but they did not ask too much. After all, in the country of my Dao, people still pay more attention to personal privacy. Liu Dong continued to ask, "There are zombies everywhere here, why are you still riding around in a helicopter?" Anthony said, "We are military personnel. We search for survivors in the city every day. Over this period of time, we have rescued thousands of survivors. We have a shelter in the suburbs. All the survivors are taking shelter there. You can come with us." Liu Dong nodded and said okay. Grace looked at the Tai sword in Liu Dong's hand curiously and said in admiration, "This sword in your hand looks amazing. How did you make it?" Seeing Grace's innocent and romantic look, Liu Dong lowered his guard a little. He said, "I did not make this sword myself, I found it in a private place." Anthony said, "Stop chatting now, get on the plane, and talk when we get to the shelter." Liu Dong nodded and followed the brother and sister onto the plane. The plane took off and flew towards the suburbs. An hour later, we arrived at a remote suburb. Looking down from the plane, below is a huge shelter surrounded by high walls. There were quite a few people wandering around in the shelter. The helicopter landed. After landing, Liu Dong followed the Anthony siblings to the ground. When the people around saw Liu Dong, they all showed curious expressions. After all, he is Chinese and looks different from most people in the country. But there are also many Chinese people in the country of Maidao, which is not too surprising. What they were most curious about was the Tai sword in Liu Dong's hand. After all, this sword is too extraordinary. The entire sword was surrounded by flames and golden light, and it was extremely powerful. Is this a magic sword? It seems like it can only be seen in myths and stories. Who says it's not? It should be very powerful to use it to kill zombies, right? If I could become the master of this sword, I would be able to kill 10,000 zombies. Come on, you look so weak, it's doubtful that you can even hold this sword. Amid the discussions of people around them, Liu Dong followed the Anthony brothers and sisters to a building in the shelter. There were guards standing in front of the building. They were all holding submachine guns and looked very alert. Anthony explained, "These are all the chiefs of the shelter. For their safety, we must remain vigilant." Liu Dong nodded and said nothing. Anthony spoke a few words to the guard, explained the relevant situation, and the guard let him go. So Liu Dong followed the Anthony siblings into the building. As soon as I entered the building, a middle-aged man with blonde hair came towards me. This middle-aged man has a scar on his face and looks very ferocious. He noticed Liu Dong and walked straight over. Chapter 120 Shelter. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked bluntly. Anthony said quickly, "Master Tianji, this is Liu Dong from Huaxia. His fighting ability is amazing. I will take him to meet the leader." Tianji noticed the Tai sword in Liu Dong's hand and said coldly, "How can you bring a weapon to meet the leader? Who knows if he is here to assassinate the leader?" He held out his hand and said, "Give me this sword and I will keep it for you." Liu Dong said, "You are not worthy yet." Tianji was furious and slapped Liu Dong in the face. Liu Dong's hand moved slightly, and a golden light flashed. Tianji's palm was cut off and fell to the ground. The magical thing is that the cut has already formed a scar. Tianji screamed and held his broken arm with his other hand, in great pain. Anthony and Grace were also shocked. They didn't expect Liu Dong to start a fight over a disagreement. Liu Dong ignored him and walked straight across the field. There is an office in front with a sign that says Chief's Office. Liu Dong pushed the door open and walked in. There's a beautiful blonde inside. She saw Liu Dong and shouted in surprise, "Master Shenhao? Godfather?" Liu Dong was also very surprised. He knew this blonde beauty. It turned out to be the world's richest woman, his goddaughter Ya Menglian. "So you are the leader here." Liu Dong walked over and put his arms around her waist. Ya Menglian said excitedly, "Godfather, I didn't expect you to come to see me. I thought I would never see you again in this life." Anthony and Grace, two siblings, were watching in amazement. They never expected that Liu Dong from Huaxia was actually the godfather of the leader of the shelter. But Ya Menglian looks older than Liu Dong. It's really confusing. However, they didn't dare to ask, so they could only keep their questions in their hearts. Liu Dong pinched Ya Menglian's face and said, "I just met one of your men and I cut off one of his hands. You won't mind, right?" Ya Menglian said quickly, "He must have done something wrong. Let alone cutting off one of his hands, even if we kill him, his death would not be a pity." Liu Dong nodded with satisfaction and said, "This is my good daughter." Wei Minglian glanced at the Antony brothers and sisters beside her and said calmly, "You two go out, I have something important to discuss with Master Shenhao." Ye Menglian was still very dignified. Antony and the other man replied respectfully, "Yes," and then walked out. Wei Minglian quickly locked the door and then pulled Liu Dong into the dark room. There is a big bed in the dark room, which is where Wei Minglian usually rests. She smiled charmingly and said, "Godfather, I miss you so much." Liu Dong chuckled and pulled her to the bed. 3 hours later, everything was calm. The two people walked out of the dark room, sat on the sofa outside and started chatting. Wei Minglian introduced the situation here. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the entire Molten Knife Kingdom was plunged into disaster. Large numbers of humans turned into zombies. They also attack the survivors. Any survivor who is bitten or scratched will also become a zombie. In the end, most people turned into zombies. Only a small number of people survived. Almost all the top people were killed. Only Ye Menglian survived. She led the surviving armed forces to a military base here. Then the military base was turned into a shelter. She also organized people to surround the area and build tall walls to prevent the zombies from coming in. Then the only 10 helicopters were sent out every day to search for survivors and take them to shelters. Over this period of time, thousands of survivors have been rescued. But as time went on, the number of survivors decreased. In recent days, it has been almost impossible to rescue any survivors. There are almost no living people in the city outside, it is all occupied by zombies. Wei Minglian sighed sadly and said, "There are only more than 20,000 people in the shelter." Liu Dong nodded and said, "It's not easy for a woman like you to do this. You are worthy of being my goddaughter." Wei Minglian smiled, hugged Liu Dong's neck and kissed him on the face. "Isn't that what Godfather taught me? I will do my best to protect this piece of Pure Land." Wei Minglian asked about Liu Dong's situation. Liu Dong simply said, "Wuxia country is controlled by the Qin family. I don't want to confront them head-on for the time being, so I came to my Dao country. One day, I will go back." Wei Minglian said, "No matter what, I will support Godfather. As long as Godfather needs it, I will give it to help him." The two chatted for a while and then walked out of the office. When I came outside the building, I saw the field. Tianji looked at Liu Dong with a vicious look on his face. He shouted loudly, "Alien, this guy cut off one of my hands. You take charge of this for me." Wei Minglian said coldly, "It turned out that you offended Lord Shenhao. You really deserve to die. Lord Shenhao was soft-hearted and didn't kill you. It's your luck." Tianji was stunned. He didn't expect that Wei Minglian would actually side with a Chinese. He said angrily, "I am the one who loves you, why are you facing outsiders and scolding me?" Wei Minglian said sternly, "Master Shenhao is our backbone. From today on, Master Shenhao is the leader of the shelter. All of you must obey his command and must not disobey." At this time, many people outside gathered around and heard what Wei Minglian said. Ye Menglian is the absolute authority in the shelter, and everyone obeys what she says. If you don't obey, you will be thrown out of the shelter. So when people heard what Wei Minglian said, they all bowed respectfully to Liu Dong. They shouted together, "We have met the leader. We will obey your orders in everything." Liu Dong nodded, stepped out and stood in front of the crowd. He held the Tai sword in his hand, his whole body was covered with a layer of golden light, he was very powerful and looked quite extraordinary. Liu Dong said, "In the future, we must all unite as one and build our home together. If there are any difficulties, I will find a way to solve them." The crowd applauded together to express their support. Tianji was angry and shouted, "But the shelter is in big trouble now. Can you solve it?" Wei Minglian shouted angrily, "Tianji, if you continue to be so presumptuous, I will throw you out of the shelter." Liu Dong waved his hand and stopped Wei Minglian. "What big trouble is the shelter in right now? Tell me about it." Tianji was already desperate, and he shouted with his neck held high, "The shelter is in serious trouble now. I don't think anyone will survive for much longer." Chapter 121 Unity is important. Wei Minglian frowned and said, "It's the first day for the rich man to come here, don't bother him with these little things." Tianji did not give up and said, "It won't be long before everyone will die of thirst and hunger. Is this still a small matter?" Wei Minglian pointed at him angrily and said, "Get out of here and stop talking nonsense here, or I will really throw you out of the shelter. Liu Dong looked at the onlookers thoughtfully and found that they all looked worried. So he asked, "What's going on? What happened? Is there not enough water and food?" Tianji said confidently, "Yes, that's right. There are so many of us, but there is not much water and food left. Although we have tried hard to search for water and food outside, there are too many zombies outside and it is too dangerous. Many of our brave searchers have died. If this continues, water and food will become less and less, and we will all die of thirst and starvation." Liu Dong asked, "How much drinking water and food do we have now?" Wei Minglian knew that she couldn't hide it any longer, so she said, "There isn't much left. We have more than 20,000 people, and the food we have now can only last for 10 days. If the water and food run out, we will have to increase our outward force and search for more supplies, but that will cost us a lot of lives. But there is no other way. This is the only way." Liu Dong nodded and said, "This is indeed a serious problem. How about this, take me to the warehouse to have a look." Tianji snorted coldly and said, "You're going to the warehouse? Are you going to plunder our supplies? Do you want to enjoy them all by yourself?" Liu Dong had lost his patience when he heard this guy chattering non-stop. He took a step forward. Tianji said in horror, "What do you want to do?" Liu Dong directly waved the magic sword in his hand. A golden light flashed. Tianji's head flew up. Then he died. The head and body fell to the ground. Bang, bang. 2 sounds. He completely lost his life. The onlookers were silent. They all dared not speak. Liu Dong was too strong and would kill people if they disagreed with him. Although Tianji is indeed a hateful guy and his mouth is also annoying. But killing him directly still made them feel afraid. Liu Dong's mentality has changed. He no longer cares about what other people think. He said coldly, "In this shelter, we must be united and obedient. If anyone disobeys, I will kill him. A disunited shelter will sooner or later have cracks, and when everyone falls apart, the entire shelter will be ruined." Yemenlian nodded and said, "The leader is right. This is the truth. In this doomsday world, we must unite, otherwise we will encounter a catastrophe and everyone will die. So we must listen to the chief. If he says east, we can't go west. If he says north, we can't go south. Everything is centered on the chief's wishes. Come, let us shout together, 'Long live the leader.'" The crowd watching was all excited. What Liu Dong and Wei Minglian said made a lot of sense, and they understood the meaning. So they all waved their hands and shouted loudly, "Long live the leader! Long live the leader! Long live the leader!" Finally, the welcome noise died down. Liu Dong nodded and said to Wei Minglian, "Let's go to the warehouse and take a look." Wei Minglian said respectfully, "I will lead the way in front, and the leader will follow me." So the two of them walked in the same direction, one in front and one behind. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two men came to a large warehouse. At the door of the warehouse, there stood a dozen guards. They are the most elite forces. They are here to protect the supplies inside. Don't let any outsiders get close. Only Yemenlian and the people who distribute supplies every day can enter and exit. It can be said to be quite strict. After all, these supplies are the most basic guarantee for their survival. When the guards saw Yemenlian, they bowed their heads respectfully and called out "Chief." Yemenlian stopped and said to the guards, "The leader of the shelter has been replaced." She introduced Liu Dong to the guards. "This is our new leader. From now on, he will be our protector. He will be in charge of the shelter from now on." A dozen guards looked at Liu Dong and saw the magic sword in his hand. They all understood that this person was not simple. After all, these dozen guards are also elite forces. They have also experienced the battlefield. There was murderous aura in them. So they could also feel the murderous aura from Liu Dong. If the murderous aura on them is 100 points, there are 10,000 points of murderous aura on Liu Dong. They all felt a chill in their hearts. The murderous aura was so intense that it made people shudder. So when they heard what Wei Minglian said, they were not surprised at all. In this doomsday, only the most powerful and outstanding people can lead everything. Then the others bowed respectfully to Liu Dong and called him chief together. Liu Dong nodded and said, "Work hard. You will be the backbone of the shelter in the future. I will not treat you unfairly. The dozen or so guards were delighted to receive recognition from their new leader, and they were filled with energy. Yemenlian ordered, "Open the door of the warehouse and let the leader go in to check." One of the guards, who was over 2 meters tall and sturdy, said okay and took out a large key from his pocket. This warehouse is very large, covering hundreds of acres. So the door is also huge and requires a very large key. This guard, who is over 2 meters tall, is called Kulichang. He is the foreman of these guards. Kulichang walked to the gate and carefully opened the door lock with the key. Then he carefully opened the door. Yemenlian said respectfully, "Master Chief, please follow me." She led the way and guided Liu Dong into the warehouse. It was dark inside the warehouse. After all, there is no electricity now and there are no lights in the warehouse. Kulichang also came in with a lit torch in his hand, providing light for Liu Dong and the other man. Liu Dong looked intently. I found that there were still a lot of supplies in the warehouse. Because this place used to be a military base, there are a lot of supplies here. There are all kinds of bottled water and compressed packaged food. But after becoming a refuge, the number of people here has increased dramatically. There was less and less to eat and drink. By now, there were not many supplies left. It is only enough to feed and drink 20,000 people for 10 days. Ye Minglian was also worried and sighed secretly. In fact, she didn't know what Liu Dong could do. Although Liu Dong is very powerful, he is not a god who can create more supplies. Chapter 122 Magic. Liu Dong was full of confidence. There are a lot of supplies in the warehouse. Even though we were providing food and drink to more than 20,000 people, we couldn't keep it up for long. But Liu Dong has space. This space can expand the storage capacity of materials 10,000 times. If you put one piece of beef in, it will become 10,000 pieces of beef. Therefore, 10 days of material usage will become 100,000 days of material usage. 100,000 days, convert it. That is more than 270 years. Let alone the current 20,000 people. There will be no problem if another 40,000 people come. Liu Dong smiled faintly and said, "I'll perform a magic trick for you." Ye Minglian didn't understand why. What happened to the rich man? Are you still in the mood to perform magic at this time? But she still forced a smile and said, "Master Shenhao's magic must be amazing. It must be earth-shattering and soul-stirring. I will wait and see and appreciate Master Shenhao's magical magic." Liu Dong nodded and looked at the supplies in the warehouse. His mind was moved. The next second, all the supplies in the warehouse were gone. Yemenlian was shocked. He quickly asked, "What's going on? Why are all the supplies gone?" The warehouse was empty, not even a hair was left, all the things had entered Liu Dong's space. Liu Dong checked it out. Really? All supplies have increased 10,000 times. As far as the eye can see, supplies were piled up in the endless space. But Ye Minglian looked panicked. The supplies are gone. This is a very serious matter. More than 20,000 people are starving. If the supplies are gone, in a few days, these 2,000 people, they will all die of starvation and thirst. What should I do? Ye Minglian looked at Liu Dong helplessly. She almost cried, "Master Shenhao, is this a magic trick you performed? It's amazing, but can you turn the supplies back?" Liu Dong smiled slightly, patted Ye Minglian on the shoulder, and said, "Don't panic, stay calm, the supplies will definitely not escape, and there will be more." Ye Minglian heard Liu Dong say that there would be more supplies. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But she still didn't quite believe it. Is magic really that amazing? Can it make supplies more? That's not magic anymore, that's magic. But is there magic in this world? Maybe. Possible. Maybe. Lord Shenhao is a very magical person. Maybe he has magic? Thinking of this, the hope in Ye Minglian's eyes became even stronger. She looked at Liu Dong and murmured, "Is it true? Master Shenhao? Will there be more supplies?" Liu Dong nodded affirmatively and said, "Not only will it increase, it will become 10,000 times the original amount." Yemenlian was frightened. She cried out in surprise. She said in disbelief, 10,000 times the original? Impossible? That's too crazy, right? Liu Dong laughed and said, "This world is just so crazy. No matter how crazy something is, you don't have to be surprised. Wei Minglian nodded without understanding what was going on. She was a little confused. But she still chose to believe Liu Dong. What the rich man says should be trustworthy. Looking at Wei Minglian's hopeful eyes, Liu Dong smiled faintly. His mind moved. Supplies appeared in the warehouse again. It's still the same supplies as before, not a penny more or less. A look of surprise appeared on Yumenlian's face. At the same time, I felt relieved. Sure enough, the supplies are still there. As long as the supplies are still there, there is nothing to be afraid of. As for whether it can become 10,000 times the original, she was still somewhat skeptical. Liu Dong pulled Wei Minglian out of the warehouse. Outside the warehouse is a large square. The large square is very large, about the size of 10 warehouses. Liu Dong said, "Just watch carefully." The dozen or so guards were unaware of the situation. They were all a little confused when they heard Liu Dong say this. Curry asked, "Sir Shenhao, what are you looking forward to?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "You just need to open your eyes and look at this empty square." Curry is a subordinate who absolutely obeys orders. He nodded when he heard what Liu Dong said. Then he ordered the guards behind him to keep a close eye on the square and not to relax. He also thought that some foreign enemy would come to cause trouble. So I was full of vigilance. Liu Dong smiled faintly, and his mind connected to the space again. Then 10 times the amount of supplies in the warehouse appeared in the square. There are only so many squares, and they can only hold 10 times the supplies. Otherwise, Liu Dong could take out tens of thousands of times more materials for everyone to see. This is all we can do for now. When these supplies are used up in the future, he can just take out more supplies. But Yumenlian was stunned. Curry was stunned. A dozen guards were stunned. They all opened their mouths wide. Transfixed. They seemed to be dreaming. I couldn't believe my eyes. What is going on? Why is the square filled with supplies? So many supplies piled up into a mountain. It's so scary, isn't it? Yumenlian's whole body began to tremble. Her voice was also trembling as she said, "Master Shenhao, is this your magic? You said that you can increase the supplies in the warehouse by 10,000 times. This is true." Liu Dong nodded and said, "It can indeed be increased by 10,000 times, but this square is too small to accommodate 10,000 times of supplies, so we can only take out 10 times of supplies first." Yumenlian's tears flowed. She was so excited. The problem that has been bothering her for a long time. It was solved in an instant. The huge rock pressing down on her. It was moved away with a bang. She was so excited. Very touched. I feel extremely relieved. At the same time, she was extremely grateful to Liu Dong. I was totally impressed by him. Lord Shenhao is really great. He can do such a magical thing. So what else is there that he can't do? Follow the godly master. Even in this zombie-filled apocalypse, they are also safe and have nothing to worry about. Everyone can live well. It may even get better and better, and more nourishing as time goes by. Curry and others also cheered. At first, they were shocked. The whole person was petrified. But after waking up, they could hardly contain their excitement. Looking at the supplies throughout the square, in addition to shouting and cheering loudly. There is no other way to express my excitement. Liu Dong smiled and said, "Mobilize all the people in the shelter to distribute these supplies. Anyway, we have 10,000 times more supplies than we need. We can eat and drink as much as we want. You can spend as much as you want without worrying about wasting or running out of food and drink." Curry said excitedly, "Master Shenhao, don't worry, we will go and notify the survivors in the shelter now and let them come to collect the supplies." Then a dozen guards ran away separately. They went to various areas in the shelter and notified everyone to come and collect supplies. Supplies will become sufficient, so you don't have to be stingy anymore, just use them carefully. Chapter 123 Evolved Zombies. Liu Dong is sleeping. I heard a noise in the dim light. He opened his eyes and yawned. Then I got out of bed. He went to the window and looked. Many people are running. Make a sound of fear. Liu Dong felt strange. What was going on? He dressed and washed his face. Then he went downstairs. Wei Minglian came over with a surprised look on her face. When she saw Liu Dong, she felt a little relieved. She said, "Master Shenhao, zombies have broken into the shelter." Liu Dong frowned and said, "Isn't there a wall here? It's very tall, and zombies can't jump high, so how did they get in?" Wei Minglian said, "He just jumped in." Liu Dong asked, "What, there really are zombies jumping in?" "No way." Wei Minglian said, "It's true, the godly rich man really jumped in and killed several people." Liu Dong asked, "How many zombies jumped in?" Wei Minglian said, "A zombie jumped in." This zombie is different from ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombies are slowly wandering outside the wall, but this zombie is unusually violent, and its body is also very huge. Its whole body is black, as if it is wearing a layer of armor. It jumped all night, and finally jumped in this morning. Liu Dong wondered if this zombie had evolved. "So what's the current status of this zombie?" he asked in a deep voice. Wei Minglian said with a worried look on her face, "It is being surrounded by our armed personnel. We are bombarding it with heavy weapons to prevent it from launching an attack. But you can't kill it. If you knock it to the ground, it will get up again. It's horrible, horrible, I don't know what to do." Liu Dong felt that the situation was a bit serious, so he thought about it and a burning heat flowed through his body. Then the tire sword appeared in his hand. "Let's go and take a look." Wei Minglian led the way in front, and Liu Dong followed behind, walking forward. 5 minutes later, Liu Dong saw the zombie. This zombie is at least 3 meters tall, unusually tall. Very strong too. It was completely black and looked very hard. It really is like wearing a layer of armor. It keeps roaring. There was a faint flash of red light in his eyes. Dozens of armed men were bombarding the zombie with heavy weapons. But this zombie was just knocked down. Then it climbed up again. All is well. It seems to have absolute defense and is completely invincible. It's so powerful. Most of the people hid in their houses and dared not come out. They were trembling and terrified. They were relieved to enter the shelter. But now there are more powerful zombies breaking in. They felt great fear. Will they become extinct soon? Everyone is worried about this matter. Many people hid in their houses and cried bitterly. Facing this terrifying zombie, Liu Dong shouted in a deep voice, "All of you retreat, let me deal with it." Kuli Chong was also among the besiegers. He shouted anxiously, "Master Shenhao, we can just deal with it. You are too noble. Don't take risks." "Yes, yes, Lord Shenhao, you are our leader. How can we let you fight zombies? That's too risky. You should retreat quickly. Master Shenhao, please retreat immediately. We will handle this place. We cannot let you die here." These dozens of guards were very respectful to Liu Dong and spoke these words of persuasion sincerely. They were afraid that something might happen to Liu Dong. Then everyone would be without a leader, and the entire shelter would be like a group of dragons without a leader. By then, the shelter will really not be able to survive. Liu Dong was unmoved. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I can deal with it." After saying that, he walked over holding the tire sword. The dozens of guards had no choice but to retreat and stand behind Liu Dong. Wei Minglian hurriedly shouted, "Godfather, you must be careful. If you can't win, retreat quickly." Liu Dong waved his other hand and said, "Don't worry, I know what's going on." After all, he was holding a divine sword in his hand, which was extremely powerful. He also practiced the Tai sword manual. Countless mysterious sword moves were mastered in his mind. He was confident that he could deal with this zombie. The zombie also climbed up from the ground. There was a roar coming out of its mouth. Its eyes glow red. It looked very angry. Then he pounced directly upon me. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on me. It's so scary. Liu Dong stood there steadily, motionless. Then when the zombies jumped in front of him, he took action. The Tai sword drew a mysterious arc. With a puff, one of the zombies' arms was cut off and fell to the ground. There was a loud bang. The arm fell to the ground with a loud bang. Yumenlian cheered. Dozens of guards cheered. They were so happy. I didn't expect the rich man to be so powerful. He made the zombie lose an arm with just one move. It's so exciting. They were in despair, thinking that everyone in the shelter was going to die. But now, things have taken a turn for the better. They all saw hope. They were so excited that some of them had tears in their eyes. It was a huge shock. The zombies let out terrifying roars. It became even more angry. It didn't expect that it would suffer heavy losses. The guy in front of me was so powerful that he actually cut off one of his arms. It didn't stop and pounced again. Liu Dong's heart has settled down. He is fully confident. He doesn't have to be afraid of this zombie. He used the Tai sword move. Sword after sword was delivered. The zombie's other arm was also cut off and fell to the ground. The guards cheered again. This is really great. This zombie has become a little depressed. It turned around and prepared to escape. Liu Dong snorted coldly and said, "Still want to escape? How can it be that easy?" Liu Dong followed the sword and dodged directly. Then the sword moves were performed as fast as lightning. The zombie's left leg was broken and fell to the ground. The zombies couldn't hold on. With a loud bang, the whole body fell to the ground, and dust rose up. Liu Dong dared not relax. He pounced on it directly and cut off the zombie's other thigh. So zombies became beings without limbs. It's no longer threatening. Liu Dong sneered and slowly approached. The red light in the zombie's eyes has dimmed. It lay weakly on the ground, roaring at Liu Dong. But the roar has become much weaker. It felt a huge threat. The shadow of death hangs over it. Chapter 124 Another Person. Liu Dong approached the zombie that posed no threat at all. Then he mercilessly raised the Tai sword. The zombie roared in despair and then stopped abruptly. The Tai sword pierced into its head, ending its life. Everyone cheered. They ran over, surrounded Liu Dong, and picked him up. What a joy! Such a powerful zombie was dealt with by Liu Dong. How could they not be happy? Everyone in the shelter got the news and ran out. They surrounded Liu Dong, cheering and jumping for joy. Wei Minglian looked at Liu Dong lovingly, her heart filled with tenderness. After celebrating for a while, the crowd slowly dispersed. Kuli Chang walked up to Liu Dong and said respectfully, "Master Shenhao, you are so strong, and your sword is so handsome." Liu Dong smiled and said, "This is the magic sword given to us by God. It allows us to survive in the doomsday and prevent us from reaching the end of our road." Wei Minglian also said happily, "With Lord Shenhao and the magic sword, we are safe." Liu Dong said solemnly, "We can't be too optimistic. After all, an upgraded version of zombies has appeared. Who knows, there may be more in the future. There is only one now, but there may be tens of thousands in the future." Everyone was stunned, thinking of this possibility. Wei Minglian said worriedly, "What should we do then?" Liu Dong shook his head and said, "We can only take one step at a time. I think all this is closely related to the Qin family. They must be planning all this in secret." Kuli Chang clenched his fists and said angrily, "The Qin family is so abominable. They created the virus and plunged the world into doomsday. They even evolved these zombies, making them more and more powerful. It will be more and more difficult for us survivors to survive." Liu Dong said coldly, "I will settle accounts with the Qin family sooner or later." In the following days, Liu Dong stayed in the shelter and became everyone's leader. But the days will not be peaceful. Evolved zombies keep breaking into the shelter. At first there were only 1 or 2, then there were more than 10. Later, dozens of evolved zombies broke in at the same time. It's so scary. These zombies are nearly 3 meters tall monsters. They are extremely powerful and invulnerable. Ordinary heavy weapons have no effect on them. After they broke into the shelter, they wreaked havoc and hurt the survivors. Liu Dong had no other choice. He couldn't deal with dozens of zombies at the same time. He could only deal with them one by one. This gave other zombies an opportunity to take advantage. So after Liu Dong killed all the dozens of zombies, the situation in the shelter was horrible. A large number of survivors died. In the end, there were only about 100 survivors left. Except for Yemenlian and Kuli Chang, they are all elite forces. However, these elite forces have no combat capability in front of the powerful zombies. They all gathered around Liu Dong in grief, full of despair about the future. Liu Dong also had a headache. The zombies are endless. There are dozens of them today, but in a few days, there may be hundreds of them. By then, everyone except himself will be dead. However, Liu Dong still tried his best to comfort them. "Don't be afraid, I will try my best to protect you." Finally, these 100 people and Liu Dong all moved into the main building. Everyone takes turns on duty and will inform each other of any situation. Sure enough, on this day, more than 100 zombies broke into the shelter and surrounded the main building. Soon, they broke down the door and broke into the building. More than 100 elite soldiers fought hard. But their power is really limited. They were killed one by the zombies. Liu Dong also tried his best to kill these zombies with the Tai sword. But his power is limited. He couldn't resist all the zombies. More than 100 people all died in the end. Including Yemenlian and Ku Lichang, they all died in front of him. Liu Dong was so distracted that he couldn't save anyone. He was so angry. But there's no use being angry. Finally, he killed all the more than 100 zombies. But he was the only living person left in the entire shelter. He sat dejectedly in the square, looking at the empty scene, with only grief and anger on his face. The whole country of Mold Knife. Now he is the only one alive. It's really tragic. In China, all living people were captured by the Qin family. There are almost no living people in other countries. Now the whole world has only two sides. On the one hand, there is Liu Dong who is alone. On the one hand, there is Qin Xiaofeng who has hundreds of thousands of subordinates. Then there are the endless zombies. These zombies are constantly evolving. Some zombies have evolved to be more than 4 meters tall. Liu Dong fought with these zombies which were over 4 meters tall. It can only be a one-on-one duel. If he encounters two at the same time, he can't defeat them. I can only run for my life. Later, he was targeted by a dozen zombies over 4 meters tall. These dozen zombies chased Liu Dong relentlessly. Liu Dong fought and fled, and finally escaped to the beach. A dozen zombies surrounded them. Liu Dong knew he couldn't beat them. There was no choice but for Liu Dong to escape into the sea. These zombies stood on the beach, roaring loudly, and they did not dare to enter the sea. It seems that these zombies are still afraid of the sea. Liu Dong also breathed a sigh of relief. So he swam towards the depths of the sea. Anyway, he has the Tai sword. The Tai sword can continuously absorb the energy of heaven and earth, and then feed it back to Liu Dong. So Liu Dong will never be exhausted. He always has plenty of energy in his body. This allows him to continue swimming in the ocean. And he still has room. There is an endless supply of food and water in the space. So he was not afraid of dying of thirst or hunger. Day after day, Liu Dong kept swimming forward in the sea. He didn't know where his destination was. All he knew was that he couldn't return to the shore and could only swim in the sea. Sometimes, there are also mutated animals in the sea, and they will also attack Liu Dong. Fortunately, these mutated marine organisms will not evolve. Although they are also very powerful, they cannot defeat the Tai sword in Liu Dong's hand. So Liu Dong was still safe. 1 month later, Liu Dong saw a small black dot in the deep sea. This little black dot is very far away and I don't know what it is. So Liu Dong swam towards the small black dot. Hour after hour, this little black dot is getting closer and closer. Finally, Liu Dong saw clearly. This little black dot is an island. As they got closer, Liu Dong discovered that the island was quite large. So he was delighted. Finally, I don't have to soak in sea water anymore. There shouldn't be any zombies on the island. Because most of the islands in the ocean are deserted and no humans can survive on them. Liu Dong mustered his courage and swam towards the island. Chapter 125 Underground World. There really is no one on this island. So there are no zombies. Liu Dong swam ashore and looked far away. Only plants and animals. There was nothing unusual about the plants. But the animals have become abnormally large. He also has a very bad temper. When these animals saw Liu Dong, their eyes glowed red. They all rushed over roaring. Just a moment. Dozens of mutant animals pounced over. Liu Dong held the Tai sword. While running, he fought with these mutant animals. Many corpses of mutant animals were left along the way. At the end of the fight, there were fewer and fewer mutant animals chasing after them. Liu Dong simply stopped running and faced the last few mutant animals head-on. The Tai sword is so powerful. It only took a few minutes for the last few mutant animals to die on the spot, with their bodies mutilated. Liu Dong breathed slightly and looked at the scene around him. This island is quite big. There are lush tropical plants everywhere, which are very flourishing. Liu Dong walked towards the center of the island. The further we go, the higher the terrain becomes. When we walked to the back, we had already climbed up a small hill. Standing on the top of the mountain, Liu Dong looked around and found that he could only see the sea from the direction he came from. The sea is not visible in the other 3 directions. It can be seen that this island is still very large. After a short rest, Liu Dong walked into a cave. The cave was pitch black. But Liu Dong has the Tai sword. The blade of Tai divine sword was surrounded by flames and golden light. Under the illumination of the Tai sword, the cave was also filled with light. Liu Dong slowly moved forward. The cave gets deeper and deeper, and lower and lower. Finally, it seemed like it was walking underground. Liu Dong was very surprised. What kind of cave is this? Why is it so profound? Judging from the situation, they have already walked deep into the seabed. But there is still no end, there is still a long passage in front, and I don't know where it leads to. Liu Dong walked for several hours and felt a little tired. So he sat on the ground, took out the food from the space, and started eating. He was eating a piece of cooked beef. Full of fragrance. Very delicious. At this moment, a red light flashed. An unknown thing came running over. He ran straight to the cooked beef in Liu Dong's hand. Liu Dong was startled and raised his hands. The thing didn't hit the cooked beef. It fell to the ground, opened its pair of sparkling red eyes, and squeaked at Liu Dong. Liu Dong looked intently. I found out that it was a small animal that looked very much like a little monkey. This little monkey-like animal kept barking at Liu Dong, as if it was very dissatisfied. Liu Dong's heart moved, and he threw the cooked beef in his hand over, and it fell to the ground. The little guy pounced over and threw himself onto the cooked beef. Then it scooped up the cooked beef with its little hands and started stuffing it into its mouth. It tastes delicious and enjoys it very much. Soon, a piece of cooked beef was eaten cleanly by it. It smacked its lips, looked pitiful, and stared at Liu Dong closely. Liu Dong couldn't help but laugh. This guy is still a greedy guy. He was not stingy and took out another piece of cooked beef from the space and threw it to it. That's how the little animal ate 5 pieces of cooked beef in a row before it stopped asking for more. Its belly was visibly swollen. It even patted its belly, looking intoxicated. Liu Dong smiled and thought that this little guy was quite cute. The little guy's gaze towards Liu Dong became much softer. It squeaked and slowly crawled towards Liu Dong. It crawled to Liu Dong's feet and rubbed his trouser legs with its little head. Liu Dong also liked it very much. He touched its little head and it squeaked twice in comfort. Liu Dong said, "You will follow me from now on, and I will give you a name." The little guy actually raised his head, looked at Liu Dong, and then nodded. It actually understood what Liu Dong said. Liu Dong was overjoyed and said, "From now on, you can be called Liu Xiaosong. You have the same last name as me." Liu Xiaosong was delighted, squeaked, and then did the same somersault in the same place. Liu Dong played with Liu Xiaosong for a while, then felt that it was enough time to rest, so he decided to move on. Liu Xiaosong jumped onto Liu Dong's shoulder, and Liu Dong took it and slowly explored inside. The road ahead is still down. It seems as if it is going to dive deep into the sea. In this way, Liu Dong kept moving forward, and when he was thirsty, he took out water from the space to drink. When you are hungry, take out food from the space and eat it. Of course, now that he has 2 mouths, Liu Xiaosong has a very good appetite and enjoys eating very delicious food. There is so much food and drinking water in this space that you can't finish it even if you spend several lifetimes eating. So Liu Dong didn't care and let Liu Xiaosong eat as much as he wanted. After walking for 7 or 8 days, I don't know how many meters deep I have gone underground. Liu Dong felt like he was about to enter another world. Suddenly there was a sound from the front. Liu Dong stopped and looked ahead vigilantly. Then a candle lit up. Liu Dong looked carefully and found a young girl. The girl held a candle in her hand. When she saw Liu Dong, she was obviously stunned for a moment, then she exclaimed softly. "Who are you?" she asked coquettishly. Liu Dong looked carefully and found that the girl was dressed in a very ancient style. Just like the ancient people. Liu Dong said politely, "My name is Liu Dong, what is your name?" Seeing Liu Dong's humble attitude, the girl was no longer as nervous as she was at the beginning. She relaxed, then nodded, and said, "My name is Aru." "Where are you from?" Liu Dong smiled and said, "Hello, Aru, I'm from the ground." Aru covered her mouth in surprise. After a long while, she asked, "You actually came from the ground? I heard there are many monsters on the ground, very scary, how did you survive?" Liu Dong found it very strange. There used to be normal humans on the ground. Where did these monsters come from? There are indeed many monsters on the ground now, but this is only a recent phenomenon. Judging from the appearance of this girl, Aru, she has lived underground for who knows how many years. How could she think there were monsters on the ground? So Liu Dong asked, "Apart from you, is there anyone else here?" Aru nodded and said, "All the people in our entire city-state are in this area, and there are other city-states in other places." Liu Dong asked curiously, "How many city-states are there underground? How many people are there in total?" Aru said, "There are 5 city-states in total, with a total population of about 2,000 people." Liu Dong thought secretly. There are only 2,000 people in 5 city-states. A city-state has no more than 400 people. What a small city-state. Chapter 126 Underground Fight. But think about it, this is underground, so it's understandable. Aru said, "You came from the ground. Are there really many monsters on the ground?" Liu Dong sighed and said, "There were no monsters on the ground before, but recently a bad guy created many monsters." Aru nodded, not quite understanding. She didn't care too much and said with a smile, "Welcome to our city-state. I'll take you to see the city lord, shall I? Now that you are here, make yourself at home." Liu Dong nodded and agreed. He followed Aru and walked forward. Soon, the view in front of me began to open up. Then a hall appeared before my eyes. The hall is quite bright. On the wall, there are many shining stones. So here, you don't have to worry about not seeing clearly. This hall is tall and large. At the edge of the hall, there are many stone houses. There were many people in the hall, chatting. There were also children running around, chasing each other and playing. A quiet and peaceful picture. At the innermost part, there is the largest stone house. The lord of the city-state lives in this largest stone house. Aru introduced, "The city lord is my father, he is a very kind person." Liu Dong nodded and followed her into the largest stone house. There were 2 people in the stone house. A man and a woman. They were Aru's parents, the city lord and his wife. The city lord is Tianqing Yi and his wife is Ame. When Tianqing heard that Liu Dong was from the ground, his face changed. He said, "There are many monsters on the ground. How did you survive?" Liu Dong did not shy away from telling them the story. He introduced the previous life on the ground. Then there are the recent changes. It tells the story of being stranded on the sea, finally landing on an island and entering a cave. Liu Dong's experience was too tortuous. The city lord and his family of 3 were stunned when they heard this. Occasionally, sounds of surprise were made. Tianqing said, "Then I will call you Lord Shenhao from now on. It seems that you are also a big shot on the ground." Liu Dong waved his hand and said, "I don't deserve it. I am a poor man now and not worth mentioning." Amai said, "Since the ground is full of monsters, you can live in our city-state from now on." Liu Dong nodded and said, "Thank you so much." Tianqing said to Aru, "Daughter, arrange a stone house for the rich man to live in, right next to us." Aru agreed and then led Dong away. Right next to it, there was an empty stone house, and Aru took Liu Dong in. The stone house is very small and has only a stone bed. Aru said, "You will live here from now on." Liu Dong held Aru's hand and said, "Thank you so much." Aru's heart trembled and she lowered her head involuntarily. She didn't know why, but she became a little flustered. There was also a blush on her face. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "You're welcome. You are a guest here. You can live here with peace of mind. If you have any difficulties, just tell me." Then she pulled her hand away and fled from the room. Liu Dong lay on the stone bed. The stone bed was hard and cold. I don't know how these people in the underground city-state can sleep. Fortunately, Liu Dong has space. When he was on the ground, he put all kinds of random things into the space. And after these things were put in, they multiplied 10,000 times, so it was very abundant. Liu Dong took out a few quilts from the space. And a pillow. With these, spread on the stone bed. Sleeping 1T feel uncomfortable. Liu Dong breathed a sigh of relief. I lay there quietly and slowly fell asleep. After going through so many things, he was a little exhausted physically and mentally. In this quiet underground city, he felt much more at ease. No worries, no tension. He slept very soundly this time. I don't know how long it took. Liu Dong woke up. He noticed a figure beside the bed. He reached out and took the man's small hand. It turns out that this person is Aru. The stone houses of the dungeon gang have no doors. So there is no such thing as locking the door. Aru has always been thinking about Liu Dong. So it didn't take long for me to come in. She watched Liu Dong sleeping. She didn't bother Liu Dong. She just sat quietly on the edge of the bed, looking at Liu Dong. Her heart was a little confused. This is the first time in my life that I have any strange feelings towards a man. Maybe Liu Dong came from the ground and had a unique temperament that attracted this simple little girl. Liu Dong held Aru's hand. Aru was startled and wanted to pull her hand back. But Liu Dong didn't let her go and held her tightly. Aru blushed again and whispered, "What are you doing?" Liu Dong said, "Thank you, you are such a good girl." Aru snorted softly and said, "Is this how you treat me? You hold my hand tightly." Liu Dong laughed and said, "I like holding your hand. It's small, soft, and warm. It's very comfortable." Aru said, "My hands are not as good as you say." Liu Dong sat up, looked at Aru, and said seriously, "I am speaking from the heart. You are a good girl, and I like you very much." The two looked at each other, and there was a strange emotion in the air. Aru mustered up her courage and said, "I like you very much, too. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you." Liu Dong was moved and gently held her in his arms. The two of them hugged each other quietly, doing nothing, feeling the warm atmosphere. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound outside. Aru woke up in shock and broke away from Liu Dong's arms. Liu Dong asked, "What happened?" Aru said solemnly, "Maybe people from other city-states are here to cause trouble." Liu Dong was puzzled and asked, "You only have 5 city-states, and each city-state has only 400 people. Wouldn't it be better if everyone didn't interfere with each other? With so few people, do you still want to fight?" Aru said distressedly, "I also hope that everyone can live in peace, but there are always some people who like to stir up trouble and want to dominate the underground city-state. It's really annoying." Liu Dong held Aru's hand and said, "Let's go out and take a look." Aru nodded gently, agreed, and then the two of them walked out of the house together. Outside, the entire city-state gathered in the hall. Chan Chenji and Ame are in front. Behind him are the residents of the city-state. In the other direction of the hall, there is a passage. There were more than a dozen people standing at the entrance of the passage. The leader was a middle-aged woman. Apparently, they were from another city-state. Chapter 127, Tensions. Aru quietly told Liu Dong. This middle-aged woman is the leader of another city-state. Her name is Lan Maigui. It turned out that the city-state led by Blue Rose came to beg for food. I don't know what happened recently, but the yield of crops underground has been getting lower and lower. Everyone is starving. Aru and Liu Dong introduced the situation. Underground, they all grow one crop. This crop is called crystal rice. This kind of crystal rice is amazing. After cooking it, it will randomly turn into other foods. Sometimes it turns into meat, sometimes it turns into fish, sometimes it turns into fruit, and sometimes it turns into rice. It's really magical. Each city-state has its own fields and grows crystal rice in its own fields. Originally, each city-state had only a few hundred people, and everyone grew and harvested their own crystal rice. Everything is peaceful. But for some reason, everyone's crystal rice production has been declining rapidly recently. So some city-states began to set their sights on other city-states. The city of Blue Roses is nearby. She was a strong woman, so she brought people over to ask for the crystal rice. "You are the weak and we are the strong, so you have to pay tribute to us with crystal rice," Lan Maigui said confidently. Chen Qingyi said in a deep voice, "Although you have more adult men than us and are stronger than us, we have all lived in peace before. You can't bully the weak. This is against the rules. Lan Maigui snorted coldly and said, everyone is starving to death, so why bother talking about rules? As long as we can eat our fill, no matter how big the rules are, they are useless. I said angrily, you are being unreasonable. Lan Maigui said, I am being unreasonable, and I have already agreed with the other 3 city-states to divide your crystal rice together. At this time, 3 more people appeared behind Lan Maigui. Aru also showed a look of surprise on her face. Those are the leaders of the other 3 city-states. They are a Gu, a Pai, and a Mao. I didn't expect them to join forces with Lan Maigui to bully us together. Tian Cheng was shocked and said angrily, you 4 city-states actually united to bully our city-state. Isn't this too much? Agupi said with a wry smile, who made you the weakest? Originally, we all lived our own lives, but the production of crystal rice has dropped, and we can't make ends meet anymore, so we have no choice but to ask you for help. A Pai and a Mao also nodded in agreement. Lan Maigui said coldly, stop talking nonsense. Hand over 80% of your crystal rice. I'll let you keep the remaining 20%. This will also leave you a way to survive. I almost cried and said angrily, 20% of the crystal rice, how can we live? Isn't this pushing us to death? Lan Maigui said, at worst you can just go back to the ground. Maybe there will be a chance there. Tian Chengyi sighed and said, this is a deadly situation for us. There are monsters all over the ground. If we go up, we will be dead. The 2 sides quarreled endlessly, and the quarrel became more and more intense. Finally, the 4 leaders on the opposite side came forward and were ready to take action. Behind them, many middle-aged men appeared in large numbers. These men all looked eager to eat Tuancheng and the others. I tightly grasped Tian Chengyi and said anxiously, what should we do? They are coming to attack us, and we can't defeat them. There are only a small number of strong men in the city-state here. They all held wooden sticks and stood in the front. They shouted angrily, fight them. We can't let them take the crystal rice away. Lan Maigui laughed and said, you guys want to fight against us, you really don't know how to live or die. The men behind him rushed forward with great momentum. The 2 sides are about to fight each other. With a whoosh sound, red sparks and golden light burst out. Then a sword was inserted into the ground between the 2 sides. This sudden appearance of the sword stopped the fight between the 2 sides. Everyone looked at the sword that suddenly appeared in amazement. This sword is obviously not an ordinary one. The flames on it kept burning, and the golden light was flashing rapidly. Aru was stunned for a moment, because she saw a sword suddenly appear in Liu Dong's hand, and then he threw the sword out. Aru was very nervous and she looked at Liu Dong. Liu Dong patted her shoulder and said, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Before Aru could speak, Liu Dong walked over slowly. He walked to the center, standing next to the sword. Everyone's eyes were on Liu Dong. Liu Dong just smiled faintly, then reached out and grasped the sword that was stuck in the ground. The blazing flame surged from the sword and burned on Liu Dong's arm. But Liu Dong's arm was fine and not burned. It was obvious that this young man was the owner of the sword. There was a gleam in Lan Maigui's eyes. She said in a deep voice, young man, where are you from? I see that your attire is very strange. Liu Dongyun said calmly, I came up from the ground and will stay here temporarily. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Lan Maigui and others were shocked. A Gu exclaimed, you are from the ground? How is that possible? Won't the monster eat you? Liu Dong smiled faintly and waved the tire sword in his hand. The monsters want to eat me? Well, let's see if they can eat me and if my sword agrees. API took a deep breath and shouted, is this the magic sword? It's so powerful. Amao was also surprised. He said, legend has it that there is a magic sword that can kill all the monsters on the ground and save the people underground. Could it be this sword? Lan Maigui sneered and said, don't be fooled by him. If he was really that powerful, he wouldn't have escaped underground. A Gu suddenly realized and said, that's right. If he can kill all the monsters on the ground, then he is a godlike existence. Why would he run underground? He obviously can't beat the monsters, so he ran down to seek refuge. A Pai and a Mao were also relieved to hear them say this. They were still quite wary of Liu Dong, after all, the power of the Tai sword was too strong. But now it is confirmed that Liu Dong is not a god, so everything is fine. No matter how powerful a person is, even if his sword is powerful, he cannot defeat more than 1,000 of them. Lan Maigui screamed, "You'd better get down to the ground. You have no right to interfere with what's going on underground. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you." Liu Dong said calmly, "Sure, come over here and see if you can kill me." Chapter 128. Take it easily. Liu Dong was too strong. Lan Maigui was a little stunned. She thought for a moment, then called out, "Steelhide, come out." A man with a yellow face and muscular body squeezed in from behind. He said respectfully, "Chief, what do you want?" Lan Maigui pointed at Liu Dong and said, "Bring 50 elite soldiers and beat him down for me." Steel Skin said somewhat awkwardly, "Leader, we only have more than 20 elite soldiers in total." Lan Maigui snorted and turned to look at Agu, API and Amao. A GU said, "Don't worry, each of our 3 families will send out 10 elite soldiers." API also said, "Yes, although we don't have many elite soldiers, we still have 10. Amao patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, there are 50 elite soldiers in total, he will never be able to defeat them." So under the leadership of Steel Skin, a total of 50 elite soldiers stood up. Then the 50 elite soldiers stepped forward and surrounded Liu Dong. Chen Cheng's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "You are using your numbers to bully the few, isn't that too unreasonable?" Amai said, "We also sent out our elite troops to fight them." Aru said worriedly, "But we only have 15 elite soldiers in total. We can't win." Amai said, "We have to fight even if we can't win. Otherwise, we will be bullied by them. Then they will take away our crystal rice and we won't be able to live." Chanqing nodded and said, "That's the truth. We can't give in. We have to fight them to the end." As he spoke, he also called out 15 elite soldiers in the city-state and asked them to assist Liu Dong in fighting the enemy. But before these 15 elite soldiers could come forward, Liu Dong laughed loudly and said, "No need to help me, I'm fine. I don't care about these 50 elite soldiers." Then he rushed forward holding the tire sword. The 50 elite soldiers of the enemy only saw a flash before their eyes. Then the stone tools and wooden sticks in their hands were cut off. It fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Everyone was shocked. Isn't he Liu Dong too powerful? What kind of move is this? Liu Dong stood there calmly. The 50 elite soldiers on the opposite side all had expressions of shock on their faces. Liu Dong's momentum is so strong that it makes people feel irresistible. Lan Maigui was also a little nervous. But she didn't want to admit defeat, and screamed, "What are you afraid of? 50 people against 1 person, and you still can't win? Come on, if you win, I will give you more crystal rice." The 50 elite soldiers immediately became excited after hearing what Lan Maigui said. Especially Gangpi, who shouted excitedly, "For Jingmi, come on, beat this guy down." 50 elite soldiers shouted together and rushed towards Liu Dong. Liu Dong snorted coldly, feeling that he could no longer show mercy. So he brandished the Tai sword and used the moves from the Tai sword manual to meet the enemy. His sword moves are so mysterious, as ethereal as an immortal in the sky. Wherever the sword shines, the flames are dancing, the golden light is flashing. Then one after another, the elite soldiers fell to the ground. They were all stabbed in the knee. The knee was stabbed and the pain was unbearable. They all screamed and fell to the ground. 50 elite soldiers, it seems like a lot of people. But Liu Dong's body is very flexible. After all, it is the sword moves of the divine sword, so it is effortless to defeat these underground barbarians. 1 minute. All 50 elite soldiers lay on the ground. They all hugged their knees in pain and screamed. Liu Dong didn't say much, not wanting to drag things out. He rushed directly to Lan Maigui and pressed the Tai sword against her throat. Lan Maigui felt a chill in her throat. Liu Dong's sword was pointed at his throat. She was startled and her face turned pale. This time, she became the enemy's captive. Lan Maigui said in a trembling voice, "What do you want? Do you want to kill me?" Aguda, API and Amao looked at each other. They never expected that Liu Dong was so amazing and powerful. It's just like a god in heaven. What kind of magical weapon is his sword? How can it be so amazing? They felt a chill in their hearts and were all filled with fear. I also regretted very much that I shouldn't have followed Lan Maigui to cause trouble. In order to compete for Chan Chenji's crystal rice, they are now the losing side. A GU whispered, "Let's retreat and stop fighting." Apai and Amao nodded and slowly began to back away. But Liu Dong's cold voice came over, "Whoever dares to escape, I will kill him." Gah! Agu, API and Amao stopped immediately. There was a look of fear on their faces. What should I do now? The other party won't let them go. Agu stuttered, "Can't we just admit defeat? Why don't you just let us go?" Liu Dong sneered and said, "It's not that easy to come and go as you please." API suppressed his fear and said, "Then what do you want to do?" Liu Dong said slowly, "You for families, move all the crystal rice here." Lan Maigui was shocked and screamed, "What? All the crystal rice? You want to take it all? How can we survive then?" Liu Dong laughed and said, "Just keep planting." Amao was the most timid, but he had to speak up at this time. Growing crystal rice is not a matter of one day or one night. By the time the next batch of crystal rice is grown, we will all starve to death. Liu Dong said indifferently, "I don't care. Who asked you to cause trouble? This is your punishment. If you don't move all the crystal rice here, I will kill you all now." Liu Dong gently shook the Tai sword in his hand, making a small cut on Lan Maigui's throat. Lan Maigui screamed. She was so scared that she almost peed herself. She shouted, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. Wait a minute. I'll have my men bring all the crystal rice over here." Her face showed an expression of pain, great regret and despair. A GU gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, you are better than us, we accept our fate, and we will move all the crystal rice here." Apai and Amao both shed tears and cried, "What can we do? Without Jing Mi, we will all die." The Chancheng couple were extremely surprised. "I thought I was going to be bullied to death by the other side." Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the better and now our side is actually the winner. Aru looked at Liu Dong with eyes full of love. This man is so handsome and charming. He fought against the 4 city-states on his own. In the end, he actually defeated the opponent. It is truly earth-shattering and makes the gods and ghosts weep. There has never been a man like this before and there will never be another like him. There were tears in Aru's eyes, she was so full of love that she couldn't hide it. Chapter 129 New World. Soon, all the crystal rice from the 4 families moved in. They piled up into a mountain in the hall. Liu Dong walked to the crystal rice mountain and looked at the crystal rice, marveling at it. Lan Maigui said desperately, "Can you leave some for us? If you take it all, we will starve to death." Liu Dong ignored her and waved his hand. Jingmi Mountain disappeared. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Amai said in surprise, "Why is it gone? Where did it go?" Chen Chengyi also said with a serious expression, "Is it the legendary great transportation technique? But where did the rich man move this mountain of crystal rice? It's really a miraculous skill." Lan Maigui sat down on the ground dejectedly. Aguda, API and Amao opened their mouths wide and couldn't utter a word for a long time. The people behind him all burst into tears. Without the crystal rice, they would have no food and they would soon starve to death. How can I not be sad? This is so tragic. Liu Dong frowned and shouted, "Shut up, stop crying, it's making so much noise." Liu Dong was so powerful that everyone was very afraid of him. So no one dared to cry and held their tears back. Liu Dong said, "If you don't want to starve to death, you must listen to me and be my subordinates." Lan Meigui's eyes lit up and she got up from the ground. She asked cautiously, "As long as we become your subordinates, will you give us crystal rice to eat?" Liu Dong said calmly, "It's just a little crystal rice, it's nothing. If I take 1 crystal rice mountain from you, I can give you 10,000 crystal rice mountains in return, so that you can eat as much as you want." A GU opened his mouth wide, and after a long while he said in surprise, 10,000 crystal rice mountains. Too scary, right? Is it true? Liu Dong said, "Since you don't believe it, I will show you." After saying this, he waved his hand, and a mountain of crystal rice appeared in the hall again. Before everyone could react, Liu Dong waved his hand again, and another crystal rice mountain appeared next to it. But Liu Dong didn't stop. He kept waving his hands, and 1 crystal rice mountain after another appeared in the hall. If the hall wasn't so small, Liu Dong could have kept waving his hands. Finally, 5 crystal rice mountains appeared in the hall. Everyone was shocked. This is a divine miracle. It actually turned from 1 crystal rice mountain into 5 crystal rice mountains. Judging from Liu Dong's tone, he can create a total of 10,000 crystal rice mountains. What a terrifying existence that is. Everyone was ecstatic and cheered. Tian Qingyi was the first to react. He pulled Ame and Aru and knelt in front of Liu Dong. Master Shenhao, our city-state is willing to serve you as our lord and obey your orders. All the people in Tianquanji city-state knelt in front of Liu Dong and cheered together, we will follow the orders of Master Shenhao. Lan Bumei also came to her senses. She quickly called the people in her city-state to kneel down together. A Gupi, a Mao, and others were not willing to be left behind, and they knelt down with the people from their own cities. Everyone cheered, follow the orders of Lord Shenhao. More than 2,000 people in the entire underground have now become Liu Dong's subordinates. Liu Dong nodded with satisfaction and said, everyone get up. Everyone then stood up and looked at Liu Dong with burning eyes. Liu Dong is their god now. Whatever Liu Dong said was the truth. They dared not disobey and obeyed willingly. Liu Dong looked at everyone and said, do you want to live on the ground? Everyone was shocked and took 2 steps back. Tian Qingyi said in panic, the ground is full of monsters, we dare not go up. Lan Maigui also said fearfully, yes, we are all afraid of monsters. They have been living underground for tens of thousands of years. Liu Dong said, I am your master. I will be responsible for your safety. Don't be afraid. Follow me back to the ground. I promise that I will not let the monster hurt you. Tian Cheng gritted his teeth and said, since Lord Shenhao said so, then we will obey your orders and follow Lord Shenhao to live on the ground. Lan Maigui, a Gouda, a Pia, and a Mao looked at each other and said together, we will just follow the orders of Lord Shenhao and go to live on the ground together. In fact, they have been living underground since they were born. They had also heard many rumors that the ground was a magical place. They also have some yearnings deep in their hearts. Although I am scared now, I still have some expectations and want to go to the ground to take a look. So Liu Dong directly collected the 5 crystal rice mountains on the ground and let them return to the space. Then he led the way directly ahead and walked into the cave leading to the ground. Tian Chengyi said loudly, since we are all subordinates of Lord Shenhao, we must obey Lord Shenhao's orders. Let's go to the ground together. More than 2,000 people shouted and signed together, and then followed Liu Dong to start taking action. Because the journey was quite long, we kept climbing up along the cave. The group walked and stopped, and when they were hungry they ate the crystal rice provided by Liu Dong. When you are thirsty, drink the drinking water provided by Liu Dong. When I was tired, I just lay down in the tunnel and fell asleep. Because they all have their own leaders. So the 5 teams were well organized and marched forward in order. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Liu Dong finally saw the light ahead. We have reached the end of the tunnel and will soon reach the ground. Liu Dong was refreshed and quickened his pace. Soon, he walked out of the tunnel and came to the ground. Nothing has changed outside. Liu Dong stood on a hill on the island, looking around. Nothing dangerous was found. There are no zombies, no mutant animals. Liu Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Tian Qingyi came out with his team. Lan Maigui, Agu, API and a Mao each led the people from their city-state out of the tunnel. Standing on the hill, looking at the surrounding scenery. Everyone was stunned, shocked, and petrified. This is an unprecedented scene. What is that in the sky? It was so bright that I couldn't look directly at it. Liu Dong told them that this was the sun, which provided heat to people. What is that? There is a loud splashing sound and waves are rolling. Liu Dong told them that it was the sea, boundless and extremely vast. Tian Chenji sighed and said, so this is what the ground looks like. It's really spectacular. Lan Maigui looked around and exclaimed, it's so beautiful. It's so refreshing. This is totally different from being underground. A Gouda, Pai and a Mao were also very excited. They kept pointing and discussing everything they saw. More than 2,000 people cheered, celebrating their arrival in the new world. Chapter 130 Valley Town. This island is in the sea, far away from the land. No monsters will come here, so you can rest assured. Liu Dong said in a leisurely voice. He began to walk down the hill. Chancheng and his group naturally followed him down the mountain. After descending the mountain, we found a valley. This valley is very large, covering several thousand acres. Liu Dong said, "Let's stay here from now on. The valley is full of lush trees and various vines." Liu Dong didn't say much. Just swing the tire sword and start chopping trees. The tire sword is so sharp that it can cut through iron like mud. Cutting down these big trees is not easy at all. With one strike of the sword, a large tree fell to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Big trees kept falling to the ground. Liu Dong's speed is also very fast. In a short period of time, hundreds of large trees were cut down. Chancheng and his companion stood there, at a loss as to what to do. They didn't know what Liu Dong was doing. Why cut down these big trees? In fact, they don't even know that these big trees are called big trees. It's just that Liu Dong introduced them. Liu Dong took a rest and then told them that these big trees could be used to build houses. In the space, there are countless sundries piled up. There are all kinds of building materials and tools. And the starting price is at least 10,000. Liu Dong took all these things out of the space. Then tell these underground visitors how to use these things. Although Liu Dong had never built a house before. But it is not difficult to build a simple wooden house. Chancheng and his companions quickly understood what was going on. They were overjoyed. Knowing this, I have a place to stay here. So 2,000 people began to work enthusiastically. Deep in the valley, above a lush forest, a small town of 2,000 people quietly rose up. The sunlight shines through the blue sky and flickers on the emerald leaves, as if adding a layer of golden glow to this vibrant forest. The outline of the valley is vague, vast, and mysterious. Here, the sounds of nature are as harmonious as poetry, and human breathing blends with it. In this fertile valley, residents lived in a primitive way, and felled trees became their main building material. The huge tree trunks were cut down neatly, like giant wooden toys in the hands of a giant. The cross-sections of these trees bear witness to the traces of time and labor. Each tree seems to be an ancient hymn, singing the symbiosis between humans and nature. The wooden house pops out of the ground like mushrooms. The eaves, windows, door panels, everything is so natural. These houses are scattered throughout the valley, as if they were seeds accidentally sown by nature, growing, sprouting and blooming. Whenever the sun shines, these houses emit a golden glow, blending in with the surrounding scenery. In this wooden town, life is full of rhythm and rhythm. In the morning light, the lumberjacks swung their axes, and the sound of the axes echoed in the valley like a natural melody. In the afternoon, carpenters carefully carved doors and windows, carving out the details of life one chisel at a time. In the sunset, residents sat in front of the wooden house, sharing daily life, with laughter rising and falling like a beautiful symphony. Although life here is simple and primitive, every corner is full of the power of life. These wooden houses bear witness to people's love for life and awe of nature. Here, the relationship between man and nature is no longer one of exploitation and exploitation, but rather one of symbiotic partners. People use nature, but they also respect and protect it. They understand that this forest is their home and the source of their life. Therefore, they try to keep the forest as original as possible and minimize damage to the environment. Over time, this small wooden town has developed its own unique culture and traditions. Children learn hunting and survival skills in the forest, and young people learn how to plant and harvest crops. The education here is not only the imparting of knowledge, but also the awe and respect for nature and life. This town is a brand new town. Liu Dong gave it a name, calling it Shanhao Town. Liu Dong also established various festivals in the town. This will also add a cultural atmosphere. Whenever the festival comes, the whole valley becomes lively, with people wearing homemade robes and jewelry, singing and dancing to celebrate the harvest and unity. Their smiles light up the entire valley like sunshine, and their singing nourishes every inch of land like streams. This valley community of 2,000 people, although quietly existing on the fringes of modern society, is full of the reality and power of life. They use felled trees to build wooden houses, not only for survival, but also to protect and respect nature. Although their lifestyle is simple, it is full of love for life and awe of nature. In this harmonious and symbiotic world, the relationship between man and nature is no longer one of exploitation and being exploited. Instead, they depend on each other and develop together. This is a vivid and vibrant picture of life, showing an ancient and eternal way of life. After going through so much, Liu Dong is already a little tired. He and more than 2,000 people rested and recuperated in this wealthy town. Crystal rice also began to be planted on the islands. Compared to underground, It is more convenient to plant crystal rice on the islands on the ground. The output has also increased several times. People were delighted to find that. There is so much food that I can't even finish it. They built many warehouses to store all the crystal rice. Liu Dong also collected some of the crystal rice in the space. After arriving at the space, the value of all the crystals increased by 10,000 times. Looking in the mind, countless crystal-like hills spread out, boundless. It's really spectacular. Liu Dong is also preparing for danger in times of peace. In case he leaves here in the future, he will have enough food. By then, even if there are tens of thousands of people, it will be enough to eat. Only, there are not many people left in the world now. The people of other countries have become extinct. There is not a single person left from the Moldy Knife country. There are only more than 2,000 people on this new island of great wealth. And the Qin family of Huaxia. They still have tens of thousands of people gathered. These tens of thousands of people are just slaves of the Qin family and serve the Qin family. In this world, the most common ones are zombies and all kinds of strange mutant animals. The whole world has entered a barbaric era. Liu Dong had hatred in his heart. All of this was caused by the Qin family. One day, he will go and settle accounts with Qin Shaofeng. But he can't now, because his strength was not enough. The zombies outside are constantly evolving and becoming stronger and stronger. Liu Dong was not sure he could fight these zombies. He could only wait quietly, waiting for an opportunity. Maybe God will give him this opportunity? Who knows?